Sign Chapter 1 to Chapter 79. I didn't expect to become a sweeping monk of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin opened his eyes, got up quickly, and walked towards the door. Su Qin was not from this world. He came from Earth. Originally, Su Qin was not a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. His original transmigrator was the third young master of the family Su. The family Su was a local rich family with countless masters. The master of the family was a level 6 master, and his power spread far and wide. Unfortunately, when Su Qin was 10 years old, that is, a few days ago, a great enemy of the Su family came and injured the Su family patriarch with a raise of his hand. In order to preserve their bloodline, the family Su had no choice but to disperse their disciples. Su Qin was secretly sent to the Shaolin Temple. In order to avoid being rejected by the Shaolin Temple, the family Su did not expose Su Qin's identity. Instead, they sent him to the Shaolin Temple as an orphan. The Shaolin Temple had a deep heritage. Even though it had declined in recent years, it was not something that the enemy of the family Su could deal with. As long as Su Qin entered the Shaolin Temple, he would be safe. In fact, Su Qin did succeed in entering the Shaolin Temple. However, because he had no martial arts aptitude, he could only be assigned to the chores yard and become a sweeping monk. Su Qin walked out of the door. At the moment, there were dozens of young acolytes in gray robes standing outside. Su Qin walked over and stood somewhere in the back. Okay. Since you have entered the Shaolin Temple, the past has nothing to do with you. At this moment, a monk with a wide face and big ears spoke. Although the chores yard is not as good as the Dharma court or the warrior monastery, it is peaceful and quiet. As long as you do your daily chores well, no one will disturb you. The monk with a wide face and big ears paused for a moment before continuing, let's disperse and do what we need to do today. The dozens of little novice monks left one after another. Su Qin took the broom and walked towards the grand hall of Shaolin Temple. Although Su Qin was a sweeping monk, Su Qin was not the only sweeping monk in the Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple was one of the world's great martial arts sections. It occupied a large area. If it was left to Su Qin to clean up, it would take more than a year to clean it up. Su Qin was in charge of the area near the Great Strength Hall. Soon, Su Qin arrived in front of the Great Strength Hall, gazing at the majestic hall. As one of the most important places in the Shaolin Temple, every corner of the Great Buddha's hall was filled with majesty. Su Qin stood outside the Hall of Great Strength and could vaguely see the golden body of Buddha enshrined inside. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Detected that the host's current location meets the sign-in conditions. System is activating. Activation successful. The host can sign in today. System? Sign in? Su Qin's pupils shrank slightly. In a flash, Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly. He asked tentatively in his heart, must I sign in here? Anywhere in the world, the host can sign in as long as there is a remnant of Taoist connotation. Note, you can only sign in once a day. Places where the Taoist connotation is thicker will get better rewards for signing in. You can sign in repeatedly in some places. The mechanical and indifferent voice slowly sounded in Su Qin's ears. Taoist connotation? Su Qin muttered to himself. He roughly knew what the system meant. Not every place met the sign-in conditions. For example, the family Su where Su Qin lived for 10 years didn't have the Taoist connotation mentioned by the system, so the system couldn't be activated. And the Mahavira Hall. As the important place of the Shaolin Temple where the Buddha's golden body is enshrined, there is Taoist connotation, which meets the sign-in conditions of the system. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his face flashed with joy. Originally, Su Qin thought that he would spend the rest of his life as a sweeping monk of the Shaolin Temple. After all, the Shaolin Temple is not a place where anyone can enter and leave casually. Su Qin entered the Shaolin Temple as an orphan, which is equivalent to selling himself to the Shaolin Temple. If he wants to return to the secular world, he needs at least the consent of a head of the temple. But this is basically impossible. What is the status of the head of the temple? Why would he care about Su Qin, a mere sweeping monk? Besides, if every monk agreed to return to the secular world, the Shaolin Temple would have been empty long ago. Even if the family Su repelled the enemy and restored their former status, it is simply impossible to persuade a head of the Shaolin Temple. Although the family Su is a local noble family, the Shaolin Temple was once a world-famous martial arts sect, and the founder of Arhat. The two are not on the same level at all. Even the enemy who forced the family Su to disperse the disciples of the family in order to preserve the bloodline inheritance is not worth mentioning in front of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin entered the Shaolin Temple, and although he completely got rid of the enemy's pursuit, but at the same time, he will be trapped in the Shaolin Temple for the rest of his life. But now, the sign-in system gave Su Qin hope. "System, give me a sign-in." Su Qin calmed down and said in his heart. The next moment. "Congratulations to the host, sign-in successful. You have received the Divine Art Buddha's palm." The system prompt sounded in Su Qin's ears. Buddha's palm? Su Qin took a deep breath. If Su Qin remembered correctly, Buddha's palm is the strongest divine art of the Shaolin Temple, and it is known as the Buddha's personal inheritance. The moment Su Qin received Buddha's palm. Buzz. Above the great Buddha's hall, a huge golden Buddha appeared, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, majestic and heavy. "In heaven and earth, only I am supreme." The Buddha's aura diffused, illuminating the entire Shaolin Temple, as if it contained countless truths. At this moment, the Shaolin Temple shook, and countless monks knelt on the ground, chanting, "Buddha has shown himself." Swish. 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 At the same time, several figures quietly appeared outside the great Buddha's hall. The person in the lead was wearing a red cassock and holding a 9-ringed monk's staff. It was the Shaolin Temple's abbot, Hui Wen. The other several people were the heads of the various sections. At this moment, everyone, including Abbot Hui Wen, was shocked as they looked at the huge golden Buddha above the great Buddha's hall. Namo Amiba. Abbot Hui Wen bowed to the huge golden Buddha, and the other heads did the same. Namo Amiba. After a while, the Buddha's aura slowly dissipated. Abbot Hui Wen only dared to raise his head when the Buddha's aura had completely disappeared. Such a strong Buddha's aura. Abbot Hui Wen's heart was in turmoil. He was not only the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, but also a world-renowned martial arts expert. The golden Buddha that appeared just now was completely condensed from Buddha's aura. It should be known that even an existence at the level of an arhat has far less Buddha nature than the golden Buddha from before. Could it be that a disciple has really gained the favor of the Buddha? That's why the Buddha's aura descended. Abbot Hui Wen looked inside the great Buddha's hall at the many disciples who were serving the Buddha's golden body. The great Buddha's hall was an important place of the Shaolin Temple, and there were disciples serving it at all times. If a disciple had really gained the favor of the Buddha, it could only be among these disciples. The other heads also thought of this, and suddenly, their eyes changed as they looked at the disciples in the great Buddha's hall. Since the last a holy monk passed away 60 years ago, the Shaolin Temple had not given birth to another a holy monk. As a result, the Shaolin Temple's position in the world of martial arts rapidly declined. If a disciple had gained such a huge amount of Buddha's aura, not to mention a holy monk, even attaining Arhat's Buddhahood would be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, the court heads' hearts began to burn. "You guys, back down. Without the permission of the heads, don't come near." The head of the warrior monastery had a fiery temper. He looked at Su Qin and the other Chores Hall disciples who were pale and waved his hand. Yes. The Chores Hall disciples looked at each other and turned to leave. The other heads and Abbot Hui Wen saw this and did not stop them. "It's the Buddha's palm." Along the way, Su Qin was excited, but he didn't show it on his face. This was the most powerful martial art of the Shaolin Temple, known as the Buddha's palm. There were only a few people in the world who could compete with it. However, Su Qin had heard other rumors. As early as 900 years ago, the Buddha's palm had been lost. The Shaolin Temple had lost this most powerful martial art. Su Qin's thoughts were in turmoil. As the former third young master of the family Su Qin had no martial arts aptitude, but he still had some understanding of the world's situation. Whether it was the Shaolin Temple or the family Su Qin was in, they were all in an empire called the Tang Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the righteous and the evil were at odds with each other. To the north of the Tang Dynasty were the Song Dynasty and the Liao Dynasty. Outside the Liao Dynasty was the Meng Yuan Empire, which occupied the endless grasslands. To the south of the Tang Dynasty was the Ming Empire. In addition, there were many small countries such as Dali and Nanzhao. It could be said that this world was a combination of the countless martial arts worlds in Su Qin's previous life. Soon, Su Qin returned to the chores yard. Buzz. Su Qin's mind entered the center of his eyebrows. He felt a huge golden Buddha standing in the center of his eyebrows, exuding an immortal and eternal aura. It was the Buddha's palm. With Su Qin's current physical strength, he couldn't withstand the supreme martial art of the Buddha's palm. He could only condense this golden Buddha and let Su Qin slowly comprehend it. To completely master the Buddha's palm, Su Qin's strength had to reach a certain level. It was like a baby getting a peerless divine sword. First, he had to have the strength to lift the peerless divine sword before he could master it. No rush, take it slow. Su Qin comforted himself in his heart. Anyway, the Buddha's palm was already in his hands. As long as Su Qin's strength reached a certain level, using the Buddha's palm would be a matter of course. Moreover, this was only the reward Su Qin received for the first time. In the Shaolin Temple, the Mahavira Hall was one of the most important places, but there were also places comparable to the Mahavira. For example, the various courtyards, the Sutra Pavilion, the Demon Subduing Tower, and so on. Su Qin has decided that he will visit every place in the Shaolin Temple in the future, and strive not to miss any opportunity to sign in. The next day, Su Qin Sutra 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 Sutra. Sutra 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 was Sutra Sutra Sutra. Sutra Sutra, Sutra 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 Sutra, Sutra 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 Sutra. In fact, this was normal. If a mere sweeping monk could read the books in the Sutras depository, wouldn't it mean that there was no one left in the Shaolin Temple? System, sign in. Su Qin muttered to himself as he swept the floor. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the cultivation technique Yi Jing Jing. Note, this is a repeatable sign-in location. The host can sign in once a day. The sound of the system notification came slowly. Oh, Yi Jing Jing. Su Qin was amazed. Although the Yi Jing Jing wasn't as famous as the Buddha's palm, it was definitely one of the world's most miraculous martial arts. Cultivating the tendon-changing scripture could change one's tendons and remove one's hair, changing one's bone structure. To Su Qin, an ordinary person without any martial arts aptitude, this was even more important than the Buddha's palm. Although the level of the Buddha's palm far surpassed that of the Yi Jing Jing, if the Yi Jing Jing hadn't changed Su Qin's martial aptitude, he wouldn't even have had the chance to use the Buddha's palm. In an instant, a large number of memories of cultivating the Yi Jing Jing appeared in Su Qin's mind. At the same time, Su Qin's bone structure slowly emitted a kacha-kacha sound. Obviously, under the infusion of the system, Su Qin directly grasped all the key points of cultivating the Yi Jing Jing. After a long time, Su Qin opened his eyes. This? Su Qin looked at his hands in disbelief. Su Qin could clearly feel that there was a faint aura flowing between his limbs and bones. Internal force? I've entered the grade? Su Qin muttered. In this world, martial arts, from low to high, are divided into 9 grades to 1 grade. 9th grade is the lowest, and 1st grade is the highest. 9th grade to 7th grade are the lower 3 realms, 6th grade to 4th grade are the middle 3 realms, and 3rd grade to 1st grade are the upper 3 realms. The reason why the family Su could become a local wealthy family was because the head of the family Su had entered the middle 3 realms and became a 6th grade martial artist. And Su Qin now had internal force, which meant that he had already entered the 9th grade. It's worthy of being called the world's most amazing martial arts. I've just started and I'm already at the 9th grade. Su Qin was overjoyed. One must know that he was an ordinary person without any martial arts aptitude. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to become a martial artist. But now, the Yi Jing Jing had turned something rotten into something magical, and directly allowed Su Qin to enter the 9th grade. Of course, this was mainly because the system had instilled all the key points of the Yi Jing Jing into Su Qin's mind, allowing him to completely master the Yi Jing Jing. Otherwise, even if the complete Yi Jing Jing was placed in front of Su Qin might not be able to understand it. Buddhist martial arts were known for being obscure and difficult to understand, let alone an amazing martial art like the Yi Jing Jing. On the 3rd day, Su Qin was assigned to sweep the floor of the Bodhi court. Among the courts of the Shaolin Temple, the Bodhi court had the least number of monks. Other courts, such as the Warrior Monastery and the Arhat court, had to recruit a large number of disciples every year. But the Bodhi court was different. Throughout the year, there were almost no new faces added to the Bodhi court. But even so, the Bodhi court's position in the Shaolin Temple was still unshakable. Because the Shaolin Temple's small revitalizing pill, great revitalizing pill, marrow cleansing pill, and even the Bodhi pill all came from the Bodhi court. Who in the martial arts world didn't know about the Shaolin Temple's small revitalizing pill and great revitalizing pill? A place rich in pills? Su Qin's eyes flashed slightly, and he said in his heart, "System, sign in here." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received the pill, small revitalizing pill. Note, this is a repeatable sign in location. The host can sign in once a day. Suddenly, an ancient pill appeared in the system space. As long as Su Qin was willing, he could take out this bottle of pills at any time. But Su Qin forcibly stopped this idea. This was outside the Bodhi court. If Su Qin suddenly took out a bottle of small revitalizing pill, it was very likely to attract attention. At night, after confirming that there was no one nearby, Su Qin took out the small revitalizing pill. Suddenly, a snow-white pill appeared in front of Su Qin. The Shaolin Temple's small revitalizing pill had the miraculous effect of opening up the muscles and bones and increasing one's strength. The Shaolin Temple was able to maintain its position as a major martial arts sect after losing the most powerful divine skill, the Buddha's palm. Su Qin looked at the round small revitalizing pill, his eyes shining. After practicing I Jing Jing, Su Qin was tortured by hunger almost all the time. The vegetarian food provided by the Shaolin Temple could not satisfy Su Qin's needs at all. If this continued, Su Qin would probably still be a ninth-stage martial artist 10 years later. Martial arts cultivation was about refining essence into qi. Without a sufficient supply of essence qi, there would be no benefit. But with the small revitalizing pill, everything was different. The small revitalizing pill was originally refined with various precious herbs. It was simple to replenish Su Qin's consumption. Gulp. Su Qin swallowed the small revitalizing pill. The small revitalizing pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, forming a huge heat flow that rushed to every corner of Su Qin's body. With the continuous integration of the heat flow, the internal strength of I Jing Jing grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. After an unknown amount of time, the internal strength that had skyrocketed by a large amount rumbled as if it had touched a bottleneck and began to slowly calm down. Peak. Ninth stage. A single small revitalizing pill pushed me to the peak of the ninth stage? I Jing Jing, as a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple, is known for its strong foundation. As long as I practice step by step, it's only a matter of time before I enter the upper realm. Other disciples, even the court heads, have to be careful when practicing I Jing Jing, for fear of misunderstanding its true meaning. But I'm different. With the system's installation, it's equivalent to taking a strategically advantageous position. It's impossible for me to go astray. Su Qin converged his aura and didn't rush to break through. Instead, he stabilized his peak grade 9 realm. The internal force of the peak grade 9 realm slowly circulated in his body, making Su Qin's eyes and ears clear. He could clearly see a reptile dozens of meters away. Martial Dao cultivation is essentially the path of human evolution. It is recorded in the ancient books that martial artists in the upper realm have already set foot in developing their own potential. Every martial artist in the upper realm is unique. Even in the Shaolin Temple, martial artists in the upper realm are enough to serve as court heads. It is said that there is a wider world above the upper realm. Su Qin leisurely yearned for it. However, I must keep the matter of becoming a grade 9 martial artist a secret. Su Qin's heart tightened. An ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. As a transmigrator, how could Su Qin not know this truth? Although the Shaolin Temple claims to be righteous, Su Qin will not put his life in the hands of the Shaolin Temple. Thinking of this, Su Qin became vigilant and made up his mind. In the future, he must be careful in the Shaolin Temple to avoid unnecessary trouble. Time passed. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 5 years, Su Qin had been doing his job and sweeping the floor in a well-behaved manner. There was not a single wave. However, Su Qin heard that several disciples of the handyman court, because they were secretly learning martial arts, were discovered and caused the anger of the court head, who directly expelled them from the Shaolin temple. Expelled from the Shaolin temple? If it was before entering the Shaolin temple, Su Qin would be tempted and think about whether he could return to the secular world through this method. After all, life in the Shaolin temple is too boring. How can it be as carefree as the third young master of the family Su? But now, even if the court heads and Abbot Huiwen knelt in front of Su Qin and begged him to leave the Shaolin temple, Su Qin would refuse without hesitation. For others, the Shaolin temple is a shackle. But in the eyes of the Shaolin temple, by Shaolin temple is Shaolin temple. Every day, as long as he swept the floor and signed in, he would be able to obtain all kinds of secret manuals and elixirs. His strength would also soar. Where can you Shan? In the past 5 years, Su Qin visited the entire Shaolin temple in the name of sweeping the floor. Except for a few forbidden areas, Su Qin basically signed in everywhere in the Shaolin temple. Outside the Dharma court, Su Qin signed in and received marrow cleansing scripture, golden bell shield, and other secret techniques. Outside the warrior monastery, Su Qin signed in and received Arhat fist, demon subduing fist, and other secret techniques. Outside the Arhat temple, Su Qin signed in and received Vajra unbreakable divine art. Signing in under a 1,000-year-old ancient tree in the Shaolin temple, Su Qin received flower pinching finger. Signing in outside the demon subduing tower, Su Qin received nether scripture, absorbing stars great technique, and other secret techniques. After 5 years of signing in, Su Qin discovered that most places in the Shaolin temple could only sign in once or a few times. For example, the Great Strength Hall. Ever since Su Qin signed in there for the first time and received Buddha's palm, he couldn't sign in there anymore. But there were some places where he could sign in repeatedly. For example, the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, the Bodhi Courtyard, and the Demon Subduing Tower. In the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, Su Qin would receive various secret techniques. For example, Su Qin had already signed in to the 72 secret techniques of the Shaolin temple. He had already signed into them by the system and cultivated them to perfection. As for the Bodhi Courtyard, Su Qin didn't know how many pills he had signed in. Small recovery pill, great recovery pill, marrow cleansing pill, Bodhi pill. Among them, the effect of the great recovery pill was about 10 times that of the small recovery pill. The marrow cleansing pill cleansed the muscles and marrow and tempered the body. It was very beneficial for Su Qin's cultivation of the Vajra unbreakable divine art. There was also the demon subduing tower. The demon subduing tower was the place where the eminent monks of the Shaolin temple suppressed the demons of the world. Su Qin usually signed in here for some demonic techniques. Over time, Su Qin was too lazy to come here. After all, although some demonic techniques are indeed unique, it would be troublesome if the abbot and the head abbot noticed that he was cultivating demonic techniques in the Shaolin temple. Besides, the strength of the demons who can be suppressed in the demon subduing tower is only SOSO, and almost none of them are in the upper realm. Even if Su Qin came here every day to sign in, he wouldn't gain much. It's better to put the sign-in opportunities in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion and the Bodhi Courtyard. In 5 years, in addition to receiving a lot of sign-in rewards, Su Qin's cultivation base reached the 4th grade. 4th grade? He was already at the peak of the middle realm, only 1 step away from the upper realm. Even in a great sect like the Shaolin temple, a 4th grade martial artist is only second to the head abbot and the head abbot. Ordinary martial artists, no matter how terrifying their talent is, it would take 20 years of hard work to cultivate to the 4th grade. And this is based on the continuous supply of resources from the outside world. But Su Qin only took 5 years, to be precise, less than 5 years. Su Qin officially entered the 4th grade a year ago. 5 years have passed, presumably the family Su should have almost recovered, right? Su Qin walked to the front of the Beauty Courtyard and said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the Great Recovery Pill. Great Recovery Pill? Su Qin nodded slightly. After his strength reached the 4th grade, the small recovery pill was basically useless to Su Qin. Only the Great Recovery Pill and the Beauty Pill could increase Su Qin's strength. Click. Click. Su Qin casually poured a bottle of Great Recovery pill into his mouth and swallowed it as if he was chewing candy. If other people saw that the Great Recovery pill was called the holy medicine of the Shaolin Temple, even the puny courtyard couldn't produce many Great Recovery pills in a year, but a sweeping monk like Su Qin swallowed it, they would probably be heartbroken. Father and mother should be doing well now. With big brother and second brother, they don't need me. As early as the first year of entering the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin received a letter from family Su that they had defeated the enemy and were basically safe. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin was able to sign in at the Shaolin Temple for 5 years with peace of mind. During this period, family Su told Su Qin more than once that they were trying to get him out of the Shaolin Temple. But every time, they were righteously rejected by Su Qin. Not to mention how family Su could persuade the Shaolin Temple, even if they could really make the Shaolin Temple release him, Su Qin was still unwilling to leave. At noon, Su Qin was about to prepare a vegetarian meal. When he passed by the Arhat courtyard, he found many monks gathered there, whispering about something. After Su Qin approached, he realized that there were disciples who wanted to break through the bronze array of the Arhat courtyard. In front of the Arhat hall, many Shaolin Temple disciples were talking about it. Senior brother Xianxia is a genius of our Arhat yard. He has reached level 8 a few days ago. He will have no problem breaking through the 18 bronze men array. Yes, senior brother Xianxia is a disciple valued by the head of Arhat yard. It is said that he has been advised by the abbot. Xianxia? Su Qin thought for a while and finally remembered. Xianxia was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple at the same time as Su Qin. They both belonged to the Jin generation. However, Xianxia's martial arts aptitude was excellent. He was valued by the head of Arhat yard and accepted into the Arhat yard personally. As for Su Qin, he was thrown into the chores yard because he had no martial arts aptitude. It could be said that Xianxia and Su Qin represented the two extremes of the Shaolin Temple disciples. The former was dazzling, while the latter was unknown. Senior brother Xianxia entered the Shaolin Temple for only 5 years and reached level 8. Maybe he will become the head of a yard in the future. A young acolyte of 12 or 13 years old said enviously. He had entered the Shaolin Temple for 2 or 3 years, but he was still training his muscles and bones. He had not even touched the door of level 9, let alone level 8. Su Qin was silent beside him. If the disciples next to him knew that the Xianxia that they worshipped and admired was left far behind by Su Qin, their eyeballs would probably pop out. Xianxia was a level 8 martial artist. But Su Qin was already a level 4 martial artist. There were 4 big realms between the two. Even 1,000 Xianxias together would not be enough to be suppressed by Su Qin. In martial arts practice, the gap was bigger at the later stage. Maybe 10 level 9 martial artists could fight against 1 level 8. But 10 level 5 martial artists could fight against 1 level 4 martial artist. It was no different from a fool's dream. Su Qin was not interested in Xianxia. What Su Qin was concerned about was that the bronze man array in the Arhat Academy had the effect of helping the disciples test their strength. Su Qin had mastered all kinds of unique skills and divine skills of the Shaolin Temple, and his strength had reached the terrifying level 4, but he had never fought with anyone. Although he knew that he had stepped into rank 4, he had no idea what kind of destructive power rank 4 possessed. Su Qin only knew that he was very strong, but he had no idea how strong he was. Come over tonight when there's no one around. Su Qin turned around and left. Late at night, Su Qin took advantage of the moonlight and came to the front of the array of bronze men. Begin. Su Qin did not say a word and directly charged into the formation. The bronze men in the bronze man array were mechanical creations and not real people. Furthermore, there was no one guarding the bronze man array. It was because of this that Su Qin decided to test his strength here. 18 figures whose bodies were as hard as copper and iron quickly surrounded him. Too weak and too slow. Su Qin shook his head slightly. With a thought, he pointed out a finger, like Buddha smiling while holding a flower. Flower-pinching finger. Suddenly, the 18 bronze men retreated and fell to the ground. During the day, Xianxia spent a lot of effort to break through the 18 bronze man array. In front of Su Qin, it did not even last a moment. Strength is too weak to have the effect of testing. Su Qin continued to walk inside. After the 18 bronze man array, it was the 36 bronze man array. A level 8 martial artist could break through the 18 bronze man array, but to continue to break through the 36 bronze man array, one had to be at least level 7. As for the 72 bronze man array, one could not try it unless one was a level 6 martial artist. Generally speaking, only a level 5 martial artist had the confidence to break through the 72 bronze man array. The last 108 bronze man array could only be activated by a level 4 martial artist. However, the 108 bronze man array contained Tiangang and Disha. It was left by a certain generation of a holy monk in the Xianxia temple. An ordinary level 4 martial artist could not last long inside. Only those level 4 martial artists, or even close to level 3, could break through the 108 bronze man array. Rumble. Su Qin took a step forward. A terrifying internal force burst out. The 36 bronze man array that had just surrounded him broke almost at the touch. Next. Su Qin went deeper again. Whoosh. The next moment. 72 bronze-colored figures, like ghosts, appeared near Su Qin. 72 bronze man array? Su Qin was slightly disappointed. Compared to the 18 bronze man array and the 36 bronze man array, the 72 bronze man array was much faster. However, for Su Qin, the 72 bronze man array was just SOSO. There was no threat at all. Click. 72 bronze men flew out. There are only the last 108 bronze men left. Su Qin continued to go deeper. Suddenly, just as Su Qin entered the range of the 108 bronze man array, 108 figures appeared silently, and with the 108 heavenly spirits and earthly fiends, they turned into layers of inescapable nets and shrouded Su Qin. Under such circumstances, Su Qin seemed to not be facing the 108 bronze man array, but the world itself. Interesting. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Boom. In an instant, Su Qin collided with the 108 bronze man array. The 108 bronze man array carried the power of heaven and earth, crushing everything, but Su Qin was like an eternal golden Buddha. Buzz. Su Qin's skin faintly revealed a golden color. This was the embodiment of the invincible Vajra divine art, operating to the extreme. Invincible Vajra divine art is one of the strongest external techniques of the Xianxia temple. When cultivated to the great success stage, the body alone is enough to challenge the martial artists of the upper realm. In the past 5 years, Su Qin had signed in thousands of baptizing marrow pills, but he only managed to improve this external technique to the great success stage. Originally, Su Qin thought that it would take at least a few years to truly cultivate invincible Vajra divine art to the great success stage. But now, under the sharpening of the 108 bronze man array, invincible Vajra divine art began to slowly improve again. Half an hour later. Ha 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 ha. Great. It's really great. Su Qin's pupils flashed with a dark golden color. He raised his right hand, and the 108 bronze man array exploded in an instant. The great success stage of invincible Vajra divine art. Only the great success stage of invincible Vajra divine art can break the 108 bronze man array. However, before Su Qin could rejoice, a magnificent bell rang leisurely. Dang! 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 The bell rang melodiously and deeply, resounding throughout the Xianxia temple. Not good. I broke through the 108 bronze man array, and in the end, I accidentally broke the 108 bronze man array. I should have touched a certain mechanism and triggered this bell. In a flash, Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly thought of the reason. I have to leave. Otherwise, I'm afraid the abbot and the others will come. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and he disappeared in place. Not long after Su Qin left, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads hurried over. What happened? Why did the bell of the bronze man array ring? Isn't the bell only sounded after the disciple broke through the 18 bronze men, 36 bronze men, 72 bronze men, and 108 bronze men array? The warrior monastery's court head was puzzled. To break through these 4 arrays in a row, one needs to be at least at the 4th stage. But they all know that the current 4th stage monks of the Shaolin Temple can't break through the bronze man array. However, when Abbot Huiwen and the court heads approached, their faces were suddenly shocked. Someone is breaking through the bronze man array. After Abbot Huiwen finished speaking, he quickly walked into the depths. The court heads looked at each other, and an incredible thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Is it possible that someone broke through the 4 arrays in a row and caused the bell to ring? Soon. When the court heads entered the 108 bronze man array and saw the 108 bronze men broken into pieces, their pupils suddenly shrank. Not only did someone break through the 108 bronze men array, but even the 108 bronze men were broken into pieces? How is this possible? One must know that breaking through the 108 bronze men array and breaking the 108 bronze men array are 2 different concepts. The latter is much more difficult than the former. Abbot Huiwen lowered his body and gently touched the pieces of the bronze men, feeling the aura flowing on the pieces. Invincible, Xianxia, this is the great accomplishment of the indestructible Vajra divine art. Great accomplishment of invincible Vajra divine art? When the other court heads heard this, their eyes widened. Invincible Vajra divine art is a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple, and all the court heads present have practiced it. However, it is easy to get started with invincible Vajra divine art, but it is difficult to cultivate it. Simply put, it is 10 times harder to cultivate invincible Vajra divine art to great accomplishment than an ordinary person who is not even in grade 9 to the upper realm. Of course, once invincible Vajra divine art reaches great accomplishment, one can challenge an upper realm martial artist with their body alone. It's just that if one has the aptitude and energy to cultivate, wouldn't it be better to become an upper realm martial artist? Therefore, in the Shaolin Temple, invincible Vajra divine art is a relatively unpopular unique skill. Everyone knows that invincible Vajra divine art has great potential, but no disciple is willing to spend time on it. Because the effort is not proportional to the harvest. Although the disciples of the Shaolin Temple are relatively dull, they are not fools. The warrior monastery head turned his eyes and looked at the Arhat court head. Well, the Arhat court hides deep enough. I didn't expect them to have a great accomplishment of invincible Vajra divine art. Among the Shaolin Temple, the Arhat court has the most research on invincible Vajra divine art. If there is a disciple who has cultivated invincible Vajra divine art to great accomplishment, it can only be a disciple of the Arhat court. Moreover, the bronze array is also in the Arhat court. That's why the warrior monastery head asked. As soon as the voice of the warrior monastery head fell, the other court heads and Abbot Huiwen also looked over. Namo Amaba. The Arhat court head immediately replied, this poor monk knows all the disciples of the Arhat court. No one can cultivate invincible Vajra divine art to great accomplishment. As soon as these words came out, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked stunned. If it is not a disciple of the Arhat court, then which disciple has cultivated invincible Vajra divine art to great accomplishment? After a moment, the disciplinary court head tentatively asked, is it related to what happened 5 years ago? 5 years ago, a golden Buddha appeared above the Great Strength Hall, and Buddha's aura filled the air, illuminating the entire Shaolin Temple. At that time Abbot Huiwen and the court heads thought that the Buddha favored a disciple, which caused this vision. However, in the end they checked Buddha's Shaolin Vajra court hall disciples at that time, no one had any anomalies. This matter has always been on Abbot Huiwen's mind, and even now, he is still secretly observing. Unfortunately. That is, it. Is. Abbot Huiwen sighed softly. Invincible Vajra divine art, specialized in the cultivation of the body. Once cultivated to great accomplishment, the control of the body would be terrifyingly strong. If the other party intended to hide his aura, it would be impossible to find him unless he attained Arhat. Let's not talk about this for now. Abbot Huiwen was silent for a moment, and then said in a low voice, the 100-year period is coming. Get ready. 100-year period. Hearing these words, the court heads' faces changed slightly. They looked at the forbidden area of the back mountain with solemn expressions. Almost. If we were a little slower, I'm afraid we would have been caught on the spot. Su Qin returned to the chores court and was slightly relieved. With Su Qin's strength, after breaking through the 108 bronze men array, he was fully capable of stopping the bell from ringing. But at that time, Suqin was obsessed with the breakthrough and forgot to stop it. However, after the invincible Vajra divine art is completed, there will be such a change. Suqin muttered to himself. At this moment, Suqin's aura was completely restrained, and he was no different from an ordinary person. Even if Abbot Huiwen personally checked, it would be impossible to find anything. But only Suqin knew how terrifying the power he now possessed was. In the 108 bronze men array, Suqin only released a little of his physical strength, and the 108 bronze men collapsed. If it was completely unleashed, how strong would the destructive power be? Suqin was looking forward to it. Next, it's time to prepare for the breakthrough. Suqin calmed down and made a decision in his heart. Since entering the 4th grade realm a year ago, Suqin has been suppressing his cultivation and delaying the breakthrough time. It's not because Suqin doesn't want to go further. It's because there is a great risk when entering the upper realm from the middle realm. This great risk has nothing to do with oneself, but comes from the outside world. If a martial artist wants to enter the upper realm and become a 3rd grade martial artist, the first thing to do is to completely open the channel between oneself and the outside world and be washed by the world's essence qi. Only in this way can one truly become a martial artist in the upper realm. However, how tyrannical is the world's essence qi? If it is allowed to enter the body unscrupulously, who can predict the damage it will cause? Many rank 4 martial artists would explode and die immediately when they broke through. Even if they survived, their meridians were broken and they became a waste. This is also the reason why there are so few upper realm martial artists in the world today. Generally speaking, out of 54th grade martial artists breaking through, it's considered lucky if one person succeeds in the end. Even in a great sect like the Shaolin Temple, breaking through to the upper realm is a top priority and requires the personal protection of the court heads and the abbot. Therefore, Suqin is so cautious. When breaking through to the upper realm, the biggest risk is the world's essence qi from the outside world entering the body. If there is a slight mistake, the body will explode and die. The reason for this is nothing more than that the body is too weak. If the body is strong enough to ignore the world's essence qi, the so-called risk is naturally not worth mentioning. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated, but now, I have cultivated invincible Vajra divine art to the dashi stage. With just my body, I can challenge the upper realm. With such a body, it shouldn't be a problem to withstand the world's essence qi. Suqin guessed in his heart. Although Suqin believes that the dashi stage of invincible Vajra divine art is enough to cope with the risk of a breakthrough, but in order to be foolproof, he decided to wait a few more months. Using these few months, he will sign in more pills to strengthen the body, such as the marrow cleansing pill. Anyway, he has waited for a year, so a few more months won't make a difference. Next, Suqin temporarily gave up the sign in outside the scripture pavilion and left all the sign and opportunities in the Bodhi court. During this period, Suqin clearly felt that the Shaolin Temple seems to have begun to be on guard. And this atmosphere of vigilance is getting more and more intense. Even Suqin, a sweeping monk with a very low sense of existence, noticed that something was wrong. While sweeping the floor, Suqin vaguely heard some disciples whispering about the 100-year period and the Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Back Mountain Forbidden Area? Suqin had a thoughtful look on his face. In the past 5 years, Suqin has visited all corners of the Shaolin Temple, only a few forbidden areas have not been to. Among them is the Back Mountain of the Shaolin Temple. In the first 4 years, Suqin was weak and didn't dare to enter a forbidden area like the Back Mountain. After Suqin entered the 4th grade, he could vaguely perceive that there was a more powerful aura in the Back Mountain. Because of this, Suqin has never been close to the Back Mountain. No matter what happens, I'm just a sweeping monk, it has nothing to do with me. Suqin thought for a while and didn't care too much. When Suqin returned to the chores yard, he found that the head of the chores yard was reprimanding someone. When the head of the chores yard saw Suqin, he nodded slightly. The head of the chores yard had watched Suqin grow up and knew that Suqin had been diligent and hardworking in the past 5 years. Compared with Suqin, the other disciples of the chores yard were not good enough. These disciples either wanted to learn the martial arts of the Shaolin Temple secretly or were lazy secretly. Only Suqin had never slacked off in the past 5 years. Every day, he would appear in different corners of the Shaolin temple and sweep the floor. Where could he find such a worry-free disciple? The more the head of the chores yard looked at Su Qin, the more satisfied he was. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to entrust him with important tasks. Zhengguan is back. The head of the chores yard smiled at Su Qin. Su Qin was a disciple of the Zhen generation. When he entered the Shaolin temple, he was given the name Zhengguan. Head of the chores yard. Su Qin walked to the crowd of chores yard disciples and stopped. Well, during this time, the Shaolin temple is under martial law. You should all pay attention. The head of the chores yard turned his eyes to the other disciples and said seriously. Head of the chores yard, what happened? I see that the disciples of the other yards are being mysterious. A disciple of the chores yard asked curiously. Hearing this, the other disciples' eyes lit up and their ears quickly pricked up. The head of the chores yard hesitated for a while and decided to say more. This is related to the scandal of the Shaolin temple. Listen carefully and don't spread it. In fact, this matter was not a secret. The head of the chores yard didn't say it before because he didn't want to distract the disciples. But now, the Shaolin temple was under martial law again because of this matter. If he didn't say anything, if these disciples got into trouble, he, the head of the chores yard, would have to clean up after them? 900 years ago, when the Shaolin temple was at its peak, a traitor appeared. Although this traitor is a disciple of the Shaolin temple, he betrayed the sutra and called himself Devil Buddha. He wants to destroy the Shaolin temple. Fortunately, there was an ancestral master who had attained the realm of Arhat in the temple. When the ancestral master took action, the Devil Buddha was quickly suppressed. After suppressing the Devil Buddha, the founder passed away very quickly. At this point, the servant court head sighed softly. If the Shaolin temple still had someone as powerful as Arhat, why would they be so cowardly now? The other disciples looked at each other when they heard this. At their level, they couldn't understand what Devil Buddha and Arhat meant. Only Su Qin had a serious look in his eyes. The warriors in the world were divided into 9 ranks. Rank 1 was the strongest, and rank 9 was the weakest. Those who could enter rank 3 were the most famous warriors in the world. The heads of the Shaolin temple were at this level. As for Abbot Hui Wen, he is grade 2. In the whole world, a rank 2 warrior could be called a grandmaster of martial arts. As for rank 1, they were grandmasters of martial arts. Only a sect with a rank 1 warrior could be called a major martial arts sect in the world. Even in the Shaolin temple, a rank 1 warrior was called a holy monk. Above rank 1 was the realm of Arhat. People in Jianghu preferred to call warriors of this realm legend of martial arts. Whether it was the realm of Arhat or legend of martial arts, they both represented the pinnacle of martial arts. They could ride the wind and control the qi, and destroy cities and destroy the earth with a flip of the hand. According to the servant court head, the ancestral master who attained the realm of Arhat passed away soon after suppressing the Devil Buddha. Suppressing, not killing. It was very likely that the Devil Buddha was also a powerful warrior at the level of Arhat. Therefore, the ancestral master could only suppress, because it was impossible to kill. Moreover, during the suppression, the ancestral master should have been seriously injured, which led to his quick death. Besides that, Su Qin also knew that the most powerful divine skill of the Shaolin temple, the Buddha's palm, which was claimed to have been personally taught by Buddha, was lost 900 years ago. It was at the same time as the birth of the Devil Buddha. Su Qin guessed that it was because of the chaos of the Devil Buddha that the Buddha's palm was lost, and the ancestral master who attained the realm of Arhat passed away. Just as Su Qin was thinking. The servant court head continued, although the Devil Buddha was suppressed, his demonic thoughts did not die. Every 100 years, he would break through the seal and split out a strand of demonic thoughts to bewitch the disciples of the Shaolin temple. In the past 900 years, because of the bewitchment of the demonic thoughts, a total of 8 successors of the Devil Buddha appeared in the Shaolin temple. These successors of the Devil Buddha were all disciples of the Shaolin temple, but they were influenced by the demonic thoughts and wanted to destroy the Shaolin temple. And in a few years, it will be the 900 years. Therefore, if you are bewitched by the demonic thoughts, you must inform me in time. Do you understand? The servant court head looked at the disciples sternly when he said this. Yes, court head. The disciples of the servant court immediately replied. After the servant court had left, Suqin did what he should do. The devil Buddha was a matter for the court heads and the abbot of the Shaolin temple. It had nothing to do with Suqin. The sweeping monk was too inconspicuous. Unless the Shaolin temple was destroyed, no matter how big the matter was, it would not affect Suqin. Half a year passed just like that. In the past 6 months, Suqin only signed in at the Bodhi court and received a large number of pills. The preparations are almost done. Suqin casually found a mountain forest and prepared to break through. This mountain forest was at the edge of the Shaolin temple. Often, no one would come here for several years. Suqin's breakthrough would not alarm the abbot of the Shaolin temple even if he caused some commotion. Walala. Suqin raised his right hand and immediately took out the pills from the system space. These pills were placed in front of Suqin. They were all pills to strengthen the body, such as the marrow cleansing pill. At a glance, there were about 1,000 of them. If the court heads of the Shaolin temple saw these pills, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. Even the entire Bodhi court produced more than 100 marrow cleansing pills a year. These marrow cleansing pills were distributed to each court head and each court head could only get 10 pills a year. But now, there were thousands of marrow cleansing pills in front of Suqin. It was equivalent to 10 years of production of the Bodhi court without eating or drinking. Start. Suqin sat cross-legged and kept eating the marrow cleansing pills as if he was eating beans. Half an hour later, Suqin's aura suddenly shrank. Then, the endless heaven and earth essence chi rushed madly into Suqin's body as if a gate had been opened. However, the heaven and earth essence chi, which was enough to make an ordinary 4th-grade martial artist explode on the spot, poured into Suqin's body like a well-behaved cat and quickly integrated into every piece of flesh and blood, crazily strengthening his body. 2 hours passed. Suqin opened his eyes and was slightly surprised. That's it? I'm already a 3rd-grade martial artist? Suqin was surprised. The process of him entering the 3rd grade was as simple as eating and drinking. It was not as dangerous as the rumors said. The biggest difference between upper realm and middle realm martial artists is their internal strength. The upper realm martial artist's body is washed by the world's essence chi, and their internal strength transforms. Under normal circumstances, an upper realm martial artist's internal strength can crush a middle realm martial artist's internal strength. Simply put, even if it's just an upper realm martial artist, they can easily sweep a middle realm martial artist. In addition to internal strength, the upper realm martial artist's body also gets a certain degree of improvement. Of course, the improvement here is far less than the great accomplishment of Invincible Vajra Divine Art. This is a grade 3 martial artist? Suqin whispered to himself, looking excited. Suqin can clearly feel that at this moment, he is faintly drawing the world's essence chi around him. Suqin punched out, but what broke out was not his own strength, but the mighty world's essence chi. No wonder in the Shaolin temple, only grade 3 martial artists can become the court head. Suqin thought, feeling the internal strength in his body, the gap between grade 3 and grade 4 is too big. Suqin was amazed. Because the power controlled by grade 3 martial artists is no longer their own, but the world's essence chi. Thinking of this, Suqin finally realized the horror of the great accomplishment of Invincible Vajra Divine Art. Invincible Vajra Divine Art has nothing to do with the world's essence chi. It is purely an external technique to temper the body. But to be able to strengthen the body to the point of challenging an upper realm martial artist is tantamount to fighting against the world with one's own strength. It is simply incredible. It's almost time, it's time to go back. Suqin quickly converged his aura. With the great accomplishment of Invincible Vajra Divine Art, as long as he doesn't actively expose his aura, even a grade 1 great grandmaster won't be able to detect any abnormalities. Whoosh! Suqin's figure turned into a shadow and disappeared in a flash. If any Shaolin temple disciple passes by here and sees this, they will be stunned, thinking that they have seen a ghost. The Shaolin temple was simple, tranquil, and otherworldly. Just as Suqin was about to return to the chores yard, he saw a figure staring blankly at the back of the mountain. True nature? Suqin recognized this genius from the Arhat Academy who had entered the Shaolin temple at the same time as him. Why do I feel that he is a bit strange? Su Qin felt that Jinxing had a sense of loss, as if he had received a blow. When Jinxing saw Su Qin approaching, he immediately left. What happened? Su Qin muttered to himself. Su Qin thought so, but he had no intention of asking. He was not familiar with Jinxing. Although both of them belonged to the Jin generation and had entered the Shaolin Temple at the same time, they had hardly interacted with each other. As far as Jinxing was concerned, he was a genius of the Arhat Academy and had a bright future ahead of him. But what about Su Qin? He was just a sweeping monk. Although the Shaolin Temple sought to see through the world of mortals, Jinxing obviously had not reached this level. After returning to the chores yard, Su Qin heard the chores yard disciples whispering among themselves. I heard that Jinxing of the Arhat Academy and his whole family were slaughtered by a passing evil warrior. I heard about it too. It is said that the abbot even called him over to comfort him. Comfort? His whole family is dead. What's the use of comforting him? Ah, so pitiful. I see. Su Qin thought of Jinxing's expression and understood. The outside world is too dangerous. The Shaolin Temple is still the best. Su Qin was filled with emotion and became more determined to stay in the Shaolin Temple. Time passed. Next, Su Qin resumed sweeping the floor and signing in. Every day, he would go to the Scripture Pavilion, the Bodhi Court, and the Demon Subduing Tower. During this period, as Su Qin's strength improved greatly and entered the upper realm, he began to try the forbidden areas of the Shaolin Temple that he had never been to before. 4.5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Outside the Scripture Pavilion, Su Qin held a broom with both hands and leisurely swept the falling leaves. In the past 4.5 years, Su Qin obtained countless heaven and earth treasures and spirit pills through signing in. His strength has advanced by leaps and bounds and he has stepped into the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm. Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. In today's martial world, a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is definitely a peak martial artist. If a legend does not appear, a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is the strongest. In the world, there are only a few Grade 1 Great Grandmasters, such as the imperial teacher of the Mengyuan Empire in the north, Daoist Zhang of Wudong true martial lineage. Although the Shaolin Temple is a great sect, in this generation, there is no Grade 1 holy monk. If it were not for the deep heritage of the Shaolin Temple, they would have long been removed from the list of great sects. From this, it can be seen how rare a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is. Any one of them can affect the situation and suppress one side. It's been 10 years. Su Qin's figure was tall and straight, his eyes were calm. It has been 10 years since he entered the Shaolin Temple. In the past 10 years, he went from an ordinary person who was not even Grade 9 to a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. Moreover, he is vaguely the strongest person in this generation of the Shaolin Temple. One must know that even the current Shaolin Temple's abbot Huiwen is only Grade 2. As for the other court heads, they are only Grade 3. They can't be compared to a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster like Su Qin. Su Qin is confident that with his current strength, even if Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads were added together, they would not be able to defeat him. In the past 10 years, there have been many new faces, and many geniuses. Su Qin sighed softly. The Shaolin Temple recruits a large number of disciples every year to maintain the inheritance. In the past 10 years, Su Qin has seen too much. But no matter what happens, Su Qin is still unswerving as a sweeping monk. His original intention has not changed and has never wavered. Even if the handyman court head wanted to promote him, Su Qin resolutely refused. Su Qin has long thought about it. In the entire Shaolin Temple, only the sweeping monks can freely enter and leave most places. Otherwise, if Su Qin is a disciple of the Arhat court, but runs to other places all day, wouldn't it arouse suspicion? Besides, whether it is the Arhat court or the warrior monastery, the disciples will receive the attention of the court head and even the abbot. Su Qin has too many secrets. If something is discovered, how can he explain it? Only the sweeping monk can perfectly cover up all of Su Qin's secrets. Even the abbot of the Shaolin Temple will not care too much about a sweeping monk in the temple. Just as Su Qin was quietly sweeping the floor outside the Scripture Pavilion. Suddenly, a violent shout resounded from the Dharma court. Evil beast, you dare? The next moment. Wang. Extremely rich demonic energy began to spread wildly, quickly enveloping half of the Shaolin temple. The demonic power was vast. Ha 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 ha. Old man Hui Wen, you are old, your vitality is declining. How does my devil Buddha's palm taste? Outside the Dharma court. Abbot Hui Wen's face was pale. A black palm print could be faintly seen on his lower abdomen. This palm print seemed to have penetrated deep into Abbot Hui Wen's bone marrow. Strands of devil chi lingered like maggots in tarsal bones. Behind Abbot Hui Wen, the court heads were staring at the young man with black eyes. Xianxia, you, how could you? The Arhat court head's face was full of anger. The young man in front of him was the genius disciple of the Arhat court, Xianxia. Just an hour ago, Xianxia informed Abbot Hui Wen and the court heads that he knew about the devil Buddha. But at the critical moment, he sneakily attacked Abbot Hui Wen and succeeded. Stop talking. At this moment, Abbot Hui Wen took a deep breath and barely suppressed his injuries. He looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, you are this generation's successor of the devil Buddha, right? 900 years ago, a certain patriarch of the Shaolin temple who attained the Arhat Buddhahood had suppressed the devil Buddha in the back mountain. Since then, every 100 years, a devil would break free from the seal and bewitch the disciples of the Shaolin temple. Any disciple of the Shaolin temple who was bewitched would consider themselves as the successor of the devil Buddha. Their strength would be strengthened by the devil will, and they could climb to rank 2 or even rank 1 in a short time. In addition, every successor of the devil Buddha would hate the Shaolin temple and would aim to destroy the Shaolin temple. In the past 900 years, the Shaolin temple had produced 8 successors of the devil Buddha. And Xianxia was the 9th. In order to get rid of the first 8 successors of the devil Buddha, the Shaolin temple paid a heavy price. Especially in the last 100 years, the remaining 4 holy monks of the Shaolin temple did not hesitate to use forbidden arts to kill the successor of the devil Buddha. As a result, the 4 holy monks passed away one after another. 60 years ago, the last holy monk passed away, and the Shaolin temple no longer had a holy monk. Ha 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 ha. Yes, I'm the successor of the devil Buddha. Xianxia did not bother to deny it, and openly admitted his identity. The successor of the devil Buddha. Even if they had already guessed it, the court heads' expressions, when they heard these 4 words. For the Shaolin temple, the successor of the devil Buddha was more like a curse. Once every 100 years, it would drag down the Shaolin temple. Otherwise, with the heritage of the Shaolin temple as one of the major martial arts sects in the world, they would not be unable to cultivate even one holy monk in this generation. Xianxia, how dare you do this? The Shaolin temple has been good to you, accepting you as a disciple and teaching you divine arts. You. The court head of the Arhat court stared at Xianxia, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. Xianxia had been in the Shaolin temple for 10 years, and the court head of the Arhat court had really trained him as a nephew. He even prepared to let Xianxia take over the position of the court head of the Arhat court in the future. But he never dreamed that Xianxia dared to do such a disgraceful thing. Not bad? Xianxia heard this, and his face was full of sarcasm. My family of 18 was slaughtered, and what is the Shaolin temple doing? Senior brother comforted me, the court head comforted me, and the abbot comforted me. But you know, what I want is not comfort at all. Every time Xianxia said a word, the surrounding devil chi soared. As a major martial arts sect in the world, the Shaolin temple claims to be righteous, and only knows how to comfort people? Xianxia's words were full of killing intent. Hypocrites, hypocrites, Shaolin temple should be destroyed. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, the devil chi began to shake wildly. Vaguely, a half-gold and half-black devil Buddha's golden body appeared behind Xianxia comfort. The court head of the warrior monastery was furious. Then do you know that in order to avenge you, senior brother did not hesitate to violate the precepts, went down the mountain without permission, and hunted down the murderer for 3 months, and killed him in the vast sea in the west? Okay. No need to say more. The court head of the Arhat court calmed down and looked at Xianxia. The successor of the devil Buddha is a great enemy of the Shaolin temple. Since you are the successor of the devil Buddha, this poor monk will personally clean up the sect. The court head of the Arhat court head's skin faintly turned golden. As one of the most knowledgeable people in the Shaolin temple on the Vajra unbreakable divine art, The court head of the Arhat court head was much stronger than the other court heads, even though he was still some distance away from mastering the Vajra unbreakable divine art. Coupled with the vigorous internal force of a third-grade martial artist, from a certain point of view, the court head of the Arhat court head's strength could at least be ranked in the top 3 among the court heads. The murderer was killed? Xianxia was slightly stunned. Then, a strong black light appeared in the depths of his pupils again. So what, can my family of 18 live? Boom. The devilry was monstrous. The court heads took action at the first moment, faintly forming a large array. Abbot Huiwen sat cross-legged, suppressing the black palm print on his lower abdomen. However, a moment later. Crack. The court heads suddenly retreated, their faces were as pale as paper, and they spat out blood on the spot. It's useless. I'm already a second-grade martial artist. You're too weak. Xianxia smiled contemptuously. Huiwen, are you still not going to take action? Xianxia's eyes turned, looking at Abbot Huiwen, and said mockingly, the power of the Devil Buddha is not so easy to recover. Besides, even if you recover, what can you do? You're a second-grade martial artist, and I'm also a second-grade martial artist. The power of the Devil Buddha naturally restrains Buddhist techniques. Even if you recover to your peak, you're still not my opponent. Xianxia's killing intent was boiling. If your Shaolin temple has a holy monk, I'll turn around and leave without saying a word. Unfortunately, your Shaolin temple doesn't have a holy monk. Since you don't have one, go to hell. As soon as Xianxia finished his words, the light suddenly became dim, like a ghost shrouding Abbot Huiwen and the court heads. Endless black fog surged in from all directions. Within this black fog, there was a strange power. It was as if someone was whispering, and even their consciousness could invade it. For a moment, except for Abbot Huiwen who could barely stay awake, the other court heads began to slowly sink. Abbot Huiwen's face was as pale as paper, and a faint golden light emerged from his body. He was the only one on the field who was holding on. But even so, Abbot Huiwen also felt that his strength was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he would be completely defeated in a quarter of an hour at most. Once he couldn't hold on, the whole Shaolin temple would probably be destroyed. Is the Shaolin temple, which has been passed down for thousands of years, really going to be destroyed at this time? Abbot Huiwen's face was full of grief and despair. The Shaolin temple was a major martial arts sect in the world that had Arhat. It had been passed down for thousands of years and had gone through countless storms. How could it be destroyed at this time? Abbot Huiwen was full of reluctance. Just as Abbot Huiwen was ready to detonate everything he had, even if he couldn't die together with his opponent, he was going to severely injure the successor of the Devil Buddha. Outside the sutra depository, leaves kept falling. Su Qin stopped sweeping the floor, raised his right hand, and gently pinched a falling leaf. Humans are not plants. In the Dharma court, black devil chi covered the sky and the earth, crazily shrouding in all directions. All the Shaolin temple disciples who were affected by the devil chi were confused and quickly fell into depravity. In the depths of the thick black devil chi, a faint Buddha's light burned slowly like a candle flame. The Buddha's light was misty, trying to resist the black devil chi. But it was obvious that this Buddha's light could not last long. Once the Buddha's light was extinguished, the Shaolin temple would become a demonic realm in the human world. Huiwen, you old fool, give up. You will never know how terrifying the power of the Devil Buddha is. Xianxia said slowly. Now that the Shaolin temple's heads had lost their ability to resist, and Abbot Huiwen could not hold on for long, Xianxia was already confident of victory. Fortunately, I led the heads and the abbot to the Dharma court. Otherwise, once someone left, it would not be so easy to destroy the Shaolin temple with the resources of the Shaolin temple. Xianxia's face flashed with a hint of pride. As a major martial arts sect in the world, the Shaolin temple had enough resources to stop him even without a holy monk. However, no matter how strong the resources were, someone had to use them. But now, all the people who could use the resources of the Shaolin temple had been wiped out by him. Just as Xianxia was about to make a move and completely eliminate Abbot Huiwen, he seemed to feel something, and his face suddenly changed. This is? Xianxia suddenly looked up and looked in the direction of the Sutra Pavilion. In Jinxing's senses, an aura of the purest yang was like a sharp sword, easily breaking the mighty black devil qi. The endless black devil qi was condensed by the power of the devil Buddha. Although it was illusory, even a level 2 martial artist could be trapped in it if they were not careful. But in front of this purest yang aura, the black devil qi was like a thin paper, breaking at the touch. The next moment, this aura crossed thousands of meters and arrived in front of Jinxing in an instant. Not good. Jinxing's scalp exploded, and he was about to retreat. But it was too late. The pure and positive power directly penetrated Jinxing's forehead and landed on the 1,000-year ancient clock behind him, along with a swoosh. Clang! The magnificent chime of the bell resounded. Jinxing's eyes were blank, and his body exploded. Without the source of the devil qi, the vast devil qi that enveloped half of the Shaolin Temple dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Abbot Huiwen, who was about to self-destruct in an attempt to severely injure Jinxing, was stunned. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the true nature would self-destruct in front of him. Something's not right. It's not self-detonation. Someone did it. Abbot Huiwen was indeed a veteran rank 2 martial artist. He immediately realized something. At this moment, Wang! Faint devil qi condensed and formed a new true nature beside it. I died? Jinxing broke out in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the death substitution technique from the devil Buddha's inheritance, he would have been dead by now. But even so, Jinxing wasn't lucky at all. The death substitution technique was a forbidden technique, and every devil Buddha's successor could only use it once in their lifetime. It was equivalent to having a second life. Jinxing's face was pale as he looked at the ancient clock not far away. He saw a withered yellow leaf piercing through the ancient clock. A leaf? I actually died on a fallen leaf? Jinxing's heart was in turmoil. If he had died on some divine weapon, he could accept it. But a leaf? What kind of existence could actually kill him with an ordinary leaf that couldn't be any more ordinary? Jinxing couldn't imagine. Also, Jinxing touched his forehead. Even if he survived with the death substitution technique, he could still feel a pure and positive aura between his eyebrows that was constantly melting away the devil qi in his body. Under the suppression of this pure and positive aura, Jinxing's strength was less than 10%. He might not even be able to defeat the head of the rank 3 courtyard. The Shaolin Temple is indeed unfathomable. Jinxing glanced at Abbot Huiwen, who was equally shocked, and knew that he should leave. If he didn't leave now, not only would he not be able to destroy the Shaolin Temple, but he would also die here. Thinking of this, Jinxing turned into a devil shadow and fled without hesitation. Abbot Huiwen couldn't do anything when he saw this. Jinxing's strength had been greatly damaged, but so had he. After being ambushed by Jinxing and invaded by devil qi, Abbot Huiwen's injuries were much more serious than Jinxing's. Outside the Shaolin Temple, a devil shadow was running frantically. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Jinxing was mad with hatred. Devil Buddha's successors could enter rank 2 or even rank 1 in a short time under the strengthening of their devil will. But every devil Buddha's successor's mind is completely distorted, and their lifelong goal is to destroy the Shaolin Temple. Moreover, the lifespan of the devil Buddha's successors is very short, and they will die of old age in at most 5 years. The person who attacked me just now is at least a grade 1 great grandmaster. And he is an extremely powerful grade 1 great grandmaster. Isn't there a holy monk in the Shaolin Temple? Jinxing took a deep breath and looked back at the Shaolin Temple. That grade 1 great grandmaster shouldn't have chased after me, right? However, just as Jinxing heaved a sigh of relief, a calm voice rang out unhurriedly. Are you looking for me? Boom. Jinxing's hair stood on end, and he instantly looked at the source of the voice. He saw a man in a gray robe looking at him. You are? Jinxing only felt that Su Qin was somewhat familiar. Before Jinxing became a devil, although he was a genius of the Arhat court, and he also entered the Shaolin Temple at the same time as Su Qin. But Su Qin was just a sweeping monk, and he usually didn't even look at him. It's you. Jinxing's thoughts turned quickly, and he finally remembered who Su Qin was. In any case, Suqin was a disciple of the same Jin generation as him. When they entered the Shaolin temple together, Xianxia had a few words with Suqin. However, after Suqin was assigned to the handyman court and became a sweeping monk, Xianxia never contacted Suqin again. In Xianxia's view, he and Suqin were destined to be two kinds of people. Whether it is now or in the future, it is impossible for them to walk together. Even now, Xianxia has become the successor of the Devil Buddha, and he doesn't put Suqin in his eyes at all. When did you get here? The more Xianxia looked at Suqin, the more frightened he was. Although Suqin's expression was like an ordinary person in front of him, and there was no fluctuation of internal force, the more it was like this, the more Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Who is he? The successor of the Devil Buddha. Even if he was now seriously injured, the aura he casually exuded was enough to make ordinary martial artists tremble, let alone an ordinary person like Qin. If Suqin was really an ordinary person, his legs should be weak at this moment, right? Just as Xianxia was in a state of shock, Suqin looked calm, and said something that made Xianxia's expression change. After taking a blow from me, you didn't die. The Devil Buddha is really not simple. Boom. Xianxia's expression froze, and his body retreated hundreds of meters, as if he was facing a great enemy, as if he was facing a life-and-death crisis. Who am I? Suqin looked at Xianxia and said casually, I am Zhenguan from the handyman court. Didn't you recognize me? Impossible. Xianxia stared at Suqin vigilantly. Zhenguan is just a sweeping monk of the Shaolin temple. His strength is low, but you. Xianxia really wanted to ask, what did Suqin mean by that sentence, but a strong sense of crisis crazily urged him to ask. Run. Run. Otherwise, you will die. Xianxia knew that this was a warning from the demonic will in his mind. Just now, did you do it? Xianxia calmed down and couldn't help but ask. If you are referring to the leaf, it was indeed me. Suqin admitted frankly. When these words came out, Xianxia's face was full of disbelief. You must know that someone who can kill him with a leaf is at least a grade 1 great grandmaster. And what is the concept of a grade 1 great grandmaster? Looking at the whole world, there are only a few, and all of them are peerless powerhouses. The Shaolin Temple, as a great sect, has an unfathomable foundation. If there is really a grade 1 great grandmaster in secret, although Xianxia is angry, he can accept it. But Suqin. Why is Suqin a grade 1 great grandmaster? How old is he? How can he be a grade 1 great grandmaster? Xianxia knew that if there was no inheritance of the Devil Buddha and no demonic will to transform his body, he would be grade 7 at most. And this is based on the continuous supply of resources from the Shaolin Temple. But now, someone told him that a person about his age is already a grade 1 great grandmaster? What's more, this person was an unsightly sweeping monk. How could Xianxia accept the disparity between them? Impossible. Impossible. Xianxia muttered to himself. The demonic qi in his body was surging, and there was a tendency for it to riot. The descendant of the Devil Buddha was a quick product. It was completely transformed by the demonic will, and its control of its own power was extremely rough. At this moment, after being stimulated by the outside world, it began to backfire. Sigh. If you sneak out of the Shaolin Temple, I won't care. Be it the Devil Buddha or Gautama Buddha, what does it have to do with a sweeping monk like me? Suqin sighed softly, and his tone gradually lowered. But why do you want to destroy the Shaolin Temple? If the Shaolin Temple is destroyed, where am I supposed to sweep? Suqin's face was full of impatience. How could Suqin be willing to leave when he finally found such a precious place like the Shaolin Temple? Sweep the floor? Xianxia was dumbfounded and did not react for a long time. Just now, he had thought of many things. He even wondered if Suqin was a peerless genius secretly cultivated by the Shaolin Temple. Because they were afraid of arousing the jealousy of the outside world, they deliberately put him in the chores yard to be a sweeping monk. Although this still does not explain why Suqin is already a grade 1 great grandmaster at such a young age. But at least this will make Xianxia feel a little better. But now, listening to Suqin's words, it seems that he is really a sweeping monk. The reason why he attacked was because he wanted to destroy the Shaolin Temple. Why would he destroy the place where he sweeps? Xianxia felt a sweet taste in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to humiliate me like this? Xianxia's eyes were blood red, and endless demonic energy emerged again, covering all directions. The black demon qi was so dense that it was like an inescapable net, tightly imprisoning Suqin. I don't believe it. I don't believe that you are a grade 1 great grandmaster. Behind Xianxia, a half-black and half-gold devil Buddha golden body faintly appeared. Xianxia knew that if Suqin was really the grade 1 great grandmaster who attacked him in the Shaolin temple just now, even if he ran to the ends of the earth, he would still die. But if Suqin was not the grade 1 great grandmaster, then under his angry attack, he would definitely not be spared. Boom! The terrifying demonic energy rushed towards him. In any case, you were once a disciple of the Arhat Hall. In that case, you must remember the Arhat Hall's Arhat Fist? Suqin raised his right hand casually, his aura surged, and he danced according to the Arhat Fist. Arhat Fist? Xianxia only felt that he had heard a big joke. Arhat Fist is the most basic martial art of the Arhat Hall. Even a novice monk who has just entered the hall can perform it. But now, Suqin gave up using the many divine arts of the Shaolin temple, and instead used this basic martial art to deal with him? Ha 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 ha. You are courting death. Xianxia's eyes burst with black light, and his demonic power continued to soar. However, the next moment, Suqin lightly punched towards Xianxia. No one can describe the terror of this punch. This punch was like a real Arhat descending, destroying the mighty demonic energy and finally landing on Xianxia's chest. Crack! Xianxia's eyes quickly dimmed, and the black light disappeared. It turns out that this is the real Arhat Fist. Xianxia's voice was getting lower and lower, and finally, he knelt on the ground. Wang! A wisp of dark black smoke emerged from Xianxia's body, exposed to the sun, and quickly dissipated. This is the demonic will? Suqin waited until the demonic will completely evaporated before he turned and left. A few hours later. Shaolin Temple. With the departure of the Devil Buddha's descendant, the demonic energy dissipated, and the court heads slowly woke up. The court heads were originally grade 3, so they naturally recovered very quickly. Abbot, what happened to that evil disciple? The Arhat court head's face was pale, and he forcibly suppressed his anger and asked. When these words came out, everyone's spirit was suddenly lifted. For 900 years, the descendants of the Devil Buddha had been ruthless and insidious, and all of them aimed to destroy the Shaolin temple. But today, the abbot was seriously injured, and the court heads had fallen, but the Shaolin temple was safe and sound, which made the court heads very curious. Just now, a master of our Shaolin temple made a move and scared off the descendant of the Devil Buddha with a fallen leaf. Abbot Huiwen looked at the court heads and slowly said. A master? A fallen leaf scared off the descendant of the Devil Buddha? How is that possible? The descendant of the Devil Buddha has reached grade 2. How could he be scared off by a fallen leaf? The court heads were shocked and couldn't believe it. Abbot Huiwen led the court heads to the 1,000-year-old ancient bell outside the Dharma court, and pointed to one of the fallen leaves that ran through the ancient bell. This is the truth. It's really a fallen leaf? Even from so far away, I can feel the aura of the fallen leaf. A holy monk, only a grade 1 a holy monk can do this with a fallen leaf, right? The court heads were overjoyed. Don't be happy too early. Abbot Huiwen shook his head slightly. The descendant of the Devil Buddha has escaped. According to the experience of the descendants of the Devil Buddha, any descendant of the Devil Buddha will enter grade 2 or even grade 1 in a few years. Although the descendant of the Devil Buddha was forced to retreat now, when the other party comes to the Shaolin temple again in the future, I am afraid that he will be a true grade 1 great grandmaster. Abbot Huiwen's words calmed the court heads down. Yes. So what if the Shaolin temple has a grade 1 a holy monk? It's not like they don't know the potential of the descendant of the Devil Buddha. When the descendant of the Devil Buddha comes, it is unknown whether the Shaolin temple can stop him. Just as Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were discussing how to deal with the future descendant of the Devil Buddha, a disciple of the Shaolin temple hurried over. Abbot, court heads. The Shaolin temple disciple quickly said, outside the Shaolin temple, junior brother Xianxia's body was found. What did you say? The descendant of the Devil Buddha is dead? Soon. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads came to the Shaolin Temple, wanting to personally confirm whether the descendant of the Devil Buddha was really dead. It's not that Abbot Huiwen didn't believe in his disciple, but this matter was too unbelievable. The descendant of the Devil Buddha had many means and even mastered the legendary death substitution technique. Even the ancestor of the Shaolin Temple, who was suspected to be a grade 1 great-grandmaster, was not able to kill the descendant of the Devil Buddha immediately. In this case, how could he possibly die? Just when Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were in doubt, they arrived outside the Shaolin Temple and saw Xianxia kneeling on the ground. Is it really that evil disciple? The Arhat court head was stunned. With the eyesight of the Arhat court head, he naturally saw that although Xianxia was kneeling there at this moment and seemed to have no injuries, in fact, his aura was completely cut off. He couldn't be more dead. Is he really dead? Abbot Huiwen finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to feel a mountain pressing down on his shoulders. If the descendant of the Devil Buddha didn't die, sooner or later, he would make a comeback. But now, since the other party is dead, the crisis of the Shaolin Temple is naturally solved. At least for the next 100 years, the Shaolin Temple can develop in peace, and there is no need to worry about the so-called descendant of the Devil Buddha. Such a strong fist intent. The pupils of the warrior monastery's head shrank sharply, feeling the aura of the descendant of the Devil Buddha, and his expression became aghast. As a martial artist in the upper realm, the warrior monastery head certainly saw the cause of death of the descendant of the Devil Buddha. One punch is fatal, what a terrifying fist technique. The disciplinary court head felt it carefully and couldn't help but exclaim. The fatal wound of the descendant of the Devil Buddha was the faint fist mark on his chest. This fist mark, with an extremely overbearing posture, destroyed the essence, energy, spirit, and internal organs of the descendant of the Devil Buddha without any suspense. This is the fist of Arhat? The head of the Arhat Academy seemed to have discovered something and looked aghast. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the successor of the Devil Buddha would die at the hands of one of the most basic fist techniques of the Arhat courtyard. What? Fist of Arhat? The faces of the other court heads changed. It really is the fist of Arhat. Abbot Huiwen sighed softly and continued, it seems that it was indeed the work of a holy monk from our temple. Abbot Huiwen had this speculation when he first heard the news of the death of the successor of the Devil Buddha. However, he wasn't sure at that time. Because in Abbot Huiwen's view, even if the Shaolin Temple really had a holy monk-level ancestor alive, he must have been close to Shuyuan and his qi and blood were declining. Repelling the successor of the Devil Buddha was already the limit. Otherwise, why didn't a holy monk kill the successor of the Devil Buddha at the first moment, but instead at the last moment? But now, Abbot Huiwen couldn't figure it out. Abbot Huiwen knew all the disciples of the same generation, and it was impossible for anyone to step into first grade. As for the ancestors, the range was very wide. Even as the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, Huiwen couldn't figure it out at the moment. Ancestors? Yes, it must be a holy monk. Otherwise, who could kill the successor of the Devil Buddha? Buddha's blessing, I didn't expect a holy monk to be in charge of the Shaolin Temple. The court heads looked excited as they discussed in low voices. At this moment, the Shaolin Temple not only came out of the shadow of the successor of the Devil Buddha, but also had a holy monk. How could the court heads not be overjoyed? If these excited court heads knew that in their eyes, the mysterious ancestor who killed the successor of the Devil Buddha and solved the problem of the Shaolin Temple was just a humble sweeping monk in the chores yard, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would fall out. Just when the successor of the Devil Buddha died and the devil spirit dissipated. Far away in the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple, an extremely dark devil shadow suddenly opened his eyes. Interesting. The demonic will dissipated so quickly this time? It shouldn't be. For 900 years, the foundation of the Shaolin Temple has been declining day by day, and this generation doesn't even have a first grade. The devil shadow muttered to himself. Or did some other accident happen? As the devil shadow said, he got up and wanted to leave this place. However, the next moment, layers of golden seals full of strong pressure shrouded the devil shadow in an instant. Where the golden seals touched the devil shadow, a large amount of black devil chi evaporated and disappeared quickly. Damn it. This seal again. It's been 900 years, how long are you going to suppress me? The devil shadow was burning with anger, but he slowly returned to his original place. Soon. I can feel that the power of the seal is declining. When it's weaker, I can break the seal. At that time I will make the Shaolin Temple a river of blood. As soon as the devil shadow finished his words, his figure merged into the void and disappeared completely. After the matter of the successor of the devil Buddha, many disciples of the Shaolin Temple obviously felt a sense of urgency. Even the court heads began to try to go further and enter the second grade. Of course. This did not include Su Qin. Su Qin was still sweeping slowly every day, as if everything that happened outside had nothing to do with him. On this day, the handyman court head called Su Qin over. 10 years had passed, and the handyman court head was much older, with many wrinkles on his face. On the path of martial arts, even a first-grade martial artist could not stay young forever. At most, he could only slow down the speed of aging. Zhenguan, how long have you been in the Shaolin Temple? The handyman court head put down what he was busy with and suddenly asked. How long? Su Qin paused and continued, 10 years. Yes, 10 years. The handyman court head was full of emotion. 10 years ago, I shaved your head and led you to the handyman court. 10 years have passed in a flash. Su Qin listened to the handyman court head's words and did not say anything. You have been a sweeping monk for 10 years, do you have any resentment in your heart? The handyman court head asked. Resentment? Su Qin was slightly stunned. He could not wait to be happy. How could he have any resentment? Never. Su Qin said truthfully. Not arrogant, not impatient, not frightened by favor or disgrace. The handyman court head stared at Su Qin for a while, and finally a trace of ridicule appeared on his face. I didn't expect that among the disciples of this generation of Shaolin Temple, the one with the highest state of mind is a sweeping monk. In fact, if Su Qin was an old man in his 50s or 60s, the handyman court head would not find it strange that he could do this. But Su Qin was not. From 10 to 20 years old, the most precious 10 years of one's life were spent on sweeping the floor and doing nothing. How could anyone not be a little unwilling? What's more, in the Shaolin Temple, a great martial arts sect in the world, where divine skills and unique skills were close at hand, he could only sweep the floor. This kind of gap was enough to drive people crazy. But Su Qin did not. At least the handyman court head could not see any dissatisfaction in Su Qin. Just based on this point, Su Qin was enough to surpass the so-called geniuses of Arhat Monastery and Warrior Monastery. Even some of the court heads were not as good as Su Qin in terms of state of mind. The court head must be mistaken. I'm just a sweeping monk. I don't understand the state of mind. Next, Su Qin said a few more words to the court head and then left. Before leaving, Su Qin intentionally or unintentionally reminded the court head if there was anything he wanted to do recently. Because Su Qin had already seen that the court head should be approaching the end of Shouyuan's life. In the martial Tao, the Shouyuan of a martial artist is certainly longer than an ordinary person, but as long as one has not become a legend and has not achieved Arhat Buddhahood, even a grade 1 great grandmaster can only live for 200 years at most. And this 200 years is the longest period. In fact, many grade 1 great grandmasters live far less than 200 years. Because any martial artist will more or less have some residual injuries on their body, which imperceptibly shortens Shouyuan's life. Things are still the same, but people have changed. Su Qin slowly walked on the shady path of the Shaolin Temple, his heart filled with emotion. The court head can be said to be his guide. At that time, if it were not for the court head, Su Qin would not even have been able to enter the Shaolin Temple. But now, 10 years later, the court head is about to pass away. It is said that as long as one achieves Arhat Buddhahood or steps into the legend realm, one will be young forever, and one's body will be restored to its peak, and one will live for more than 500 years. Su Qin suddenly thought of some records in the ancient books. This point has to be praised for the Shaolin Temple. As a great sect, a lot of top-secret information in Jianghu can be seen in the Shaolin Temple. Especially information about the level of Arhat. Buddhism's arhat is equivalent to a legend in Jianghu. Any word about a martial arts legend was top secret among top secrets. 500 years of Shuyuan. Su Qin was extremely envious. Although Su Qin has cultivated invincible Vajra divine art to great accomplishment and his body is always at its peak state, he is one of the few grade 1 great grandmasters who can live for 200 years. But how can a 200-year Shuyuan be compared to a 500-year Shuyuan? The latter was more than twice as much as the former. Attaining the fruit of arhat. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Ever since Su Qin entered rank 1, he could clearly feel that his cultivation speed had slowed down. Forget it. Take your time. I'm only 20 years old now. I can still live for 180 years. I don't believe that I can't grind it out. Su Qin thought silently. At this moment, Su Qin had already entered the scripture depository. System, sign in. Su Qin muttered. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the secret art Formless Finger of Tribulation. Formless Finger of Calamity? Su Qin was overjoyed. Among the many secret techniques of the Shaolin Temple, the Formless Finger of Disaster was one of the best techniques for killing. Once it was mastered, it could condense the formless force of disaster and kill people from a distance. Wang. In an instant, a large amount of insights about the Formless Finger of Disaster poured into Su Qin's mind. The Formless Finger of Disaster wasn't the strongest technique like the Buddha's palm. With Su Qin's strength as a grade 1 great grandmaster, he had already comprehended this secret technique to the great accomplishment stage after being instilled by the system. Formless and formless. Killing with the force of disaster. I wonder what kind of mentality the senior who created this secret technique had. Su Qin smiled slightly. There was a faint force of disaster lingering between his fingers. At this moment, as long as he wanted to, he could use the Formless Finger of Disaster to kill people from 1,000 meters away. Suddenly. At this moment. Su Qin's expression changed. Someone actually sneaked into the Shaolin Temple? At the same time. A black shadow quietly came outside the scripture depository. The sect master has gone berserk and is difficult to recover. It is said that the I Jing Jing of the Shaolin Temple is a miraculous technique in the world and can heal most injuries. As long as I steal the I Jing Jing, as the sect master said, I will definitely be rewarded when I return. The black shadow murmured to himself. The Shaolin Temple was a great sect in the world, but in recent decades, it had declined and attracted the attention of many forces in Jianghu, including the demon sect behind the black shadow. This time, the demon sect's sect master asked the black shadow to come. In addition to wanting to get the I Jing Jing to heal his injuries, he also wanted to test the Shaolin Temple. Moreover, in addition to the I Jing Jing, the 72 secret techniques of the Shaolin Temple are famous in Jianghu. If I can get a few of them, won't I have hope of going further? A trace of greed flashed in the black shadow's eyes. In martial arts cultivation, in addition to having enough talent, it also requires enough opportunities in the outside world. In the black shadow's view, the scripture depository in front of him at this moment was his great opportunity. Just as the black shadow was about to explore the scripture depository, then, he saw a sweeping monk in a gray robe slowly walking out. A sweeping monk? Unlucky, he actually came out at this time. The black shadow frowned and could only endure secretly. He wanted to wait until the sweeping monk left before sneaking into the scripture depository. The black shadow's secret art was special. When it was fully operated, it was almost integrated with the shadow. Even if it was a martial artist in the upper realm, they would ignore it if they were not careful. This was also the reason why the demon sect's sect master sent the black shadow. In terms of hiding methods, the black shadow was almost one of the top few under the upper realm. However, the black shadow waited for half an hour, but found that the sweeping monk not only did not leave, but also swept the floor nearby. Moreover, the black shadow didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that the sweeping monk was intentionally or unintentionally avoiding him during the sweeping process. This sweeping monk, did he find me? The black shadow was bewildered, and a faint killing intent rose in his heart. If it was as he thought, this sweeping monk couldn't be let go. If the other party left and attracted the attention of the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, Wouldn't it ruin his plan to steal the Xianxia? Thinking of this, the Black Shadow decided to go all out. He was ready to kill the sweeping monk first, and then enter the scripture depository. Only to hear a sigh in his ear. This is an important place of the Shaolin Temple. Your Excellency has violated the commandments by sneaking in without permission. Who's talking? The Black Shadow only felt a buzzing sound in his ears, and directly fell out of the stealth state with a look of horror. He didn't think that someone could force him out with just a voice. What kind of strength is this? Grade 3? Grade 2? Or even? The Black Shadow didn't dare to continue thinking. However, what made the Black Shadow even more incredible was that at this moment, the sweeping monk in a grey robe not far away slowly raised his head and his eyes fell on him. It's you? At this moment, the Black Shadow's expression changed, and he stared straight at the sweeping monk. In the Black Shadow's perception, the sweeping monk in front of him was ordinary, without any fluctuations of internal strength. From beginning to end, he was just an ordinary person. If it was before, the Black Shadow might really think that the other party was an ordinary person. But now, the Black Shadow didn't even have this thought. Could an ordinary person see through his stealth? Could an ordinary person force him to show up with just a few words? The Black Shadow's scalp went numb, and he was so scared that he almost fled on the spot. Xianxia was a little helpless. If the Black Shadow directly entered the scripture depository, Xianxia would definitely pretend that he didn't see it. As long as the other party didn't destroy the scripture depository, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to interfere. Outside the scripture pavilion, the Shadow's back quickly broke out in cold sweat. However, even so, the Shadow still did not dare to move. Even his breathing was faint, for fear of disturbing Xianxia. As a member of the demon sect, the Shadow knew very well that he had taken a great risk in sneaking into the Shaolin Temple. But the Shadow had no choice. The sect master's orders cannot be disobeyed, plus he had some thoughts, so he forced himself to come. Originally, the Shadow thought that even if he did not steal the Xianxia in the end, with his stealth, there should be no problem for him to retreat. But the Shadow did not expect that before he even entered the scripture pavilion, he would be forced to show up. The Shaolin Temple is too terrifying. Just a random sweeping monk has such strength? The Shadow felt bitter in his heart. Xianxia didn't know what the Shadow was thinking, but he could see that the Shadow should be very nervous at this moment. The internal strength in his body was running wildly and could erupt at any time. It's just that. This did not arouse Xianxia's interest at all. If the Shadow was a grade 1 great grandmaster, Xianxia would be more serious. However, the Shadow was just a grade 4 martial artist, not even grade 3. Even if he erupts, Xianxia can kill him with a slap. No. I can't drag it on like this. The Shadow's thoughts turned sharply, thinking about his situation. The scripture pavilion is an important place of the Shaolin Temple. There are monks patrolling the area at all times. The Shadow took advantage of the gap to sneak in. But the time left for him is certainly not too long. If he continues to drag it on, even if Xianxia doesn't do anything, the patrolling monks will find him. At that time, Black Shadow will face the pursuit of the Shaolin Temple, a great sect. Thinking of this, the Shadow gritted his teeth. Fight. 3 silver needles quietly appeared in the Shadow's right hand. These 3 silver needles are made of dark iron and are designed to break through internal strength protection. Even martial artists in the upper realm will suffer if they are not prepared. Go for me. A trace of distress flashed on the Shadow's face. Whoosh. The 3 silver needles turned into a poisonous snake and rushed towards Xianxia. At this time, the Shadow retreated and turned to flee outside the Shaolin Temple. In a flash, the Shadow had already escaped dozens of meters away. He didn't chase me? The Shadow looked happy and subconsciously turned his head to look at Xianxia. Huh? The Shadow's pupil shrank slightly. Because the 3 silver needles shot towards Xianxia with a bone-piercing chill, but Xianxia did not make any movement to dodge, as if he was scared silly. How is this possible? In the eyes of the Shadow, Xianxia was at least a martial artist in the upper realm. Although the silver needles were silent, if a martial artist in the upper realm wanted to avoid it, it shouldn't be a problem. Did I see wrongly? Is this sweeping monk not an expert but an ordinary person? The black shadow was inwardly furious. The next moment, the silver needle silently pierced into Su Qin's chest. However, the image of the silver needles entering the body did not appear. Instead, the silver needles made of black iron turned into scrap iron and fell to the ground. This? The shadow was stunned. Then, a chill suddenly exploded in his mind. He blocked the black iron silver needles with his body? How is this possible? The shadow's heart trembled violently as if he saw a ghost. In an instant, the shadow desperately activated the forbidden technique, increased his speed to the extreme, and fled frantically. You want to run after making a move? Su Qin sneered and raised his right hand. Wisps of non-phase tribulation force collided with each other. Buzz. A wisp of non-phase tribulation force shot out, crossing hundreds of meters, and instantly blasted on the shadow's body. The shadow snorted. Not only did he not stop, but he used this force to escape at an even more terrifying speed. Seeing this scene, Su Qin did not continue to chase. Instead, he bent down and picked up the silver needles that had turned into scrap iron. This should be the black iron that specializes in breaking a martial artist's inner force? Su Qin sized it up and thought with interest. In today's world, although martial artists were rampant, they were not truly unscrupulous. For example, the black iron in front of him was the nemesis of martial artists. However, the production of black iron had always been low, and it was in the hands of the various countries. Ordinary martial artists could not see it. Su Qin looked at it for a while, then with a pinch of his hand, he crushed the fragments of the silver needles into powder and sprinkled it on the ground, scattering it with the wind. It was true that black iron was used to break through a martial artist's internal strength, but Su Qin had already reached the great accomplishment stage of invincible Vajra divine art. His body had reached the peak of yang, and was invincible. How could black iron shake him? Besides, even if Su Qin did not master the invincible Vajra divine art, with his powerful inner force of a first-grade martial artist, the black iron could not do anything to him. Although the black iron restrained a martial artist's inner force, any restraint was relative. It was like water restraining fire. But if one used a small bowl of water to face a monstrous fire, what would they use to restrain it? Half a day later, hundreds of miles away from the Shaolin Temple, in a gloomy hall. This hall was located in a remote area, and there was almost no one nearby, but it was a branch of the demon sect. At this moment, a group of people gathered in the hall, as if waiting for some news. Each of them had a strong aura. Obviously, they were all martial artists, and they were powerful martial artists. They were at least in the middle realm, and there were even some in the upper realm. Sect Master, you sent people to the Shaolin Temple to steal the Yi Jing Jing. I'm afraid this matter was not considered properly. No matter what, the Shaolin Temple is still a great sect of the world. A plump woman frowned and asked. Huh? A great sect of the world? At this time a cold old man sneered, since 60 years ago, the last first grade of the Shaolin Temple, a holy monk, passed away. The Shaolin Temple has not had a first grade for 60 years. Without a first grade, it does not deserve to be called a great sect of the world. When these words came out, suddenly, there was a sound of agreement in the hall. Yes, those bald donkeys in the Shaolin Temple, besides being able to recite scriptures, what else can they do? Not to mention that the sect master just sent people to take away the Yi Jing Jing, even if it was to destroy the Shaolin Temple. What's so difficult about it? What the demon sect wants, the Shaolin Temple dares to refuse. The hall was in an uproar. After a while, the man in a purple robe sitting in the main seat of the hall said, "Okay, stop." As soon as the man in a purple robe spoke, the hall became quiet. I sent people to sneak into the Shaolin Temple. In addition to wanting to borrow the Yi Jing Jing to heal, I also wanted to use this to test the Shaolin Temple. When the purple-robed man said this, he paused for a moment before continuing, if we really get the Yi Jing Jing, it will prove that the Shaolin Temple has completely declined. It's just a facade, and the demon sect will attack the Shaolin Temple soon. When these words came out, everyone in the hall was amazed. The sect master's plan is really far-reaching. Those bald donkeys in the Shaolin Temple, I'm afraid they don't even know that their every move has been calculated by the sect master. The man in a purple robe smiled slightly and did not continue. At this moment, a black shadow staggered into the hall. "You're back? Did you get the I Jing Jing?" The man in a purple robe recognized the black shadow and asked lightly. "Sect master." The black shadow opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his face was as pale as a sheet. "Are you injured?" The man in a purple robe frowned. When the others in the hall saw this scene, they were immediately dissatisfied. "The Shaolin Temple is really bold, how dare they hurt our demon sect people?" "Sect master, as long as you give the order now, we will join forces to attack the Shaolin Temple and kill them all." "Yes, sect master, give the order quickly." Many demon sect martial artists clamored. However, compared to these demon sect martial artists, the man in a purple robe sitting in the main seat felt that something was wrong. Whoosh! The man in a purple robe took a step forward and appeared in front of the black shadow. "Who hurt you?" The man in a purple robe stretched out his right hand, wanting to check the black shadow's injury. However, just as the man in a purple robe circulated his internal force to explore the black shadow's body, he seemed to have touched something. A wisp of aura suddenly burst out, penetrating the black shadow's body and turning into a finger force, silently pressing towards the man in a purple robe. "This?" The man in a purple robe's expression changed. He subconsciously raised his hand to block it. Boom! A terrifying shock came. The man in a purple robe retreated 8 steps and finally spat out a mouthful of blood before barely stopping. 100 miles away, the change is at the heart. This is a grade 1 great grandmaster using someone else's hand to warn the demon sect. The man in a purple robe suddenly raised his head, looking at the black shadow whose aura was cut off, and muttered to himself. As soon as these words came out, there was dead silence in the hall. The great hall was dark. Many demon sect martial artists looked panicked. How could they have expected that a grade 1 great grandmaster would take action? Isn't it said that the Shaolin Temple doesn't have a grade 1 great grandmaster? A cold old man said bitterly. Just now, he had said that he would destroy the Shaolin Temple, but at this moment, he didn't dare to say a word. It must be known that a Shaolin Temple with a grade 1 great grandmaster and a Shaolin Temple without a grade 1 great grandmaster are two completely different concepts. "Sect master, are you okay?" The plump woman looked at the purple-robed man and couldn't help but ask. "I'm fine." The purple-robed man's aura calmed down. "A grade 1 great grandmaster is indeed powerful, but it is impossible for him to kill me from hundreds of miles away." The purple-robed man's tone contained great confidence. He is a peak grade 2 martial artist. If he was not eager for quick success and wanted to enter grade 1 as soon as possible, he would not have suffered cultivation deviation and needed the Shaolin Temple's I Jing Jing to heal. But even if he suffered cultivation deviation, the purple-robed man is not weaker than an ordinary grade 2 martial artist. Since the Shaolin Temple has a grade 1 great grandmaster and used his hand to warn the demon sect, some plans have to be changed. The purple-robed man sat back on the seat of honor and said lightly. When the other demon sect martial artists heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. Since 50 years ago, the demon sect master went into seclusion to break through the illusory legend realm. In the past 50 years, the demon sect has lost a grade 1 great grandmaster and its power has shrunk sharply. If it weren't for this generation's demon sect master's great talent and vision, the demon sect would have long been hated by everyone. But even so, no one in the hall is willing to face a grade 1 great grandmaster. "What is the sect master going to do?" the plump woman asked. "Since the Shaolin Temple is not good, then choose Giant Sun Mountain." The purple-robed man thought for a while and said. "Giant Sun Mountain?" Many demon sect martial artists in the great hall looked at each other. Compared to Shaolin Temple, a major martial arts sect that had existed for thousands of years, Giant Sun Mountain's foundation was much weaker. But in any case, Giant Sun Mountain is a force that once produced a grade 1 great grandmaster. Although this generation is weak and there is no grade 1, there are still a lot of good things in the mountain gate. I want to use the blood of several thousand disciples of Giant Sun Mountain as a sacrifice to heal my injuries. A hint of brutality flashed across the purple-robed man's eyes. Shaolin Temple. Suqin naturally didn't know that because of his casual actions, Giant Sun Mountain was about to face a calamity of destruction. At this moment, Suqin had already returned to the chores courtyard. When the formless finger force that he had left in the black figure exploded, Suqin raised his head as if he had sensed something. The formless finger of disaster is formless and formless. It can change according to one's will. As expected of the Shaolin Temple's secret technique. Suqin nodded slightly. In the past 10 years, Suqin has been signing in everywhere in the Shaolin Temple and obtained many secret techniques, but the formless finger of disaster is very rare. Based on this alone, the formless finger of disaster is enough to rank in the top 800 among Suqin's secret techniques. But I am already grade 1, why can't I use Buddha's palm? Suqin rubbed his eyebrows and thought helplessly. As the Shaolin Temple's strongest divine art, Suqin has great expectations for Buddha's palm. When he was in the lower and middle realms, Suqin thought that his strength was low and did not reach the minimum standard to use Buddha's palm. But now, Suqin is already grade 1. Even in the world, he is a top powerhouse. But the golden body of Buddha in the depths of Suqin's mud-pill palace, which represents the inheritance of Buddha's palm, is still standing firm. Could it be that Buddha's palm is an Arhat-level divine art, and only those who have truly attained the Arhat level are qualified to comprehend and use it? Suqin guessed in his heart. In fact, according to what Suqin has heard in the Shaolin Temple for the past 10 years, even 900 years ago, when Buddha's palm was not lost, almost no disciple of the Shaolin Temple could comprehend the strongest divine art. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Suqin shook his head and shook off the distracting thoughts in his heart. In the next half a month, Suqin returned to his previous life, sweeping the floor and signing in when he had nothing to do. After entering grade 1, Suqin's cultivation progress has significantly slowed down, but with a large number of heaven and earth treasures obtained from signing in, he is still slowly moving towards the real Arhat level. On this day, Suqin was just about to go to the Bodhi court to sign in when he heard other disciples whispering. I heard that the demon sect massacred the giant Sun Mountain. Hey, the world is not peaceful now, there is constant friction between countries, and disputes are everywhere. It is said that a rare genius appeared in the Wudong Mountain true martial lineage. He finished the Tai Chi Heart Road in 3 hours. Daoist Zhang personally came forward and accepted him as a prodisciple. Amazing, Daoist Zhang is one of the few grade 1 great grandmasters in the world. Almost all of his prodisciples have entered the upper realm. Many disciples of the handyman court were talking excitedly. This is also one of the few interests of the handyman court disciples. Unlike other courts, the handyman court does not need to practice martial arts, so in their spare time, they will discuss the world situation. It is said that the descendants of Xiao Li's flying dagger have also appeared. What? Xiao Li's flying dagger? Is it the Xiao Li's flying dagger who is known as Never Miss, the flying dagger? Yes, the descendant of this generation of flying dagger has just been born, and he killed an upper realm evil martial artist with a flying dagger, causing a great disturbance. Not only Xiao Li's flying dagger, but also another important Buddhist place like the Shaolin Temple, the Vajra Temple, has also produced a Buddha. Suqin listened to the discussion of the disciples with great interest. In today's world, countries exist side by side, and there is endless chaos. Every day, martial artists fall and sects are destroyed. And the Shaolin Temple, as a great sect with thousands of years of inheritance, is a pure land. At the very least, he will not be disturbed often. Suqin felt more and more that his choice was correct. It is perfect to sign in at the Shaolin Temple and wait until he is invincible. It is still too dangerous outside. Suqin slowly walked towards the Bodhi court, his thoughts fluctuating. Whether it is the genius of Wudong true martial lineage who completed the Tai Chi Heart Road, the descendant of Xiao Li's flying dagger, or the Buddha of the Vajra Temple, they are all proud figures. They are either fully cultivated by their sects or have the support of their ancestors. Compared with them, Suqin is just a sweeping monk of the Shaolin Temple. They didn't have any resources, and they didn't have any ancestors. External resources are very important for martial arts cultivation. Even if one is talented, if there is a lack of resources, their future achievements will be very limited. Although I, Suqin, am alone and have no resource support, I have stepped into grade 1 step by step with my own efforts. I am not weaker than others. Suchin walked to the Bodhi court and stopped. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the medicinal pill, Spirit Accumulation Pill. Spirit Accumulation Pill? A smile appeared on Suchin's face, he was very satisfied. The Spirit Accumulation Pill is a very special kind of medicinal pill. It can neither strengthen the body like the marrow cleansing pill, nor can it strengthen the internal strength like the great revitalizing pill. The Spirit Accumulation Pill has only one effect. Nourishing divinity. What is divinity? In Suchin's view, divinity is a general term for a person's essence, energy, and spirit. In Taoist terms, it is an illusory substance like the nascent soul. Generally speaking, ordinary martial artists, even if they are grade 2 martial artists, do not need to nourish divinity. Because the fight between martial artists is basically a collision of the body and internal strength. As for divinity, even if it is a grade 1 great grandmaster, the divinity in their body is very weak. However, if a grade 1 great grandmaster wants to go further and achieve Arhat's fruit or enter the legend realm, they need to constantly nourish their divinity. The body of a martial artist in the upper realm is connected to heaven and earth and is constantly being washed by the world's essence chi. Legends, on the other hand, have complete control of the world's essence chi and can sweep away everything with a wave of their hand. Drawing the world's essence chi and controlling the world's essence chi are two completely different concepts. The latter is many times stronger than the former. And what does a martial artist rely on to control the world's essence chi? In front of the mighty world's essence chi, a martial artist's body is not worth mentioning. And if you want to completely control the world's essence chi, you can only rely on a powerful divinity. This is the case for Arhat's fruit, and the same is true for legends. The Spirit Accumulation Pill that Suchin obtained from signing in is a medicinal pill used to nourish divinity. In today's world, anything related to divinity is extremely rare, enough to cause a fight between two grade 1 great grandmasters. Not to mention the Spirit Accumulation Pill, which can directly nourish divinity. Let's wait for a while. Once the Spirit Accumulation Pill is taken, it cannot be stopped. If it is disturbed halfway, the efficacy will be greatly reduced. Suchin thought silently. In any case, he had already endured 10 years. What difference would a few more days make? Suchin is a very patient person. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in the Shaolin Temple after becoming a grade 1 great grandmaster, striving to be invincible in the world. Late at night. Everything was silent. Suchin quietly left the chores yard and came to a simple and crude secret room. This secret chamber was located underground and had been casually built by Suchin over the past 10 years. Whoosh! Suchin sat cross-legged, exhaled softly, and swallowed the divine accumulation pill. Boom! In an instant, Suchin felt as if he was soaked in a hot spring. His whole body was warm and comfortable. Several hours later, Suchin slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! An illusory bolt of lightning flashed across the secret chamber. Lightning from the void. This wasn't real lightning, but a phenomenon that would only occur when a god reached a certain level of strength. A single divine accumulation pill actually increased my spirit by 50%. Suchin felt it carefully and nodded slightly. If there was no divine accumulation pill, Suchin would have needed at least 5 years to grow his god to this extent. A divine accumulation pill saved Suchin 5 years of hard work. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Shaolin Temple, another majestic and solemn Buddhist place, the Vajra Temple, was located here. The Vajra Temple is also one of the great sects in the world. However, compared to the decline of the Shaolin Temple, the Vajra Temple is in a period of prosperity. The current abbot of the Vajra Temple is a famous grade 1 holy monk. And at this moment, under the golden body of the Buddha enshrined in the Vajra Temple, the abbot looked at a young monk with a pious face and said with satisfaction, "Ba Tua, you have read all the Buddhist scriptures in the temple. Now the Vajra Temple has nothing to teach you. Let's go down the mountain. Go to the north." The Shaolin Temple in the north is the head of the 4 Buddhist temples in the world. It is said to have inherited the Buddha's palm. Although it has declined in recent years and the Buddha's palm has disappeared, it still has a strong foundation. Go to the Shaolin Temple and you will definitely gain something. The abbot looked at Ba Tuo and said slowly. Although the abbot of the Vajra Temple is a grade 1 a holy monk, when facing this young monk named Ba Tuo, he faintly felt like he was an equal. Because this young monk named Ba Tuo was very special. Ba Tuo was born in a small village outside the Vajra Temple. When he was born, the entire village was covered by faint Buddhist chants. When Ba Tuo was 3 years old, he often sat in front of the dilapidated Buddha statue in the village for an entire day. When the current abbot of the Vajra Temple found Ba Tuo, he was already 12 years old. At first glance, the abbot discovered that Ba Tuo had an extraordinary understanding of Buddhism and allowed him to enter the Vajra Temple. In the short 8 years since Ba Tuo entered the Vajra Temple, he had read all the Buddhist scriptures in the Vajra Temple and often debated with the senior monks of the temple. Even the abbot himself had lost to Ba Tuo. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that the abbot was a grade 1 a holy monk. His understanding of Buddhism was actually surpassed by Ba Tuo, who was only 20 years old. If this were to spread out, it would definitely shock a group of people to the point where their jaws would drop. Not only that, Ba Tuo had an extremely terrifying understanding of Buddhist techniques. In just 8 years after entering the Vajra Temple, he had already entered the middle 3 realms. This almost made the abbot think that Ba Tuo was the reincarnation of one of the Buddhist Arhat. It was precisely because of this that the abbot of the Vajra Temple directly appointed Ba Tuo as this generation's bodhisattva, equivalent to the abbot's future successor. Shaolin Temple? Ba Tuo raised his head and looked directly at the abbot, his tone slightly puzzled. Correct. Yes, it is the Shaolin Temple. The abbot of the Vajra Temple nodded. The Shaolin Temple has been passed down for thousands of years and has produced many Arhat Buddhas. Its foundation is unfathomable. This time, you are going to the Shaolin Temple in the name of the Vajra Temple to discuss Buddhism with the younger generation of the Shaolin Temple. The abbot of the Vajra Temple smiled. Every few decades, the 4 Buddhist temples in the world would have an exchange, which was called on Buddhism. The reason why the Shaolin Temple was the head of the 4 temples in the world was because the Shaolin Temple always had the advantage in the previous on Buddhism. But this time, the abbot of the Vajra Temple was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of disciple the Shaolin Temple would bring to face Ba Tuo. Yes, abbot. Ba Tuo bowed slightly and replied. Remember, although Buddhism pursues being aloof from worldly affairs, this on Buddhism is different. On Buddhism is a battle of ideals between the 4 Buddhist temples. You can only win, not lose. The abbot of the Vajra Temple reminded. Understood, abbot. Ba Tuo turned around and left, starting to prepare for the trip to the Shaolin Temple. After Ba Tuo left, the abbot of the Vajra Temple stood under the golden Buddha with a smile on his face. Time flew by. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, many major events happened in the world, but it did not affect the Shaolin Temple at all. Suqin's life was still the same as before. He signed in on time every day and listened to the gossip of the Chor's court disciples. However, on this day, Suqin's peaceful days were broken. 9 monks from the Vajra Temple came to the Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads personally greeted them outside the Great Strength Hall to show their respect. The disciples of the various courts also stood outside the Great Strength Hall. Vajra Temple? Suqin looked at the 9 monks from the Vajra Temple. The leader of the 9 monks was very young, about 20 years old, and looked solemn. As for the other 8, Suqin looked at the monk standing behind the young monk. He was wearing a red robe and a crown. This monk's aura was no weaker than Abbot Huiwen's. He was a 2nd-grade grandmaster. As for the other 7 monks, although their auras were different, but overall, they were all middle-realm martial artists. What a big show! Suqin muttered in his heart. Although he did not know the purpose of the Vajra Temple, it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. Sure enough, Suqin soon learned from the whispers of the disciples that this group of Vajra Temple monks came here to discuss Buddhism with the Shaolin Temple. Did you see that? The young monk at the front is the Buddha of the Vajra Temple, Ba Tuo. He has deep Buddhist roots. It is said that this Buddha was born with a vision of Buddhism. There's also a rumor that this arhat is the reincarnation of an arhat of Buddhism. Huh? If the other party is really the reincarnation of arhat, wouldn't the Shaolin Temple have no chance of winning? Let's wait and see. Maybe the abbot and the court heads have a way? Many disciples of the Shaolin Temple whispered. Even the Chor's Yard disciples were worried sick at heart. As disciples of the Shaolin Temple, they had long shared the honor and disgrace of the Shaolin Temple. Naturally, they couldn't bear to see the Shaolin Temple lose to the Jin Gang Temple. Namo Amaba. Abbot Huiwen put his palms together and said, "You have all come from afar. The Shaolin Temple will naturally treat you well. Let's prepare the vegetarian meal." Ba Tua, the Bodhisattva of the Vajra Temple, bowed slightly and said, "I've long heard that the abbot is an eminent monk of the Buddhist sections. Sorry to disturb you this time." After the vegetarian meal, Abbot Huiwen then began to discuss Buddhism. On Buddha was the tradition of the 4 Buddhist temples in the world. Only monks below the age of 20 could participate. In this way, they could measure the strength of the younger generation of the 4 Buddhist sects and confirm who was the head of the 4 Buddhist sects. Abbot Huiwen, Ba Tua of the Vajra Temple will participate in this on Buddha. At this moment, the second-rank monk in red robes with a crown on his head stood out and said. As soon as he said this, Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads frowned. After all, the rules of the Buddha Symposium in the past were that both sides would send out 9 disciples each, and they would discuss Buddha Symposium in turn before deciding the victor. But now, the Vajra Temple only sent out Ba Tua. It was obvious that they wanted to use Ba Tua alone to deal with the 9 disciples of the Shaolin Temple. This was simply looking down on the Shaolin Temple. Even with Abbot Huiwen's cultivation, he didn't look right at this moment. The hot-tempered warrior monastery head glared at the 9 monks of the Vajra Temple. Facing the pressure of the Shaolin Temple, the second-rank monk of the Vajra Temple didn't care at all. On Buddha was a battle of Buddhist ideals between the Vajra Temple and the Shaolin Temple. They could only win and not lose. What was the big deal about angering the Shaolin Temple? And some of the Shaolin Temple disciples were even more indignant. Isn't the Vajra Temple too arrogant? They only sent 1 disciple to participate in on Buddha? That's right. The Shaolin Temple is a big martial arts sect in the world, the head of the 4 Buddhist temples. How dare the Vajra Temple send 1 disciple to compete with the 9 disciples of the Shaolin Temple on Buddha? Even if Ba Tua is a bodhisattva, so what? It's not like the Shaolin Temple hasn't had a bodhisattva before. This is simply a provocation. Many disciples of the Shaolin Temple looked at the people of the Vajra Temple unkindly. It was said that Buddhism didn't pursue competitiveness. But at this moment, the Vajra Temple was right in front of them. If they still pretended not to see it, they wouldn't be practicing Buddhism, but practicing stone. Buddhism wasn't emotionless and desireless. There was also an angry Vajra in Buddhism. Only Su Qin still had a calm expression on his face, as if he was not moved at all. Namo Amaba. Abbot Huiwen was silent for a moment and said, "In that case, let's begin." As soon as Abbot Huiwen's voice faded, Ba Tua of the Vajra Temple stepped forward and sat down cross-legged in front of the great Buddha hall. "Zhen Yuan," Abbot Huiwen said softly. A monk in a monk's robe walked out and stood in front of the great Buddha hall, facing Ba Tua. "It's Brother Zhen Yuan. Brother Zhen Yuan is the most valued disciple of the Commandment Yard. It's said that he has a profound understanding of Buddhism and often debates with the yard head." "That's right. Brother Zhen Yuan is going to suppress the Vajra Temple and let them know who the head of the 4 Buddhist temples in the world is." Many disciples of the Shaolin Temple were excited when they saw Zhen Yuan step forward. Obviously, Zhen Yuan, a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, had a special place in their hearts. Zhen Yuan? Su Qin also looked at Zhen Yuan. As a disciple of the Zhen generation, Su Qin had some impression of Zhen Yuan. "Brother Zhen Guan, who do you think will win? Brother Zhen Yuan or that bodhisattva?" A disciple of the Chor's Yard asked in a low voice. Su Qin had been in the temple for 10 years. Although he was still a sweeping monk, he obviously had some experience. Needless to say, senior brother Zhen Yuan will definitely win. Before Su Qin could speak, another disciple next to him interjected. Su Qin heard this and shook his head slightly. The Vajra temple had 9 spots, but they only sent Ba Tuo. There were only 2 possibilities. First, the Vajra temple was stupid. Second, the Vajra temple was confident that they would win. As long as Ba Tuo was there, it didn't matter if they sent 1 or 9 people. The Vajra temple and the Shaolin temple were the 4 Buddhist temples in the world. They were famous martial artists, so they couldn't be stupid. So there was only one possibility. The Vajra temple was very confident in Ba Tuo. They were so confident that as long as the Shaolin temple defeated Ba Tuo, the Vajra temple would admit defeat. While Su Qin was thinking, the on Buddha between Ba Tuo and Jin Yuan began. Brother, you came from afar. Of course, you will speak first. Jin Yuan said with a solemn face. The head of the commandment yard saw this and nodded secretly. Jin Yuan was the disciple he was most proud of. His understanding of Buddhism was better than ordinary people. Otherwise, the abbot wouldn't have sent Jin Yuan first. One had to know that the first drum of energy would weaken the second and exhaust the third. If the Shaolin temple lost the first round, it would be a blow to the morale of the following disciples. Ba Tuo didn't decline. He put his palms together and said, "This is what I heard. Buddha is here." The result of the first on Buddha round was as Su Qin had expected. In less than 15 minutes, True Essence's face turned pale and he didn't know how to respond. Although True Essence was well versed in Buddhism, he had underestimated the arhat of the Diamond Temple. Ba Tuo's every word seemed to have turned into a Buddhist mantra that was imprinted in his mind until it turned into a Buddha mountain that crushed him. I lost. True Essence got up, his eyes dimmed. The on Buddha round of the 4 Buddhist temples wasn't a pugilistic world duel, but the former was definitely more dangerous than the latter. Both sides of the duel would at most suffer physical injuries. As long as the injuries weren't too severe, it wasn't hard to recover. But on Buddha was a battle of ideals. Once one lost, although one's body would be fine, one's mind would be severely damaged. One might even fall into self-doubt and form an inner demon. Once the inner demon was formed, one might not be able to progress further for the rest of his life. As True Essence's battle ended, the disciples of the Shaolin Temple felt their hearts turn cold. They had high hopes for True Essence. They thought that with True Essence's understanding of Buddhism, even if he couldn't beat the arhat of the Diamond Temple, he wouldn't lose too badly. But in the end, True Essence didn't even last 15 minutes before he got up and admitted defeat. What did this mean? It meant that True Essence's understanding of Buddhism was far inferior to Ba Tuo's. Thank you. Ba Tuo's expression didn't change. Instead, he put his hands together and bowed slightly to True Essence. Abbot Huiwen, arrange for the next one. The second-rank monk of the Diamond Temple looked at Abbot Huiwen and said, Humph. The head of the commandment yard snorted and looked at the gloomy True Essence with a pained expression. True Essence was his most valued disciple. How could he not be moved by such a blow? Namo Amiba. Abbot Huiwen looked deeply at Ba Tuo and said again, Xianxia. Abbot. The second disciple of the Shaolin Temple got up and sat where True Essence had been sitting. The second round of on Buddha started again. Boring. Su Qin watched for a while and felt rather bored, so he took the opportunity to slip out. The Chores Yard disciples were originally located in a corner. Coupled with the fact that Su Qin was extremely inconspicuous, no one noticed him. Initially, I thought that the Buddhists were aloof from worldly affairs. But, by the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Su Qin first went to the scripture pavilion and used up today's sign and opportunity. Then, he found a place where no one would disturb him and took a Yun spirit pill. Several hours later, Su Qin arrived at the Great Strength Hall once again. However, this time, Su Qin clearly felt that the atmosphere among the disciples was much more oppressive. We've lost, we've all lost. A nearby disciple of the labor court muttered with a dazed gaze. They all lost? Su Qin looked at the front of the grand hall. At this moment, Zhen Wu, a disciple of Abbot Huiwen, was sitting across from the arhat of Jin Gang Temple. Zhen Wu was the most outstanding disciple of the Zhen generation. He was accepted as a disciple by Abbot Huiwen as soon as he entered the temple. And Zhen Wu's performance did not disappoint Abbot Huiwen. Whether it was his understanding of Buddhism or his progress in Buddhist martial arts, he could be said to be the best of the younger generation of the Shaolin Temple. Even Abbot Huiwen was prepared to train Zhen Wu as the next abbot of Shaolin. According to previous rounds of On Buddha, disciples like Zhen Wu would definitely be placed last to play a role as a stabilizing force. But at this moment, Zhen Wu went on stage. There was only one possibility. The first 8 disciples of the Shaolin Temple who participated in On Buddha had all lost. So fast? Su Qin was slightly surprised. In less than half a day, the Arhat of Jingang Temple had defeated 8 disciples of the Shaolin Temple in a row? No. It should be 9. Because at this moment, Zhen Wu was obviously at a disadvantage in On Buddha against Ba Tuo. He could not hold on for long. Half an hour later. All Dharma is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow, like dew, like lightning. Ba Tuo's words were like heavenly flowers. His tone was gentle as if he could cut off all worries, eliminate all demons, eliminate all karma, and reach the shore. Senior brother, thank you for letting me win. Ba Tuo slowly got up, put his hands together, and said with a solemn expression. Zhen Wu was still sitting cross-legged, but his face was as pale as paper. Obviously, he had lost. Namo Amida. The second-grade monk of the Jingang Temple looked happy and recited a slogan. Suddenly, except for Abbot Huiwen, all the court heads in the field were in disbelief. They did not expect that the Shaolin Temple would lose when only one person from the Jingang Temple had participated in On Buddha. For a moment, all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple felt sad. They felt that the face of the Shaolin Temple was trampled on by the Jingang Temple, but they could not resist. Because this was the truth. Ba Tuo, the Bodhisattva of the Jingang Temple, won 9 rounds in a row and won the On Buddha. Since the On Buddha is over, we will take our leave first. Thank you for disturbing the Shaolin Temple for so long. The second-grade monk of the Jingang Temple glanced at the audience. When he saw that no one dared to look at him, he slowly said. The court heads looked pale, and some of them even began to breathe unsteadily. After today, once the results of the On Buddha between the Shaolin Temple and the Jingang Temple spread, the title of the head of the 4 Buddhist temples of the Shaolin Temple would be handed over to the Jingang Temple. When they thought of the title that the ancestors of the eminent monks had obtained but lost because of the incompetence of the younger generation, all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple, including Abbot Huiwen, felt their hearts bleeding. Until the people of the Jingang Temple left, there was still silence outside the Hall of Great Strength. I am ashamed to face the ancestors. The court head of the Chores Hall looked up to the sky and sighed. His face suddenly turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Court head, what happened to you? Junior brother, are you okay? Many disciples of the Chores Hall were shocked. Abbot Huiwen even took a step forward and appeared in front of the court head. He reached out his right hand. A moment later, Abbot Huiwen shook his head. Junior brother is fine. He's just too emotional, plus his qi and blood are declining. Not far away, Su Qin looked at the court head of the Chores Hall who had collapsed on the ground and was silent. For 10 years, the court head of the Chores Hall had been good to Su Qin. He often wanted to transfer Su Qin to the Arhat Hall or the warrior monastery, instead of being a sweeping monk. However, these good intentions were rejected by Su Qin. Is the reputation of the Shaolin Temple so important to you? Su Qin whispered to himself. The next moment, Su Qin turned and left. Outside the Shaolin Temple, the group of people from the Diamond Temple were heading in a certain direction. Ba Tuo, the abbot will be overjoyed when we return this time. If not for you, the Shaolin Temple would not have handed over the position of the head of the 4 Buddhist temples so easily. The second-rank monk of the Diamond Temple looked at Ba Tuo and said with relief. His name was Tong Ru, and he was the current guardian of the Diamond Temple with a second-rank cultivation. As the Arhat of the Diamond Temple, Ba Tuo naturally had someone protecting him, and Tong Ru was Ba Tuo's guardian. Uncle Master, is what we are doing really the right thing? Ba Tuo could not help but ask. Of course it is. Tong Ru said affirmatively, the battle of ideals is only about winning or losing, not right or wrong. Hearing this, Ba Tuo's eyes were filled with thoughts. Suddenly, At this moment, the guardian of the Diamond Temple, Tong Ru, seemed to have sensed something and looked up. Under a withered Bodhi tree, a young monk in grey robes was standing there silently. The guardian of the Diamond Temple, Tong Ru, frowned. You are a disciple of the Shaolin Temple? Tong Ru asked in a loud voice. This was the territory of the Shaolin Temple. Other than the Shaolin Temple, there were no monks from other temples. The young monk in grey robes nodded and then shook his head. This young monk was naturally Su Qin, who had arrived a long time ago. I have long heard that the Arhat of the Diamond Temple is the reincarnation of Arhat. I am here this time to discuss Buddhism with you, Su Qin said unhurriedly. Discuss Buddhism? Tong Ru was slightly stunned. My temple has already discussed Buddhism with you in the Shaolin Temple. The results are out, and Abbot Huiwen has no objections. Why are you here again? Uncle Master. Since you are a senior brother of the Shaolin Temple, let's discuss it again. Ba Tuo spoke and took a step forward. With a solemn expression, he said, I wonder how senior brother will discuss the Dharma? We will discuss it as it should be. Su Qin smiled and said calmly. Ba Tuo clasped his hands and said, Senior brother, can you tell me what is Buddha? Ba Tuo had asked the same question in the Shaolin Temple just now. He had left the 9 Shaolin Temple at a loss. What was Buddha? The Buddha in Buddhism was naturally the Buddha. But who was the Buddha? A human? A god? A ghost? A demon? No one knew. No one dared to make wild guesses. Tong Ru, the guardian of the temple, shook his head. Even the abbot of the Diamond Temple was stumped by this question, let alone Su Qin. Tong Ru could naturally see that Su Qin's status in the Shaolin Temple was not high. Otherwise, he would not be wearing grey robes. The reason he stopped them here was probably because he was unwilling to accept the result. But so what if he was unwilling to accept the result? The younger generation of the Shaolin Temple was crushed by Ba Tuo of the Diamond Temple. Could it be that there was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple who could defeat Ba Tuo? How was that possible? What is Buddha? At this time, Su Qin repeated in a low voice. His voice became louder and louder until it finally reverberated in everyone's ears. I am Buddha. Boom. As soon as these words came out, all the monks of the Diamond Temple, including the guardian of the temple, were stunned. They had never seen such an arrogant person who called himself Buddha. How dare you? The guardian of the temple, Tong Ru, suddenly reacted and was about to reprimand him. However, then, he saw a scene that he would never believe in his life. A golden Buddha suddenly appeared behind Su Qin. He pointed to the sky with one hand and touched the ground with the other. There was boundless zen in his solemnity. He spoke with a magnificent voice. In heaven and on earth, only I am supreme. Under the Bodhi tree, Su Qin walked 9 steps. Then, he pointed to the sky with one hand and touched the ground with the other. He looked solemn. In heaven and on earth, only I am supreme. This. All the monks of the Diamond Temple were stunned. Ba Tuo looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He trembled as he looked at Su Qin. This is a Buddha, a true Buddha. Ba Tuo was in a daze. He had been a disciple of the Titanium Temple since he was young and had read all the Buddhist scriptures in the temple. He had 1,000 imaginations of Buddha in his mind. But now, only then did Ba Tuo realize just how wrong he was. A real Buddha with an immortal golden body was not something he could imagine. This is the Dharmaraja of the temple, Tong Ru, struggled out of his shock. His tone was filled with shock. The Buddha's light spread and illuminated the surroundings. Tong Ru felt that every strand of inner strength in his body was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even moving was difficult, let alone circulating it. The other 7 disciples of the Titanium Temple were in an even worse state. They sat on the ground with blank faces. Time passed. After a while, the Buddha's light slowly dissipated. When the Buddha's light completely disappeared, the people of the Titanium Temple came to their senses. Where is that person? One of the disciples of the Titanium Temple muttered. When he said that, only then did they realize that there was no one under the Bodhi tree in the distance. The Shaolin Temple is unfathomable. The Dharmaraja of the temple, Tong Ru, sighed with a complicated expression. At this moment, he only wanted to have a good chat with the person who was rumored to be the cause of the decline of the Shaolin Temple. How could the Shaolin Temple decline if it could produce such a young disciple who could trigger such a magnificent Buddha's light? If it was declining, then the Titanium Temple might as well be destroyed. At this moment, a disciple of the Titanium Temple asked cautiously, "Did we win or lose this Buddha's discourse?" The other disciples' hearts tightened as they looked at Ba Tuo. Even the Dharmaraja of the temple, Tong Ru, looked at Ba Tuo. Win or lose? Ba Tuo smiled. How can we win when discussing Buddha's discourse? Martial uncle, let's return to the Titanium Temple. The Shaolin Temple lives up to its name. There's no need to think about it anymore. After Ba Tuo finished speaking, he walked toward the Titanium Temple. The Dharmaraja of the temple, Tong Ru, sighed and followed him. The remaining 7 Vajra Temple's disciples looked at each other and followed behind Tong Ru, the temple guardian. The Titanium Temple. The Dharmaraja of the temple, Tong Ru, told the abbot of the Vajra Temple everything that had happened. The abbot of the Titanium Temple was silent for a long time before he said softly, "Could it be that the Shaolin Temple of this generation is going to have a real Arhat?" Arhat? Tong Ru's expression was one of shock. Arhat of Buddhism was equivalent to a martial arts legend in Jianghu. He was a peerless existence that transcended the 9th grade martial arts system. Every Arhat or martial arts legend represented absolute invincibility. When Su Qin returned to the Shaolin Temple, most of the disciples outside the Hall of Great Strength had been evacuated by Abbot Huiwen and the court heads. I didn't expect that just a little stimulation would cause such a huge reaction. Furthermore, it consumed more than half of my inner strength. Su Qin rubbed between his eyebrows and calmed down the golden Buddha that represented the inheritance of the Buddha's palm in the depths of his primal aperture between his eyebrows. Just now, when he was discussing Buddhism with Ba Tuo, the Bodhisattva of the Vajra Temple, Su Qin thought of Buddha's palm. The Buddha's palm was known as the Buddha's personal inheritance. In today's world, there was probably no existence that was closer to Buddha than the Buddha's palm. Therefore, Su Qin slightly stimulated the primal aperture between his eyebrows. Although Su Qin still couldn't use the Buddha's palm, it didn't mean that he couldn't stimulate it. As a result, the moment Su Qin stimulated it, the golden Buddha appeared. In this way, it saved Su Qin a lot of trouble. What level of martial arts is the Buddha's palm? Su Qin once again had this doubt in his heart. Su Qin is a grade 1 great grandmaster and has a lot of internal strength, but even so, a little stimulation of the Buddha's palm consumed more than half of his internal strength. If he really wanted to use it, wouldn't he be sucked dry in an instant? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he returned to the handyman court. At this time, the handyman court head had woken up and his face was ruddy. However, Su Qin felt that the life aura of the court head had once again decreased a lot, and he was a little closer to the end of the Shouyuan's life. Su Qin guessed that the court head may pass away in 5 to 10 years at most. Sigh. Su Qin sighed in his heart, but stepped forward and asked, "Court head, are you okay?" "I'm fine." The court head waved his hand. "I was too emotional just now, but I'm much better now." Speaking of this, the court head paused and said with emotion, "I'm old, my vitality is declining, I have no choice but to accept it." In the next half a month, Abbot Huiwen of the Shaolin Temple and the court heads were waiting for the results of the On Buddha of the Vajra Temple. However, to Abbot Huiwen's surprise, the Vajra Temple was still silent even after a few months, as if they had never discussed On Buddha with the Shaolin Temple. Logically speaking, if the Vajra Temple won the On Buddha, they should have announced it. Why is there no reaction at all? The court head of the Commandment Court was puzzled. Although it was difficult to give up the position of the head of the 4 Buddhist temples in the world, a win was a win, and a loss was a loss. The Shaolin Temple disdained to deny this point. However, the premise that the Shaolin Temple did not deny it was that the Vajra Temple spread the result. Was it possible for the Shaolin Temple to take the initiative to say that they lost to the Vajra Temple? How could this be possible? As a major martial arts sect in the world, the Shaolin Temple also cared about their reputation. Besides, in the previous On Buddha sessions, it was always the winner who did this. What the hell is going on? Abbot Huiwen was also puzzled. Since the Vajra temple did not say anything, Abbot Huiwen did not want to ask. As a result, most forces in the world did not know that the Shaolin temple and the Vajra temple had on Buddha session. As for the small number of forces that knew a little about it, they thought that the Vajra temple had lost and did not want to make it public. The Vajra temple felt that they had lost to the Shaolin temple. After waiting for a few months, they were also puzzled as to why the Shaolin temple did not say anything about the on Buddha session. Regarding this result, the abbot of the Vajra temple could only think that the Shaolin temple was too lazy to care about it. And the culprit who caused all this, Su Qin, naturally returned to his usual days of signing in and sweeping the floor. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Cultivation technique Withered Tree Divine Art. In front of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion, Su Qin looked happy. The Withered Tree Divine Art was one of the unique techniques of the Shaolin temple. Its greatest use was not for offense or defense, but for concealment and disguise. Once the Withered Tree Divine Art was cultivated to the advanced level, one could control one's own aura at will, truly becoming like a withered tree and ethereal. Not bad. The Withered Tree Divine Art and that indestructible Vajra Divine Art are a perfect match. Su Qin was very satisfied. Originally, the indestructible Vajra Divine Art could allow Su Qin to completely conceal his aura. Now, with the addition of the Withered Tree Divine Art, how powerful would it be? Just as Su Qin was about to try the effect of the Withered Tree Divine Art, his expression suddenly changed. Huh? If a disciple familiar with the Shaolin temple was here, they would have noticed that Su Qin was looking in the direction of the Shaolin temple's forbidden area, the Thousand Buddhas Hall. Su Qin has been in the Shaolin temple for more than 10 years and has visited almost the entire Shaolin temple. There are only a few forbidden areas that he has not set foot in. The Back Mountain is one, and the Thousand Buddhas Hall is another. Whether it is the Back Mountain or the Thousand Buddhas Hall, Su Qin can sense the aura of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. It is because of this that Su Qin did not approach. The Back Mountain is the place where the Shaolin temple suppressed the Devil Buddha 900 years ago. Even now, there is still a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster guarding it. Su Qin does not find it strange. After all, according to Su Qin's understanding, the Demon Buddha 900 years ago was a powerful existence that could compete with an Arhat and was completely above Grade 1. In order to suppress this kind of devil, it is definitely difficult to rely on the seal alone. No matter how strong the seal is, it will eventually decline with the passage of time. At this time, someone needs to constantly perfect the seal, so that it can always suppress the Devil Buddha. And with the power of the Devil Buddha, only a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster can barely get close without being affected. And this is under the premise that the Devil Buddha is suppressed by the seal. Finally, in order to ensure the absolute safety of the seal of the Devil Buddha, the Back Mountain is guarded by a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, a holy monk. This should be a top secret, and even the current abbot of the Shaolin temple does not know about it. This is also the reason why the Shaolin temple does not have a Grade 1 holy monk guarding it. In fact, the Shaolin temple is a great sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. It is a Buddhist holy land that came out of Arhat. How could it not have any secrets? In addition to the Back Mountain, there is also the aura of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster in the Thousand Buddhas Hall. However, just now, Su Qin clearly felt that the aura of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster in the Thousand Buddhas Hall had suddenly dissipated. This kind of dissipation did not mean that it had disappeared. Instead, it was like a candle in the wind that had persisted for decades before finally being extinguished. Is he dead? Su Qin seemed to be deep in thought. The Thousand Buddhas Hall was a forbidden area of the Shaolin temple because it was the place where a holy monk of the Shaolin temple passed away. Only a first-rank holy monk was qualified to enter the Thousand Buddhas Hall when Shouyuan's time was up. Do you want to go take a look and sign a contract? Su Qin stroked his chin as a thought occurred to him. The Thousand Buddhas Hall was one of the few places Su Qin had not set foot in. In other words, Su Qin had yet to sign in at the Thousand Buddha Palace. According to the aura, the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster must be dead. There should be no living things in the Thousand Buddhas Hall at this moment. Even if I go in, I won't be discovered. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he slowly pondered. Originally, even if the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster in the Thousand Buddhas Hall was really dead, Suqin would enter after a while to be on the safe side. But after signing in, Suqin obtained the Withered Wood Divine Art. This Shaolin Temple's secret technique is good at concealment and disguise. Coupled with the great accomplishment of the Invincible Vajra Divine Art, Suqin is confident that even if he walked in front of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, as long as the other party did not see him with their own eyes, the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster would not notice him. Unless Suqin deliberately leaked his aura. Let me familiarize myself with the Withered Wood Divine Art first. Suqin's thoughts moved, and suddenly, everything about the Withered Wood Divine Art poured into his mind. In a short period of time, Suqin's understanding of the Withered Wood Divine Art has reached an incredible level. Shaped like a dead tree. Divine like nothingness. Suqin's aura was faintly discernible and almost completely disappeared. Chirp chirp chirp. At this moment, several birds landed on Suqin's shoulders. Obviously, they regarded Suqin as a dead tree and did not find anything unusual. Phew. Inhale. While operating the Withered Wood Divine Art, Suqin slowly used the great accomplishment of the Invincible Vajra Divine Art to restrain his aura once again. Suddenly, several birds that landed on Suqin's shoulders seemed to be frightened and quickly flew away. In the eyes of these birds, they completely lost their sense of Suqin. At this moment, Suqin can't even be regarded as a dead tree. He can only be regarded as a mass of nothingness. Of course, in fact, Suqin still exists, but his aura has fundamentally disappeared. Not bad, not bad. Suqin exclaimed in his heart. I can enter the Thousand Buddhas Hall. Suqin suddenly made a decision. At night, Suqin avoided the patrolling monks and stood in front of the Thousand Buddhas Hall. After confirming that there was no one inside, Suqin pushed open the door and slowly walked in. The light in the hall was a bit dim. But Suqin, as a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, has long been able to see things in the night. There are many Buddha statues in the Thousand Buddhas Hall, and under each Buddha statue is the place where a holy monk passed away. The Buddha statues are overlapping, and at a glance, there are at least hundreds of them. I didn't expect that the Shaolin Temple would give birth to so many Grade 1 holy monk. Suqin looked emotional. One must know that in today's world, any Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is a peerless powerhouse whose name shakes the world. They are enough to take charge of a great sect. And the Shaolin Temple has given birth to hundreds of such Grade 1 Great Grandmasters? However, Suqin thought about it again and felt that it was normal. The Shaolin Temple has existed for thousands of years, and hundreds of Grade 1 holy monk are not that many. Suqin slowly walked towards the depths of the Thousand Buddhas Hall. With Withered Wood Divine Art and Invincible Vajra Divine Art, Suqin was like a ghost at this moment, without any movement. If one did not see it with their own eyes, even a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster would not be able to detect it. Soon, Suqin walked to the deepest part of the Thousand Buddhas Hall. Not far away, a figure wearing cloth clothes was sitting there stiffly. There was no aura. Obviously, he was dead. Cloth clothes? Not a monk's robe? The Grade 1 hidden in the Thousand Buddhas Hall is not someone from the Shaolin Temple? Suqin was surprised. Originally, Suqin thought that the Grade 1 aura in the Thousand Buddhas Hall was a Grade 1 holy monk from the Shaolin Temple. But it seems that this is not the case. Interesting. Suqin did not approach immediately. A Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, even if he died, may leave something behind. Near his body. Although Suqin is not afraid, he is also afraid of trouble. Right. It just so happens that I am in the Thousand Buddhas Hall, I can sign in there. Suqin's eyes lit up. It was already late at night. It was the early morning of the second day, and the daily sign-in opportunity was refreshed. System, sign in for me. Suqin said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the magic power True Eye. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in Suqin's ears. Magic power? True Eye? Suqin's pupils shrank. In the past 10 years, Suqin has signed in countless divine arts, spirit pills, and heaven and earth treasures. But this is the first time he has heard of a magic power. I didn't expect the Eye of Truth to be so terrifying. After a while, Su Qin opened his eyes and exclaimed. According to the system, the Eye of Truth is not an offensive magic ability. It is more inclined to an auxiliary magic ability. With the Eye of Truth, Su Qin can easily see through illusions and lock on to crises. Moreover, the Eye of Truth has a terrifying grasp of qi. As long as Su Qin looks at it, even if it is hundreds of miles away, Su Qin can lock on to its position by relying on qi. Of course, the most attractive thing to Su Qin about the Eye of Truth is that it is a magic ability. What is a magic ability? No matter what kind of secret art it is, it requires internal strength, vitality, and other energy to be used. But even a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster's internal strength is not endless, and it is impossible to consume it without limit. As for vitality, it is even more so. Once vitality declines, even a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster's strength will be greatly reduced. But magic abilities are different. Magic abilities are like a person's instinct, like breathing, there is no such thing as consumption. In other words, as long as Su Qin is willing, he can activate the Eye of Truth 24 hours a day. Because for Su Qin, the Eye of Truth is like eating and drinking, there is no need to think at all. It is rumored that when a Buddhist cultivation technique is cultivated to the extreme, it will also give birth to various magic abilities, such as mind connection, heavenly eye. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Let's try the effect of this Eye of Truth. Su Qin calmed down, and his mind moved. Suddenly, Su Qin only felt a chill in his eyes. Everywhere he looked, he could see everything. There was no blind spot. In addition, Su Qin faintly felt that countless qi was rising from all directions. These qi were either far or near, strong or weak, all fell into his eyes. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at the corpse of the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster not far away. At this moment, relying on the Eye of Truth, Su Qin almost instantly determined that the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster was really dead. Furthermore, he did not tamper with the corpse. At this moment, Su Qin found that the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster was holding a roll of animal skin in his hand. Su Qin flicked his finger, and the beast skin fell to the ground. Su Qin picked up the animal skin and looked at it. I started learning martial arts at the age of 8 and traveled around the world. I entered the upper realm at the age of 38 and became Grade 1 at the age of 79. After that, I spent more than 100 years and was still stuck at Grade 1, regrettably unable to touch the bottleneck of the mythical realm. This scroll should record the life of the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, including his childhood experience, the ecstasy after becoming a martial artist, and the loneliness after finally entering Rank 1. This Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is called Jiuqiu Sanren. Although he has no parents, his martial Dao aptitude is top-notch. Just by relying on a few incomplete cultivation methods, he was able to cultivate his internal strength. After that, he soared. In just 70 years, he advanced by leaps and bounds, directly entering Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. When he first became a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster and stood at the peak of the world, Jiuqiu Sanren was quite happy. He often exchanged pointers with other Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. But when he was 100 years old, Jiuqiu Sanren panicked. Although the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster Shouyuan is far beyond ordinary people, his limit is only 200 years. If he wants to live longer, he can only go one step further and enter the rumored mythical realm. I heard that the Shaolin Temple has been passed down for thousands of years, and that the real Arhat came from there. In order to find a way to break through, I hid in the Thousand Buddhas Hall and thought hard day and night. However, when I was 170 years old, I thought that my internal strength and body had been polished to the limit, but I had no clue about the mythical realm. How can one break through the mythical realm? How did our ancestors manage to cross this bottleneck? The more he read the animal skin, the more sloppy the handwriting became. Endless unwillingness and despair hit him. Even Su Qin was silent. Jiuqiu Sanren should have sneaked in 60 years ago. At that time, the last Shaolin Temple, a holy monk, had just passed away. The Shaolin Temple no longer had a Grade 1, so he could hide until now. Su Qin sighed. Throughout the world, although a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is rare, there will be some born in every era. But a legend, or a Buddhist arhat equivalent to a legend, cannot be found in an era or even several eras. Suqin doesn't know about other places. At least in the Shaolin Temple, since the last ancestor arhat died 900 years ago to suppress the devil Buddha, no one has been able to achieve arhat enlightenment. Of course, this is because the successor of the devil Buddha only appears once in 100 years, which greatly drags down the heritage of the Shaolin Temple, but it also shows how difficult it is to achieve arhat enlightenment. In the future, will I be like Jiuqiu Sanren? Alone and waiting for death? Suqin frowned slightly, and this thought suddenly flashed in his mind. But as soon as this thought emerged, it was thrown away by Suqin. Because Jiu Sanren can't be compared to him at all. Suqin has the system and can sign in and get countless treasures. Even if it's a pile, he can still reach the legend realm. Besides, Jiu Sanren didn't understand why he couldn't even break through the bottleneck until his death. But in Suqin's eyes, Jiu Sanren took the wrong path. Jiu Sanren spent more than 100 years polishing his body and internal strength. But in fact, in order to enter the legend realm, in addition to polishing the body and internal strength to the extreme, you also need to perfect your divinity. Divinity. Body. Internal strength. Only by combining the three would there be a glimmer of hope of touching the bottleneck. In addition, what made Suqin even more excited was that the Eye of Truth that he had just obtained from signing in could not only see external objects, but also observe his own body. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, Suqin's control of his qi, blood, internal strength, and divinity had reached an incredible level. Suqin could clearly feel any inadequacies and defects in his body. Although the Eye of Truth couldn't directly help Suqin make up for these shortcomings and flaws, it pointed out a direction for Suqin. This was more important than Suqin's sign-in and obtaining more divine arts and treasures. It was really right to come to the Thousand Buddhas Hall to sign in this time. Although I don't have the Eye of Truth, I am confident that I can take that step, but I will definitely take a lot of detours. A smile appeared on Suqin's face. He looked at Jiu Sanren's corpse. Don't worry, let me see the path that you haven't taken and the scenery that you haven't seen. After Suqin finished speaking, he placed the animal skin in front of Jiu Sanren and turned to leave. As for Jiu Sanren's corpse, Suqin didn't pay any attention to it. As a forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple, Thousand Buddhas Hall would be cleaned by special disciples every once in a while. When Jiu Sanren was alive, the disciples who came in to clean up wouldn't find him. But now that Jiu Sanren was dead, his corpse was there. The next time the disciples of the Shaolin Temple came in to clean up, they would naturally see it. Demon Subduing Tower. As the forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple, the Demon Subduing Tower is divided into 9 floors. These 9 floors are not on the surface, but underground. The 1st to 3rd floor suppress the devils of the lower realm, the 4th to 6th floor suppress the devils of the middle realm, and the 7th to 9th floors suppress the devils of the upper realm. However, in this era, there are very few devils of the upper realm suppressed by the Demon Subduing Tower. At this moment, on the 2nd floor of the Demon Subduing Tower, a man who was leaning against a corner suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a scarlet and tyrannical light. Ha 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 ha. This old ancestor has finally come in. The man looked at the other devils imprisoned in the Demon Subduing Tower, his eyes revealing a greedy look. He is a famous devil in Jianghu, known as Xianxia. A few years ago, he changed his appearance and deliberately fell into the hands of the Shaolin Temple in order to enter the Demon Subduing Tower. Most devil path martial artists like to devour the blood essence and vitality of others to make up for themselves. Xianxia is even more so. Xianxia's cultivation technique allows him to quickly improve his cultivation by devouring the blood essence of others. The stronger the target he devoured, the more power Xianxia would gain. Therefore, Xianxia began to pay attention to the martial artists of Jianghu. However, the martial artists were not fools. After experiencing Xianxia's sneak attack, they became vigilant. They called their friends and even their elders to ambush Xianxia. After suffering a few losses, Xianxia had to give up this idea. And at this time, Xianxia suddenly remembered that there are countless devils imprisoned in the Demon Subduing Tower of the Shaolin Temple. These devils are suppressed in the tower and imprisoned for life until they die of old age. After realizing this, Xianxia suddenly thought that if he sneaked into the demon-subduing tower and devoured the blood essence and vitality of the devils in the tower, wouldn't it be foolproof? Thinking of this, Xianxia began to plan how to sneak into the demon-subduing tower. The Shaolin Temple is a great sect in the world. Its heritage is unfathomable. Directly killing his way in is definitely not a good idea. The only way to go in is to take the initiative to fall into the hands of the Shaolin Temple and then be imprisoned. Xianxia needs to do two things. First, he could not let the Shaolin Temple discover his identity. Otherwise, a martial artist of the upper realm would have personally crippled Xianxia's cultivation. The second was to find a way to enter and leave the demon-suppressing pagoda. Otherwise, if he couldn't do this, even if Xianxia really swallowed all the blood essence and vitality in the tower, what was the use? The first point was easy for Xianxia. In the demonic path's mystic arts, there were many ways to change one's appearance. In order to be foolproof, Xianxia took the initiative to seal his own strength and pretended to be a little devil in the lower realm. As for the second point, Xianxia discovered from an ancient book that every full moon night, a temporary loophole would appear in the mechanism of the demon-suppressing tower. After solving these two problems, Xianxia was successfully imprisoned on the second floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda. Ha 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 ha. What delicious food. Xianxia licked his lips and looked at the demons imprisoned on the second floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda, his face full of greed. Whoosh! Xianxia took a step forward and appeared in front of a devil, directly grabbing his neck. Whoosh! Xianxia took a deep breath. A look of horror appeared on the face of the devil in his hand, and his body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a moment, he turned into a dry corpse. In order to come in order to hide from the Shaolin Temple, I don't know how much I have paid. Now, it's time to reap the harvest. Xianxia's aura rapidly expanded and spread wildly in all directions. Suddenly, many devils on the second floor began to be sucked dry one by one, turning into dry corpses. Soon, the other devils found that something was wrong and distanced themselves from Xianxia. Not good. Someone is attacking us. An old devil roared. Xianxia? Damn it, why is he on the second floor? Countless demons were shocked and furious, their faces filled with fear. With Xianxia's strength, even if he fell into the hands of the Shaolin Temple and was suppressed in the demon-suppressing pagoda, he would at least be on the 7th floor. Ha 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 ha. Want to run? Can you run away? Quickly merge with this old ancestor. This old ancestor is still in a hurry to go to the next floor. Xianxia's aura was deep as he looked at all the devils indifferently. He took the initiative to be captured into the demon-suppressing pagoda. Naturally, he didn't only intend to devour the devils on the first floor. Xianxia's real goal was all the devils on the 9th floor of the demon-suppressing pagoda. Late at night, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Suqin sat cross-legged and took long breaths. If there were martial artists in the upper realm present, they would be shocked to find that every time Suqin inhaled, a large amount of world's essence qi would pour into his body. The amount of world's essence qi that Suqin inhaled with just one breath was enough to burst the body of an ordinary martial artist in the upper realm. Although the martial artists in the upper realm have opened the heaven and earth bridge, their body was constantly being cleansed by world's essence qi. But that kind of cleansing was slight and gradual. It was like flowing water in a small river, flowing slowly. But now, the world's essence qi that Suqin inhaled and exhaled was like a river or a lake, endless. Even those grade 1 great grandmasters would feel their scalp tingle when they see Suqin inhaling and exhaling world's essence qi like this. After all, how violent is the world's essence qi? With this kind of endless world's essence qi, even a grade 1 great grandmaster may injure their body if they are not careful. Once the body is damaged, especially when inhaling and exhaling world's essence qi, the backlash will be endless. No grade 1 great grandmaster would dare to do this. Invincible Vajra divine art is worthy of being the Shaolin Temple's outer technique. Suqin opened his eyes and thought silently in his heart. The great accomplishment of Invincible Vajra divine art allowed Suqin to absorb world's essence qi unscrupulously without worrying about any hidden dangers. If it was before, I would definitely think that Invincible Vajra divine art was perfect, without any flaws. But now, with the eyes of truth, the shortcomings of invincible Vajra divine art can be seen at a glance. Su Qin sighed softly, feeling the power of the eyes of truth more and more. The essence of invincible Vajra divine art is the most young and indestructible. However, in all things in the world, alone yin cannot grow, and alone yang cannot be born. If you want to live forever, you must combine yin and yang. Invincible Vajra divine art is indeed very strong, and it can enhance the body to the level of a martial artist in the upper realm. But it is too extreme. If Su Qin wants to go further and achieve the fruit of Arhat, it is definitely not possible to rely on invincible Vajra divine art to temper his body. In attribute body tempering technique? Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. The Shaolin Temple's cultivation technique focuses on yang, so it's really difficult to obtain a yin attribute body tempering technique comparable to the Vajra body tempering technique. It seems that I have to go to the demon subduing tower to sign in more often. In the entire Shaolin Temple, only the demon subduing tower can sign in for divine arts and secret techniques outside of the Shaolin Temple. However, the things that sign in from the demon subduing tower are basically related to the demonic path, so Su Qin only goes there occasionally. The next day, Su Qin took the initiative to go to the demon subduing tower to sweep the floor. The demon subduing tower is a forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple, where the demons who once wreaked havoc in the world are imprisoned. Therefore, there are monks patrolling outside the demon subduing tower at all times to ensure that there are no accidents. It's junior brother Su Qin. A patrolling monk saw Su Qin and greeted him with a smile. Su Qin has been in the temple for 10 years, and although he has always been a sweeping monk, he can barely be regarded as half an old man. Most of these patrolling monks knew Su Qin. After responding to them one by one, Su Qin came outside the demon subduing tower. This demon subduing tower? Su Qin frowned slightly. Under the insight of the Eye of Truth, Su Qin could clearly feel that the aura of the demons in the demon subduing tower was rapidly decreasing. Are the demons inside fighting each other? Su Qin muttered in a low voice and didn't pay much attention to it. The demons who can be imprisoned in the demon subduing tower are all guilty of heinous crimes. If it weren't for the mercy of the Shaolin Temple, these demons would have been killed on the spot in the hands of other righteous sections. Now, Su Qin found that the demons in the tower were decreasing, so he naturally didn't bother to care. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the cultivation method demon cloud hand. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Demon cloud hand? Su Qin nodded slightly. Although he didn't get the yin attribute body refining technique that he wanted, this demon cloud hand wasn't bad. It was not much weaker than the ordinary unique skills of the Shaolin Temple. If Su Qin could learn it, he would have another trump card. After that, Su Qin would come to the devil suppressing pagoda once a day. It wasn't until more than a month later that Su Qin finally got what he wanted. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the cultivation technique lunar body refining technique. Lunar body refining art? Su Qin smiled. The lunar body refining technique was the fundamental cultivation method of a certain demonic sect called the lunar sect 1,000 years ago. It was said to be able to draw the lunar essence of the moon into one's body. If one cultivated it to the highest level, one would be able to form the lunar body. Unfortunately, although the lunar body refining art had great potential, it was extremely difficult to get started. Over time, there was a gap in the disciples of the lunar sect, and it disappeared 1,000 years ago. Lunar Dharma body? It should be equivalent to the invincible Vajra divine art at the highest level. Su Qin compared the lunar body refining art with the invincible Vajra divine art and found that these two cultivation techniques were basically equivalent to cultivation techniques of the same level. In fact, the lunar body refining art was a little stronger than the invincible Vajra divine art. Not bad, not bad. It's you then. Su Qin was extremely satisfied. Although it was very difficult to get started with the lunar body refining art, Su Qin never thought about whether he could master it or not. Under the infusion of the system, there was no divine art that Su Qin couldn't master. However, most of the demons in the devil suppressing pagoda should be dead by now, right? Su Qin turned his gaze slightly and looked at the devil suppressing pagoda again. For more than a month, Suqin came to the devil-suppressing pagoda every day to sign in, so he naturally knew the aura inside the devil-suppressing pagoda like the back of his hand. Under the inside of the Eye of Truth, there was only an extremely powerful aura left in the devil-suppressing pagoda at this moment. As for the other auras, they all disappeared. If it was at the beginning, Suqin might have guessed that the demons in the devil-suppressing pagoda were fighting each other. But now, Suqin smelled a conspiracy. It's probably the peak of grade 2, not grade 1. Suqin carefully confirmed it and judged in his heart. The 9th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda. Xianxia was sitting cross-legged, and on his body, devil chi was rolling, covering a radius of 10 meters around him. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that the 9th floor of the Shaolin Temple's devil-suppressing pagoda had suppressed several grade 1 great devils hundreds of years ago. Xianxia's face was filled with ecstasy. Those famous grade 1 great devils had long died on the 9th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda. But their bodies were still there. Devil Path martial artists use devil chi to refine their bodies. Even if they die, their own condensed devil chi will automatically attach to their bones. After devouring these grade 1 corpses, Xianxia's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, and he even entered the peak of grade 2 in one fell swoop. Before Xianxia entered the devil-suppressing pagoda, he was only a grade 3 devil. Now that he has devoured all the devils in the devil-suppressing pagoda, coupled with the corpses of the grade 1 great devils hundreds of years ago, he directly broke through a great realm and reached the peak of grade 2. As long as I go out and go into retreat for a while to digest what I have gained, I will definitely be able to break through the shackles and enter grade 1. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and a faint demonic light appeared. In today's world, there are very few grade 1 great grandmasters, and all of them are giants. If Xianxia can really step into grade 1, he will be able to cover the sky with one hand. As long as he is careful, he will not be besieged by several grade 1 great grandmasters. The Devil Sect master once forced this ancestor to work for him. Humph. When this ancestor goes out this time, I will let you see who is the real Devil Sect master. Xianxia's eyes flashed with cruelty. It's almost time. I have to get out of the pagoda as soon as possible. Otherwise, if those bald donkeys of the Shaolin Temple discover something and block this ancestor in the pagoda, it will not be good. Xianxia suddenly thought of something and immediately got up and quickly went to the first floor. Legend has it that the devil-suppressing pagoda was built by a certain arhat of the Shaolin Temple. There is a heaven and earth great array inside that is connected to the outside world. After entering the pagoda, even a grade 1 great grandmaster will be trapped here for life. Xianxia thought quickly, but he still couldn't help but feel shocked. It's a pity that even the real arhat cannot withstand the power of time, let alone the array left by arhat. If the Shaolin Temple had a real grade 1, a holy monk, he would often perfect the heaven and earth great array in the devil-suppressing pagoda. Even if Xianxia was brave, he would not dare to sneak in. Under normal circumstances, only arhat can break the heaven and earth great array. However, there was no grade 1 a holy monk in this generation of the Shaolin Temple. At least on the surface, there was no grade 1 a holy monk. As a result, the heaven and earth great array in the devil-suppressing pagoda, as time passed, loopholes appeared. Old demon Xianxia learned this secret from an ancient book. The owner of this ancient book was the successor of the Devil Buddha of the Shaolin Temple 100 years ago. 100 years ago, the Shaolin Temple had 4 holy monks, and their power was unparalleled. This successor of the Devil Buddha knew that the chances of destroying the Shaolin Temple were slim, so he spread some secrets of the Shaolin Temple. Even if he could not destroy the Shaolin Temple, he would still leave hidden dangers for the Shaolin Temple. The heaven and earth great array is really vast and endless. Xianxia watched the operation of the heaven and earth great array for a long time and felt dizzy. The demonic chi in his body almost went berserk. However, in order to wait for the moment when the heaven and earth great formation was activated, Xianxia could only force himself to look at it. A few days later, just when Xianxia was about to fall asleep, suddenly, wang! A faint ripple of energy was quickly transmitted over. This fluctuation was very obscure, almost as if it did not exist. It's coming. Outside the demon subduing tower, hundreds of monks were constantly patrolling. The demon-subduing tower was a forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple. Whether it was day or night, there were at least 108 monks patrolling. These 108 monks could instantly form a large array, which was enough to trap ordinary martial artists in the upper realm for a short time. Senior brother. Why do I feel that the demon-subduing tower is a bit strange tonight? A young monk turned his head to look at the dark and deep demon-suppressing pagoda and said in a low voice. Strange? What's so strange about it? The monk called senior brother glared at him and reprimanded, do your thing properly, don't look around. Okay. The young monk shrank his head. Suddenly. At this moment. Buzz. The entire demon-subduing tower shook slightly. The 108 monks guarding outside the demon-subduing tower were shocked and subconsciously looked at the demon-subduing tower. What happened? Just now, I seemed to feel the demon-subduing tower shaking? Yes, I felt it too, but I thought it was an illusion. Many of the monks were bewildered. However, the next moment. Crack. The door of the demon-subduing tower suddenly cracked open. A dark shadow instantly jumped out of this crack and stood outside the demon-subduing tower. It's out. It's finally out. Xianxia was ecstatic. In fact, before deciding to enter the demon-subduing tower, Xianxia hesitated whether to take this risk or not. After all, although the ancient book he got was conclusive and determined that the heaven and earth array in the demon-subduing tower had a loophole. But before personally trying it, who could be sure that what the ancient book said was true or false? This was the demon-subduing tower of the Shaolin Temple. Who knew how many famous great devils he had suppressed? Since these great devils were locked in the tower, they never came out. Did they not want to come out? No. These great devils couldn't come out at all. This showed how terrifying the demon-subduing tower was. But now. There was an ancient book that said that there was a loophole in the demon-subduing tower? If you say there is a loophole, then there will be a loophole? What if what the ancient book said is false? Then wouldn't he be jumping into the pit on his own initiative? However, in the end, Xianxia decided to do so. Because once he succeeded, he would be able to devour the countless devils imprisoned in the devil-suppressing pagoda, and Xianxia would have the opportunity to stand at the top of the world. Under this kind of temptation, how could Xianxia resist? Besides, the description of the demon-suppressing tower's loopholes in the ancient book was extremely detailed. It didn't seem like it was deliberately made up. Not good. A demon escaped. Compared to Xianxia's ecstasy, the numerous monks guarding outside the demon-subduing tower turned pale with fright. For thousands of years, there had never been a precedent of a demon escaping from the demon-suppressing tower. Form the formation. The leading monk roared. Immediately. The 108 monks suppressed the shock in their hearts and quickly returned to their positions, forming layers upon layers of great arrays, trapping Xianxia in the center. A mere formation. I can break it with a flick of my finger. Xianxia smiled contemptuously. If it was before he entered the devil-suppressing pagoda, these array formations would have been able to trap him. But now. Xianxia was already at peak grade 2 and could enter the grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm at any time. Wanting to trap him with this array formation was tantamount to a fool's dream. Boom. The terrifying demonic chi shook and spread wildly in all directions. Whoosh. The great formation formed by the 108 monks was forcibly broken apart. The 108 monks were sent flying and smashed into the ground. They swallowed a mouthful of blood and fainted. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. From the shaking of the demon-suppressing pagoda to Xianxia's escape, to the breaking of the array formation, only a moment passed. Many of the monks only had time to form a formation before the formation was broken, and they all fainted. There was no time to pass the news to Abbot Huiwen and the court head. Unable to withstand a single blow, Xianxia retracted his right hand and felt the powerful power he controlled. His face was full of excitement. Humph. The Shaolin Temple is only SOSO. Xianxia sneered. It's time to go. Xianxia glanced around. After Xianxia escaped from the demon-suppressing pagoda, he did not give the patrolling monks any time and directly attacked, so they had no chance to spread the news of his escape. But the people of the Shaolin Temple were not fools. The demon-suppressing pagoda was a forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple. With such a big thing happening, even if they did not know about it now, someone would definitely notice it after a while. At that time, if Xianxia was still here, what awaited him would be the encirclement of Abbot Huiwen and the court heads. Old bald donkey Huiwen. Xianxia's expression was cold. In the entire Shaolin Temple, the only person Xianxia was afraid of was Abbot Huiwen. Xianxia was currently grade 2, and Abbot Huiwen was also grade 2. Although Xianxia was at peak grade 2, the Shaolin Temple's cultivation method restrained cultivation methods of the Devil Path. Coupled with the fact that this was the Shaolin Temple's territory, Xianxia was fighting alone. Once he was delayed, he was afraid that he would be in real danger. Although Xianxia was full of confidence at the moment, he also knew what choice was best for him. But before I leave, this ancestor wants to taste the blood essence of these bald donkeys from the Shaolin Temple. Xianxia looked at the 108 monks who had fainted and licked his lips. In the past, when Xianxia met the disciples of the Shaolin Temple, he would want to stay as far away as possible. How could he dare to provoke them? But at this moment, his powerful strength gave him endless confidence. Coupled with his escape from the demon-suppressing pagoda, he already had an irreconcilable relationship with the Shaolin Temple. It did not matter if he devoured the blood essence of some Shaolin Temple disciples. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a step forward and appeared in front of a monk. This monk was the leader of the formation just now. He had grade 4 strength and abundant blood essence. He was Xianxia's favorite target to devour. Devil! Die! Suddenly, the martial monk burst into action. His aura soared as he threw a punch at Xianxia. So weak. Xianxia seemed to have expected this. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed down. Boom! Terrifying devil chi shrouded and instantly suppressed the monk. Why don't you just let this ancestor devour you? Xianxia shook his head slightly. Devil, I will die with you. The monk's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled to stand up. Xianxia saw this scene and did not even bother to say a word. Just as Xianxia was about to devour all the blood essence of the monks. A few miles away. On a hill. Sigh. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Suqin slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Am I going to die? In front of the demon-subduing tower, the monk who wanted to perish together with Xianxia felt his qi and blood quickly draining away. This monk's name was Zhenji. Although he and Suqin belonged to the Zhen generation, he entered the temple 30 years earlier. It's a pity that I couldn't protect my junior brothers. Zhenji was getting weaker and weaker. He reluctantly turned his head and looked at the other monks who had fainted. He knew very well that when Xianxia devoured all of his vitality, these martial monks would most likely not be able to escape death. I can't die like this. I have to inform the abbot, inform the court head. Zhenji struggled to maintain his last trace of consciousness, as if he had a terminal lucidity. He looked up and looked outside. However, with this look, Zhenji saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He saw a slender and vague figure walking towards the demon-subduing tower step by step. At first, this vague figure was still a kilometer away, but with every step, it crossed hundreds of meters out of thin air. In just a moment, it came to the front of the demon-subduing tower. Someone is coming? Zhenji's consciousness quickly fell into darkness. At the last moment before his consciousness fell into darkness, Zhenji suddenly heard Xianxia's angry voice, "Damn it, who the hell are you?" In front of the demon-subduing tower. Suqin looked at Zhenji, who had fainted again, then turned his eyes and looked at Xianxia, who was full of vigilance. Who are you? When did the Shaolin Temple have such a great master like you? Xianxia's expression was dignified. Just now, Suqin crushed his demonic aura with just a wave of his hand. His strength was terrifying. Before Xianxia entered the demon-subduing tower, he had already checked all the martial artists in the upper realm of the Shaolin Temple. There was no such person as Suqin. You don't need to know. Suqin sighed softly. It wasn't easy to escape. Why didn't you leave the Shaolin Temple as soon as possible? Although Suqin never regarded himself as a real senior monk, the 10-year vegetarian meal in the Shaolin Temple made Suqin unable to watch the disciples of the Shaolin Temple being slaughtered. What's more, he had a good relationship with Xianxia. Do I need you to care about what I do? Shui's ancestor slightly narrowed his eyes and said coldly. Although Su Qin posed a great threat to him, the devouring blood ancestor found that Su Qin looked very young. Such a young monk, even if he started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb, coupled with the various resources provided by the Shaolin Temple, he would at most be in the upper realm. How could he be an opponent with him? The reason why the demonic aura was broken by Su Qin just now was that his strength had skyrocketed and he couldn't perfectly control his internal strength. You must be a genius secretly cultivated by the Shaolin Temple, right? Unfortunately, what this ancestor likes to kill the most is geniuses. Shui's eyes were cruel, and the aura in his body surged again. Anyway, he was already at odds with the Shaolin Temple. In this case, killing a genius of the Shaolin Temple in advance was a good thing. Just now, this ancestor's aura was unstable, and you caught a flaw. Now, let's see if you can still break this ancestor's demonic aura. With each word of Shui's ancestor, the pressure in the air became heavier. When he finished speaking, his field of vision was filled with demonic qi. Shui used the secret art of the Grade 1 Great Demon on the 9th floor of the Demon Subduing Tower. Heavenly Demon Domain. This kind of domain can only be used by devils in the upper realm. It can communicate with heaven and earth and turn into a demonic domain. Inside the domain, Shui's strength will skyrocket, and the enemy will be suppressed by the domain. Time is running out. Su Qin seemed to feel something and shook his head slightly. At this time, several auras were quickly approaching here. Obviously, Abbot Huiwen and several court heads found that something was wrong and were rushing towards the demon subduing tower. Time is running out? Shui was stunned, and then a sneer appeared on his face. Yes, you don't have much time. The next moment, Shui stretched out his right hand and slowly pressed it towards Su Qin. Almost instantly, a large amount of demonic qi gathered and crushed down. This blow is the full strength of this ancestor, even if it is not as good as an ordinary Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. Shui looked proud and was about to continue. However, what happened next made Shui's face change greatly, as if he was being strangled by the throat. The demonic qi instantly evaporated and turned into nothingness when it came within 3 feet of Su Qin. Impossible. Impossible. Shui was horrified, as if he had seen something incredible. Although it is said that Buddhist cultivation techniques can restrain demonic cultivation techniques, but no matter how restrained it is impossible to directly evaporate like this. This was no longer restraint. It was a crushing defeat, a complete and utter crushing defeat. However, before he could react, Su Qin took a step forward and appeared in front of him. Not good. Run. Shui's scalp instantly exploded. At this moment, if Shui did not know that Su Qin's strength was far above him, then he would be a fool. Grade 1. At least a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. When did the Shaolin Temple give birth to such a young Grade 1 Great Grandmaster? Shui's heart was filled with endless regret at this moment. If he had known that there was a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster in the Shaolin Temple, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to sneak into the Shaolin Temple. Too late. Seeing that Shui wanted to run, Su Qin casually raised his right hand, formed a fist, and lightly punched. This punch, in Shui's eyes, was slow, as if a child was punching. But for some reason, Shui couldn't dodge this punch. It was as if he was carrying a huge force and could not move at all. Puchi. Under Shui's desperate gaze, Su Qin's fist slowly imprinted on his body. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying fist force destroyed Shui's internal organs and 8 extraordinary meridians. You? Shui spurted out a mist of blood and slowly fell to the ground. After a while, whoosh! Abbot Huiwen appeared outside the demon subduing tower. The demon subduing tower is emitting demonic energy fluctuations. I'm afraid that the demon inside has escaped. Abbot Huiwen was worried and rushed over at his fastest speed. For thousands of years, the demon subduing tower has been impregnable. There shouldn't be any problems. Abbot Huiwen's expression was ugly. If there is really a problem with the demon subduing tower and the demon inside escaped, then it will be an unprecedented disaster for the entire Shaolin Temple. Those demons have been imprisoned for so many years. Their resentment towards the Shaolin Temple can be imagined. Once they are released, the first thing they will do will be to slaughter the Shaolin Temple. However, when Abbot Huiwen rushed to the demon-subduing tower and saw everything in front of him clearly, he was stunned. Although the 108 patrolling monks were lying on the ground unconscious, their breathing was stable and they were obviously still alive. What's going on? Abbot Huiwen's heart was full of doubts. This is Old Demon Shui? Abbot Huiwen approached Old Demon Shui, and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, although Old Demon Shui had already changed his appearance, the demonic aura exuding from his body was extremely strong. In today's world, although there were some martial artists in the upper realm, each of them was famous, not to mention an upper realm demon. Abbot Huiwen only thought for a moment, and determined the identity of Old Demon Shui through the aura on his body. Demon subduing tower? Old Demon Shui. Abbot Huiwen vaguely guessed something. Just as Abbot Huiwen was thinking. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the court heads also hurried over. Abbot? What's going on here? Why do I feel the aura of a demonic martial artist? The court head of Arhat Court glanced at the scene and couldn't help but ask. When the other court heads heard this, they immediately looked at Abbot Huiwen. In their view, Abbot Huiwen was the first to arrive here, so he should know more than them. I'm not much earlier than you guys. When I first arrived, the scene was already like this. Abbot Huiwen smiled bitterly and said the guess in his heart. What? Abbot, you mean, this corpse belongs to Old Demon Shui? The court head of Arhat Court was slightly surprised. According to the information collected by the Shaolin Temple, Old Demon Shui is just a 3rd grade demon, but the strength of this corpse is far from 3rd grade, at least 2nd grade, and even peak 2nd grade is not impossible. The Dharma court head said slowly. When these words came out, the court heads on the scene suddenly changed color. What they cared about was not whether the corpse was a peak 2nd grade or not. But if what the Dharma court head said was true, why would a peak 2nd grade die here? The court heads had already checked the injuries of Old Demon Shui. His internal organs were instantly shattered. The existence that killed Old Demon Shui was obviously fatal. Who was it that could kill a peak rank 2 in an instant? Moreover, the court heads found a trace of deep fear on Shui's face. Obviously, Shui was in a state of incomparable despair before he died. To be able to make a peak rank 2 feel such despair that he couldn't even run away. The court heads felt a chill in their hearts. About Shui's strength, I'm afraid I know what's going on. At this time, Abbot Huiwen walked out of the demon-subduing tower and said in a deep voice, Shui must have pretended to be a lower realm demon and deliberately allowed himself to be suppressed in the demon-subduing tower. Then, he took the opportunity to devour the blood essence and vitality of all the demons in the tower, and his strength increased by leaps and bounds. Abbot Huiwen said slowly. The other academy heads nodded in agreement. Indeed, according to Abbot Huiwen's explanation, some things could be explained. However, but the most important thing couldn't be explained. The head of the Arhat courtyard asked, Abbot, why did Shui die here? This? Abbot Huiwen was silent. This was also what he didn't understand the most. With Shui's strength, even if it was him, he could only delay him at most. But if he wanted to kill him, especially in an instant, it was impossible. Could it be that a holy monk did it? The disciplinary court head guessed. Some time ago, the descendants of the Devil Buddha created havoc in the Shaolin Temple. It was because of a holy monk that the Shaolin Temple survived the disaster. At that time, everyone, including Abbot Huiwen, believed that the Shaolin Temple was secretly guarded by a holy monk. Now, Shui died inexplicably in front of the demon-subduing tower, which made the disciplinary court head have this guess. In the entire Shaolin Temple, I'm afraid that only a holy monk has such strength. This is the only possibility. Abbot Huiwen nodded slightly. By the way, although these disciples are unconscious, their lives are not in danger. Abbot Huiwen walked to the front of Xianxia. Although some of their qi and blood were devoured, it didn't hurt their foundation. They will recover in a few months. Abbot Huiwen checked Xianxia's body and nodded. Wake up. Abbot Huiwen pointed between Xianxi's eyebrows and shouted in a low voice. Dong. A copper and aluminum bell rang in Xianxi's mind. Xianxi, whose consciousness had fallen into darkness, suddenly felt light. Abbot. Xianxi opened his eyes and saw Abbot Huiwen and the other courtyard heads. He subconsciously got up and saluted. Don't move. Your qi and blood are in deficit. You need to rest. Abbot Huiwen held Xianxi and said. Junior brothers, are you all right? Xianxi asked in a low voice. Don't worry. Abbot Huiwen smiled. With a holy monk's help, Xianxia died on the spot, and none of the disciples were injured. Abbot Huiwen's tone was full of respect. A holy monk's helped several times. First, he saved the Shaolin temple from the descendants of the devil Buddha, and now he killed Xianxia. Such kindness was enough for the Shaolin temple to build a golden body for him and worship him for thousands of generations. A holy monk's ancestor? Xianxi was stunned. At the last moment when his consciousness fell into darkness, he did see someone coming. Although Xianxi could only see a vague shadow at that time, from the slender figure, he should not be too old. How could it be an ancestor? However, even if Xianxi had such doubts, he could only think that he was wrong when he saw the confident look of Abbot Huiwen and the other courtyard heads. Okay. In a few days, go to the Bodhi court and get a blood replenishing pill, Abbot Huiwen said. The blood replenishing pill is a kind of pill that specializes in replenishing blood. Xianxi's blood is deficient, and taking the blood replenishing pill can greatly speed up the recovery. Thank you, Abbot. Xianxi immediately thanked him. Just when Abbot Huiwen and the other courtyard heads were secretly guessing who a holy monk's ancestor was, Su Qin had returned to the chores court. When the matter was done, he left, hiding his merits and reputation. For the Shaolin temple, Su Qin's several moves were tantamount to saving the lives of thousands of disciples of the Shaolin temple and saving the Shaolin temple from destruction. But in Su Qin's view, it was just a casual move that killed a few flies. Days like this, sign in, improve my strength, and live leisurely is what I want. Su Qin was in a good mood. A few hours later. When the Shaolin temple was quiet again, Su Qin quietly slipped out of the chores court and came to an empty hill. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The moonlight sprinkled down like a curtain. Su Qin sat cross-legged, and the lunar body refining art slowly operated. Endless power of the lunar body poured into his body and integrated into every part of his flesh. Sure enough. The combination of the lunar body refining art and the invincible Vajra divine art, the combination of the power of the lunar body and the power of the yang, has a miraculous effect in forging the body. Since the great accomplishment of the invincible Vajra divine art a few years ago, Su Qin had not felt any significant improvement in his body. Even when he entered the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm, it was only a qualitative change in his internal strength and a slight strengthening of his body. This little enhancement, for Su Qin, was just a matter of time. But now, under the combination of the invincible Vajra divine art and the lunar body refining technique, Su Qin felt a long-lost transformation of his body. Whoosh! His blood surged, and the power of yin and yang constantly collided and offset each other, giving birth to wisps of gray aura that quickly integrated into every part of Su Qin's body. Even Su Qin's Grade 1 Great Grandmaster's internal strength is gradually becoming purer. Even in the depths of his eyebrows, the golden Buddha began to emit a misty Buddha's aura, faintly echoing with his body. Internal strength and the body are originally one. A strong body can nurture internal strength, and pure internal strength can also nourish the body. After a few hours, Su Qin slowly stood up. Kacha kacha. Su Qin's body made the sound of bones colliding. Unfortunately, the lunar body refining technique must be used when the moonlight is at its peak. Su Qin raised his head slightly, looked at the gradually setting moon, and sighed. I'll come back tomorrow night. Su Qin returned to the handyman court. After a night of cultivation, Su Qin was not the slightest bit tired. Instead, he was full of energy. A Grade 1 Great Grandmaster has begun to dabble in the cultivation of divinity. Even if he doesn't sleep for a month, it would not be a problem. What's more, Su Qin is not without rest. In the process of body forging, his divinity is also nourished. In front of the scripture pavilion. Su Qin said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the cultivation technique Great Wisdom Palm. Great Wisdom Palm? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. The Prajna Zen palm was a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple. Only the heads and the abbot were qualified to practice it. It was a secret skill of the Shaolin Temple. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple used the Great Wisdom Palm to suppress a famous Grade 1 great grandmaster at that time. Although the main reason for this was a holy monk's terrifying strength, the Prajna Zen palm was not to be underestimated. The next moment, all the subtleties of the Prajna Zen palm flowed into Su Qin's mind. In less than a moment, Su Qin seemed to have cultivated the Prajna Zen palm for dozens of years, mastering this lost art in his heart. After signing in, Su Qin roughly cleaned up the place and then went to the first floor of the Sutra Pavilion to read some strange stories collected by the Shaolin Temple. The scripture depository was divided into 4 floors. The second to fourth floors contained all kinds of unique skills of the Shaolin Temple. Disciples who want to go to the second to fourth floors must get the permission of the abbot or the court heads. As for the first floor, it was written by some eminent monks who went down the mountain or brought back strange stories. It had nothing to do with martial arts or Buddhist scriptures. Therefore, any disciple can read the books on the first floor of the scripture depository. Although Su Qin was a sweeping monk, he was also a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. Naturally, he could also read it. Just as Su Qin was reading an unofficial history book with great interest, a voice suddenly rang out. "Junior brother Zhenguan, you are here too?" A surprised voice came from the side. Su Qin looked up, put down the unofficial history book and said, "Senior brother Zhenji." The person who Su Qin was talking to was Zhenji, the patrolling monk of the demon subduing tower. Next to Zhenji, there were several other patrolling monks. "I'm in a deficit of blood. The court head said that it's not suitable for me to practice martial arts during this time, so I ran here to take a look." Zhenji explained. "So that's how it is." Su Qin nodded slightly. At that time outside the demon subduing tower, Zhenji's blood was indeed devoured by Xianxia, but because Su Qin interrupted in time, his foundation was not hurt. Otherwise, if Su Qin arrived a little later, Zhenji's blood would not be in a deficit, but sucked dry. As for the several monks next to Zhenji, they were in a similar situation. Although they were not devoured, they still suffered some injuries and needed to rest for a while. They chatted for a while, and then talked about what happened in the demon subduing tower last night. Sigh, it was really dangerous. That Xianxia was almost going to start a massacre. Zhenji said with a sigh. There was great terror between life and death. After Zhenji walked on the line between life and death, his temperament also changed slightly. "Senior brother Zhenji, you were not in a coma at that time. Did you see the appearance of a holy monk?" A monk next to him asked in a low voice. Hearing this, the eyes of the other monks suddenly lit up. At this moment, the deeds of a holy monk have already spread throughout the Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads did not stop it. After all, letting the disciples know that there is a Grade 1 a holy monk behind the Shaolin Temple can also play a motivating role. Appearance? Zhenji shook his head. "I only saw a vague figure, and then I lost consciousness." Hearing this, Su Qin chuckled in his heart. When he appeared in front of the demon subduing tower, he covered his whole body with internal force. Except for Xianxia, no one could see his appearance. When the other monks heard this, they could only give up. "However, although I did not see his appearance, I know the strength of a holy monk." Zhenji suddenly changed the topic and said, "The strength of a holy monk?" The martial monks blinked and asked with puzzled faces, "Isn't Senior Holy Monk a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster?" "He is indeed a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster." When Zhenji said this, he paused and lowered his voice, but even among Grade 1 Great Grandmasters, there is a difference in strength. For example, Daoist Zhang of Wudong Mountain's true martial lineage has suppressed the world for decades and can even ignore the imperial power. There is also the imperial teacher of the Mengyuan Empire, who has the power of the dragon and elephant. He alone propped up the entire Mengyuan Empire. Zhenji's expression showed a hint of awe. Whether it is Taoist Zhang or the Imperial Teacher, they are all peak grade 1 great grandmasters in the world, and they may even touch the legendary mythical barrier. In front of such characters, ordinary grade 1 great grandmasters are indeed overshadowed. Senior brother Xianxia, what do you mean? The expressions of the monks next to him changed slightly. Although they were very grateful to a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple, they never thought about the level of strength of a holy monk. For these monks, even an ordinary grade 1 is far from what they can look up to, let alone a peak grade 1 like Taoist Zhang and the Imperial Teacher. Although I don't know the strength of Xianxia, he was able to destroy the 108 Arhat formation in an instant. Even if he is not grade 1, he is not far from it. With such an existence, even if he really encounters a grade 1 great grandmaster, he still has some hope of escaping. Even if he can't escape, he will definitely experience a fierce battle. Xianxia exclaimed, but last night, Xianxia died so suddenly, as if he encountered an enemy that was far from being able to resist. My guess is that the strength of a holy monk who killed Xianxia is at least at the level of the Imperial Teacher and Taoist Zhang. When Xianxia said this, the monks looked at each other with shock on their faces. A peak grade 1 like Taoist Zhang and the Imperial Teacher? How is this possible? You don't believe me? Xianxia saw that the monks did not speak and became anxious. He looked at Su Qin, who had picked up the book again and was reading it with interest, and said, Junior brother Zhenguan, what do you think? Is my guess reasonable? Xianxia glanced at the monks and then looked at Su Qin with expectation. Yeah. Su Qin put the history aside, thought for a while, and said seriously, what you said makes sense. Junior brother Zhenguan knows me. Xianxia grinned. Next, Xianxia chatted for a while and then left with the monks. It wasn't until they left that Su Qin whispered to himself, Meng Yuan Imperial Teacher? Taoist Zhang? Long before entering the Shaolin Temple, when Su Qin was still the family Su's third young master, he had heard of the names of these two. At that time, Su Qin only felt that these two people were very powerful. World's peak grade 1? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Although Su Qin doesn't know whether he is the world's peak grade 1, with the trump cards he has now, ordinary grade 1 great grandmasters are really nothing in his eyes. Su Qin even has a feeling that when he refines his body to the extreme with invincible Vajra divine art and lunar body refining technique, he is afraid that his body alone will be enough to suppress an ordinary grade 1 great grandmaster. Since Xianxia escaped from the demon subduing tower, the Shaolin Temple realized that there were loopholes in the demon subduing tower and began to repair it. It just so happens that the demons in the tower have already been devoured by Xianxia, saving the Shaolin Temple a lot of effort. A year passed in a blink of an eye. During this year, Su Qin returned to his previous life. During this period, in addition to signing in everywhere, Su Qin mainly focused on the cultivation of invincible Vajra divine art and lunar body refining technique. I finally reached the limit. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes and sighed. Since a year ago, he discovered that lunar body refining technique and invincible Vajra divine art could transform his body again. Su Qin began this cultivation every night. Until now, the gray aura produced by the fusion of the lunar body refining art and the Vajra unbreakable force could no longer improve his physical body. Looks like even the fusion of yin and yang can't endlessly transform the body. Su Qin looked a little regretful. But now, I can challenge a grade 1 great grandmaster with just the power of my body. In other words, even if I stand still and let a grade 1 great grandmaster attack, the other party still won't be able to break my defense? Su Qin thought silently. If he only relied on the invincible Vajra divine art, even if he cultivated it to great accomplishment, he would only be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with an ordinary upper realm cultivator. In other words, a rank 3 martial artist. But now, Su Qin combined the lunar body refining technique with it, and his physical body had soared to the level of a grade 1 great grandmaster. If Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads knew about this, they would probably be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. Can he challenge a grade 1 great grandmaster with just his physical body? What kind of terrifying physical body can do this? Even the Imperial Teacher, who is known to have the power of the dragon and elephant, may not be able to do this, right? How can I achieve the fruit of Arhat? Su Qin got up, looked up at the disappearing moon, and muttered to himself. Over the past year, Su Qin has taken at least hundreds of divine accumulation pills to constantly nourish his divinity, but so far, he still can't touch the bottleneck of the myth realm. There must be something that I haven't done to the extreme. Su Qin was not discouraged, because since his physical body has once again transformed to the extreme, he faintly felt that his Shouyuan seems to have been lengthened again. Generally speaking, the normal limit of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster Shouyuan is 200 years. But at this moment, Su Qin's Shouyuan has directly doubled, reaching 400 years. 400 years of Shouyuan. It must be known that even if it is the real Arhat or a legend, the Shouyuan is only 500 years. It is almost the same as the current Su Qin. There is still a lot of time, I am not in a hurry. Su Qin thought of the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster Juku Sanrin who died of old age in the Thousand Buddhas Hall. Although Juku Sanrin was a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, he only lived for 160 years before dying of old age. Although a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is known to have a limit of 200 years of Shouyuan. But there are very few Grade 1 Great Grandmasters who can really live for 200 years. The vast majority of Grade 1 Great Grandmasters only live for 150 years before they have to die because of internal injuries. The next day, after Su Qin signed in, he passed by the Great Strength Hall. Suddenly, at this moment, a jade chariot slowly came. The jade chariot was extremely gorgeous. It was carved with jade and dark golden lines spread out. Huh? Su Qin stopped and his eyes fell on an old eunuch wearing a red official uniform standing next to the jade chariot. Although the old eunuch was bent and his aura was not obvious, Su Qin could see at a glance that the other party was a Grade 2 martial artist. Eunuch Hong, what brings you here? Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked solemnly at the old eunuch standing next to the jade chariot. The old eunuch named Eunuch Hong slowly stepped forward and said in a sharp voice, Imperial concubine Li worships Buddha. She heard that the Shaolin Temple is the holy land of Buddhism, so she wants to cultivate here for a while. As soon as Eunuch Hong's voice fell, the expressions of Abbot Huiwen and the court heads changed. Imperial concubine Li? The Emperor of Tang's favored imperial concubine? Abbot Huiwen instinctively felt that this was a big trouble. Why did Imperial concubine Li not stay in the palace and serve the Emperor of Tang, but come to the Shaolin Temple for a rest? Eunuch Hong. The Shaolin Temple's commandment does not accept women. If Imperial concubine Li is really interested in Buddhism, this poor monk can make the decision and give some Buddhist scriptures to Imperial concubine Li. Abbot Huiwen immediately responded. Although the Shaolin Temple was a major martial arts sect, it did not want to get involved in the internal affairs of the palace. Especially this Imperial concubine Li seemed to have a bad relationship with the nobles in the palace. Now that the Emperor of Tang was in his old age, the situation in the court was unstable, and the princes were fighting openly and secretly. At this time, if the Shaolin Temple accepted Imperial concubine Li, it would be like taking the initiative to take over a hot potato. Humph. Eunuch Hong sneered, this is His Majesty's handwritten order. The Shaolin Temple dares to disobey? After Eunuch Hong finished speaking, he took out a golden scroll and looked coldly at Abbot Huiwen. The Emperor of Tang's handwritten order? Abbot Huiwen was silent. If it was only Imperial concubine Li who wanted to recuperate in the Shaolin Temple for a while, Abbot Huiwen could use the Shaolin Temple to stop her. After all, Imperial concubine Li was just a concubine in the palace. Even if His Majesty doted on her, what could she do? But if it was the Emperor of Tang's handwritten order, Abbot Huiwen would have to be careful. The Emperor of Tang's handwritten order represented the will of the Tang dynasty's emperor. If the Shaolin Temple refused, it would be equivalent to defying the Tang dynasty's emperor. For the Shaolin Temple, which was located in the Tang dynasty's territory, this was not worth it. After a long time, Abbot Huiwen forced a smile, since it is His Majesty's will, Imperial concubine Li, please come in. Imperial concubine Li? Although the eye of truth could not see through things, Su Qin was able to clearly see the aura within the carriage. There was indeed someone sitting in the carriage. However, it was not one person, but two. Furthermore, one of the auras was unstable. She should have been poisoned. Aside from the poisoned person, the other person's aura was very young. She was at most 10 years old. The poisoned person is Imperial concubine Li? Su Qin guessed to himself as a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Over the past 10 years, although Su Qin had not left the Shaolin Temple, he had heard the discussions of the other disciples. Quite a few of them were related to the imperial family of the Tang dynasty. At present, the Emperor of Tang only favored Imperial concubine Li. For this reason, he had not even summoned the Empress for many years. If it were not for the fact that Imperial concubine Li had only given birth to one princess, the imperial palace would have been thrown into chaos long ago. But even so, as the Emperor of Tang continued to grow older, the court was filled with hidden struggles. The various princes were already at loggerheads. Someone in the imperial harem poisoned Imperial concubine Li. With no other choice, Imperial concubine Li came to the Shaolin Temple in the name of worshipping Buddha. On the surface, it's to recuperate, but in reality, it's to avoid disaster. In just a few moments, Su Qin was able to roughly guess why Imperial concubine Li had come to the Shaolin Temple. In truth, for someone to be able to so brazenly poison Imperial concubine Li in the imperial harem, it was likely related to those nobles. Even the Emperor of Tang could do nothing about it. He could only have Imperial concubine Li come to the Shaolin Temple. From this, it could be seen just how chaotic the court had become. However, Imperial concubine Li coming to the Shaolin Temple to avoid disaster was definitely the correct choice. The Shaolin Temple was a major martial arts sect and had never interfered with the court. As long as Imperial concubine Li could enter the Shaolin Temple, she would basically be safe. No matter how capable the nobles in the imperial harem were, they could not reach into the Shaolin Temple. The Emperor of Tang himself probably knew that it was very likely that Imperial concubine Li would be rejected by the Shaolin Temple. Thus, he had specially issued a decree to protect Imperial concubine Li. It said that the battles in Jianghu are fierce, but compared to the palace, it's not even worth mentioning. Su Qin sighed with emotion. Inside the jade carriage, aside from Consort Li, the other person should be her daughter, the current princess of the Empire of Tang. Su Qin thought silently. If Imperial concubine Li really came to the Shaolin Temple to avoid disaster, it was impossible for her daughter to be left in the imperial palace. Just as Su Qin was deep in thought, the jade carriage slowly entered the Shaolin Temple. For the sake of preventing his disciples from disturbing Imperial concubine Li, Abbot Huiwen specially gave a bamboo forest to the side of the courtyard to Imperial concubine Li. The chores yard was located in the corner of the Shaolin Temple, and the bamboo forest was even more remote than the chores yard. Aside from the disciples of the chores yard, it was impossible for any other disciples to pass by. Abbot Huiwen had considered everything very thoroughly. Since he had accepted Imperial concubine Li, he needed to take care of her as much as possible. Otherwise, wouldn't he be trying to please both sides? Although Abbot Huiwen also realized that the Shaolin Temple might be in big trouble, there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't go against the Emperor of Tang's orders, could he? Ever since Imperial concubine Li's group moved into the Shaolin Temple, the heads of the courts warned their disciples not to go near the bamboo forest. Especially the chores yard. The bamboo forest was right next to the chores yard. As long as they looked after the chores yard, there wouldn't be any problems. After that, Su Qin resumed his normal life. Although Imperial concubine Li's group had joined the Shaolin Temple, for the Shaolin Temple, there was basically no change. Su Qin was even more so. He cultivated when he should, and signed in when he should. On this day, Su Qin was about to go to the Bodhi court to sign in. When he passed by the bamboo forest, he suddenly heard a clear voice. "Little monk, wait a moment." Su Qin turned his head and saw a little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade, running over with a bang. "Benefactor." Su Qin looked down and said calmly. This girl was Imperial concubine Li's daughter, and she was also a princess of the Tang dynasty. "You left so quickly." The little girl panted as she looked at Su Qin with her big eyes. "Benefactor, it's getting late. You should go back and rest." Su Qin naturally couldn't be bothered to have anything to do with the princess of the Empire of Tang. In Su Qin's mind, whoever dared to disturb his leisurely life at this moment would be killed with a slap. "I just rested." The little girl looked at Su Qin carefully and said pitifully, "Can you chat with me for a while? It's too boring here." I don't even have someone to talk to. Benefactor. I also have something to do. Suqin couldn't be bothered to waste time on the little girl and directly turned around and left. Only the little girl was left standing there alone. This little monk. The little girl wrinkled her little nose. No matter where she was, even in the palace, everyone who saw her was timid and uneasy. But Suqin didn't have such a reaction. Instead, it seemed that he didn't care about her identity at all. At this moment. Your Highness. Your Highness, are you okay? A palace maid hurriedly walked to the little girl and asked in panic. I'm fine. The little girl shook her head and suddenly asked, Is Eunuch Hong powerful? Eunuch Hong? The palace maid was slightly stunned and quickly said, Eunuch Hong is a red-cloaked eunuch personally appointed by His Majesty. He's a second-grade eunuch. Even in the palace, he's one of the top masters. How can he not be powerful? Eunuch Hong was the eunuch who escorted imperial concubine Li to the Shaolin Temple. Over the years, if it weren't for Eunuch Hong, imperial concubine Li would have died countless times. In fact, on this trip to the Shaolin Temple, if it weren't for Eunuch Hong intimidating the thieves along the way, imperial concubine Li probably wouldn't have been able to reach the Shaolin Temple at all. So it's like that. The little girl nodded thoughtfully. After getting rid of the princess of the Tang dynasty, Suqin once again came to the Bodhi court. System, sign in. Suqin said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the pill, Spirit Concentrating Pill. Spirit Concentrating Pill? Suqin's pupils shrank slightly. The Spirit Concentrating Pill was a legendary pill of the Shaolin Temple. One might not be able to refine even after hundreds or thousands of years. In the past decade or so, Suqin didn't know how many spirit-accumulating pills, great returning pills. But this was the first time he obtained the Spirit Concentrating Pill. When a martial artist reached the first grade, if they wanted to advance further, they needed to nurture their own spirit. When the spirit was nurtured to the extreme, one would be able to condense divine will. Divine will had endless uses. It could interfere with external objects, investigate the surroundings, and even kill people from a distance. A first-grade martial artist could only be considered to have touched the myth realm bottleneck after truly condensing divine will. As for breaking through this bottleneck, one would need to rely on divine will, physical body, and inner strength. But no matter what, once a first-grade martial artist condensed divine will, it was equivalent to crossing over to a whole new level. In the pugilistic world, this level was called peak first grade. A first-grade great grandmaster was extremely rare, let alone a peak first grade. Any peak first grade had the potential to break through the myth realm bottleneck. And if one wanted to condense divine will, other than relying on time and spending hundreds of years to comprehend it, there was another way. I didn't expect to get a spirit concentration pill? Suqin was overjoyed, and a smile appeared on his face. Since stepping into grade 1, he didn't know how many spirit accumulation pills he had taken to nourish the spirit in his body. But the result was far from satisfactory. Although his spirit was steadily growing, he was still far away from condensing his divine sense. It seems that whether or not he can condense his divine sense doesn't depend on how much spirit he has. Originally, Suqin was prepared to spend decades slowly condensing his divine sense. But now, after getting the spirit concentration pill, Suqin realized that it won't take that long. I can't rush. Before taking the spirit concentration pill, I should adjust my state to the best. Suqin didn't immediately take the spirit concentration pill. Instead, he calmed down and considered the many details of condensing his divine sense. Although the spirit concentration pill can help a grade 1 great grandmaster condense his divine sense. But the most important thing is still Suqin himself. No matter how heaven-defying the spirit concentration pill is, after all, an auxiliary effect. Moreover, in case something goes wrong in condensing his divine sense, causing Suqin's divine sense to be damaged, the impact would be endless. If his body is damaged, he can slowly recuperate and take medicine according to the symptoms of his body. But if his divine sense is damaged, he can only rely on himself. Thinking of this, Suqin decided that during this time, in addition to signing in, he would slow down his cultivation time a little to prepare for taking the spirit concentration pill. Next. The days continued to pass unhurriedly. The lamp in the Shaolin temple made Su Qin almost unable to feel the passage of time. The only difference from before was that the princess of the Empire of Tang seemed to be sticking to Su Qin. Whenever Su Qin passed by the bamboo forest, she would secretly follow him. Su Qin was in a good mood after getting the spirit concentration pill. If he had nothing to do, he would chat with the princess of the Empire of Tang to pass the time. In the process of chatting, Su Qin also learned some secrets of the imperial palace through the princess of the Empire of Tang. According to the description of the princess of the Empire of Tang, the Emperor of Tang is really dying and can't hold on for more than a few years. The princes in the court have different thoughts, and the princes also take the opportunity to seize power. It can be imagined that once Emperor Tang really passes away, these princes will desperately fight for the position of the 9 and 5 emperors. Of course, this has nothing to do with Su Qin. Even if the world outside, Su, the emperor, the emperors est est. Est. Su Qin looked at the princess in surprise. Est. Then what's yours name? Su Qin asked casually. The little girl thought for a while and said seriously, I want Swu. Wu. Su Qin repeated. Yes, because I want to be a real martial artist. I want to control my own destiny. The little girl clenched her fists. Little monk, what do you want in the future? The little girl suddenly asked. What do you want? Su Qin thought for a while and said seriously, invincible. Pfft. The little girl almost laughed out loud. Invincible? Even in the imperial palace, the purple-clothed eunuch who was always by the Emperor of Tang's side and intimidated all the ministers and princes with his own strength would not dare to claim that he was invincible. Time flew by. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Tonight, I can take the divine concentration pill. Su Qin sat cross-legged and swallowed the divine concentration pill in one gulp. The divine concentration pill melted in his mouth and instantly disappeared into his body. Su Qin was not surprised at all. The divine concentration pill's effect was only on the spirit. The body could not absorb the divine concentration pill. Whoosh! Inhale. Su Qin only felt the medicinal power of the divine concentration pills turn into a stream and slowly wrapped around his spirit, compressing and condensing it. Buzz. As Su Qin's spirit continued to compress and condense, an invisible mental wave slowly fluctuated in his mind and showed signs of spreading into his body. The next moment. Boom! There was a sudden roar in Su Qin's spiritual plane. The divinity that was constantly being compressed almost condensed into a dot, and finally exploded, turning into an invisible wave that swept out in all directions. This wave was invisible and intangible, but it was real. I've finally condensed my divine will. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the world in front of him was different from the world he saw before. Within a radius of several hundred feet, every blade of grass, every tree, every flower, and every leaf fell into Su Qin's eyes. Compared to the insight of the Eye of Truth, Su Qin was able to completely control everything within a radius of several hundred feet with his divine will. Let's see how far my divine will can cover. With a thought, Su Qin's divine will, which originally covered a radius of several hundred feet, began to slowly spread out in all directions. After a short test, Su Qin discovered that the best range for his divine will was a radius of several hundred feet around him. As for further areas, his divine will's probing started to become blurry. Continue spreading. Su Qin wanted to test the limits of his divine will. In an instant, his divine will turned into an invisible wave, like a wave of air, and instantly swept across the distance. During this period, his divine will swept through the chores yard, the small hill, and even the bamboo forest where Consort Li lived. Within the bamboo forest, in an exquisite attic, Consort Li's face was pale as she lay on the bed. The heavy curtains fell, and from the outside, only a blurry figure could be seen. Damned bitch. Consort Li's gaze was cold as she squeezed out these words from between her teeth. Your Highness, please don't be angry. Eunuch Hong immediately said, although the devil's snare poison has been suppressed, it has not been eradicated. If your Highness is angry, it may stimulate the poison. As soon as these words came out, Consort Li closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she said calmly, I understand. How is the Shaolin Temple? Is there a threat? Consort Li asked directly. Rest assured, Your Highness. Eunuch Kong said confidently, this old servant has already explored the Shaolin Temple over the past few months. Other than the back mountain and a few other forbidden areas, there is no threat anywhere else. The current Shaolin Temple's abbot, Hui Wen, is only a second-rank abbot. If he were to attack, this old servant can suppress him within 20 moves and kill him within 100 moves. Eunuch Kong said slowly. Although the Shaolin Temple is a great sect of martial arts, this generation has already completely declined. The so-called Holy Land of Buddhism is just putting gold on its face. Eunuch Kong shook his head, his tone extremely contemptuous. However, the next moment, an invisible wave of divine will rolled over and swept through the entire attic in an instant. Consort Li did not notice it. But Eunuch Kong's expression changed drastically. This is? Eunuch Kong suddenly straightened his back, as if he had felt something extremely incredible. Divine will manifestation? This is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster? Inside the attic, divine sense rolled out and shrouded the area. Eunuch Kong's scalp went numb, and his mind was in chaos. As a red-clothed eunuch in the palace, Eunuch Kong naturally knew how terrifying a peak grade 1 who could condense divine sense was. Any peak rank 1 would be able to suppress everything with a raise of their hand. Why could the Wudong Mountain true martial lineage ignore the imperial power and disobey the imperial edict? Why did the Mangyuan Empire occupy the endless grassland and covet the central plains in the south? The terror of a peak grade 1 was far beyond everyone's imagination. Eunuch Kong never dreamed that the Shaolin Temple, which was rumored to have declined a long time ago, would have a peak grade 1. Eunuch Kong. Behind the curtain, Empress Li saw this scene. Although she didn't know what had happened, she was also terrified. Eunuch Kong was her trusted aide. If it wasn't for Eunuch Kong's protection, she would have died countless times. But now, Eunuch Kong, who she regarded as her pillar of support, showed such a trembling and fearful expression? Empress, don't panic. Eunuch Kong calmed down and barely reacted. He bowed deeply to the empty air in all directions. This old servant Hong Yuan greets a holy monk. Eunuch Kong was very clear that although the peak grade 1 was not here, but under the cover of divine sense, all the movements in the attic were as easy as flipping the palm. After a moment, the rolling divine sense quickly retreated. Eunuch Kong heaved a sigh of relief. Eunuch Kong, what happened? Empress Li saw Eunuch Kong's expression and realized that the matter was probably over, so she quickly asked. What happened? Eunuch Kong smiled bitterly. Empress, just now, a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple sent his divine sense over. A holy monk? Divine sense? Imperial concubine Li was stunned. Although she was the Emperor of Tang's favorite concubine, she didn't know much about martial arts. For Empress Li, she only knew that martial artists were divided into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 being the lowest. As for the rest, she didn't know. Empress. Eunuch Kong sensed Her Majesty's confusion. He pondered for a moment and said helplessly, you only need to treat this a holy monk like Eunuch Zhao by His Majesty's side. Eunuch Zhao. Imperial concubine Li's heart trembled. To the people in the palace, Eunuch Zhao was second only to the Emperor of Tang. Even concubine Li only knew that Eunuch Zhao was the only purple-clothed eunuch in the Empire of Tang. His status was equal to that of a noble. Nowadays, the Emperor of Tang was in the old age. The officials in the imperial court all had different thoughts. Several princes were fighting both openly and covertly. But no matter how bad the situation was, as long as the Emperor of Tang was alive, the Tang dynasty would not fall into chaos. Why was that? It was because of the purple-clothed eunuch by the Emperor of Tang's side. This purple-clothed eunuch used his own strength to suppress the officials and princes in the imperial court. Imperial concubine Li never expected that Eunuch Kong's evaluation of a holy monk would be so high. He was actually the same as Eunuch Zhao? It was unbelievable. Eunuch Kong, with such a strong person in the Shaolin Temple, our safety. Imperial concubine Li suddenly thought of something and quickly asked in a low voice. Empress, you worry too much. Eunuch Hong smiled bitterly and said, if a holy monk wanted to kill us, we would have died a long time ago. Even if the Emperor of Tang knew, he wouldn't ask. Eunuch Hong's expression was complicated. No matter how much the imperial palace doted on imperial concubine Li, they would never get into a conflict with a peak rank one for a woman. Empress. It's a good thing that the Shaolin Temple has a holy monk. At this point, Eunuch Hong paused and sighed, at least we should be safe. It's really amazing. Su Qin used his divine telekinesis, and various thoughts surged into his mind. However, the eunuch by imperial concubine Li's side can actually sense the existence of my divine telekinesis. Su Qin was slightly puzzled. When his divine telekinesis enveloped the pavilion in the bamboo forest, the eunuch called Eunuch Hong had clearly recognized it. Su Qin muttered to himself for a while and thought of the reason. The main reason was that he had just condensed his divine telekinesis. When he released it, he could not truly control it. In addition, Eunuch Hong's mental energy was naturally stronger than that of ordinary martial artists. That was why he had discovered it. After some time, when Su Qin had completely familiarized himself with his divine telekinesis, he would be able to use it freely. A cool breeze brushed past his face. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. During this time, Su Qin returned to his normal life. As for condensing his divine telekinesis, it did not affect Su Qin much. After all, even without the spirit concentrating pill, Su Qin was confident that he could condense his divine telekinesis. It just took a little longer. And what Su Qin has the most is time. An ordinary grade 1 great grandmaster can live for no more than 200 years, but Su Qin can live for 400 years. With these hundreds of years, even a pig should be able to condense his divine telekinesis, let alone Su Qin. If I want to achieve Arhat fruit, divine telekinesis, physical body, and internal strength are all indispensable. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his thoughts fluctuating. Now that I have condensed my divine telekinesis, and my physical body has been tempered by the power of extreme yin and the power of extreme yang, reaching the extreme. All that is left is internal strength. Su Qin's eyes lit up. For any grade 1 great grandmaster, the mythical bottleneck is like a natural moat. But Su Qin was able to solve two of them silently. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely shock the world. To some extent, Su Qin at this moment is definitely one of the people closest to the mythical bottleneck among the many grade 1 great grandmasters in the world today. The next day, Su Qin went to the Bodhi court to sign in as usual. Since the last time he obtained the divine concentration pill, Su Qin's sign-in at the Bodhi court has obviously increased. Since the Bodhi court was able to get a pill like the spirit concentrating pill that could condense one's divine sense, would there be a pill that could help transform one's inner strength? With this in mind, Su Qin walked towards the Bodhi court unhurriedly. Suddenly, Su Qin stopped. Soon after, the princess of the Tang dynasty ran over. Calculating the time, imperial concubine Li and her party have been in the Shaolin Temple for more than half a year. But usually, imperial concubine Li and eunuch Hong hardly leave the bamboo forest, so they did not affect the Shaolin Temple. In addition, imperial concubine Li is under the orders of the Emperor of Tang, so Abbot Huiwen can only turn a blind eye. As long as imperial concubine Li does not take the initiative to leave, imperial concubine Li can continue to stay. For the Shaolin Temple, they only need to provide some vegetarian meals every day. Little monk, we may be going back soon. The eyes of the little princess of the Empire of Tang were red, obviously very reluctant. Although the Shaolin Temple is far less luxurious and spectacular than the Imperial Palace. But in the Shaolin Temple, she is at least safe and free. She doesn't have to worry about dying in a dry well one day or swallowing a cup of poison. Go back? Su Qin looked surprised. Yes, this is what eunuch Hong said. The little princess said in a low tone. Little monk. Can I ask you a question? After a while, the little princess calmed down and asked cautiously. Go ahead. Su Qin asked casually. He has no interest in the princess of the Empire of Tang. After all, the little princess is only 10 years old, and Su Qin is not a copper alchemist. He usually doesn't even bother to look at her. Do you think the Empire of Tang can be saved? The little princess looked around and lowered her voice. Can the Empire of Tang be saved? Suqin looked at the little princess again. Suqin did not expect that the little princess would ask this question. If the little princess asked whether the Emperor of Tang could be saved, Suqin would understand, but the other party asked about the Empire of Tang? Let's see how the Emperor of Tang will die. Suqin thought for a while and said, if the Emperor of Tang establishes a crown prince before he dies, and exiles the other princes to stabilize the situation, the Empire of Tang can last for hundreds of years. Suqin's tone was flat, as if the death of the princes was as simple as eating a few bowls of rice at noon. If other people heard Suqin say such words, even the abbot would be shocked. Even an ordinary grade 1 great-grandmaster would not dare to comment on the princes like this. But the little princess thought about it seriously and shook her head. Impossible, even I know that behind the imperial brothers, there are ministers and kings supporting them. Once an imperial brother is sentenced to death, it will inevitably cause the kings to revolt and the imperial court to be in turmoil. Then cut off the vassals and clean up the imperial court. Suqin said slowly. When the little princess heard this, her expression changed slightly. The kings are independent and have their own troops. If they can really cut off the vassals, it will definitely be of great benefit to the rule of the Empire of Tang. Little monk, you see it very clearly. The little princess took a deep look at Suqin. 1 month later. Imperial concubine Li's group bid farewell to Abbot Huiwen. When Abbot Huiwen received this news, he immediately escorted Imperial concubine Li out of the Shaolin Temple. 4. Imperial concubine Li to return at this time, could it be that something has happened in the Imperial Palace? The head of the Arhat court looked at the jade carriage that was gradually disappearing into the distance and spoke with a frown. This poor monk heard a piece of news. The Emperor of Tang's subordinate, eunuch Zhao, seemed to have used some means to prolong the Emperor of Tang's life by a few years. The head of the commandment yard whispered. The head of the Arhat Academy exclaimed in amazement, eunuch Zhao is truly a peerless scholar. As a crippled person, he became a top-rank one. How respectable. Alright, there's no need to discuss the matters outside. Abbot Huiwen glanced at the several court heads and said in a low voice. With Imperial concubine Li's group leaving, the Shaolin Temple returned to how it had been in the past. Suqin's surroundings became quiet again. However, several months later. One night. Suqin suddenly felt something. His figure flashed, and he appeared outside the room of the head of the chores yard. His divine sense spread out. Although separated by a door, Suqin knew everything in the room like the back of his hand. Under the cover of his divine sense, Suqin clearly felt that the life force of the head of the chores yard was getting weaker and weaker. Suqin was silent. The head of the chores yard was in such a state. He should be nearing the end of his life and about to pass away. The head of the chores yard had personally led Suqin into the chores yard. If it were not for the head of the chores yard, Suqin might not even be able to enter the Shaolin Temple. Head of the yard. Suqin sighed softly, pushed open the door, and walked in slowly. It's Zhenguan. The head of the chores yard opened his eyes and looked at Zhenguan. He smiled and said, I didn't expect that in the end, it would be you beside me. Head of the yard, do you have any wishes? Suqin glanced at the head of the chores yard and asked. Wishes? The head of the chores yard shook his head and said, I have lived for almost 100 years. When I was young, I used to indulge myself with a sword. Later, I entered the Shaolin Temple and enjoyed everything. What wishes do I have? The head of the chores yard was very open-minded. As a warrior, even if he was facing the end of the Shouyuan, he would not be speechless. The head of the chores yard looked at Suqin and said, more than 10 years ago, when you entered the Shaolin Temple, I knew that you were different from other orphans. Later, the family Su asked me to let you return to the secular world. I knew that you were not an orphan. You entered the Shaolin Temple just to avoid disaster. Suqin was silent. Suqin did not want to hide the fact that he was a member of the family Su. I have already told the abbot. If you really want to return to the secular world, he will not stop you. The head of the chores yard's voice was getting weaker and weaker. Well, you can go back. I want to be alone for a while. Okay. Suqin nodded and closed the door. Outside the room, Suqin did not leave. Instead, he waited quietly for a while. It was not until the head of the chores yard's breath completely dissipated that Suqin turned and left. The next day, Abbot Huiwen and other heads of the chores yard came to the chores yard in person. A few days later, Abbot Huiwen found Suqin in person and asked him if he wanted to return to the secular world. Obviously, what the head of the chores yard said before his death was true. He did mention to Abbot Huiwen that Suqin wanted to return to the secular world. Abbot, since I have entered the Shaolin Temple, the worldly grievances have nothing to do with me. Suqin refused righteously. For Suqin, the Shaolin Temple was a treasure place that could provide him with a steady stream of magical pills and secret skills. Before he became invincible in the Shaolin Temple, Suqin would not leave. After the death of the head of the chores yard, the days became slow and long again. For Suqin, the death of the head of the chores yard made him feel a little emotional. But it was also because of this that Suqin's desire to become stronger was even more aroused. If he stayed where he was, after 370 years, he would be like the head of the chores yard, facing the end of the Shouyuan and waiting for death alone. This was obviously not what Suqin wanted to see. Time passed. A year had passed. During this year, Suqin had been polishing his internal force. He wanted to make his internal force go one step further so that he could complete the transformation of his body, mind, and internal force. Finally, he could break through to the Arhat realm. Internal force is nurtured by the body. How can I achieve the final transformation? Suqin kept thinking in his heart. The transformation of his body was completed by Suqin using the extreme yang force of the invincible Vajra divine art and the extreme yin force of the lunar body refining technique for a year. The transformation of his mind was condensed by Suqin taking countless divine accumulation pills to strengthen his spirit and finally condensing it with the divine concentration pill. But the transformation of his internal force, Suqin still had no clue. In the past year, he didn't know how many times he had signed in at the Bodhi court. He had even signed in dozens of divine concentration pills. But he hadn't obtained any pills related to the transformation of his internal force. Maybe I should go to the back of the mountain? Suqin turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the back of the Shaolin Temple. The back of the mountain was the forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple. It suppressed the devil Buddha who almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple 900 years ago. In the past few years, as Suqin's strength had greatly improved, he had basically visited the other forbidden areas of the Shaolin Temple and signed in at least once. Originally, Suqin did not intend to go to the back mountain. After all, in his senses, there was a faint aura of a grade 1 great grandmaster in the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple. But since Suqin condensed his divine sense, his grasp of his own body has soared again, and it is not something an ordinary grade 1 great grandmaster can discover. Let's go and take a look. Suqin thought for a moment and made a decision in his heart. Outside the back mountain, there are a large number of monks patrolling at all times, and the number far exceeds that of the demon subduing tower. With this level of defense, even a grade 1 great grandmaster may not be able to sneak into the back mountain quietly. But for Suqin, it is just a matter of taking a few steps. His divine sense enveloped his whole body, and his aura was restrained to the extreme. In a flash, Suqin passed the patrolling monks and came to the back mountain. After entering the back mountain, his field of vision became a lot more spacious. Suqin carefully sensed and walked towards the depths. This feeling? Suqin suddenly stopped and rubbed his eyebrows. He doesn't know why, but the deeper he went into the back mountain, the more he felt that the golden Buddha, which symbolized the Buddha's palm, inheritance, began to slowly emit Buddhist light. There is something related to the Buddha's palm in the forbidden area. Suqin guessed in his heart. The Buddha's palm is the strongest divine art of the Shaolin Temple. It is known as the Buddha's legacy, but it was lost 900 years ago. And 900 years ago, in addition to the loss of the Buddha's palm, there was also a major event that almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple. The Devil Buddha's tribulation. At that time, Suqin vaguely noticed that the loss of the Buddha's palm was related to the Devil Buddha. The Buddha's palm is a divine art at the level of Arhat. Only by attaining the fruit of Arhat can one be qualified to comprehend the Buddha's palm. And 900 years ago, Arhat, the only one left in the Shaolin temple, passed away in a hurry after suppressing the devil Buddha. As a result, the Buddha's palm was not passed down in time. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he tried to recall the truth from 900 years ago. As for the Arhat from the Shaolin temple, he only suppressed the devil Buddha and didn't kill him. This means that Arhat was unable to kill the devil Buddha and could only use such means to eliminate the calamity of the devil Buddha. Su Qin thought as he walked towards the depths of the mountain. A moment later, 5 pale golden hills appeared in Su Qin's vision. This is? Su Qin's pupils shrank and a strange look flashed across his face. If one were to look at them from afar, the 5 pale golden hills would look more like 5 fingers that had been magnified countless times. His 5 fingers held up the sky and pressed down. Buddha's palm. This is the Buddha's palm. Su Qin raised his head and looked over. Although the aura of these 5 pale golden hills was not obvious, they actually began to resonate with the golden Buddha in Su Qin's primal aperture between his eyebrows. 900 years ago, the Arhat from the Shaolin temple was the devil Buddha that was suppressed by the Buddha's palm. Su Qin was absolutely certain. If it were anyone else, even the current abbot of the Shaolin temple, they probably wouldn't associate these 5 hills with the Buddha's palm. But Su Qin had the inheritance of the Buddha's palm. Although he couldn't use it, he was very clear about the aura of the Buddha's palm. Soon, Su Qin found 5 skinny figures sitting cross-legged in front of the 5 hills. These 5 figures were all dressed in monk robes. Their eyes were closed and their breathing was almost stopped. If it weren't for the faint aura leaking out, Su Qin would have thought that these 5 monks would have died long ago. These are the 5 a holy monk? Su Qin frowned. These 5 figures sitting in front of the 5 hills were indeed grade 1 a holy monk, but their aura was very strange. Neither alive nor dead. They should have used a secret technique to put themselves in a state of suspended animation to prolong the shouyuan. Only at a specific time will they wake up. Su Qin guessed in his heart. Regarding the fake death secret technique, Su Qin has also signed in dozens of them. But without exception, once this kind of secret technique is used, the body will completely stiffen and lose the possibility of going further. In the state of suspended animation, one will have no thoughts, as if they have fallen into eternal darkness. This state is a tragic torture for anyone. Grade 1 great grandmasters would rather die in battle than let themselves suffer such pain. And the reason why the 5 holy monks in front of the 5 hills are like this is to prevent the devil Buddha from breaking free from the seal and forcibly holding down the fort with the body of a holy monk. Of course, the bodies of the 5 holy monks are far from being able to suppress the devil Buddha, but with the seal left behind by Buddha's palm, it is enough. Sigh. Su Qin sighed softly and sighed. The devil Buddha. Su Qin's gaze turned slightly and looked at the 5 pale golden hills. Under Su Qin's perception, although the 5 pale golden hills exuded an aura that suppressed everything, he could still feel a very deep demonic energy. Not dead for 900 years? Su Qin frowned. According to the records of the Shaolin temple, even the existence of Arhat, or the existence of a legend, is only the shouyuan of 500 years. Since the devil Buddha has been suppressed, it means that he has not transcended the level of Arhat. Logically speaking, after 900 years, the devil Buddha should not even have ashes left. How could there still be remnants of his aura? Just as Su Qin was thinking. Wang. The 5 pale golden hills shook slightly. A monk in a golden robe appeared, looking down at Su Qin, and said, Buddhist sect disciples can enter Buddha mountain, obtain my inheritance, and glorify Buddhism. The voice was magnificent and deafening. If it was an ordinary martial artist, even a grade 1 great grandmaster, under this grand voice, they will be shocked on the spot, thinking that there is some kind of shocking inheritance in the depths of Buddha mountain. Su Qin's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he walked straight into Buddha mountain. After a while, Su Qin came to a Buddha cave. There were countless Buddha statues in all directions, and a strong majesty shrouded him. Since you are a Buddhist sect disciple, why don't you kneel? The monk in the golden robe appeared again. However, Su Qin didn't care. He still stood there, looking straight at the monk in the golden robe. Buddhism pays attention to equality, why should I kneel? Su Qin said casually. That's right. The monk in the golden robe seemed to think of something, nodded slightly, and looked at Suqin approvingly. Under the age of 30, stepping into grade 1, your talent is enough to rank in the top 5 in the Shaolin Temple for thousands of years. Oh? Suqin looked at the monk in the golden robe with interest. Who are you? My Dharma name is Paukama Tuoarahan. The monk in the golden robe looked solemn and said calmly. Tuoarahan is the Arhat who suppressed the Devil Buddha 900 years ago in the Shaolin Temple. Since then, no disciple of the Shaolin Temple has been able to achieve Arhat Buddhahood. Pow? A smile appeared on Suqin's face, as if he heard a joke. The monk in the golden robe frowned and was about to speak. However, the next moment, Suqin's smile gradually faded, and he looked at him coldly, and said something that made the expression of the monk in the golden robe change greatly. I should call you Devil Buddha, right? When Suqin said this, the expression of the monk in the golden robe changed greatly, and he looked at Suqin in disbelief. He didn't expect that Suqin would see through his true identity at first glance. One must know that for 900 years, he has been suppressed by the seal day and night, and his strength has long been integrated with the seal. Moreover, his Devil Buddha Tao allows him to switch between Buddha and demon at will. Unless the real Tuoarahan is resurrected, outsiders won't be able to tell who he is. How do you know? A dark demonic light faintly appeared in the depths of the pupils of the monk in the golden robe. How do I know? Suqin didn't answer. Under the observation of the eyes of truth, Suqin discovered that the aura of the monk in the golden robe originated from the trace of demonic energy deep underground. The eyes of truth is a divine ability that Suqin obtained from signing in. No matter how the Devil Buddha hides, he can't hide from the eyes of truth. I've been curious, after 900 years, why are you still alive? Suqin said and looked at the monk in the golden robe again. He shook his head and said, I didn't expect that you would abandon your body and survive until today in the form of a demonic will. A grade 1 great grandmaster can cultivate divinity. A peak grade 1 can condense divine sense to explore the surroundings, interfere with foreign objects, and even kill people from a distance. And Arhat, who is completely above grade 1, has condensed his divine sense into a substance, which is equivalent to a Taoist's primordial spirit. Even if the body is destroyed, by condensing divine sense into a substance, an existence at the level of Arhat will not die immediately. It's just that. Without the nourishment of the body, the divine sense is equivalent to a rootless source and can't last long. It's just that. The Devil Buddha used some unknown method to entrust his divine sense to the Buddha mountain and survive until now. It's just that. Even so, the Devil Buddha can't survive for long. The corporeal body would decay, and so would the divine consciousness. It was just that the divine consciousness was slightly slower than the corporeal body. Moreover, without a physical body, the Devil Buddha probably wouldn't be able to display Arhat's level of battle prowess. You lured me here in order to seize my body and escape, right? Suqin looked at the monk in golden robes and said slowly, this is your only chance. If you want to break free from the seal, this is the only way. The golden-robed monk listened to Suqin's words without replying. However, at some unknown time, his golden monk robe had been silently dyed with a trace of black. Moreover, this trace of black was spreading in all directions at a frightening speed. Boom! In an instant, the Buddha cavern, which was originally filled with a Zen atmosphere, had actually turned into a demonic nest where thousands of demons roared. Endless black demon chi filled the air as illusory demonic creatures formed one after another, baring their fangs at Suqin. Not bad. What you said is right. The Devil Buddha completely tore off his disguise and looked at Suqin like a hungry wolf. Your body has undergone a transformation, and you are not walking the path of boundless extreme yin or boundless extreme yang, but the path of yin and yang. This kind of body is hard to come by in thousands of years. Its potential is infinite. If I get it, I will definitely be able to return to my peak in less than 100 years. The Devil Buddha didn't care too much about Suqin. Even if he doesn't have a physical body now, he is not someone a mere grade 1 great grandmaster can deal with. Even if this grade 1 great grandmaster has condensed his divine sense and transformed his body, it is still far from enough. The reason why the Devil Buddha didn't make a move outside is nothing more than because of the suppression of the seal, and he can't extend his power outside the Buddha mountain. But since Su Qin has entered the Buddha mountain, his life and death are already in his control. Now, I will give you a chance. Obediently hand over your body and I can let you die a little faster. No, I will burn your divine sense with my soul fire for 100 years. The devil Buddha looked at Su Qin with a sneer. The reason why he said this was because he was worried that Su Qin would die together with him and accidentally hurt his body. Is that so? Are you sure you can beat me? Su Qin said softly. Beat you? The devil Buddha smiled disdainfully. In the past 900 years, although I haven't been able to completely break the seal, I have torn a small piece of the seal. Although a small piece of the seal can't let me escape, the power transmitted from it is more than enough to kill you. The devil Buddha was telling the truth. Although he doesn't have a physical body and can't exert the real strength of Arhat, it is still far beyond grade 1. Since you won't obediently hand over your body, then I can only personally retrieve your physical body. The devil Buddha lost his patience. With a cold expression, he raised his right hand and pressed it towards Su Qin. In an instant, the entire devil nest shook, and countless demonic energy gathered, forming a big hand that slowly pressed towards Su Qin. Under this big hand, an ordinary grade 1 great grandmaster can't even move at all. Even a peak grade 1 would feel despair and close their eyes to wait for death. The devil Buddha looked at Su Qin coldly, as if looking at a dead man. He believed that under this blow, even if Su Qin's strength was 10 times or 100 times stronger, it would still be useless. Just as the devil Buddha was thinking about how to take Su Qin's body for his own use as soon as possible, Su Qin suddenly took a step forward and looked directly at the devil Buddha. Don't you want to know why I saw through your identity but still followed you in and gave you so much time to prepare? Huh? Hearing this, the devil Buddha's complexion changed slightly. Yes. Why is that? Since Su Qin recognized that he was not Tuoarahan, but the suppressed devil Buddha, why did he take the initiative to jump into his trap? Could it be that Su Qin is a fool? How is that possible? Even the devil Buddha does not think that a peak grade 1 is a fool. At this moment, Su Qin suddenly took another step forward. This is because I also need time. Boom! The 5 Buddha mountains suddenly roared. With Su Qin as the center, heaven and earth were enveloped by a dark golden Buddha palm. Golden a number of flowers bloomed in all directions. One flower, one world, one leaf, one universe, evolved into layers of pure land, endless. At the core of the pure land, a golden Buddha sat upright, like a real Buddha overlooking all living beings. His eyes were indifferent, without favoritism, hatred, love, or pity. The aura of the most powerful and vast reached the 9th heaven. Crack! Crack! The giant palm condensed from countless devil chi collapsed. The devil's nest, where thousands of devils roared, completely collapsed. The Buddha's light spread and illuminated everything. This. The devil Buddha, who had been confident of victory, looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He looked at the vast and endless pure land, and at the center of the pure land, where the golden Buddha pointed at the sky and touched the earth, and roared in despair, Tathagata's true will. Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads gathered in the Dharma court. Abbot, why did you ask us to come over? The warrior monastery head looked at Abbot Huiwen and asked in confusion. Abbot Huiwen heard this and a smile appeared on his face. After a while, I may go into seclusion. At that time, the matters of the Shaolin Temple will be handed over to Huiju. Huiju was the Dharma court head. His strength was second only to Abbot Huiwen in the upper realm in the Shaolin Temple. Seclusion? The disciplinary court head was shocked and asked tentatively, is Abbot preparing to break through? The disciplinary court head looked at Abbot Huiwen in disbelief. Recently, I have a little understanding. Abbot Huiwen was about to speak. Suddenly. At this moment. Boom! A terrifying wave swept through the Shaolin Temple. For a time, the entire Shaolin Temple trembled slightly. What's going on? What happened? The court heads' expressions changed and they quickly walked out of the Dharma court. It's the back mountain. The vibration came from the back mountain. The warrior monastery head's voice trembled as he looked in the direction of the back mountain. When these words came out, the faces of the other court heads, including Abbot Huiju, changed greatly. Since 900 years ago, Tuo Arahan suppressed the Devil Buddha in the back mountain. The back mountain has become the forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple. Other forbidden areas, such as the Demon Subduing Tower and the Thousand Buddhas Hall, even if there is a problem, the Shaolin Temple will just have a headache. But if the back mountain is lost and the Devil Buddha escapes, it will definitely be a disaster for the Shaolin Temple. The Devil Buddha's successor that appears every 100 years has already made the Shaolin Temple anxious and almost destroyed several times, let alone the real Devil Buddha. Until then, not only the Shaolin Temple, but perhaps the entire world would become a plaything in the hands of the Devil Buddha. Hurry up and go to the back mountain. Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads looked at each other, their expressions filled with death. If the Devil Buddha really escaped from the back mountain, they would stop the Devil Buddha even if they had to die. Very soon, Abbot Huiwen and the others rushed to the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. However, when Abbot Huiwen and the court heads raised their heads to look at the forbidden area in the back of the mountain, they saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Countless golden Adumbra flowers bloomed in the air, forming layers of pure land that enveloped the entire forbidden area. A golden-bodied Buddha sat in the center of the Pure Land, emitting an aura that was so vast and powerful that it shot straight up into the 9 heavens. Rumble. Under Abbot Huiwen's incredulous gaze, the golden Buddha raised his palm and slowly pressed it down toward the depths of the back mountain. This is... Abbot Huiwen opened his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. The Buddha's palm, it's the Buddha's palm. The Dharma court head's tone was fanatical. He looked at the golden Buddha and almost knelt down on the spot. The Buddha's palm was lost with the death of Tuo Arahan 900 years ago. Now this is... The commandment court head muttered to himself, could it be that Tuo Arahan has come back to life? It shouldn't be. Abbot Huiwen was silent for a long time and said, even if Tuo Arahan didn't die 900 years ago, he couldn't have lived until now. Abbot Huiwen paused for a moment and said in disbelief, someone should be using the Buddha's palm to suppress the Devil Buddha in the back of the mountain. In the back of the mountain. The Tathagata's will. How do you have the Tathagata's will? The Devil Buddha was shocked and angry. He completely lost his composure. Even when Tuo Arahan suppressed him with the Buddha's palm 900 years ago, he had never been like this. The Buddha's palm belonged to the Tathagata's will. But the Tathagata's will was not the Buddha's palm. The Buddha's palm had 9 styles, and each style was completely independent. Even Tuo Arahan 900 years ago had only mastered one style of the Buddha's palm. In the thousands of years of history of the Shaolin Temple, the other Arhat-born were similar to Tuo Arahan. Because no one could bear the true vast power of the Buddha's palm. And to completely master the 9 styles of the Buddha's palm, one could only do it with the Tathagata's will. Only the Tathagata's will had the effect of the outline and controlled the 9 styles of the Buddha's palm. However, the Tathagata's will was illusory and extremely mysterious. Even when the Devil Buddha flipped through all the Buddhist scriptures, he only saw a few words. The Devil Buddha even believed that the Tathagata's will did not exist in the world. But now, the Devil Buddha would never have dreamed that he would see the Tathagata's will in a young monk. The Tathagata's will? Suqin did not think too much about it. At this moment, it was as if he had transformed into the real Arhat. He had completely controlled the sealing power in the Forbidden Land. Ever since he entered the back of the mountain, Suqin had vaguely sensed the abnormality of the golden Buddha in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows. And this change reached its peak when Suqin entered the Buddha mountain. With the golden Buddha in the ancestral aperture, Suqin could already control all the sealing power in the Forbidden Land. The changes in the Forbidden Land, especially the Supreme and Mighty Buddha's palm, were not so much done by Suqin as they were left behind by Tuo Arahan 900 years ago. Suqin only activated it slightly. No. I don't want to be sealed again. The Devil Buddha saw the Buddha's palm slowly pressing down. His body suddenly exploded into countless wisps of black mist that fled in all directions. He had spent 900 years to barely break a small part of the seal and extend his power. If he was suppressed again, what awaited the Devil Buddha would be complete annihilation. Because even if the Devil Buddha gave up his physical body and struggled at death's door with his divine will, it was impossible for him to live for nearly 2,000 years. You can't escape. Su Qin's gaze was cold. Just like Tuoarahan 900 years ago, he raised his right hand and pressed down again. Rumble. Heaven and earth were enveloped by a dark golden Buddha's palm. It suppressed the 5 elements and prohibited all techniques. Countless wisps of black mist let out a scream and completely evaporated. At this moment, although the endless power of the seal was mobilized, the small part of the seal that the Devil Buddha had spent 900 years to break was instantly mended. The Devil Buddha's divine will that had been suppressed underground directly let out a muffled groan and completely disappeared. It's finally over. Su Qin withdrew his right hand and felt the golden Buddha in the ancestral aperture at his brow calm down. He was slightly relieved. Although he did not know why this golden Buddha could so easily mobilize the power of the seal in the forbidden land at the back of the mountain. But now, everything was over. My physical body has transformed again. Su Qin felt the changes in his body and was delighted. Although Su Qin had not used his own power just now, when he carried the power of the seal in the forbidden land at the back of the mountain, it was no different from a real arhat expending his cultivation to change and cleanse Su Qin's body. After this battle, the benefits that Su Qin had gained were simply unimaginable. If Su Qin was just an ordinary person, he might have directly become a martial artist in the upper realm. That's right. I almost forgot about the business. Su Qin seemed to think of something and said in his heart, "Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the divine art Devil Buddha golden body." A mechanical, cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Devil Buddha golden body? Su Qin nodded slightly. Obviously, this sign-in should have obtained the Devil Buddha's fundamental divine art. It's almost time to go back. Su Qin didn't immediately comprehend the Devil Buddha golden body. With such a big movement in the back mountain, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads are very likely to rush in. Soon. Su Qin walked out of Buddha Mountain. Sigh. Su Qin looked at the 5 holy monk sitting cross-legged in front of Buddha Mountain and sighed softly. The Devil Buddha's seal has been strengthened, you don't need to continue guarding here. The 5 holy monk fell into a state of suspended animation with a secret technique. This secret technique can certainly prolong the life of Shouyuan, but in this state of suspended animation, the 5 holy monk will be tortured at all times. It's better to die. Thinking of this, Su Qin flicked his finger and 5 internal forces hit the bodies of the 5 holy monk. These 5 internal forces can wake up the 5 holy monk in advance. After doing all this, Su Qin quickly left the back mountain. Outside the back mountain, Su Qin found Abbot Huiwen and the court heads guarding there. Su Qin didn't intend to remind them and directly returned to the handyman court. Devil Buddha golden body. Su Qin sat cross-legged and began to receive all the information about the Devil Buddha golden body from the system. Boom! A huge Buddha golden body appeared in Su Qin's mind. This Buddha golden body was half gold and half black, the golden side was solemn, and the black side was full of demonic intent. 2 completely opposite forces gathered in the same golden body at this moment, fusing and permeating each other. This is? Su Qin's pupils shrank. Slightly. In the beginning, Su Qin thought that the Devil Buddha had abandoned Buddhism to become a demon, but now it seemed that the Devil Buddha was clearly a dual cultivator. When he cultivated the Buddha demon golden body to greater mastery, he could freely switch between the demon sect's internal energy and the Buddhist sect's internal energy. One had to know that the greatest taboo in martial arts cultivation was heterogeneous and impure. However, not only did the Devil Buddha's golden body not care about this, it even merged the 2 extreme powers into one. Devil Buddha. Su Qin remained silent. At this moment, even Su Qin had no choice but to admit that the Devil Buddha's talent was absolutely rarely seen in 1,000 years. It was a pity. No matter how talented the Devil Buddha was, he was still no match for the Buddha's palm. After realizing how terrifying the Devil Buddha's golden body was, Su Qin did not immediately cultivate it. With Su Qin's strength, once he cultivated the Devil Buddha's golden body and converted his internal energy into devil qi, his devil might would probably be so vast that it would instantly alarm the entire Shaolin temple. Suchin planned to find some time to find a secluded place to slowly comprehend the Devil Buddha's golden body. Since the Devil Buddha's golden body was in his mind and could not escape, Suchin was naturally not in a hurry. Apart from the Devil Buddha's golden body, my physical body has actually transformed again with the help of the seal's power? Suchin carefully sensed his physical body and was very satisfied. One had to know that ever since Suchin used the invincible Vajra body divine art and the extreme body refining art to temper his physical body to the extreme. At that time, Suchin was very sure that his physical body was already the limit before attaining the fruit of Arhat. Now, with the power of my physical body, I'm afraid that I can stand shoulder to shoulder with peak grade 1, right? Suchin's expression was filled with emotion. It should be known that only a grade 1 great grandmaster who stands at the peak of grade 1, and whose physical body, internal strength, and spirit have transformed in some aspect, is qualified to be called a peak grade 1. Any peak grade 1 is enough to suppress a country. For example, the imperial teacher of the Ming Yuan Empire, and the eunuch Zhao in the palace of the Emperor of Tang. And now, if these peak grade 1 knew that there was someone who was comparable to them in terms of physical strength, their jaws would probably drop in shock. With my current accumulation, as long as my internal strength transforms, I'm afraid that I can impact the fruit of Arhat realm in a short time. Suchin was very confident. Next, I will patiently polish my internal strength. Suchin made a decision in his heart. Outside the back mountain forbidden area, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads have been waiting. At this moment, 5 figures slowly walked out of the back mountain forbidden area. That is? It's the 5 holy monk ancestors? Abbot Huiwen's expression changed. As the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, he naturally knows the ancestors of the Shaolin Temple. However, what Abbot Huiwen didn't expect was that these 5 ancestors, who had passed away long ago, actually came out of the back mountain forbidden area alive. After a while, Abbot Huiwen and the 5 holy monk communicated for a while and understood the whole story. In order to guard the Devil Buddha's seal, there must be a holy monk outside the seal. So, the people who secretly acted before were not the ancestors? Abbot Huiwen thought for a while and suddenly asked. The 5 of us have been in a state of suspended animation with a secret method and couldn't act. One of the wrinkled holy monk said. As soon as this was said, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked at each other, full of doubts. Could it be that in addition to the back mountain forbidden area, there were other holy monk ancestors hidden in the Shaolin Temple? Just as Abbot Huiwen was thinking, a holy monk who spoke first said, the Devil Buddha seal has been reinforced and we don't need to guard it anymore. We will pass away in a few months at most. As soon as this was said, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked gloomy. Since the back mountain forbidden area incident, the Shaolin Temple was really shaken for a while. However, as several months passed, the 5 holy monk who came out of the forbidden area passed away one after another. The Shaolin Temple was quiet again. Time once again became slow and long. During this period, Abbot Huiwen began his closed-door training, wanting to enter the grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm. While Abbot Huiwen was in closed-door training, all the matters of the Shaolin Temple were temporarily taken over by the Dharma court. The changes in the Shaolin Temple's high level made most of the Shaolin Temple disciples talk about it, especially the disciples of the Handyman court. During the break, they began to discuss when Abbot Huiwen will come out of closed-door training and so on. Suchin once again returned to his previous days, signing in, sweeping the floor, and polishing his internal force. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the pill, Nirvana pill. Outside the Bodhi court, Suchin looked happy and extremely satisfied. The Nirvana pill is one of the Shaolin Temple's holy pills. It has only one function, and that is to save one's life. Any martial artist, no matter the degree of injury, can survive as long as they take the Nirvana pill. In Jianghu, this kind of life-saving pill has always been rare, especially the Nirvana pill, which has no hidden dangers. If the Nirvana pill is leaked outside, it will definitely attract the attention of grade 1 great grandmasters and even peak grade 1 martial artists. After all, even peak grade 1 martial artists can't guarantee that they won't be injured. Having the Nirvana pill is equivalent to having an extra life. Not bad, not bad. Suchin nodded. In any case, this kind of life-saving pill, Suqin will not complain about it. Time slowly passed. Back mountain forbidden area. Suqin was sitting cross-legged, his breathing was calm, as if he was an ordinary person. But if a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster was here, they would be shocked to find that the area 10 meters around Suqin was faintly filled with an inexplicable domain. Within the domain, even a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster's strength would be suppressed by more than half, and the closer to Suqin, the more terrifying the suppression would be. I finally found a way to transform my internal strength. Suqin slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Over the past year, Suqin once again visited the Shaolin Temple, checking and filling in the gaps, to see if there was anything missing that he didn't sign in. In the end, Suqin was pleasantly surprised to find that in the back mountain forbidden area, he could sign in again every once in a while. In the subsequent sign-ins, in addition to the Devil Buddha Golden Body, Suqin also obtained Demonic Will Split Parasitism, Burning Heaven Demon Fire, Devil Buddha 9 Strikes, and other demonic arts unique to the Devil Buddha from the back mountain forbidden area. Among them, the Demonic Will Split Parasitism was a technique where the Devil Buddha abandoned his body and lived in the world in the form of demonic will. It has to be said that although this technique can only be used by those at the level of Arhat, Suqin had a deep understanding of its terrifying power. You must know that even if Arhat achieved the Buddhahood of Arhat and was invincible in the world, it was only 500 years of Shuyuan. But with the Demonic Will Split Parasitism, the Devil Buddha endured for thousands of years, which was enough to kill 2 generations of Arhat. It's just that. Suqin was not interested in the Demonic Will Split Parasitism. If it wasn't for the fact that there was no other way out, who would be willing to turn themselves into something that was neither human nor ghost like the Devil Buddha? Compared with the Devil Buddha, Suqin's potential was unlimited. Why would he need to use the Demonic Will Split Parasitism to prolong his life? Of course, Suqin did not intend to abandon his physical body, but some of the ideas in the Demonic Thought Division Parasitism method were worth learning. Apart from the Demonic Will Split Parasitism technique, the Heaven-Burning Demonic Fire was Suqin's greatest gain. This demonic technique used one's divine will as a guide to ignite the demonic fire. The demonic fire was formless and formless, but it could burn away the impurities in the inner energy, achieving the effect of purifying the inner energy. With the speed at which the burning sky demon flame purifies inner strength, it will take at most 5 years for the transformation of inner strength to be completed. Suqin's eyes lit up. If he didn't have the burning sky demon fire, Suqin could only rely on time to slowly polish it. In this way, if he wanted to transform his inner strength, he would need at least 10 years of hard work. However, the burning heaven devil flame had shortened this process by dozens of times. If the Grade 1 Great Grandmasters outside knew about this, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Of course, Suqin does not care about the thoughts of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. With Suqin's current strength, no matter how many Grade 1 Great Grandmasters came, it would be a matter of a few slaps. Unfortunately, after the last time, the power of the seal in the back mountain was used to suppress the Devil Buddha. Otherwise, I would really want to strengthen my body again. Suqin glanced around with a regretful expression. Although Suqin still has absolute control over the seal in the back mountain by relying on the golden Buddha in his eyebrows. However, Suqin also knows the seriousness of the matter. If he used the seal again and released the Devil Buddha, wouldn't the loss outweigh the gain? Besides, right now, Suqin's body has almost been strengthened to the limit. Even if he used the seal again, it would not improve much. After 5 years, when the transformation of inner strength is completed, I can try to break through to the Arhat realm. Suqin slowly got up and walked out of the back mountain. Quietly avoiding the patrolling monks, Suqin returned to the handyman court in the blink of an eye. With my current strength, compared to Daoist Zhang of Wudong true martial lineage, or the imperial teacher of the Mengyuan Empire, who is stronger and who is weaker? Suqin thought slowly in his heart. Whether it is Daoist Zhang or the imperial teacher, they are both peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. Ordinary Grade 1 Great Grandmasters would not dare to be presumptuous in front of these two. Suqin was a little curious at this moment. What peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster Zhang and the imperial teacher are? One must know that as long as one's soul, internal strength, and body have transformed, they can be called peak grade 1. The second transformation, even if all three have transformed, they are still peak grade 1. Although Su Qin has only transformed his divine soul and body, with the terror of his body, even if he faces a peak grade 1 who has transformed all three, he will not be afraid. Of course. Although Su Qin's strength at this moment is already standing at the peak of the world, he has no complacency at all. In Su Qin's view, if he wants to be truly invincible in the world, peak grade 1 is far from enough. At the very least, he must be Arhat realm to barely meet the requirements. In fact, Su Qin feels that Arhat realm is not foolproof. 900 years ago, how did Tuoarahan of the Shaolin Temple pass away? Wasn't it because he went all out against the Devil Buddha? In the end, although he suppressed the Devil Buddha with the Buddha's palm, he also passed away because of his injuries. What if another Devil Buddha appears in Su Qin's era? The next day, Su Qin came to the Bodhi court to sweep the floor. System, sign in for me. Su Qin said in his heart. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the medicinal pill face retaining pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Face retaining pill? Su Qin was slightly taken aback. Su Qin didn't expect that the sign-in this time would actually give him the face retaining pill. In fact, for Su Qin, the face retaining pill has no effect. It's not as good as a small recovery pill, at least he can chew it a few times like candy. Of course, in the eyes of some women, the face retaining pill can help them retain their youth forever. It's no different from a real immortal pill. Forget it. I'll keep it first. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Su Qin threw the face retaining pill into the system space. After signing in, Su Qin looked up at the Bodhi court. Huiwen has been in seclusion for a year, why hasn't it ended yet? Could it be that an accident happened? Su Qin was puzzled. He remembered that when he entered the first grade from the second grade, he didn't encounter any difficulties at all. It was completely natural and easy. And Abbot Huiwen deliberately broke through in the Bodhi court this time because he wanted to rely on the large number of medicinal pills in the Bodhi court to increase the possibility of a successful breakthrough. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's take a look. Su Qin opened the eyes of truth and looked towards the depths of the Bodhi court. The eyes of truth can see through all auras. At this moment, in Su Qin's vision, dozens of auras appeared in the depths of the Bodhi court. Su Qin quickly looked at the aura belonging to Abbot Huiwen. After entering the temple for more than 10 years, although Su Qin hasn't had much contact with Abbot Huiwen, it's easy to just lock onto his aura. Huh? Why is he so weak? Could it be that he has gone mad? If there is no accident, Huiwen probably won't survive tonight. Su Qin carefully observed the aura belonging to Abbot Huiwen in the depths of the Bodhi court and judged in his heart. It's a pity. Su Qin sighed softly. After entering the temple for more than 10 years, although Su Qin has not received much preferential treatment, Abbot Huiwen has never deliberately targeted him. Even after the death of the previous court head, Abbot Huiwen specifically looked for Su Qin and asked if Su Qin had any intention of returning to the secular world. It can be said that as the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, although he did not lead the Shaolin Temple to prosperity, at least he kept the foundation and let Su Qin sign in quietly for more than 10 years. If Huiwen dies, the Shaolin Temple will inevitably be in chaos, and it will even attract the attention of outside forces. At that time, it will be impossible for me to sweep the floor and sign in as leisurely as before. Su Qin thought in his heart. Forget it. More than 10 years of fasting can't be ignored. Su Qin's mind moved, and a few meters around him were suddenly enveloped in an inexplicable domain. Inside the domain, the line of sight was blurred, and even the light began to distort faintly, and only a vague figure could be vaguely recognized standing there. Deep in the Bodhi court, the court heads gathered, and their faces were full of grief. Is the abbot really unable to be saved? The Dharma court head looked at the Bodhi court head and asked in a deep voice. Over the past year, Abbot Huiwen has been in seclusion, trying to break through, and all the matters of the Shaolin Temple are handled by the Dharma court head. However, the Dharma court head did not expect that Abbot Huiwen's breakthrough this time would have such an ending. The Bodhi court head shook his head slightly, his expression solemn. Chi deviation, his meridians are in chaos. Even if a grade 1 great grandmaster consumes his cultivation, he can only save his life. It's basically impossible to completely recover. As soon as he said this, the other academy heads were silent. As a matter of fact, they were already prepared for what the patriarch of the Bodhi Hall was going to say. The biggest taboo for martial arts cultivators was to go berserk. This was because when one went berserk, one's inner strength would collapse, and one's meridians would become chaotic. It was basically equivalent to being incurable. Abbot. The warrior monastery's head looked at Abbot Huiwen, who was sitting cross-legged with a face as pale as a sheet. The other court heads also looked sorrowful. Especially the head of the Dharma court. He was now taking over all the affairs of the Shaolin Temple in place of Abbot Huiwen. He immediately realized that if Abbot Huiwen passed away, what kind of influence would it have on the Shaolin Temple? Although the Shaolin Temple had no lack of upper realm martial artists, there was only one second-grade martial artist, Abbot Huiwen. If they lost Abbot Huiwen, the Shaolin Temple was equivalent to not having a second-grade martial artist. Originally, as a great sect, the Shaolin Temple not having a grade 1 great grandmaster was enough to arouse suspicion from the outside world. The reason why nothing has happened so far is entirely because the Shaolin Temple has a deep heritage, and no one dares to provoke them. But if the Shaolin Temple can't even bring out a second-grade martial artist, even if their heritage is unfathomable, it is impossible to convince the public. At that time, the Shaolin Temple would be removed from the list of great sects in the world, and would be directly besieged by many forces. No matter which one it is not a price that the Shaolin Temple can afford to pay. At this moment, Abbot Huiwen slowly opened his eyes and said with difficulty, "I was too anxious this time." Abbot Huiwen's face was pale, without a trace of blood. At this moment, the internal strength in his body was completely chaotic, and he couldn't even move. Now that he could barely speak, it was already a sign of his strong willpower. "Abbot, you will be fine." The warrior monastery's head immediately approached, his eyes red. Abbot Huiwen shook his head and looked at the Dharma court's head. "After I pass away, the Shaolin Temple will be handed over to you." The Dharma court's head nodded, with a heavy expression. No matter what, even if they have to pay a high price, the inheritance of the Shaolin Temple cannot be destroyed. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the Bodhi court. "Who are you? How dare you break into the Bodhi court?" A martial monk's violent roar sounded. Outside the Bodhi court, a large number of patrolling martial monks stared at a vague figure as if they were facing a great enemy. Because Abbot Huiwen was in seclusion, the Bodhi court had long been blocked by many martial monks. "Get out of the way." Suqin was too lazy to explain. At this moment, his figure and appearance were covered by a secret technique of internal strength, and no one could recognize him. Buzz. Suqin's pace was neither fast nor slow, but every time he took a step, a terrible pressure covered them. Under this pressure, all the martial monks were like ants facing a high god. Their internal strength stagnated in an instant, and they fell to the ground and fainted. And this was because Suqin did not kill them. Otherwise, with his strength, it would have been impossible for any of the monks to survive in that instant. Soon, Suqin came to the depths of the Bodhi court. The heads had just heard the violent roar of the martial monks outside when they saw a vague figure coming in. Suddenly, their expressions changed greatly. At this moment, even if the heads could not react, they realized that the vague figure who suddenly broke in was an extremely terrible existence. The many martial monks guarding outside the Bodhi court were the elites of the Shaolin Temple. Even if Abbot Huiwen, a level 2 martial artist, wanted to break in, it would take a while. But the vague figure in front of them? Not even a moment, and he came in? How terrible was his strength? "Get out of here." The warrior monastery had roared, his aura soared rapidly, and he slammed a punch at Suqin. This punch gathered all the strength of the warrior monastery head, and even the final breakthrough was enough to make a level 2 martial artist pale in comparison. However, under everyone's incredible eyes, the punch of the warrior monastery head was only 10 meters away from the vague figure, but it was as if he had fallen into a quagmire and was directly imprisoned in place. Troublesome. Suchin frowned and released a little bit of his aura. In an instant, a terrifying domain covered the sky and instantly enveloped the entire Bodhi court. Under this domain, all the heads were like insects in amber, unable to move. Not only that, the internal strength in their body seemed to have been frightened, and instantly shrank in their dantian, not daring to come out. This scene completely stunned all the court heads. They were a group of martial artists in the upper realm. Even if they were placed in the world, they could be regarded as strong. But in front of Suchin, they were as fragile as a baby. The other party didn't even raise his hand, and they had all lost the ability to resist. What kind of strength could do this to such a degree? The scalps of the Dharma court head and the others were numb. Looking at the vague figure, their hearts trembled in panic. And at this moment, Bodhi court. Suchin slowly walked in front of Abbot Huiwen. At this moment, Abbot Huiwen's eyes were wide open as he looked at Suchin in shock. From the time Suchin broke into the Dharma court until now, it has only been a few moments, but in this time, hundreds of Middle Realm monks of the Shaolin Temple, as well as the court heads, have all lost their ability to move. This kind of strength, even an ordinary grade 1 great Grandmaster would not be able to do it, right? Blood flow in reverse. Meridians disorder. Suchin opened the eyes of truth and looked at Abbot Huiwen at close range. Under the observation of the eyes of truth, everything in Abbot Huiwen's body fell into Suchin's eyes. If it was any other grade 1 great grandmaster, even if it was a peak grade 1, they would be helpless in the face of Abbot Huiwen's situation. At most, they would have to consume their cultivation base to save Abbot Huiwen's life. As for more, there is nothing they can do. After all, even a peak grade 1 can't know Abbot Huiwen's body like the back of their hand. But Suchin is different. Suchin, who has the eyes of truth, is like a divine doctor who can prescribe the right medicine. He only needs to look at Abbot Huiwen's body a few times to determine the condition of his body and save him. Are you a holy monk? Abbot Huiwen looked at the blurry figure in front of him and asked tentatively. At this moment, Abbot Huiwen was no longer afraid, because if Suchin really wanted to kill him, he would have died long ago. With Suchin's strength, he can easily slaughter the entire Shaolin Temple, let alone a cripple like him. But now, Suchin didn't kill him. He just stood there. Obviously, he wasn't an enemy of the Shaolin Temple. In the Shaolin Temple, there was only one person who could have such terrifying strength as Suchin. That person was a holy monk, who had been hiding in the dark and had saved the Shaolin Temple several times. Don't talk. Try to regain control of your inner strength. Suchin ignored him. He gently raised his right hand and placed it on Huiwen's chest. Regaining control of my inner strength? Abbot Huiwen stared blankly for a moment before smiling bitterly. He had already completely gone berserk, and the inner energy in his body had long gone berserk. How could he possibly control it? Seeing you're a holy monk, there's no need for you to do anything. Even if you exhaust your cultivation to save my life, I'll still become a cripple. Why do you need to weaken your strength for a cripple like me? Abbot Huiwen's eyes were gloomy. Abbot Huiwen was very clear about his injuries. He had gone berserk, and there was no cure. Even if he were to exhaust his cultivation to save him, he would still be a cripple. However, the next moment, as Suchin's right hand gently touched Abbot Huiwen's body, a terrifying inner strength poured in. Under this inner strength, the inner strength in Abbot Huiwen's body, which had gone berserk, became extremely obedient and meekly flowed between his tendons and veins. This is? Abbot Huiwen's pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked at Suchin in disbelief. In a flash, Abbot Huiwen realized what he should do at this moment. He immediately closed his eyes and began to regain control of his inner strength. When the court heads saw this scene, their hearts tightened, and they suddenly thought of something. Although they were imprisoned in place, they still had the ability to think. At this moment, when they saw the actions of the vague figure who had broken into the Dharma court, they immediately thought that the other party might have come to save Abbot Huiwen. This person, is he here to save the abbot? Is it the temple's a holy monk ancestor? The court head's thoughts fluctuated. Next, after suppressing Abbot Huiwen's inner strength, Suchin began to clean up his disordered tendons and veins. With the help of the eyes of truth, Su Qin did not spend much effort to pull Abbot Huiwen back from cultivation deviation. After a while, Su Qin slowly retracted his right hand. I'm all right? Almost at the same time, Abbot Huiwen opened his eyes and looked at his hands in disbelief. The court heads around were stunned as they looked at Abbot Huiwen, whose face quickly recovered its ruddy complexion. They never dreamed that Abbot Huiwen had completely recovered. It must be known that with the depth of Abbot Huiwen's cultivation deviation, even if a grade 1 great grandmaster was willing to take the risk of losing a lot of their strength, they could only save Abbot Huiwen's life. As for a complete recovery, it was simply impossible. But now, looking at Abbot Huiwen's ruddy complexion and stable aura, the court heads felt as if they were dreaming. The road of martial arts is gradual, don't be impatient. Su Qin looked at Abbot Huiwen and casually reminded him. If Abbot Huiwen had waited a few more years and patiently polished his body, he would not have entered cultivation deviation. Huiwen has been taught. When Abbot Huiwen heard this, his expression became solemn, and he respectfully said to Su Qin. In Abbot Huiwen's view, Su Qin must be the patriarch of the Shaolin Temple, so he should salute him like this. Su Qin looked at the respectful Abbot Huiwen and didn't know what to say. If Abbot Huiwen knew that the person standing in front of him at this moment was just an inconspicuous sweeping monk of the handyman court, who knows what kind of expression he would have. It's time to go. Su Qin glanced at the other court heads who were still imprisoned and motionless. Now that they have been rescued, Su Qin also has to leave. The next moment, the inexplicable domain that permeated the entire Bodhi court slowly dissipated. The court heads took a deep breath, as if they were rescued from drowning, and suddenly straightened up. Plop. The warrior monastery's court head directly fell to the ground, his face ashen. He had just punched at Su Qin, but the result was that he was imprisoned. Now that the imprisonment was gone, the force had dissipated, and he couldn't control it, so he could only bite the bullet and fall to the ground. The other court heads quickly turned to look at Abbot Huiwen. A holy monk has left. Abbot Huiwen sat there in a daze, looking disappointed. Abbot, are you okay? The Dharma court head immediately walked to Abbot Huiwen and asked quickly. I'm fine. Abbot Huiwen shook his head and said. Your breath is stable, and your blood is flowing freely. Have you really completely recovered? The Bodhi court head checked Abbot Huiwen's pulse and murmured in disbelief. Although he had guessed something from Abbot Huiwen's complexion, when he really confirmed that Abbot Huiwen was fine, there was still a huge wave in his heart. One had to know that this was a qi deviation that was said to be incurable. At this moment, Su Qin had already arrived outside the Bodhi court. Hundreds of monks were lying on the ground in disarray. Just now, Su Qin wanted to enter the Bodhi court, but these monks wanted to stop him, and then this happened. Su Qin ignored them. These monks were only temporarily unconscious, and they would wake up in a few hours. Soon, Su Qin returned to the chores court. Along the way, Su Qin had been using his inner force to hide his appearance and figure, and only when he was sure that no one was nearby did he slowly release the concealment. I didn't expect the Eye of Truth to have such a function. Su Qin was slightly emotional. The most unsolvable thing about cultivation deviation is that everything happens inside the body. Internal strength is rioting. Meridians are disordered. Blood is boiling. Even if an outsider wants to help, in the face of this situation, they have no way to do so. It is precisely because of this that even if it is a grade 1 great grandmaster, in the face of a person who has cultivation deviation, they have no other choice but to bite the bullet and consume their cultivation base to keep the other party alive. But all of this is nothing to Su Qin, who has the eyes of truth. The eyes of truth can see through all qi. Everything in Abbot Huiwen's body is naturally within his observation. To save Abbot Huiwen, Su Qin only needs to follow the prompts of the eyes of truth. There is no difficulty at all. Bodhi Court. The court heads and Abbot Huiwen are still here. Although Abbot Huiwen has completely recovered, he is going to rest here for a while. The other court heads have 10,000 questions in their hearts, so they naturally did not leave. Abbot, did you see clearly just now which a holy monk was in the Shaolin Temple? The disciplinary court head couldn't help but ask curiously. When Su Qin entered the Bodhi court, his appearance and figure were covered, and they only saw a vague figure. But Abbot Huiwen, as the only person who came in contact with a holy monk, is very likely to have seen the other party's true appearance. No. Abbot Huiwen shook his head. Abbot Huiwen is telling the truth and did not hide anything. He really did not see Su Qin's true appearance. Just now, Abbot Huiwen was shocked that he had recovered. Moreover, even if Abbot Huiwen wanted to see it, he couldn't. When the other court heads heard this, they were suddenly silent. Although they don't know why a holy monk covered his face, they can only guess that there are some difficulties. Right. More than a year ago, there was a change in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. The seal was restabilized. Could it be related to a holy monk? The head of the Dharma court asked. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Although they had asked the 5 holy monk who had walked out of the forbidden area at the back of the mountain, the 5 holy monks confessed that they had been in a state of suspended animation and had never touched the seal. Besides, the seal was left behind by Tuoarahan. A holy monk wouldn't be able to touch it even if they wanted to. The court heads were puzzled by this matter, but they could only let it go. However, at this moment, the Dharma court's chief dean brought it up again, causing the others to fall into deep thought. All right. There's no need to mention this again, Abbot Huiwen said after pondering for a while. Regardless of whether the incident at the back of the mountain was related to a holy monk or not, since a holy monk did not take the initiative to admit this matter, it is not something they can think about. It involves the seal left behind by Tuoarahan 900 years ago. Its level is far beyond the limit of everyone's imagination. Time passed slowly. A year passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, heavy snow was falling, and the entire Shaolin temple was shrouded in a layer of silver sand. In front of the scripture pavilion, Su Qin was casually sweeping the snow. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the fist technique Radiant Fist. Radiant Fist? Su Qin's heart moved. Radiant Fist is the secret technique of the Shaolin Temple. It is known as the #1 fist technique. There was a period when the Shaolin Temple was besieged by many great sects. At that time, the abbot of the Shaolin Temple used this fist technique to fight against several Grade 1 great grandmasters alone and eventually blocked many great sects outside the Shaolin Temple. The next moment, a lot of information about Radiant Fist poured into Su Qin's mind. After a while, Su Qin opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. The person who created this fist technique is a great grandmaster who has undergone at least one transformation. Su Qin muttered to himself. The subtlety of Radiant Fist, even in Su Qin's view, was quite interesting. One must know that Su Qin has signed in at the Shaolin Temple. Who knows how many divine arts and secret techniques? For Su Qin to feel this way, it can be seen how terrifying this fist technique is. Especially the last punch of Radiant Fist, it involves at least dozens of secret techniques. It can be said that it contains hundreds of secret techniques. Not bad, not bad. Another trump card. Su Qin was quite satisfied. Over the past year, Su Qin has been using Burning Heaven's Demon Fire to purify his internal strength and sign in everywhere in the Shaolin Temple. With the continuous purification of his internal strength, Su Qin increasingly felt the difficulty of martial Dao cultivation. In addition to this, a lot of things have happened in the Shaolin Temple in the past year. For example, the Dharma court's head has broken through the bottleneck and became the second Grade 2 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple after Abbot Huiwen. There is also Abbot Huiwen, after several months of cultivation, is preparing to break through again. According to Su Qin's speculation, this time Abbot Huiwen should not go berserk. If there is no accident, in a few years, the Shaolin Temple will have another Grade 1 great grandmaster. Finally, this year, it has been the 15th year since Su Qin came to the Shaolin Temple. It's been 15 years. Su Qin looked up at the sky and sighed softly. Snow fell from the sky as if it would never end. Su Qin let the snow fall on him and did not stop it. 15 years ago, Su Qin was forced to enter the Shaolin Temple in order to avoid the enemy of the family Su. However, even Su Qin didn't expect that this time, it would be 15 years. 15 years ago, Su Qin was just a weak family Su's third young master who was not even grade 9. 15 years later, Su Qin was already able to shake the world. Even the imperial teacher of the Meng Yuan dynasty, Daoist Zhang of Wudong Mountain's true martial lineage, is not necessarily his opponent. I'm old, I like to think too much. Su Qin smiled and was ready to return to the handyman court. Just as Su Qin returned to the handyman court, a disciple found him. Zhenguan, there is a letter for you. The disciple put a letter in front of Su Qin. Although the Shaolin Temple pays attention to purity of heart and few desires, it does not prevent the disciples from contacting the outside world. After all, most of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple are not orphans. They have relatives outside. Even if they enter the Buddhist sect, it is impossible to really cut off all ties. Is it from the family Su? Su Qin glanced at the envelope. For 15 years, the family Su would write to Su Qin every once in a while, and this time was probably the same. Thinking of this, Su Qin opened the envelope and glanced at it. A moment later, Su Qin put down the letter, and a complicated look flashed across his face. It turns out that my little sister is going to get married. In Su Qin's mind, a slug that always followed behind him suddenly appeared. Before entering the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin was the third young master of the family Su. Above Su Qin, there were 2 brothers. In addition, Su Qin also had a little sister. The 4 of them had the same father and mother, and blood was thicker than water. His little sister was 7 years younger than Su Qin. She always had a runny nose, and she always followed Su Qin. It could be said that in the family Su, the one who had the best relationship with Su Qin was his little sister. In this letter, it was the news that his little sister was going to get married. In the end, I still can't see through it. Su Qin was silent for a while, and in the early morning, he walked out of the Shaolin Temple. Outside the Shaolin Temple, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Su Qin chose to leave the Shaolin Temple in the wee hours of the morning to avoid missing the daily sign-in opportunity. As long as Su Qin could rush back before tomorrow night, there would be no loss. It's been 15 years. I wonder how my little sister is doing now. In front of Su Qin's eyes, he seemed to see the slug that always followed him. His little sister's name was Su Yueyun, and she was 7 years younger than Su Qin. When Su Qin first entered the Shaolin Temple, Su Yueyun was only 3 years old. Now that 15 years had passed, Su Yueyun was already 18 years old. Women in this world had to get married at the age of 16. Su Yueyun was already considered old for her to wait until she was 18. However, before I go back, there is something I need to deal with. Su Qin suddenly stopped and looked up in a certain direction. 15 years ago, a great enemy of the family Su came. At that time, in order to preserve the bloodline of the family Su, all the family Su disciples were scattered everywhere. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin was sent to the Shaolin Temple. Only by entering the Shaolin Temple and relying on the protection of the Shaolin Temple could Su Qin be safe. Later on, although the Su family used some means to force that great enemy to retreat and recover, that great enemy was still alive. Over the years, Su Qin had been busy signing in to improve his strength. In addition, everything was fine with the family Su, so he didn't pay attention to the enemy. Now, he could use this opportunity to completely deal with the enemy. According to the letters sent by the family Su over the years, the enemy's name is Yanhua. He is a disciple of the demon sect and recently became the guardian of this generation of the demon sect. Su Qin thought quickly. Because of this matter, the head of the family Su was quite worried in the letter, worried that the enemy would use the power of the demon sect to sweep over again. Demon sect? Su Qin's eyes flashed coldly. Yongzhou. The Empire of Tang occupied a total of 18 states. Among them, Yong State was the territory of the demon sect, and the headquarters of the demon sect was located there. Within the borders of the Empire of Tang, there was a battle between the righteous path and the devil path. However, ever since the previous leader of the devil path went into closed-door training, the devil path had always been at a disadvantage in the battle against the righteous path. A few decades ago, the demon sect still occupied 3 states. But now, as the righteous path continued to suppress them, the demon sect was only left with Yongzhou. The Empire of Tang, on the other hand, turned a blind eye to the fight between the righteous path and the devil path. They had no intention of mediating. Regardless of whether it was the righteous path or the evil sect, in the eyes of the Empire of Tang, they were all traitors who did not listen to their orders. They wanted as many of them dead as possible, so how could they possibly mediate? The Empire of Tang had even fanned the flames of war between the righteous and the devil path several times. At this very moment, at the foot of Southern Sorcerer Mountain in Yongzhou, a little boy in thick cotton clothes looked up at the falling snow with a face full of excitement. "Grandpa, the snow is really heavy." The little boy rubbed a snowball and looked at an old man next to him. "Yes. It's been decades since such a heavy snowfall has happened." The old man looked emotional as if he had fallen into some memories. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded. "Is this the Southern Witch Mountain?" A young monk in a gray robe was looking at the pair of grandfather and grandson with a smile. This young monk was naturally Suqin. The Shaolin Temple was thousands of miles away from Yongzhou. It would take at least a few months or even a year for an ordinary person to cross such a long distance. Even a martial artist would take nearly a month. But for Suqin, it only took a few hours to go from the Shaolin Temple to Yongzhou. And this was because Suqin occasionally stopped on the way to see if there was any place nearby where he could sign in, which wasted some time. Otherwise, Suqin would have arrived at Yongzhou even faster. "Yes. It's right ahead." The little boy looked up at Suqin and felt a little strange, but he still nodded and said, "There is a lot of miasma in the Southern Witch Mountain." "And?" The little boy looked around carefully and lowered his voice. "Grandpa told me that there are immortals in the Southern Witch Mountain. If you don't have anything to do, don't go near." "Immortals?" Suqin was slightly taken aback. But he quickly reacted. The immortals mentioned by the little boy were probably the demon sect martial artists. The Southern Witch Mountain was located deep in the demon sect headquarters, and there were often demon sect martial artists coming in and out. To an ordinary person like the little boy, those martial artists who came and went were no different from immortals. "There will be heavy snow today, go back early." Suqin glanced at the grandfather and grandson and walked toward the Southern Witch Mountain unhurriedly. "Heavy snow? You are not an immortal, how do you know there will be heavy snow today?" The little boy whispered. Although it was still snowing, it was obviously getting lighter. It should stop during the day. How could it be heavy snow? "Grandpa. Are you okay? Why aren't you talking?" Just then, the little boy suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the old man next to him. "Don't talk." The old man's face was as white as paper and his hands were shaking uncontrollably. "Grandpa, are you okay?" The little boy realized something was wrong and quickly ran to the old man's side. "You." The old man smiled bitterly. The old man smiled bitterly and glared fiercely at the little boy. "Do you know that the two of us have already walked through the gates of hell?" "Huh? Gates of hell?" The little boy was puzzled. "Grandpa, are you referring to that person just now?" The old man's expression changed again when he heard this. He looked in the direction Suqin left and fear flashed across his face. "Don't you see anything strange?" "Strange?" The little boy blinked his eyes. The old man sighed and stepped on the snow. Then he looked at the little boy. "What is this? Footprints?" The little boy said matter-of-factly. "Why are there footprints?" The old man asked. The little boy rolled his eyes. "Grandpa, do you think I'm stupid? It's snowing now and the ground is covered in snow. If you step on it, of course there will be footprints." The old man took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "But look at that person's path. Do you see any footprints?" The little boy frowned and turned to look. "Huh?" The little boy's expression changed. Because everywhere he looked, there was a vast expanse of white snow, stretching as far as the eye could see. "No, no footprints." The little boy's face suddenly turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. One had to know that the snow this year was very heavy. A few days ago, the snow on the ground was several feet thick. If an ordinary person walked on it, they would definitely leave a thick footprint. But now, the little boy did not find any footprints. There's one more thing. The old man calmed down and continued, did you see any snow on that person? As soon as he said this, the little boy's body trembled. Indeed. When he first saw Suchin, he felt that something was strange. But at that time, the little boy did not think much of it. But now that the old man reminded him, the little boy finally realized that whether it was him or the old man, there was a lot of snow on their bodies. This was something that could not be helped. It was snowing, and they were not in the house. How could they not get some snow on them? But the young monk was different. His body. Clean and tidy. Grandpa. Grandpa, did we just see a ghost? The little boy's teeth were chattering. Sometimes, the less you know, the happier you are. Just like the little boy, he didn't know anything, so he had no fear. But now, after the old man's reminder, the little boy couldn't maintain his initial state of mind. I don't know if it's a ghost or not. But we should have met a real expert. The old man's face calmed down a little. He looked at the little boy and said, by the way, what else did that person say? What else did he say? The little boy was at a loss. He said subconsciously, he also said that there will be heavy snow today, and asked us to go back early. Heavy snow? The old man looked up at the sky and said without hesitation, let's go back now, don't stay outside. Under the southern Witch Mountain. Suchin stopped and looked at the first mountain in Yongzhou. Of course, Suchin didn't know that just because he casually asked for directions, he scared the ordinary grandfather and grandson. Is this the southern Witch Mountain? Suchin opened the Eye of Truth and looked slowly. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, the entire southern Witch Mountain was filled with Qi. The Eye of Truth claimed to be able to see through all Qi. What was Qi? Qi was a substance produced by the intertwining of the body and soul. Ordinary people had Qi, martial artists had Qi, and even Arhat had Qi. Qi was a manifestation of a person. For example, the Qi of a demon martial artist was dark and evil. At this moment, Suchin saw that in the depths of the southern Witch Mountain, there was a large number of demon martial artists Qi. It should be here. Suchin nodded slightly. If the family Su's enemy Yanhua had really become a demon sect protector, he would definitely be here. The strongest of these Qi is just a grade 1. Suchin suddenly had a rough idea. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, even Arhat couldn't hide from Suchin. Moreover, if the demon sect really had someone at the level of Arhat, why would they be forced into Yongzhou by the righteous path? In order to be absolutely safe, Suchin continued to observe for an hour until he was completely sure that there were no warriors who could threaten him in the entire southern Witch Mountain. Only then did he slowly enter the mountain. A moment later. Suchin had just walked halfway up the mountain when he was stopped by someone. This is a restricted area of the demon sect. Trespassers will die. Two gloomy men blocked Suchin and looked at Suchin maliciously. The aura emanating from their bodies indicated that they were all ranked martial artists. I'm looking for Yanhua. Suchin said calmly. Protector Yan? The two men looked at each other, and their expressions became much more restrained. Even though they didn't know the relationship between the little monk and Protector Yan. However, Guardian Yan was one of the guardians of the demon sect. He was not someone that they could afford to offend. Furthermore, Suchin had called Yanhua by his full name. Just you wait. One of the men hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. Deep in the southern Witch Mountain. In a hall. More than a dozen figures were sitting cross-legged. These figures had concealed their aura. They were all martial artists in the upper realm. Yanhua, you have stepped into the upper realm and become a guardian of the demon sect. The family Su's matter will naturally be solved by the demon sect. The man in the first position looked at the figure sitting below and said slowly. Vice sect master, the family Su killed my brother. The enmity between the family Su and I will not rest until one of us is dead. Yanhua was an old man with a gloomy face. At this moment, his face was filled with hatred. If it weren't for the family Su getting close to the county governor, as early as 15 years ago, I would have personally slaughtered the family Su. Yanhua said word by word. 15 years ago, he achieved great success in demonic arts and entered the 4th grade. He severely injured the master of the Su family at that time with one move. Unfortunately, in the end, the county governor came forward to protect the family Su. The county governor was a fourth-grade official of the Empire of Tang. He represented the majesty of the Empire of Tang. It was far from what Yanhua could resist at that time. County governor? The man in the first position smiled contemptuously. When the sect master comes out, it will be the day when the demon sect will shake the world. At that time, what is a mere county governor? The man paused for a while before continuing. The matter between you and the family Su is the matter of the demon sect. However, you have to wait for a while. Now that the sect master is about to come out, the grievances between you and the family Su will be put aside for the time being. When the sect master comes out, it will be the time for the demon sect to settle the score. The man reminded Yanhua not to act impulsively. I, Yanhua, will naturally listen to the words of the vice sect master, Yanhua said in a deep voice. Although he was eager to take revenge, he also knew the priorities of the matter. Now that the sect master is coming out, no mistakes can be made. As a guardian of the demon sect, at this time, if he dares to leave without permission, it will definitely be a felony. Very good. The man in the first position was obviously very satisfied with Yanhua's attitude and nodded. This is the information about the family Su that I asked people to investigate. It records the names of 208 people in the family Su. The man in the first position flicked his finger and an envelope suddenly floated in front of Yanhua. Thank you, Vice Sect Master. Yanhua was overjoyed when he heard this. Since the Vice Sect Master had begun to investigate the family Su, he was obviously prepared to avenge him. And with the demon sect behind him, why would Yanhua be afraid of a mere county governor? Thinking of this, Yanhua excitedly opened the envelope and glanced at it. Vice Sect Master? Yanhua frowned slightly. Over the years, I have also investigated the family Su. 15 years ago, the family Su dismissed the disciples of the clan. Over the years, although these disciples have returned to the clan, there is still one person who has not returned. Oh? The eyes of the man in the first position flashed. Who? The third son of the family Su. Yanhua said in a deep voice, Su Qin. I only found out that this Su Qin has entered the Shaolin Temple. As for the rest, I don't know. Yanhua looked at the man in the first position. Shaolin Temple? The man in the first position frowned, then relaxed. The world thinks that the Shaolin Temple has declined, but only the demon sect knows that there is still a grade 1 great grandmaster in the Shaolin Temple. However, as long as we wait for the sect master to come out, the Shaolin Temple is nothing. The man in the first position said indifferently. Thank you, Vice Sect Master. Yanhua was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed. At this moment, a demon sect disciple hurried over. Vice Sect Master, there is a monk outside looking for Protector Yan. Monk? The man in the first position looked puzzled. I don't know any monks. Yanhua said without hesitation. If this monk is a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, we can capture him and interrogate him about the third son of the family Su. Yanhua suddenly thought of something and said. Yes. The man in the first position nodded slightly and looked at the demon sect disciple. Hurry up, remember, I want him alive. The rest of the demon sect martial artists looked calm and did not think that the vice sect master was wrong. Yongzhou is the territory of the demon sect. Here, not to mention the Shaolin Temple, even if many righteous sects come together, they can't do anything to them. Just as the demon sect martial artists were waiting to capture the monk and torture him to find out the details of the Shaolin Temple, a leisurely voice sounded. You don't have to do it. As soon as this voice appeared, a rolling divine sense quickly spread and shrouded the entire hall in an instant. A young monk wearing a gray robe walked hundreds of meters in one step and arrived outside the hall. Who is it? The deputy sect master of the Demon Gate, who was sitting at the head of the table, narrowed his eyes. His gaze was sharp as he stared out of the hall like an eagle. A terrifying demonic aura rushed out of his body and filled the surrounding air. The faces of the other demon sect martial artists also changed. They were all martial artists in the upper realm, but they didn't notice anyone approaching the hall. This was the headquarters of the demon sect, and there were demon sect martial artists everywhere. But now, someone was at their door and they didn't even notice. This was simply provoking the entire demon sect. In an instant, all the demon sect martial artists in the hall secretly circulated their internal force, ready to attack at any time. Under everyone's gaze, a young monk in a grey robe slowly walked in from outside the hall. Monk? The demon sect vice-sect master frowned. They originally thought that it was a righteous ancestor in the upper realm, but they didn't expect it to be a monk. Most of the monks in the Empire of Tang are from the Shaolin Temple. Although the Shaolin Temple is also one of the righteous sects, it has always ignored the struggle of the Jianghu. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any senior monk of the Shaolin Temple who would take the initiative to appear in the headquarters of the demon sect. Vice-sect master, he's the one who just asked to see Protector Yan outside. When the demon sect disciple saw Su Qin, he couldn't help but exclaim. Huh? The demon sect vice-sect master turned his gaze and looked at Yan Hua not far away. I finally found you. Su Qin also looked at Yan Hua with a smile on his face. Although the eyes of truth can see through all qi, as long as Su Qin sees it, even if it is thousands of miles away, he can quickly lock the position. But Su Qin has never seen Yan Hua. Since he has never seen Yan Hua, he can't quickly find Yan Hua from the thousands of martial artists in the southern Witch Mountain. Therefore, Su Qin didn't immediately force his way in. Instead, he said that he was looking for Yan Hua and waited for the demon sect disciple to take the initiative to bring him to Yan Hua. Looking for me? Yan Hua frowned. Yes, looking for you. Su Qin nodded and said with a smile, to kill you. As soon as these words came out, all the demon sect martial artists in the hall almost thought that they had misheard. Come to the demon sect's headquarters to kill the demon sect's guardian? How dare you? The evil cult's vice-sect master was so angry that he laughed. He originally wanted to test Su Qin's background. After all, this monk was able to appear here so quietly, so he probably had some confidence. But now, seeing how arrogant the other party was, the vice-sect master of the demon sect finally couldn't take it anymore. Die. The vice-sect leader of the demon sect sneered. Demonic chi vibrated and turned into an inescapable net that shrouded Su Qin. The Demon Gate's deputy sect leader was a rank 2 martial artist to begin with. In his fury, he attacked with all his might. An ordinary grade 2 martial artist could only retreat in the face of the Demon Gate deputy sect master's attack. Even a grade 1 great grandmaster would frown. It could be said that in the entire demon sect, other than the sect master who was still in seclusion, no one else could block this attack. However, under the delighted gazes of all the demon sect martial artists, Su Qin did not even look at the vice-sect master. He casually raised his right hand and pointed from afar. Whoosh! A powerful force flashed and instantly cut through the heavy demonic chi and directly pierced the vice-sect master's forehead. You? The vice-sect master's eyes widened and he fell to the ground with a plop. Before his death, the vice-sect master never thought that he, a dignified grade 2 martial artist, would not even be able to block a single move. Dead silence. The entire great hall fell into a strange silence. All the demon sect martial artists only felt a chill explode in their minds. In their eyes, the high and mighty vice-sect master of the demon sect died so simply. In an instant, many demon sect martial artists' faces turned pale, and thoughts of retreating rose in their hearts. The people of the demon sect were selfish. At this moment, the vice-sect master of the demon sect died. Not only did they not think about revenge, but they also thought about how to escape. Let's attack together. This person must have consumed a lot of energy just now. Now that we join forces, we can definitely kill him. At this moment, a demon sect grade 3 martial artist shouted, whoever can kill this person with their own hands, when the sect master comes out, he will definitely reward you. Suddenly, the other demon sect martial artists heard this, and their eyes flashed slightly. But the next moment, Su Qin took a step forward, stretched out his slender right hand, and slammed it down. Rumble. The terrifying internal force continued to gather, and like a heavy hammer, it swept through many demon sect martial artists. Plop. 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 At least 10 upper realm demon sect martial artists' bodies shook and turned into a pool of blood. This is? The remaining demon sect martial artists' hands and feet were cold, and they almost sat on the ground in fright. Even with the demon sect's heritage, there were only 20 upper realm martial artists. Now, under Suqin's slap, more than half of them died. Is he still human? Suddenly. At this moment. In the depths of the Great Hall, a violent demonic aura suddenly erupted. You dare to start a massacre here, does your excellency want to fight to the death with my demon sect? A terrifying aura rose into the sky, quickly coming from the depths of the Great Hall. As soon as this aura appeared, the other demon sect disciples' faces showed ecstasy. It's the sect master has come out. Yes, before the sect master went into seclusion, he was peak grade 2. Now that he has come out, he has at least reached grade 1 great grandmaster. Ha 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 ha, you bald donkey, kneel down and beg for mercy. The demon sect martial artists instantly became confident and shouted at Suqin. Sect master? Suqin turned his gaze and looked into the depths of the Great Hall. As early as before entering the southern Witch Mountain, Suqin knew through eyes of truth that there was an aura in the demon sect headquarters. At this time, it seems that the existence who has just stepped into grade 1 should be the demon sect's sect master. Rumble. The demonic aura filled the air. Although the demon sect's sect master is getting closer and closer, the aura of a grade 1 great grandmaster is getting stronger and stronger. Although the demon sect's sect master has just entered grade 1 and hasn't even consolidated his realm, grade 1 is grade 1. Even if it's just a beginner, he is completely above grade 2. The sect master is out? Yanhua was even more overjoyed. At first, when he heard that Suqin came to kill him, he was still disdainful. But when Suqin killed the vice sect master and more than a dozen upper realm martial artists, Yanhua finally panicked. He just entered the upper realm. Even the vice sect master couldn't block Suqin's blow, let alone him? Welcome, sect master. Yanhua knelt on one knee and said with excitement. With the strength of the demon sect master, he may not be able to kill Suqin, but at least he can repel him. At that time, wouldn't Yanhua be safe? However. Just then. A voice suddenly sounded in Yanhua's ears. I want to know, who gave you hope that you can survive? This voice came into Yanhua's ears out of thin air. Yanhua was shocked and suddenly looked up, only to find that Suqin was already standing next to him. Not good. Yanhua looked shocked. Is it him? The demon sect master gave you hope? Suqin looked calm. Under Yanhua's incredulous gaze, he raised his right hand towards the depths of the Great Hall and gently patted the demon sect master who was rushing over. The terrifying internal force directly smashed the demon sect master into meat paste. Dead silence. Complete dead silence. All the demon sect martial artists who were preparing to greet the sect master seemed to have been strangled, their faces ashen. They never thought that there would be such a powerful person in the world. With just a casual blow, he could turn the sect master of the demon sect into a meat paste. One must know. After the sect master came out, he was already a grade 1 great grandmaster. Killing a grade 1 great grandmaster with one slap? How is this possible? If they had not seen it with their own eyes, even if they were beaten to death, no one would believe this fact. Perhaps the imperial teacher of the Ming Yuan Empire, Daoist Zhang of the Wudong true martial lineage could do this. But whether it is the imperial teacher or Daoist Zhang, they are both peerless figures who have shaken the world for decades. Who is Suqin? In the eyes of all the demon sect martial artists, Suqin is just a young monk. Before today, they had never even heard of Suqin. You? Who are you? What hatred do you have with me? Yanhua moved his lips, looking desperate. At this moment, Yanhua knew that he was going to die. In front of an existence that can kill a grade 1 great grandmaster with one slap, how can Yanhua resist? However, before he dies, Yanhua also wants to know why he died. Although Yanhua is a demon sect disciple and has killed countless people, he has never provoked such a terrifying martial artist like Suqin. I killed. Suqin shook his head when he heard this. There is no need for a reason. The next moment. The light in Yan Hua's eyes quickly dimmed, and his whole body fell to the ground with a plop, dead. Just kill them all. Su Qin looked at the other demon sect martial artists in the main hall. These demon sect martial artists are basically stained with blood. Su Qin's action can be regarded as completely eliminating evil for the people. If other eminent monks of the Shaolin Temple were here, they might try to enlighten these demon sect martial artists, or at least imprison them in the demon subduing tower. But Su Qin was too lazy to do so. Although he had been in the Shaolin Temple for 15 years, he did not agree with every philosophy of the Shaolin Temple. Even the Buddha had the wrath of the Vajra, and not a blind benevolence. A moment later, Su Qin walked out of the hall. At this time, many demon sect martial artists outside the hall had no idea that their sect master, vice sect master, and more than a dozen elders of the upper realm had all fallen. Don't bother with these small fries. Su Qin ignored the other demon sect martial artists. The main reason was that the demon sect's elites had long been wiped out by Su Qin. These demon sect martial artists outside could not cause any trouble at all. After a few hours, once the news of what had happened in the hall spread out, these demon sect martial artists would probably scatter on their own without the need for anyone to make a move. After losing the control of so many upper realm cultivators, the demon sect had lost its backbone and was not worth mentioning at all. Of course. The most important point was that there were thousands of demon sect martial artists in the southern Witch Mountain, and they were scattered all over the southern Witch Mountain. Even if Su Qin had the eyes of truth to lock the specific location of these demon sect martial artists, it would take at least a few hours to catch them all in one fell swoop. Once he wasted time here, it may delay the time for Su Qin to return to his family Su. At that time, the loss would outweigh the gain. It's still more dangerous outside than in the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin sighed softly. In the Shaolin Temple, although Su Qin had encountered Grade 1 Great Grandmasters, those Grade 1 Great Grandmasters were not like Jiuqiu Sanren, whose vitality had long declined and was waiting to die of old age. They were the Grade 1 a holy monk in the back mountain who used secret techniques to survive. As for the normal Grade 1 Great Grandmasters, there was not a single one. But now, less than half a day after Su Qin came out of the Shaolin Temple, he encountered a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster who had just broken through and was in his peak state. Although the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster was slapped to death by him, Su Qin did not have the slightest complacency. There is always someone better than you. Today, a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster suddenly popped out. Maybe one day, a real Arhat will pop out? When I come back from the family Su this time, I will prepare to break through to the Arhat realm. Su Qin made a decision in his heart. With the burning heavens demon fire to purify his internal strength, Su Qin's internal strength will transform sooner or later, in a few years. When the divine sense, body, and internal strength become one, Su Qin will reach Grade 1 perfection and truly break through to the Arhat realm. According to the ancient records in the scripture pavilion, if you want to achieve the Arhat realm, not only do you need to transform your body, internal strength, and divine sense 3 times, but you also need to grasp a wisp of qi between heaven and earth. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Throughout the world, although a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is extremely rare, there will be some born in every era. There are even some peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. For example, in this era, the imperial teacher of the Ming Yuan Empire, Daoist Zhang, and eunuch Zhao of the Emperor of Tang Palace are all peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. But the real Arhat, or legend, is hard to come by in an era or even several eras. Why is this? Because it is too difficult. For ordinary martial artists, even if they are talented, it will take at least 100 years or even close to 200 years to cultivate to Grade 1 and transform their internal strength, body, and divine sense. It must be known that the limit of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is 200 years for Shuyuan. Generally, for a peak Grade 1 who has reached the 3rd transformation realm, if there is no opportunity like Su Qin to forge his body with the power of yin and yang, he should be close to Shuyuan's limit. At this time, these peak Grade 1 still need to patiently grasp the wisp of qi between heaven and earth in order to reach a higher level. If they can't grasp it, they can only wait to die of old age. However, all this is not a problem for Su Qin at all. According to Su Qin's guess, he can completely transform his internal strength before the age of 30. At that time, Su Qin will have 370 years to grasp the wisp of qi between heaven and earth. Under these conditions, if Su Qin can't grasp it, then the Arhat realm should not exist in this world. Besides, the eyes of truth can see through all qi. Maybe the wisp of qi needed to break through the Arhat realm is also within the observation of the eyes of truth. That's right. As the headquarters of the demon sect, this place should have the so-called Dao accumulation that can let me sign in? Su Qin suddenly thought of something and said in his heart, "System, sign in for me." The next moment. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the demon art Heavenly Demon Strategy. Heavenly Demon Strategy? Su Qin's face was surprised. The Heavenly Demon Strategy is the supreme secret technique of the demon sect. It is known as the origin of the demon path. Many secret techniques and demon arts of the demon sect are derived from the Heavenly Demon Strategy. In a way, without the Heavenly Demon Strategy, the demon sect might not even exist in this world. It turned out to be the Heavenly Demon Strategy. Southern Witch Mountain. Su Qin's mind was immersed in the Sky Devil strategy. As the supreme secret of the demon sect, the level of the Sky Devil strategy could definitely be ranked in the top 20 among the many divine skills that Su Qin had mastered. Especially the last volume of the Sky Devil strategy, the Great Tao Heart Seed Demon Art. Its level of profoundness could even be ranked in the top 10, second only to the Buddha's palm, which was claimed to have been personally taught by the Buddha, and several fundamental skills mastered by the Devil Buddha. Tao Heart Seed Demon. From Tao to Demon. From demon to Tao. Countless demon path characters collided in Su Qin's mind, constantly merging and refining. An hour later. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. The Great Tao Heartseed Demon Art is indeed worthy of its reputation. Monstrous demon intent faintly appeared in the depths of Su Qin's eyes, but all the demon intent was immediately suppressed by a giant golden Buddha. Unfortunately, the demon path is not the path that I want to walk. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Even if it was the fundamental skills of the Devil Buddha, Su Qin only comprehended them for reference, not as his main skill. It's about time. Su Qin looked at the sky, took a step, and disappeared on the spot. Songzhou's Yan City. Yan City was an inconspicuous small city in the Empire of Tang, but today, Yan City was extraordinarily lively. The streets were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Other than that, martial artists who were rarely seen were now seen every few steps they took. Because today, the daughter of Yan City's family Su was getting married. The family Su was the largest family in Yan City, and Patriarch Su Shiming took the opportunity to invite heroes. Many sects in Songzhou's martial arts world were willing to give face and come. After all, Su Shiming was not only the patriarch of the family Su, but also a rank 5 martial artist. Perhaps in the Empire of Tang, a rank 5 martial artist was nothing, but in this remote Songzhou's martial arts world, a rank 5 martial artist was definitely a powerhouse. There was an endless stream of martial artists entering and exiting the Su residence. The family Su was rich and overbearing. They invited all the heroes of the Tsong province. As long as they came to congratulate the daughter of the family Su, they would be able to enter the Su mansion and drink a cup of wedding wine. Of course, the wine was secondary. Many martial artists also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to gather. At this moment, inside the Su residence, countless warriors from all over the Songzhou kept talking. Eh? A monk like you can drink? At this moment, a boorish man looked at a young monk who was about to pick up a wine cup and joked. The boorish man didn't have any other intentions. At this moment, the Su residence was filled with all sorts of people. Whether or not this young monk was another matter. A monk? The young monk smiled. This young monk was naturally Su Qin, who had hurried over. Buddha never said that monks are not allowed to drink. Su Qin glanced at the boorish man and said casually. Hearing this, the boorish man pondered for a moment and actually felt that Su Qin's words made some sense. Monks abstained from meat and drink, but from the beginning to the end, there was no source for these rules. No one could prove that these rules were said by Buddha. Since Buddha didn't say these words, why should they abide by them? You're quite an interesting monk. The boorish man grinned and said. He had traveled extensively and had met countless people, including many monks. However, all the monks that the boorish man had met were extremely old-fashioned. Su Qin was the first one who was as carefree as him. Su Qin ignored the boorish man. He looked at the wedding wine placed in front of him and gently picked it up. He paused in a certain direction in the depths of the Su residence for a while and then drank it in one gulp. "Little sister, long time no see." At the same time, in the depths of the Su residence, Su Yueyun looked disappointed. "Third brother didn't come?" Su Yueyun couldn't help but ask. The patriarch of the Su family, Su Shiming, shook his head and said, "The rules of the Shaolin Temple are strict. I can only send the news in the form of a letter, but whether Qin can come out or not is not up to me." Su Shiming sighed softly. 15 years ago, family Su's great enemy, Yan Hua, came and seriously injured him with a raise of his hand. At that time, Su Shiming thought that family Su was about to be destroyed, so even though he knew that it was easy to enter the Shaolin Temple but difficult to come out, he still forced Su Qin to go in. After all, it was better to be a monk for a lifetime than to die in the hands of that great enemy. But Su Shiming didn't expect that he would meet the Zhangzhou county governor later. The county governor was quite appreciative of him and directly came out to force family Su's great enemy to retreat. "It's all my fault for not thinking it through." Su Shiming sighed softly. How could he have thought that the Su family would be able to survive that calamity? In the Su residence, many martial artists were chatting happily. Su Qin, on the other hand, sat silently in his seat. 15 years had passed, and things had changed. Even if he stood in front of Su Shiming, he might not be able to recognize him. "Do you know that family Su still has a third young master?" At this moment, the rough man next to him whispered. "Third young master?" The surrounding warriors were puzzled. They had only heard of family Su's first young master, second young master, and the daughter. As for the third young master, this was the first time they had heard of him. "Hee. You don't know, right?" The rough man said proudly, "This is something that happened 15 years ago." The rough man's words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. They all began to ask questions. The rough man didn't put on airs and directly said, 15 years ago, family Su encountered a great disaster. After this disaster, family Su's third young master disappeared. No one knows where he went. Even family Su's disciples are afraid of this matter. Speaking of this, the rough man looked around and lowered his voice. "I guess that family Su's third young master should have died in that disaster 15 years ago. Otherwise, why hasn't he appeared after so many years?" The rough man's analysis was reasonable. The other warriors immediately nodded secretly. Even Su Qin looked at the rough man a few more times. "Monk, do you think what I said makes sense?" The rough man seemed to have noticed Su Qin's gaze and looked at Su Qin with a grin. "It makes sense," Su Qin said seriously. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a noise at the entrance of the Su residence. "The groom is coming." A voice rang out, and the gazes of many cultivators immediately gathered at the door. They wanted to see what kind of person could marry the daughter of the Su family. Soon, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a man in a groom's suit strode in. This man's facial features were ordinary. Although there was a hint of nobility in his gestures, he was just an ordinary person. "What? The man that family Su's daughter is going to marry is not a warrior?" Countless people looked at each other and only felt that it was incredible. Family Su was a martial arts family. Even the guards in the residence were warriors. Family Su's daughter, Su Yueyun, was also ranked. But now, they saw that the family Su's son-in-law was actually an ordinary person? Just as everyone was talking about it. Su Qin also looked at the groom. "This is?" In the family Su's mansion, there was an uproar. Many martial artists were discussing in disbelief. "Quiet down." Su Shiming stood up and raised his hand. The aura of a rank 5 martial artist appeared. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Although they did not know why the family Su would choose an ordinary son-in-law, since Su Shiming had made this decision, it was not something they could interfere with. Among all of them, only Su Qin had a strange look on his face. The fate of the nation? Why is 1/10 of the fate of the Tang dynasty gathered on him? Su Qin observed all the auras with the eye of truth. Naturally, he noticed that there was an unfathomable fate of the nation hidden on the groom. The Emperor of Tang is not dead, so the fate of the Tang dynasty will not dissipate. Besides, even if the Tang dynasty is destroyed, the fate of the nation will be entrusted to the Emperor of Tang's family. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as one thought after another flashed through his mind. From the letter that the family Su sent to him, he knew that the person his little sister was going to marry was just an ordinary person. A real ordinary person. He had no parents. Although his family background was clean, compared to the dignified family Su, it was like heaven and earth. Logically speaking, the two of them should not have any interaction at all. But his little sister was willing. Therefore, even if Su Shiming did not agree, he did not force his little sister. Originally, Su Qin also thought that his brother-in-law was just an ordinary person. Su Qin did not resist this. Having lived 2 lives, Su Qin was very open-minded. As long as his little sister loved each other, it was fine. But now, Su Qin's gaze kept sweeping back and forth on the groom. Such a huge fate of the nation is no longer something a prince can bear. Su Qin thought in his heart. A few years ago, concubine Li and her daughter of the Emperor of Tang's palace came to the Shaolin Temple to avoid disaster. At that time, Su Qin had also used the Eye of Truth to observe imperial concubine Li's daughter. The little princess of the Empire of Tang also had strands of the fate of the Empire of Tang, but compared with the current groom, it was no different from a small river and a vast ocean. Now that the Emperor of Tang is in the old age, all the princes are fighting both openly and covertly. All of them are eyeing the throne. The various dukes and vassals all placed their bets, openly and secretly supporting a certain prince in exchange for the merit of ascending to the throne. Everyone in the court believes that the one who will sit on the throne in the future will definitely be one of the princes. Su Qin's train of thought became clearer and clearer. Now it seems the Emperor of Tang, that old fox, never thought about letting those princes inherit the throne. Su Qin looked at the embarrassed expression of the bridegroom and felt that everything was laid bare in front of him. Only the royal family could bear the fate of the nation. Although Su Qin did not know why the groom in front of him appeared in Xianxia. But the blood of the royal family must flow in his body. And the Emperor of Tang obviously already knew about this prince who was wandering among the commoners. Otherwise, an ordinary prince could not have such a huge fate of the nation. And the Emperor of Tang went to great lengths to hide it from everyone. There was only one possibility. He wanted to pass the throne to him. In other words, if everything went smoothly, the groom, who was currently submissive before the eyes of many cultivators, would soon become the Emperor of the Great Tang, who stood above everyone else. Fate makes fools of people. Su Qin sighed in his heart. There were hundreds of millions of people in the Tang dynasty. Not only did his sister meet the prince who was wandering among the commoners, but she also secretly fell in love with him and even married him. The Emperor of Tang probably did not expect this to happen. Or even if the Emperor of Tang knew, he would not care. Since all of this was done by the Emperor of Tang, then there must be something left by the Emperor of Tang nearby. Su Qin opened the eyes of truth and looked in all directions. Sure enough, a few miles away, there was a faint aura hidden. This aura was similar to Eunuch Hong, but much stronger than Eunuch Hong. Grade 1 Great Grandmaster? Su Qin shook his head slightly, and his eyes fell on the groom again. He should not know his identity. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. The Emperor of Tang deceived everyone and paid such a big price, so he would definitely be cautious. And at this moment, the groom stood together with Su Yueyun, ready to bow to heaven and earth. Yunyang. The groom looked at Su Yueyun and said firmly, I know that I am just a poor scholar and have no ability, but I, Li Sheng, swear that one day, you will not regret marrying me. Su Yueyun pursed her lips and smiled, but did not speak. Su Qin looked from a distance, and after confirming that his little sister really liked him, he looked away. Huh? Just when Su Qin was about to leave, he felt something and looked at several corners of the Su residence. In these corners, there were more than a dozen martial artists operating their internal strength to the limit, ready to attack at any time. Assassination? Su Qin frowned. These more than a dozen martial artists were all in the middle realm, and 2 of them had even reached the upper realm. Are they targeting the family Su? Su Qi narrowed his eyes slightly and found that the target of these martial artists was not anyone in the family Su, but the groom. Did someone notice the hand of the Emperor of Tang? Su Qi guessed in his heart. It should be just a faint detection, not a confirmation. Otherwise, it would not be an upper realm cultivator, but a grade 1 great grandmaster. At this time, bow to heaven and earth. The bride and groom were about to bow to heaven and earth. Suddenly, at this moment, stab. A piercing killing intent broke out and swept through the entire Su residence. A strong man suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the bridegroom. Bold. Su Shiming was furious. He specially invited the martial artists and took this opportunity to show the strength of the family Su to the Xianxia martial artists. If it was obstructed and destroyed, wouldn't he lose face in Xianxia? Just when Su Shiming was about to make a move, another cold killing intent locked onto him. This is? Upper realm? Su Shiming was stiff, he couldn't believe it. He never dreamed that it would cause an upper realm martial artist to make a move. Under the upper realm's killing intent, Su Shiming felt his heartbeat almost stop. Even moving was extremely difficult, let alone stopping the assassin. Not good. Su Shiming's heart trembled. At this moment, the other family Su martial artists also reacted and quickly rushed to the high platform, wanting to protect the bride and groom. Die. Several more figures burst out, and several family Su martial artists who were ready to protect the newlyweds flew out in an instant. Plop. These family Su martial artists fell to the ground and fainted. This scene suddenly awakened everyone on the scene. Assassins with this kind of strength? Who did the family Su offend? Many martial artists trembled in their hearts and began to flee. In the face of disaster, everyone fled. They just came to congratulate the family Su, not to sell their lives for the family Su. If the assassin wasn't strong, these martial artists wouldn't mind making a move in exchange for a favor from the family Su. But judging from the situation on the field, this group of assassins was simply terrifying to the extreme. If they dared to stop them, the several family Su martial artists who fainted were an example. Yuner, go quickly. At this time, the groom Li Xing obviously realized something and pushed Su Yueyun away. If we die together. Su Yueyun tightly held the groom Li Xing's arm. Whoosh! In an instant. At this moment, the assassin was already 10 meters away from Su Yueyun. With the assassin's speed, this distance was almost gone in a flash. Yuner, why do you have to do this? On the high platform, the groom Li Xing smiled bitterly, looking at Su Yueyun who was holding his arm tightly. It's over. Not far away, the upper realm assassin who suppressed Su Shiming to the point that he couldn't move slightly nodded. At this moment, things were almost a foregone conclusion. He didn't even have the need to continue watching. For a small family like the family Su, wanting to stop them was tantamount to a fool's dream. Just when the upper realm assassin glanced at the groom Li Xing who was waiting for death with his eyes closed and was about to turn around and leave. Sigh. A soft sigh resounded in his ears. Who is it? The upper realm assassin was startled and looked up abruptly. However, with this look, he saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. He saw a faint golden glazed light appear, accompanied by the spreading of the Buddha's light. The upper realm assassin saw a hazy figure coming over. This hazy figure was shrouded in Buddha's light, illusory golden lotuses slowly bloomed, and the sound of Zen filled the air. It was heavy and solemn as it walked over step by step. The light of Buddha filled the air. The entire Su residence was shrouded in the light of Buddha. Golden lotuses slowly bloomed in the void, pure and transparent like glass, untainted by dust. A hazy figure walked out from the light of Buddha. It was as if all the light of Buddha was born from him. The moment this figure walked out, a voice rang out. Time seemed to have stood still. Everyone in the Su family, including the upper realm assassin, felt a terrifying pressure covering them. His internal strength stopped circulating. His heart slowed down. His blood almost solidified. No. This is? A huge wave was set off in the upper realm assassin's mind. Such a terrifying aura was simply unheard of. Even the Grade 1 Great Grandmasters that the Upper Realm Assassin knew could not create such a terrifying scene just by releasing their aura. Plop. Under the incredulous gaze of the Upper Realm Assassin, the hazy figure shrouded in the light of Buddha took a step, and the assassin who rushed towards Su Yueyun fell to the ground with a plop. The hazy figure took another step, and the second assassin also fell to the ground. Almost in an instant, the hazy figure took 7 steps, and 7 assassins fell to the ground without any suspense. The strength of these assassins was different, but the weakest was in the middle realm, and the strongest was another upper realm assassin. However, whether it was the middle realm assassin or the upper realm assassin, under the hazy figure's steps, they had no ability to resist. With each step, one person died. Not good. In the next moment, the upper realm assassin's scalp went numb. Because at this moment, almost all the assassins on the field were dead, and only he was still alive. The reason why the upper realm assassin was not dead yet was because he did not make a move at all. He only used his aura to suppress the family Su's patriarch, Su Shimin. He was the furthest away from the high platform where Su Yueyun and the groom were. However, no matter how far away he was, the hazy figure shrouded in the light of Buddha had already begun to take his 8th step. Run. The last upper realm assassin did not hesitate to use all the forbidden techniques he had mastered, trying to survive. Although these forbidden techniques can greatly improve his strength, the hidden dangers are great. After this time, even if he can survive, his strength will drop by a realm, and he may even directly become a cripple. However, compared to death, any price he had to pay was worth it. Wang. The eyes of the upper realm assassin instantly turned blood red, and the internal strength that had stopped circulating began to rise. The next moment, the hazy figure shrouded in Buddhist light took the 8th step. The upper realm cultivators, who were originally filled with joy, now felt as if the world was collapsing. Everything ceased to exist as they fell to the ground with a plop. After all the assassins were dead, the Buddha's light continued to spread. The hazy figure slowly walked towards the newcomer's high platform. You are. Su Yueyun opened his eyes wide, trying to see the hazy figure that was gradually approaching. Unfortunately, under the shroud of the Buddha's light, Su Yueyun could only vaguely recognize that this hazy figure was tall and slender. As for the rest, such as his facial features, and so on, it was completely impossible to see clearly. However, for some reason, Su Yueyun felt very close to this hazy figure, as if it was a relative he had not seen for many years. Buddhist light filled the air. The hazy figure stopped in front of Su Yueyun. Who are you? Su Yueyun subconsciously moved back a little. The Buddha's light shrouded everyone, except for Su Yueyun. Under the infiltration of the Buddha's light, Su Yueyun not only did not feel uncomfortable, but also felt very comfortable. Who am I? The hazy figure's tone was calm, as if he was lost. When Su Yueyun heard this, he felt as if something in his heart was broken, and he had the urge to cry. At this time, the hazy figure raised his hand, took off a jade pendant hanging around his neck, and put it in Su Yueyun's hand. Wear it, don't leave it, it will keep you safe and happy. Su Yueyun stared at the jade pendant in his hand, not knowing what to say. This jade pendant was very ordinary. As the daughter of the Su family, Su Yueyun usually looked down on this kind of jade pendant. But at this time, Su Yueyun held this jade pendant and felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. It was as if the hazy figure was telling the truth, that she would be safe and happy as long as she wore this jade pendant. Su Qin put down the jade pendant and took a last look at Su Yueyun. The jade pendant he left was naturally not an ordinary jade pendant. Before leaving the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had comprehended the Devil Buddha's demonic thought division parasitism method. He divided a strand of his own divine thoughts and integrated it into the jade pendant. 900 years ago, the Devil Buddha was sealed by the Buddha's palm. It was by constantly dividing his demonic thoughts every 100 years that he bewitched one successor of the Devil Buddha after another, and almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple. Although Su Qin can't do it to the same extent as the Devil Buddha, it is not a problem for him to leave a strand of his divine thoughts in the jade pendant. When Su Yueyun is in a life and death situation, he can burst out with power to save her life. With Su Qin's current strength, even if it's just a strand of his divine thoughts, anyone below grade 1 Great Grandmaster will almost certainly die. Even a grade 1 Great Grandmaster will be seriously injured on the spot. As for peak grade 1, this strand of divine thoughts can't do anything to a peak grade 1. But a peak grade 1 is not a fool. Naturally, he can see what this jade pendant represents. There is no peak grade 1, after knowing that Su Yueyun is backed by a powerhouse of at least the same level, will still have the intention to kill. 1. Must know that there are only a few peak grade 1 in the world. They are afraid of each other and are not willing to fight. Because for most peak grade 1, the most important thing is always to go further and break through the myth bottleneck. In addition, power? Wealth? Beauty? It's not worth mentioning in their eyes. For example, Daoist Zhang of Wudong Mountain's true martial lineage, even if he has the strength to suppress the world, he still won't take a step out of Wudong Mountain. There is also the imperial teacher of the Meng Yuan Empire. He doesn't care about the position of the monarch. Therefore, Su Qin left this jade pendant to Su Yueyun. In a way, it can indeed keep her safe and happy. Who are you? Why did you give it to me? Su Yueyun suddenly looked up, only to find that the hazy figure had disappeared. The Buddha's light receded. The golden lotus melted. The pressure that shrouded everyone was swept away. Yuner, are you okay? The groom, Li Sheng, asked with concern. I'm fine. Su Yueyun shook her head, subconsciously clenched the jade pendant in her hand, and whispered, I seem to have seen my third brother. Third brother? The groom was stunned. He knew that Su Yueyun had a third brother, but didn't this third brother disappear 15 years ago? At this moment, although the Buddha's light disappeared, but the family Su mansion was still silent. Countless martial artists from all over Zhangzhou were shocked to the extreme. Although they couldn't move just now. But moving meant that they couldn't see anything. The hazy figure shrouded in the Buddha's light seemed to fill the world. It was supreme, powerful, and vast. Buddha has shown his power. Several weak martial artists barely managed to struggle out of their shock. Buddha? The other martial artists trembled and didn't dare to look up. Huh? Where's that monk? Maybe he ran to other places in the chaos just now? The rough man didn't think much about it and followed the other martial artists to worship the Buddha who just appeared. When the assassin just appeared, many martial artists fled in chaos. In the rough man's view, the interesting monk may have left at that time. Oh, Buddha. The rough man looked amazed. He has traveled extensively and naturally knew that the hazy figure that appeared just now, even if it wasn't the legendary Buddha, it must be an unimaginable powerhouse. In the face of such an existence that almost reached the end of the 9th grade martial Dao, it was completely worthy of the worship of the martial artists present. Yuner, are you okay? Su Shimin quickly came to Su Yueyun and asked with concern. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Su Shimin breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, when he was locked on by the upper realm assassin hiding in the dark, Su Shimin was almost desperate. This feeling was even more desperate than 15 years ago, when the family Su's enemy Yan Hui came. But he didn't expect that the situation would turn around. Those terrifying assassins were actually dealt with by a terrifying existence passing by. My family Su is so lucky to have such a powerhouse come to save us. Su Shimin looked terrified and bowed to the crowd. Senior came to save us, my family Su is grateful. If Senior needs anything in the future, we will definitely not refuse. As a 5th grade martial artist, Su Shimin's eyesight is of course better than the other martial artists present. He wouldn't really believe that it was Buddha. After a long time, no one responded. Su Shimin slowly straightened his back, looking slightly regretful. Although he didn't know why the senior wanted to save his family Su, but if he took this opportunity to get in touch with the senior, it would definitely be an unprecedented good fortune for his family Su. But unfortunately, after the senior took action, he was too lazy to show up. Father. At this moment, Su Yueyun hesitated for a while and couldn't help but say, I feel that the person just now seemed to be third brother. Qiner? Su Shimin was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked shocked and reprimanded, nonsense. If Senior were to find out that you spoke like that, wouldn't it be a disaster for our family? Su in a fit of anger. Su Shiming glared at Su Yueyun. Su Shimin had never thought that this daughter of his would actually dare to have such delusions. That senior's strength was exceedingly high, and he was definitely one of the top experts in the world. How could he be related to Su Qin, who was sent to the Shaolin Temple 15 years ago? Putting aside the fact that Su Qin had no martial arts aptitude, it was impossible for him to become a martial artist in his lifetime. So what if Su Qin was a peerless genius? At the very most, Su Qin was only 25 years old this year. What kind of strength could a 25-year-old have? 9th rank? Rank 8? Or rank 7? When Su Yueyun saw Su Shiming's serious expression, he didn't dare to continue talking. And at this moment, in a certain corner of the Su family's mansion, a feminine figure stood silently. This aura. This figure's eyes were cold, and he quickly glanced at the assassin's corpse on the ground. His expression was frighteningly cold. Did His Highness take action? This figure was the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster who had just arrived. His surname was Liu, and he was called Eunuch Liu. He was a red-clothed eunuch in the palace. 20 years ago, Eunuch Liu was ordered by the Emperor of Tang to take Prince Li Xing out of the imperial palace and put him among the people to experience the hardships of the world. During this period, Eunuch Liu secretly protected Prince Li Xing. But last night, Eunuch Liu suddenly felt that there were some problems with his cultivation, so he went a few miles away to rest. But what Eunuch Liu did not expect was that in this short period of time, Prince Li Xing was assassinated. Moreover, the method of assassinating the assassin was very similar to an organization under the command of the princes. Damn it. Eunuch Liu was scared. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen to him if the assassination was successful and Prince Li Xing died an unnatural death. Although Eunuch Liu could not see the vast national destiny in Prince Li Xing's body, the Emperor of Tang paid such a huge price and ordered him to take Prince Li Xing out of the imperial palace. He knew that Prince Li Xing had a great relationship with him. Once something went wrong, he would not be able to absolve himself from the blame. However, who stopped the assassination? Eunuch Liu frowned. Although many martial artists were shouting Buddha's divinity manifestation, Yi Zichen didn't say anything. But Eunuch Liu did not believe this at all. He just rushed over and did not see the sky full of Buddha's light. Eunuch Liu walked to the assassins and began to check their injuries. However, with this check, Eunuch Liu's pupils suddenly shrank. Because he was shocked to find that the 8 assassins on the field were almost at the same time, their internal organs were shattered by some kind of force. This strength? Eunuch Liu was in disbelief. Although with his strength as a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, there would be no accident if he wanted to kill these 8 assassins. However, it was very difficult to kill them all at the same time like what was happening right now. Especially when there were 2 upper realm martial artists among them. Upper realm martial artists, even the weakest Grade 3 martial artist, have their body and internal strength withstand the erosion of world's essence qi. In the face of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, even if they were far from being his opponent, they would not be trampled to death like an ant. At least if Eunuch Liu wanted to kill a Grade 3 martial artist, the other party might be able to struggle for a while. Moreover, before the last assassin died, he used several forbidden techniques and secret techniques, but he still died. Eunuch Liu felt incredulous. If Eunuch Liu was not mistaken, the last assassin used a forbidden technique of the imperial palace. Although the hidden dangers were huge, the improvement it brought to the user was also terrifying. A Grade 3 martial artist, if using this secret technique, should be able to increase his strength to Grade 2. But this assassin used several secret techniques at the same time. With the forbidden techniques superimposed on each other, Eunuch Liu even felt that the assassin's strength temporarily soared to Grade 1 at the last moment. However, even so, the other party still died. His death was no different from the other middle realm assassins. The only thing that could have caused such a scene could only be the difference in strength that was as vast as a chasm. Is it possible that Eunuch Zhao did it? Eunuch Liu's heart trembled, and the great eunuch wearing a purple robe suddenly appeared in his mind. Impossible. Eunuch Zhao will only protect His Majesty. Other than that, it is absolutely impossible to leave the imperial palace. Eunuch Liu shook his head affirmatively. The reason why he was so sure was because Eunuch Zhao could not leave the imperial palace, and the reaction of the martial artists next to him. If Eunuch Zhao really took action, he would definitely not be regarded as a Buddha. Whatever. Since your highnesses have taken action, I should not be able to hide anymore. I need to go back to the imperial palace to see His Majesty. Eunuch Lu calmed down and wanted to bring Prince Li Xing back to the imperial palace as soon as possible. At the same time, in a corner of the Su residence, Family Su's mansion, there was a lot of noise. Eunuch Lu's expression was uncertain, and fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. As a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, Eunuch Lu's eyesight and means are above most martial artists in the world. But it was precisely because of this that Eunuch Lu was more aware of what the scene in front of him meant. The more he knew, the more afraid he was. In Eunuch Lu's view, it was at least a peak Grade 1 who could do all this so cleanly. Therefore, Eunuch Lu's first thought was, could it be that the purple-clothed Eunuch Zhao in the imperial palace made a move? However, this idea was rejected by him as soon as it appeared. First, it is impossible for Eunuch Zhao to leave the imperial palace. Second, even if Eunuch Zhao made a move, he would not let others think that it was a Buddha showing his divinity. Family Su? Eunuch Lu's mind turned sharply, wondering if the peak Grade 1 unintentionally made a move, or if it had something to do with the Family Su. After a while, Eunuch Lu shook his head and determined that the peak Grade 1 should have wandered here by accident. Eunuch Lu has long known about the marriage between Prince Li Xing and the Family Su's daughter. Before this, he had already investigated the Family Su thoroughly. In the past 500 years, the strongest martial artist born in the Family Su was only Grade 4. Not even in the upper realm. Such a Family Su is certainly good in a small city like Yan City, but it would be a joke to say that it has anything to do with a peak Grade 1. I will bring the prince back to the imperial palace tonight. Eunuch Lu made a decision in his heart. At this moment, Prince Li Xing had already attracted the attention of the other princes in the imperial court. In addition, it involved an unknown peerless rank 1. Even a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster like Eunuch Lu felt uneasy at this moment. Although Eunuch Lu felt that the unknown peak Grade 1 should have no malice towards Prince Li Xing, otherwise, Prince Li Xing would have died long ago. But no matter what, only by sending Prince Li Xing back to the imperial palace would Eunuch Lu feel at ease. Eunuch Lu naturally didn't know that Su Qin had seen all the changes in his expression. Su Qin had already locked onto Eunuch Lu's position with the Eye of Truth when he saw the huge amount of the Empire of Tang's destiny in Prince Li Xi's body. In fact, when the group of assassins began to attack and their killing intent filled the air, Eunuch Lu also sensed something and frantically rushed toward the Su residence. Unfortunately, with Eunuch Lu's speed, it was too late by the time he arrived at the Su residence. Because of this, Su Qin directly attacked. Now is not the time to reunite. Su Qin looked at his younger sister, Su Yueyun, and the rest of the Family Su. When I become Arhat and become truly invincible in the world, it won't be too late for us to meet again. Su Qin thought silently in his heart. Although he was now a peak Grade 1 and had transformed twice, he was still not truly invincible in the world. At least, there were still existences on the same level as Su Qin in this world. For example, the imperial preceptor of the Mengyuan Empire, Daoist Zhang on Wudong Mountain, and the purple-clothed eunuch in the palace of the Emperor of Tang. Of course, with the countless divine skills he had mastered and his body strengthened by the power of the seal in the back mountain, Su Qin's actual combat strength at this moment was probably able to crush ordinary peak Grade 1 and could be said to be invincible below Arhat. But as long as he didn't step into the realm of Arhat, Su Qin felt that something was missing. As for now, as long as Su Qin confirmed that Family Su was doing well, it was fine. Next. That night, Eunuch Lu found Prince Li Xing and directly confessed his identity. After half an hour of shock and disbelief, Prince Li Xing could only half believe it. Because with Eunuch Lu's means, if he wanted to kidnap him, there was no need to make up such a reason. Next, Prince Li Xing followed Eunuch Lu to leave Family Su and went to the capital of the Empire of Tang. However, in the end, under Li Xing's strong request, Eunuch Lu could only use the warrant given by the Emperor of Tang to order the Zhangzhou County governor to send martial artists to protect Family Su's safety. After Eunuch Lu's explanation, Prince Li Xing also realized that the group of assassins during the day was targeting him. The family Su was just implicated by him. Because of this, Li Xing was worried that the group of assassins would anger the family Su after he left, so he did this. Although Eunuch Lu repeatedly explained that the forces behind the assassins didn't care about a small family like family Su, Li Xing's identity was special, so Eunuch Lu could only comply. And Su Qin, who saw all this, also had a good impression of Prince Li Xing. If ordinary people suddenly learned that they were the bloodline of the high and mighty the Emperor of Tang, they would have long forgotten their surname. But this Li Xing, at this moment, put family Su's safety first. Obviously, he was a good person. In the end, Prince Li Xing promised Su Yueyun that when the situation there was stable, he would take her and leave with Eunuch Lu that night. The next day, a large number of martial artists sent by the Xianxia County governor arrived. The weakest of these martial artists was grade 6, and even the 2 generals were in the upper realm. The Xianxia County governor was obviously frightened and directly sent out all the guards around him. The warrant that Eunuch Lu showed was given by the Emperor of Tang and represents the will of the Emperor of Tang. How could the Xianxia County governor dare to neglect it? At this time, Su Qin finally let out a soft sigh. Everything is over. Su Qin walked slowly on the streets of Yan City. It's time to leave. Now that the family Su is protected by the Xianxia County governor's personal guards, it can be said that they are extremely safe. Su Qin doesn't need to stay here. However, before returning to the Shaolin Temple, I can go to the Southern Witch Mountains Demon Sect headquarters to take a look. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Yesterday, he signed in at the Demon Sect's headquarters and obtained the Heavenly Demon Policy, a supreme demon art. Su Qin wondered if he could sign in again today. After all, the Demon Sect headquarters is the only place where Su Qin can sign in besides the Shaolin Temple. A few hours later, snow fluttered all over the sky and slowly fell. Su Qin stood casually in front of the Demon Sect headquarters, slightly disappointed. It seems that I can only sign in here once. Su Qin's expression was filled with emotion. He felt more and more the preciousness of the Shaolin Temple. Even a place like the Demon Sect headquarters is only enough for Su Qin to sign in once. But what about the Shaolin Temple? Su Qin has signed in for 15 years. Just how much Dao accumulation did it contain that Su Qin could repeatedly take advantage of it like this? It's almost time. Su Qin turned and left. Because it was still early, Su Qin didn't immediately return to the Shaolin Temple. Instead, he planned to walk around and see if there were other places where he could sign in. Soon, Su Qin came to a small town. This town is located at the foot of the Southern Witch Mountain and relies on hunting in the mountains for a living. Su Qin, on the other hand, did not hide his figure. He walked into the town openly. It's them? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Not far away, there was a pair of grandfather and grandson sitting there, peddling things. This pair of grandfather and grandson was the one that Su Qin asked for directions when he first arrived at Southern Witch Mountain. At that time, Su Qin also reminded them to go back as soon as possible. There would be heavy snow during the day and it was not safe outside. Su Qin did not expect this pair of grandfather and grandson to live here. As Su Qin looked over, the old man also noticed Su Qin. Master! Master, why are you here? The old man was shocked and immediately trotted over, looking grateful. In fact, the old man was very grateful to Su Qin at this moment. After Su Qin reminded them yesterday, the old man immediately rushed back to the town with his grandson. Sure enough, not long after, it began to snow heavily again. This time the snow was much heavier than any before. If the old man came back a little later, he might really be in danger. It could be said that Su Qin saved the lives of the grandfather and grandson. In this case, how could the old man not be grateful to Su Qin? At this time, the little boy also came over and carefully stood behind the old man, extremely well behaved. After the old man's reminder yesterday, the little boy also realized that Su Qin was a real master. I just passed by, so I came in to have a look. Su Qin said casually. He really just passed by here. He did not lie. So that's how it is. The old man immediately invited Su Qin to sit at his place. While the old man and Su Qin were talking, the other residents of the town came over from afar. These residents had basically never left the town in their lives. They were simple and honest. When they saw Suqin, an eminent monk in a monk's robe, they all took out their most precious things to give to Suqin. Suqin naturally would not accept their things and rejected them one by one with a smile. "Master, my surname is Li. You can call me Old Man Li," the old man said very respectfully. Although Suqin looked young, at most in his 20s, Old Man Li never really regarded Suqin as a young man. Although Old Li had never been out of the town, he was not completely ignorant. It was rumored that there were some old immortals in the world. These old immortals could live up to 100 years old, but their appearance was no different from that of a young person. At this moment, Suqin was no different from a celestial being in Old Li's heart. Yesterday, Suqin stepped on the snow for thousands of miles without leaving a single trace. If this wasn't an immortal, then what was? Got it. Suqin didn't think much of it. Even if Suqin knew about Old Li's he wouldn't say anything. Now, he was already a peak grade 1 who had transformed twice. In terms of combat power, he could be said to be the strongest under Arhat. He was indeed no different from the immortal in Old Li's eyes. "This is your grandson?" Suqin turned his gaze and looked at the little boy behind Old Li. Under the observation of Suqin's eyes of truth, the little boy's meridians were clear. If he practiced martial arts, he could step into the middle realm within 10 years. If there was an opportunity in the future, becoming a martial artist in the upper realm was not an extravagant hope. Of course, Suqin just looked at him a little more and didn't have any other intentions. After all, with Suqin's current strength, even a grade 1 great grandmaster would be a matter of a slap, let alone an upper realm martial artist. Just as Suqin was about to leave and return to the Xianxia temple. Rumble. The earth suddenly began to tremble. Huh? Suqin frowned slightly. Immediately afterward, a terrified voice sounded. Mountain God is angry." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the people in the town suddenly became as white as paper. The town they live in is under the southern Witch Mountain. They rely on the southern Witch Mountain to live. Naturally, they are in awe of the so-called mountain god. Even Old Man Li's entire body began to tremble violently when he heard the words "Mountain God is angry." His face was filled with a deep sense of despair. Mountain God? Suqin looked up at the sky, his face slightly dignified. "It's not Mountain God, it's an avalanche." After several days of heavy snow, the southern Witch Mountain has long been piled up with snow. At this moment, the snow was rolling down the mountain. Suqin looked at the southern Witch Mountain. Endless amounts of snow continued to pour down. Wherever the snow passed, the earth quaked and the mountains shook, shattering everything. Such a power of heaven and earth has exceeded the limit of imagination. It was as if the heavens were angry and wanted to destroy the world. If there is no huge vibration, logically speaking, there shouldn't be an avalanche? Suqin was not as flustered as the others. With his current body, even if he was buried under the snow mountain, he could still climb out and there would be no danger to his life. Is it because I killed a lot of people at the demon sect headquarters yesterday, under the transmission of my internal force, it shook somewhere in the southern Witch Mountain? Because of this, it continued to spread until today, causing this avalanche? Suqin's thoughts turned quickly, and he determined a certain possibility. Only his terrifying strength of the peak first grade could have a slight possibility of shaking the southern Witch Mountain. This vibration, under normal circumstances, would not cause any problems. But at this moment, the snow had been piled up for several days. If there was another vibration, it would be like the last straw that broke the balance. The avalanche broke out. And just as Suqin was thinking. At this moment, the other people in the town had long been scared out of their wits. They had experienced an avalanche before. But those avalanches in the past were incomparably small. They had never been as mighty as this one, almost destroying everything. It's over, it's all over. Someone looked desperate and muttered to himself. If it was any other danger, they could still escape. But under an avalanche, how could they escape? Old Li's face also turned pale. The little boy behind him was so scared that he did not dare to move. Only Suqin stood there with a calm expression, looking straight at the endless avalanches that filled his field of vision. No one knew what he was thinking. Run quickly. At this moment, someone finally could not help it and subconsciously staggered to the back. Although no matter how far they ran, they would be caught up by the avalanche in an instant. They would just die a little later. But under human instinct, running away was always better than standing there and waiting for death. And in such a short time, the avalanche was already close to the town. Before the avalanche arrived, a piercing chill swept over and shrouded the void. Stimulated by this chill, everyone suddenly shivered and immediately fled in all directions. Run! Oldly held his grandson in his arms and was also ready to escape with the others. And at this moment, Oldly suddenly saw from the corner of his eyes that Su Qin was still standing in the same place, motionless, a sharp contrast with the others. Master, run quickly! Oldly braced himself and pulled Su Qin's arm behind him. However, no matter how hard Oldly tried, Su Qin did not move. It was as if Oldly was not grabbing a person, but a mountain. After all, it's because of me. Su Qin broke free from Oldly. Not only did he not run away, but he also walked in the direction of the avalanche. Master, what are you going to do? Oldly's scalp was numb, and he looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Block it. Su Qin replied calmly as he walked. It was as if the block Su Qin said was not the endless avalanche that could break everything, but the cats and dogs on the side of the road. Master, you? Oldly almost thought that he had misheard. Block it? Block this avalanche? I have. Su Qin said this, paused, and an inexplicable look appeared on his face. I haven't really fought for a long time. After that, under Oldly's incredulous gaze, Su Qin walked out of the town. Rumble. The avalanche swept across the sky. The terrifying shock seemed to break the world and bring it to the end. The next moment, in Oldly's shocked gaze, heaven and earth were enveloped by a dark golden glazed Buddha palm. There were golden adumbra flowers blooming in all directions, majestic and sacred, extraordinary. At the same time, infinite Buddha light bloomed as if forming layers of pure land, shining and sheltering everything. And in the center of the pure land, there was a vague figure that was not a Buddha, but more like a Buddha. The avalanche rolled and swept down with an unstoppable momentum. The earth shook and everything was broken. In front of this true power of heaven and earth, even a grade 1 great grandmaster would be terrified. Grandpa, are we dead? The little boy hugged Oldly tightly, his voice trembling. Although he was only a teenager, he also knew that the people in the town could not survive under the avalanche. However, no matter how the little boy called, Oldly, who was hugging him, froze and did not respond. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? The little boy summoned the courage to open his eyes and looked up at Oldly. He saw that Oldly's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with extreme shock. The little boy was puzzled and subconsciously followed Oldly's gaze. However, with this look, the little boy saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He saw that under the endless avalanche, a dark golden Buddha palm covering the world slowly pressed down, and the whole town seemed to have become one of the boundless pure lands in the dark golden Buddha palm. If one were to look at it from afar, they would see a golden Buddha reaching out its palm to protect the entire town. Buddha's aura filled the air. Golden lotuses bloomed. The little boy could vaguely hear Zen sounds, as if there was a Buddha chanting. Rumble. The next moment, the rolling avalanche washed down. However, under the protection of the dark golden Buddha palm covering the world, the town stood intact in the avalanche, like a pure land in the palm. This is the real Buddha. Oldly's hands trembled and tears flowed down his face. At his age, he already had 1 foot in the coffin. Fame and fortune, the 7 emotions and 6 desires, he had already accepted them. But at this time, true awe rose in Oldly's heart, as if he was facing a Buddha. Puff. 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 When the others saw this scene, they knelt down and kowtowed to Su Qin, looking extremely pious. They were not fools. Naturally, they could see that if it weren't for Su Qin, the whole town would have been turned into dust under the avalanche. It can be said that Su Qin is the savior of everyone in this town. In this case, who would not kneel? Who would dare not kneel? Whoosh. Endless avalanches crazily crashed down, but they were all blocked outside of the town. As time passed, the terrifying pressure rapidly increased. However, under this glass Buddha palm that covered the heavens and earth, it didn't seem to have any effect at all. In the center of the Buddha's palm, Suqin sat cross-legged. His divine sense, physical body, and a small portion of his transformed inner energy slowly collided and fused together, slowly and firmly blocking the avalanche that filled the sky. An hour later, the rolling avalanche began to slow down. The heavy snow that had accumulated in the southern Witch Mountain for the past few days had basically been emptied. It's almost over. Suqin slowly opened his eyes. Under the observation of the Eye of Truth, he had a clear grasp of the situation. The might of heaven and earth is indeed terrifying. With my current strength, it's still a bit difficult. Suqin shook his head slightly. Although the town was basically saved, Suqin knew very well that the avalanche he was facing was only 100,000th or 100,000th of the real avalanche's power. The avalanche that swept down from the southern Witch Mountain spread out in all directions for hundreds of miles. The town where Suqin was located was just a small part of these hundreds of miles. But even so, Suqin's inner energy and divine sense were also greatly consumed. It could be said that if the current Suqin encountered 8 or 10 peak grade 1 experts joining forces, he would definitely turn around and run away. It's about time. It's time to leave. Suqin glanced around, glanced at the people who were constantly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing, and quietly left. A moment later, as the sun shone, the people kneeling on the ground could not help but raise their heads. It's over? The people of the town felt as if they were in a dream. They actually survived that earth-shattering avalanche? Master, where's the master? At this moment, Oldly suddenly called out. As soon as these words came out, the others suddenly came to their senses. The reason why they survived the avalanche was entirely because of the young monk. Yeah? Where's the master? Everyone looked around and asked. Oldly, you know the master. Do you know where the master went? A middle-aged man looked at Oldly and could not help but ask. Before the avalanche began, he saw Oldly and Suqin talking. How would I know? Oldly rolled his eyes. In Oldly's eyes, Suqin at this moment was no different from the legendary Buddha. How could a mere mortal like him know? That's right. The middle-aged man who asked the question reacted. Although because of the avalanche, except for the town, other places were covered with snow and they could not go out at all. But in the end, they survived. With the food in the town, if they were frugal, it would not be difficult to survive for a few months. And after a few months, it would probably be summer. By that time, the snow outside would have melted long ago. The monk saved us, we can't do nothing. At this time, the middle-aged man who first spoke again. Do nothing? What do you mean? Oldly frowned and asked. He had long been full of true awe for Suqin, but he did not know how to express it. In Oldly's view, even if the whole town was packed and given to Suqin, Suqin would not like it. Even if Oldly thought hard, he could not think of what he could do to repay Suqin for saving his life. How about every family in our town cast a golden body for the master and worship him day and night? The middle-aged man thought for a while and said. As soon as the words came out, the others immediately nodded. Especially Oldly, his eyes lit up. Hundreds of miles away from the southern Witch Mountain, Suqin took a step forward, crossing dozens of hundreds of meters, and dared to go in the direction of the Shaolin Temple. Suqin naturally did not know that because he blocked the avalanche, the people in the town were ready to cast a golden body for him and worship him day and night. Perhaps even if Suqin knew, he would not care too much. At this moment, Suqin was holding a large bottle of recover pills in one hand and a large bottle of yun pills in the other. He kept pouring these 2 pills into his mouth as if he was eating beans. Whether it was the recover pills or the yun pills, as soon as they entered Suqin's mouth, they were instantly digested by his powerful body and turned into rolling internal force and abundant divine thought, replenishing Suqin's consumption. If the Bodhiyard's master saw Suqin's behavior, he would definitely be heartbroken. The recover pill was one of the sacred pills of the Shaolin Temple, and its efficacy was several times that of the small recover pill. Even the Bodhiyard only produced dozens of pills a year. It's almost done. Suqin stopped swallowing pills. Whether it is the Great Revitalizing Pill or the Divine Accumulation Pill, they are just a small part of the pills Suchin has obtained from signing in for 15 years. Through these years of signing in, Suchin has already achieved pill freedom. No matter how much he eats, he won't even blink his eyes. Just now, when I blocked the avalanche and faced the power of heaven and earth, I seemed to have faintly grasped the chi between heaven and earth. Suchin's divine sense slowly spread out and merged with heaven and earth, feeling something carefully. If a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster wants to go further, in addition to completing the 3 transformations of the body, divine sense, and internal strength, he must also grasp the chi between heaven and earth. Compared to the former, the latter is even more difficult. Because whether it is the transformation of the body, internal strength, or the transformation of the spirit, there are traces to follow. A Grade 1 Great Grandmaster knows what direction he should go. If the body is weak, he should forge the body. If the spirit is weak, he should nurture the spirit. If the internal strength is not pure, he should purify it. For a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, if he wants to complete the 3 transformations, it is at most impossible, not impossible. However, it was completely impossible to grasp that wisp of chi between the heavens and the earth. For thousands of years, many peak Grade 1 Great Grandmasters who have transformed 3 times were abruptly killed. Grasping the chi? Grasping what chi? The concept of chi dynamic was extremely mysterious and profound. There is no specific direction to do it. Even the chi that each peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster needs to grasp is different, and there is no way to remind him. Originally, Suchin was going to wait for his internal strength to transform, and then observe the heaven and earth with the eyes of truth to capture the chi. Anyway, Suchin has a lot of Shoyuan, so he can afford to wait. However, what Suchin did not expect was that this time, by directly facing the power of heaven and earth, he was able to faintly perceive the location of the chi. In other words, as long as Suchin's internal strength completes the transformation, there will be no obstacles between him and Arhat. Ha 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 ha. Awesome, this is awesome. Suchin was in a good mood. His chi and blood surged. In this snowy world, he was like a scorching furnace. All the snowflakes quickly melted when they were within 100 meters of Suchin. Southern Witch Mountain. At the foot of the Southern Witch Mountain, everything was destroyed because of the avalanche, but at the top of the Southern Witch Mountain, it was not affected much because of the terrain. At this very moment, a figure suddenly jumped out from under the accumulated snow. The figure panted heavily and looked in the direction of the demon sect's headquarters. His eyes were filled with great fear. This figure was called Kuan Kong, a disciple of the demon sect. Dead. The sect master is dead. The elders are dead. They're all dead. Kuan Kong's voice trembled and his face was ashen. Yesterday, he had seen with his own eyes a young monk in a grey robe enter the hall where many elders and sect masters of the demon sect were in seclusion. At that time, Kuan Kong had thought that the young monk would definitely die. After all, how could a monk from the Shaolin Temple come out of the demon sect's headquarters alive? However, just as Kuan Kong dozed off, when he entered the hall, he found a river of blood. All the elders of the demon sect died on the spot. Even the demon sect's sect master, who had entered the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm, had died. When Kuan Kong saw this, he felt his scalp tingle. Without any hesitation, he fled far away from the demon sect's headquarters. He found a remote place and hid under a pile of snow with the breath-holding technique. Kuan Kong was scared. He was really scared. An existence that could easily slaughter all the upper realm elders of the demon sect, including the sect master, was not something that Kuan Kong could imagine. It's that monk? Kuan Kong suddenly shuddered. Before the death of many elders of the demon sect, only the young monk had entered the hall. A holy monk. That monk is a holy monk. Kuan Kong whispered to himself. As a disciple of the demon sect, Kuan Kong was clear about the most basic level of martial Tao. A holy monk of the Buddhist sect corresponds to a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. The demon sect is finished. Kuan Kong's heart was cold. Although he survived, once the news of the fall of many upper realm elders of the demon sect spread out, the fate of the demon sect disciples would be to be wiped out by the righteous sects. The righteous sects will not let go of this opportunity to completely eradicate the demon sect. What should I do? Kuan Kong's expression was gloomy. As a disciple of the demon sect cultivation technique in his body cannot be hidden from the righteous sects. Unless Kuan Kong is prepared to never fight again in his life and be a farmer. No. There is still hope for the demon sect. Just when Kuan Kong was in despair, he suddenly thought of something in his mind. He once heard from an upper realm elder of the demon sect that the previous sect master of the demon sect was a man of great talent. But later, he wanted to break through and left the demon sect, choosing to enter seclusion. It was precisely because of this that in the confrontation between the demon sect and the righteous sects for decades, the demon sect was forced to retreat. In the end, they were squeezed into Yong province. Thinking of this, hope finally rose in Kuan Kong's heart. If he can find the previous sect master of the demon sect and have him return to the demon sect, not only will the demon sect not be finished, but it can also prosper again. With the previous sect master of the demon sect, at that time, he may be able to find a holy monk of the Shaolin temple and take revenge. I remember the elder said that more than 50 years ago, the previous sect master of the demon sect went to the western desert alone and there was no news of him since. In other words, the place where he entered seclusion is very likely to be in the western desert? Kuan Kong thought quickly in his heart. The western desert is vast. Finding someone in such a large place is tantamount to ascending to the sky. But Kuan Kong has no other choice. Only by inviting the previous sect master of the demon sect can he reorganize the demon sect. At the same time, Su Qin also rushed back to the Shaolin temple. There are monks patrolling outside the Shaolin temple, and ordinary martial artists can't sneak in at all. But for Su Qin, it was not a problem at all. I'm finally back. Su Qin quietly came to the chores yard, entered his room, and sighed. Although he had only left the Shaolin temple for less than 2 days, it felt like months had passed. The Shaolin temple is still the best. It's safe. Su Qin listened to the leisurely sound of the bell and sighed softly. No one should know that I've been out for a while. Su Qin glanced at the room and guessed in his heart. As a senior disciple who has been in the temple for 15 years, Su Qin didn't need to clean every day. And this time, before he went out, Su Qin went to the new chores yard head and took a 2-day break on the grounds that he was not feeling well. The new chores yard head had a good relationship with Su Qin, so he agreed immediately. Since I'm back, I'll go to the sutra depository to sign in first. For Su Qin, the daily sign-in opportunity will never be wasted. One must know that sign-in opportunities will not accumulate. Once you miss today, you will miss it forever. Thinking of this, Su Qin immediately prepared to go to the scripture pavilion. Calculating the time, Huiwen should have broken through grade 2 and entered the grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm, right? Su Qin opened, eyes of truth, and looked in the direction of the Bodhi court. Sure enough. In the depths of the Bodhi court, there was a faint aura of a grade 1 Great Grandmaster slowly stabilizing. A year ago, Abbot Huiwen was eager to break through, which led to cultivation deviation. If it weren't for Su Qin's help, the Shaolin temple would have already been replaced by another abbot. After the last lesson, Abbot Huiwen learned his lesson and was no longer in a hurry to succeed. Instead, he took it step by step. As a result, with Abbot Huiwen's foundation and accumulation, it is only a matter of time before he steps into the grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm. According to Su Qin's guess, at most a year later, when Huiwen has fully grasped the power of a grade 1 Great Grandmaster, he will come out. The Shaolin temple finally has a grade 1 martial artist. Su Qin was satisfied. Although a grade 1 Great Grandmaster is far from enough in front of him, the Shaolin temple now has a powerhouse of this level. If there is any crisis in the future, Su Qin will not be needed. The stronger the Shaolin temple is, the more relieved Su Qin can sign in. He doesn't have to worry about the Shaolin temple being gone when he wakes up. Unfortunately, with Huiwen's aptitude, entering grade 1 is his limit. If he wants to go further and transform his body, divine sense, and internal strength, it will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Although grade 1 Great Grandmasters all know what to do next, knowing is one thing. Whether or not they can do it is another matter. For example, the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster Juku Sanrin, who died of old age in the Thousand Buddhas Temple, stepped into the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm at the age of 79. After more than 100 years, he was trapped in Grade 1. Of course. Compared to the metamorphosis of his physical body, mind, and inner strength, grasping the wisp of aura in the world was even more illusory. However, Su Qin had already solved this problem, which had stumped most of the peak rank ones since ancient times. On this trip out, not only did I sign in and obtain the Demonic Path's supreme secret technique, the Heavenly Demon strategy, but I also took the opportunity to directly face the power of heaven and earth to grasp that wisp of aura. A smile emerged on Su Qin's face. From a certain perspective, grasping that strand of qi had saved Su Qin at least 10 or 20 years of time. Just as Su Qin was deep in thought, he arrived at the scripture pavilion. "System, sign in for me." Su Qin looked around and muttered in his heart. "Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Dharma swordsmanship." "Sword technique?" Su Qin raised his eyebrows. In the past 15 years, he had obtained countless secret techniques from the scripture pavilion, but there were not many sword techniques, only less than 100. After all, the weapons of the Shaolin Temple are generally sticks and the like, or they are directly barehanded, and they rarely use sharp weapons. Dharma? Su Qin's heart moved. Dharma is a certain ancestor of the Shaolin Temple thousands of years ago. He is known as the only legendary figure in the history of the Shaolin Temple. Ancestor Dharma. Su Qin looked slightly emotional. Even for the Shaolin Temple, Ancestor Dharma is extremely mysterious, because no one knows how strong Ancestor Dharma is. Grade 1 Great Grandmaster? Peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster? Or a Grade 1 Great Perfection that has transformed 3 times? Or even an existence that directly achieved the Arhat fruit? Wang. At this moment, a lot of insights about the Dharma swordsmanship poured into Su Qin's mind. In an instant, the various subtleties of the Dharma swordsmanship constantly collided in Su Qin's mind, and finally faintly formed a sword light that can break everything. After a while, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. Ancestor Dharma, I'm afraid that he has really achieved the Arhat fruit. Su Qin exclaimed in his heart. The level involved in this Dharma swordsmanship, even in Su Qin's eyes, is extremely brilliant. Just through this swordsmanship, Su Qin has already concluded that the height of Ancestor Dharma is probably completely above the 9th grade martial Dao. Time passed slowly. A year passed in a blink of an eye. During this year, Su Qin's life did not have the slightest ups and downs. Time passed slowly. After this year, Su Qin spent almost all his time purifying his internal strength except for signing in. At the current speed, the transformation of my internal strength will be completed in a few years at most. Su Qin judged in his heart. On this day, after signing in outside the Bodhi court, Su Qin was casually sweeping the ground after signing in. Suddenly, an aura rose from the depths of the Bodhi court. Not long after this aura appeared, the court heads of the Shaolin Temple quickly rushed over and gathered outside the Bodhi court. This is? The warrior monastery's court head's eyes were filled with surprise and surprise. He seemed to have guessed something, but he was not sure. The other court heads were the same, their expressions were mixed with disbelief. Half an hour later, Abbot Huiwen and the Bodhi court head walked out together. The Bodhi court head was still the same, but Abbot Huiwen's aura was much deeper. Abbot, you. The warrior monastery's court head wanted to say something but hesitated, looking at Abbot Huiwen carefully. The Bodhi court head next to him couldn't help but say directly, the abbot has broken through smoothly and has become a holy monk. When these words came out, the court heads wept with joy. 60 years. It has been 60 years. Since the death of the last holy monk of the Shaolin Temple 60 years ago, the Shaolin Temple has not given birth to a grade 1 holy monk. In this case, although the Shaolin Temple barely retains the title of a great sect by virtue of its heritage, the pressure it is under can be imagined. In the world, only a force with a grade 1 great grandmaster is qualified to be called a great sect. If there is no grade 1 holy monk, the Shaolin Temple's title as a great sect will not be justified. Great. The Arha court head looked excited. Abbot, since you have stepped into Grade 1, does the Shaolin Temple need to announce it to the world? Generally speaking, Grade 1 Great Grandmasters have a high status in today's martial arts world. The birth of any Grade 1 Great Grandmaster can be announced to the world. No need. Abbot Huiwen shook his head. The world is so big, and there are so many powerhouses. Not to mention the outside world, even within the temple, I am far inferior to a holy monk. How would I dare to announce it to the world? Abbot Huiwen said slowly with a face full of emotion. When the court heads heard this, they were suddenly shocked. In their view, a holy monk of the temple is indeed powerful, but now Abbot Huiwen has also become a holy monk. You are a holy monk, and I am also a holy monk. Everyone is a holy monk. It stands to reason that even if there is a gap, it should not be too big. Abbot Huiwen glanced around and knew the doubts in the court heads' hearts. Before I stepped into Grade 1, I thought the same as you, but now. Abbot Huiwen paused before continuing. It wasn't until now that I realized how great the ancestor of a holy monk was. Compared with him, I'm afraid I'm not even a frog at the bottom of a well. Huiwen's face was bitter, but there was also a trace of awe. Not to mention the other actions of the ancestor of a holy monk. Just a year ago, the other party saved Abbot Huiwen from cultivation deviation. This kind of means is something that Abbot Huiwen will never be able to achieve in his life. In all honesty, Abbot Huiwen is also a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, but if he were to save a martial artist who had cultivation deviation, the only way is to barely hang on to his life at the cost of a great injury to his vitality. As for more, Abbot Huiwen can't do it. The human body is very complex. After cultivation deviation, the martial artist's meridians will become chaotic and their internal force will go berserk. Even if it is a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, if they are not careful, not only will they not be able to save the other party, they may even accelerate the degree of cultivation deviation. But what about the ancestor of a holy monk? Not only did he save Abbot Huiwen's life, but he also completely recovered him. This ability to reverse life and death is not an exaggeration. When the other court heads heard Abbot Huiwen's words, they looked at each other, and their hearts were in turmoil. They did not expect that Abbot Huiwen's evaluation of the ancestor of a holy monk would be so high. Especially the disciplinary court head. At first, he thought that Abbot Huiwen was being modest, but after listening for a long time, he found that Abbot Huiwen was completely sincere. What's with the long faces? My Shaolin Temple has such an ancestor, shouldn't it be a good thing? The Bodhi court head saw the expressions of the court heads and coldly snorted. Suddenly. The other court head suddenly woke up. That's right. Even if what Abbot Huiwen said was true, and the strength of a holy monk was unfathomable, wasn't this great news for the Shaolin Temple? Thinking of this, the court heads became excited again. What all the court heads, including Abbot Huiwen, did not know was that their conversation had fallen into the ears of Su Qin, who was sweeping the floor not far away. A holy monk? Su Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although he often heard the words a holy monk from other disciples of the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin found it quite interesting that even Abbot Huiwen addressed him as senior. Next. After Abbot Huiwen chatted with the court heads for a while, they parted ways and returned to their respective courtyards to do their own things. Abbot Huiwen becoming a Grade 1 a holy monk was certainly a happy event, but he couldn't forget other things because of this. Su Qin also returned to the handyman court. As soon as he arrived at the handyman court, Su Qin saw some disciples gathered together and whispered something. Have you heard? The demon sect headquarters in Xianxia was said to have been wiped out by a nameless a holy monk. Many elders of the demon sect in the upper realm, and even the sect master of the demon sect, died. The huge demon sect collapsed overnight, and countless disciples of the demon sect fled for their lives. It was miserable. A young novice monk in his teens said quickly, and his tone revealed great shock. Su Qin was slightly stunned when he heard this. He clearly remembered that he had done this a year ago. How come people were still talking about it? However, Su Qin thought about it and understood. This world was not like Su Qin's previous life. There was no network transmission, and the speed of the news was naturally greatly reduced. In particular, Xianxia was thousands of miles away from the Shaolin Temple. Perhaps Abbot Huiwen and the court heads had special intelligence channels and knew about this matter a long time ago. But these novice monks obviously didn't have such conditions. Just as Su Qin was thinking about it, these disciples began to talk again. Is it true? There are many experts in the demon sect headquarters. If it was so easy to wipe them out, how could the demon sect have existed for so many years? Of course it's true. I tell you, the source of the news is absolutely possible. This is what my uncle from Yongzhou said. It's absolutely true. The novice monk who spoke first patted his chest and promised. I don't know which ancestor of the Shaolin Temple is a holy monk who wiped out the demon sect headquarters. To suppress the demon sect with his own strength, it's simply a legend. Many disciples whispered to each other with admiration in their eyes. Yes, I hope that one day I can have the strength of a holy monk. The teenage novice monk's face was full of yearning. Stop dreaming. Even if you cultivate for 1,000 years, you can't reach the level of a holy monk. A disciple next to him rolled his eyes and said. That's right. If you have the time to dream, why don't you work hard? Maybe you can ask the court head to transfer you to the warrior monastery or the Arhat monastery. Well, how dare you laugh at me? The teenage novice monk was suddenly unhappy. At this moment, these disciples saw that Su Qin was walking towards them. They didn't dare to continue the conversation and dispersed. For these disciples, Su Qin's qualifications were very high. He could even speak to the court head. Coupled with the age gap and the fact that Su Qin usually didn't talk, they were afraid of Su Qin from the bottom of their hearts. Su Qin didn't care about these things. For Su Qin, the gossip of the disciples was something he usually listened to. He didn't take it seriously at all. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. In these 3 years, as Su Qin continued to purify his inner strength, he almost felt that the transformation of his inner strength was about to end. Just a little bit more. It should be today. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. At night, he directly sneaked into the forbidden area of the back mountain and prepared to complete the transformation of his inner strength here. The back mountain was the forbidden area of the Shaolin Temple. Coupled with the seal left by Tuoyarhan 900 years ago, it could be said to be absolutely safe and hidden. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Qin sat cross-legged, his inner strength surging in his body. Buzz! He saw a cluster of invisible flames burning slowly, constantly purifying his inner strength. He didn't know how much time had passed. At a certain moment, the inner strength in Su Qin's body seemed to have been purified to a certain qualitative change, and all of it shrank in his dantian. Then, a drop of completely liquid inner strength appeared. Compared to the previous gaseous inner strength, the liquid inner strength was obviously much stronger, and there was a faint pressure rising. This drop of liquid inner strength seemed to have caused a chain reaction. After that, drop after drop of liquid inner strength continued to appear and quickly integrated into every part of Su Qin's body, constantly running between his tendons and meridians. After a few hours, Su Qin leisurely opened his eyes. The depths of his pupils seemed to be hanging upside down, slowly rotating. At this time, Su Qin's inner strength, divine sense, and body had all completed the transformation. The 3 elements combined into one, and he became grade 1 great perfection. Whoosh! Finally, grade 1 great perfection. Su Qin slowly got up, his eyes calm, and said softly. Grade 1 great grandmaster, after the transformation of divine sense, body, and internal strength, there is no room for improvement, and it is grade 1 great perfection. What is grade 1 great perfection? It is when one has cultivated to the extreme in the grade 1 realm, and one step further, it is the Arhat realm of Buddhism, or the legend realm of Jianghu. This is grade 1 great perfection. Of course, if you want to truly achieve the Arhat realm or the legend realm, you still need to grasp the qi between the heavens and earth. However, this qi has no effect on the strength of a grade 1 great perfection. A grade 1 great perfection who has grasped this qi has the same combat power as a grade 1 great perfection who has not grasped it. The transformation of body, divine sense, and internal strength has made me without any shortcomings. At this time I can really be called the strongest under Arhat. There seems to be an inexplicable vortex slowly rotating in the depths of Su Qin's pupils. His body's qi and blood are unprecedentedly prosperous, his divine sense is abundant, and it can almost affect reality. His internal strength is completely liquefied, and every drop of it is heavy, constantly circulating in his meridians. At this moment, Su Qin can immediately attack the Arhat realm and reach a height that countless martial artists in the world can only look up to in their lifetime. But Su Qin did not do so. Abbot Huiwen's lesson was a lesson in front of him. With Abbot Huiwen's foundation and accumulation, stepping into grade 1 should not be a problem, but because he was anxious for success, he finally suffered qi deviation and almost died. The difference between Su Qin and Abbot Huiwen is: when Abbot Huiwen suffered qi deviation, Su Qin saved him, but if Su Qin suffers qi deviation, it can be said that no one in the world can save him. Even if Tuoarahan comes back to life, he may not be able to save Su Qin. No rush. Take it slow. After a few months, adjust my mentality to the best, and then prepare for the breakthrough. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. At this moment, his physical body, spiritual sense, and inner strength had been completely perfected. He could not improve any further and only needed to adjust his mentality. In the following period of time, Su Qin had completely put down his cultivation. Other than signing in every day, he was like a monk sweeping the floor, waking up at sunrise and resting at sunset. He recited the Buddhist scriptures with the other disciples. He listened attentively to the teachings of the head abbot. Meanwhile, deep in the Western Desert. The Western Desert was located in the far west of the continent, bordering the Immensity Sea. If the Immensity Sea was still inhabited, then the Western Desert was a complete forbidden zone for life. Everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was a barren desert. Even a martial artist would starve to death due to the lack of water and food if they were trapped in the Western Desert and could not find their way. At this very moment, evil cult disciple Kuan Kong was walking in the depths of Western Desert. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, emitting a terrifying amount of heat. If Kuan Kong was not a rank 4 martial artist and could circulate his inner strength to slow down the loss of water in his body, he would have been reduced to a dried corpse by now. "Oh Devil Lord, if you don't appear, I'm really going to die here." Kuan Kong's lips were dry and cracked, and his aura was extremely weak. More than 4 years ago, all the higher-ups of the upper realm of the demon sect were wiped out overnight by a holy monk. Kuan Kong then thought of the previous master of the demon sect who came to the Western Desert for seclusion. In order to revive the demon sect, Kuan Kong came to the Western Desert without hesitation, wanting to find the previous master of the demon sect and ask him to come out and protect the disciples of the demon sect. But unfortunately, 4 years. Kuan Kong walked in the Western Desert for 4 years. Not to mention the previous master of the demon sect, he didn't even see a single person. Is my demon sect destined to decline and I'm going to die here? Kuan Kong knelt on the ground, his eyes full of despair. After staying in this damned place for 4 years, not only did Kuan Kong suffer great physical torture, but his spirit was also ravaged like never before. If it weren't for the obsession in his heart, Kuan Kong would have given up long ago. Suddenly, at this moment, rumble. A huge roar came. Kuan Kong subconsciously looked up and saw a sandstorm that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. In the Western Desert, the most terrible thing was not the lack of water or food, but encountering such natural disasters. Even if it was a martial artist in the upper realm, under such a scale of sandstorm, they would be crushed. Fine. Even if I die, I can't die of thirst or starvation. Kuan Kong seemed to have figured out something and stood up reluctantly. Not only did he not escape, but he also walked in the direction of the sandstorm. However, as Kuan Kong continued to approach the sandstorm, he suddenly noticed something from the corner of his eyes. That is? Kuan Kong's face changed greatly, as if he had seen an incredible scene. In the depths of the sandstorm, a black dot slowly walked over. Wherever this black dot went, the extremely violent sand and dust would all avoid it. The black dot walked quickly, and one could vaguely see that it was a man in a black robe. Under Kuan Kong's incredulous gaze, the black-robed man stopped in front of him. Blood transformation art? You are a disciple of my demon sect? The black-robed man looked at Kuan Kong and said slowly. His voice was a little hoarse, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. Demon Lord. You are the Demon Lord. Kuan Kong's heart was set off monstrous waves. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground again and shouted, Demon Sect Disciple Kuan Kong greets the Demon Lord. Demon Lord? A smile appeared on the black-robed man's face. No one has called me that for a long time. Speak. Why are you looking for me? The black-robed man looked at Kuan Kong and said slowly. He had stayed in the western desert for 50 years, tempering himself day and night with the harsh environment here. He almost forgot the passage of time, and even forgot that there was a demon sect outside. Demon Lord, my demon sect has been destroyed. Kuan Kong raised his head and said with a tragic expression. Destroyed? The black-robed man's eyes narrowed slightly. Although the black-robed man didn't care about the demon sect, he was still the former demon sect master. For the black-robed man, the demon sect was like his private property. He didn't care about it, but if others came to destroy it, it would be a provocation to the black-robed man. Demon Lord, more than 4 years ago, a nameless holy monk from the Shaolin Temple came to our door and wiped out many upper realm elders and sect master at that time. Kuan Kong didn't dare to add any details and told the truth. What is the strength of this generation's demon sect master? The black-robed man asked faintly. Kuan Kong hesitated for a while and said, at that time, the sect master should have stepped into grade 1 great grandmaster. Interesting. It's interesting. The black-robed man heard this and said calmly, the demon sect cultivation techniques are extreme. Even if one has just entered grade 1 great grandmaster, they can still exert the combat power of peak grade 1. To be able to kill a demonic sect rank 1 so easily and capture all the other elders in one fell swoop, that nameless holy monk should be a peak rank 1 who has undergone metamorphosis. Not only did the black-robed man's face not show any fear, but it was full of joy. When I stepped into the western desert, I used the harsh environment to polish myself day and night. I never slacked off for a moment. The black-robed man's voice became louder and louder, and eventually turned into a roar of panic that spread in all directions. In the past 50 years, my body has transformed, and my internal strength has also transformed. I only need to transform my divine sense to enter the great perfection realm. The black-robed man's eyes were like lightning, as if cutting through the void. However, it is extremely difficult to transform my divine sense. For me, only through a life and death battle between powerhouses of the same level can I have a glimmer of hope. When the black-robed man said this, the aura around him had completely risen. I'd like to see if that nameless holy monk from the Shaolin Temple can give me the pressure of life and death. Demon Lord. Kuan Kong subconsciously hit his forehead on the ground, not daring to look directly at the black-robed man. In front of the terrifying aura of the black-robed man, Kuan Kong only felt that he was a small boat in the sea and could be sunk by the waves at any time. Transformation of the physical body, transformation of the inner force. Kuan Kong only felt his mind go blank. Although he is only a martial artist in the middle realm, as a demon sect disciple, he is still clear about the division of the grade 1 great grandmaster realm. If a grade 1 great grandmaster wants to continue to become stronger, he can only start with the body, divinity, and internal strength. Whether it is the body, internal strength, or divinity, one of the 3 transformations is peak grade 1. In the present world, there are only a few known peak grade 1, such as the imperial teacher of the Ming Yuan dynasty and Daoist Zhang of Wudong true martial lineage. Kuan Kong did not expect that the previous demon sect master not only became a peak grade 1 in the past 50 years, but also transformed his body, divinity, and internal strength. Such terrifying strength has already exceeded the imagination of ordinary martial artists. Except for the fact that he can't fly, he is almost invincible in the world. A holy monk nameless. The young monk in a grey robe inexplicably appeared in Kuan Kong's mind. He just took a look at him from a distance, but he did not expect that the image of the other party would be like a brand, firmly engraved in his heart. This time, the Demon Lord has made a move. My demon sect's deep hatred will all be returned. Kuan Kong's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. Shaolin Temple. The ancient bell rang. In front of the Bodhi court. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained the medicinal pill, barrier-breaking pill. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Suqin's ears. Barrier-breaking pill? Suqin nodded slightly. Barrier-breaking pill is a medicinal pill that specializes in breaking through martial arts bottlenecks. Of course, this medicinal pill can't ignore any bottleneck. Generally speaking, taking a barrier-breaking pill from the lower realm to the middle realm can increase the possibility of breaking through by 10%. Don't underestimate this 10% possibility. It is unknown how many martial artists in the lower realm are stuck in a bottleneck because of this 10% possibility. As for breaking through from the middle 3 realms to the upper 3 realms, the effect wasn't that great. No one knows whether the barrier-breaking pill is useful when a grade 1 great perfection breaks through to the realm of Arhat. But it was better than nothing. With Suqin's current strength, most of the pills that could increase his strength had no effect on him. The barrier-breaking pill was already considered rare. After signing in, Suqin cleaned the Bodhi court for half a day and then prepared to return to the handyman court. It's almost done. Suqin thought to himself as he walked slowly along the shady path of the Shaolin Temple. After several months of recuperation, Suqin had completely integrated himself into the identity of a sweeping monk. His state of mind was incomparably calm and unperturbed. It could be said that the current Suqin was at his peak in the past 30 years. Should I leave something for the Shaolin Temple before I make the breakthrough? Suqin passed by the Hall of Great Strength and looked at the golden body of Buddha enshrined inside, his thoughts fluctuating. Unknowingly, he had been in the Shaolin Temple for almost 20 years. From a 10-year-old child at the beginning, he has grown into a grade 1 great perfection who can overlook the world. Forget it. The Shaolin Temple has been open for thousands of years, and many Arhat existences have walked out. If the later generations are really incompetent, it will be meaningless no matter how many I keep. Suqin shook his head slightly. He was very open-minded. A moment later, Suqin returned to the handyman court. Many young novice monks in their teens were talking and laughing as they walked over. When they saw Suqin, they immediately said cautiously, "Greetings, Uncle Zhenguan." "Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhenguan." The group of young novice monks carefully bowed to him. "So I'm already at the level of martial uncle?" Suqin couldn't help but laugh inwardly. In the world of martial arts, 20 years was considered an era. The Shaolin Temple also takes 20 years as a generation. Suqin has been in the Shaolin Temple for nearly 20 years. Although he is still a sweeping monk, his seniority has increased by a level. Today, the new disciples of the Shaolin Temple are all of the Xian generation, which is 1 generation lower than the Zhen generation. Shortly after Suqin returned, the new handyman court head came to the door. "Court head." Suqin looked at the new court head and said. Since the death of the old court head, Suqin and the new court head have been getting along well. In addition, the Shaolin Temple is not a place for intrigue. If there is nothing to do, no one will care about Suqin. Sometimes, when Suqin went to the back mountain for a few days, the new court head would only ask a few questions and not say much. Suqin has been in the temple for nearly 20 years. The new court head will not blame Suqin too much unless someone is against him. The Bodhi court is recruiting disciples recently. Do you want to have a try? The new court head of the handyman court said directly. 20 years ago, when Suqin first entered the Shaolin Temple, he was found to have no aptitude for martial arts. Because of this, he was assigned to the handyman court. When the Bodhi court recruited disciples this time, the new court head of the handyman court thought of Suqin immediately. The Bodhi court is an important place for refining elixirs in the Shaolin Temple. It also doesn't pay much attention to martial arts aptitude. If Suqin went to the Bodhi court, it should be much better than sweeping the floor now. One must know that the Bodhi court has always been the most mysterious court of the Shaolin Temple, and they rarely recruit disciples from outside. Now there is an opportunity, which is really rare. Court head. I'm old, and I don't want to move. Suqin's eyes were calm as he said. Suqin really has no interest in the Bodhi court. After 20 years of signing in, Suqin has put countless elixirs in the system space. In Suqin's eyes, the Bodhi court is not attractive at all. If he wants elixirs, can't he just sign in there? Why go through so much trouble to refine them? Of course, Suqin doesn't refine elixirs, not because he doesn't know how to refine elixirs. In the past 20 years, Suqin has signed in at least hundreds of secret books related to alchemy in the scripture pavilion. Okay. The new court head nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. A few more days passed. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Suqin sat cross-legged. I can't wait any longer. Suqin's expression was calm, and he made a decision in his heart. The first drum of energy, the second will weaken, and the third will be exhausted. At this moment, Suqin has already reached the peak. If he continues to delay, his state may even begin to decline. Arhat's Buddhahood, tonight. Suqin waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of bottles of elixirs suddenly appeared in front of him. These elixirs were specially selected by Suqin, and they may help him break through this time. For example, Barrier Breaking Pill, Ice Heart Pill, Essence Cultivating Pill, and so on. Although it has long been recorded in the ancient books of the Shaolin Temple that one can only rely on themselves to achieve Arhat's Buddhahood, and the effect of external forces is almost negligible. But Suqin's personality is cautious. Whether it is useful or not, he will prepare it first. Arhat. Tang Dynasty. Tiantai Sect. As a righteous sect in the Tang Dynasty, Tiantai Sect had many disciples, and the sect master, Daoist Tianlian, was a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. Although Tiantai Sect was not as old as the Shaolin Temple, this generation was obviously in a prosperous period. In addition to the sect master, Daoist Tianlian, there were 2 grade 1 great grandmasters. At this moment, several disciples of Tiantai Sect were talking in a low voice. Senior Brother Wan, some time ago, you participated in the encirclement of the demon sect remnants. What was the result? I heard that those demon sect remnants are ruthless. A young disciple who had just entered the sect asked curiously. Hee. The middle-aged man named Senior Brother Wan sneered and said, what else can I do? How can those demon sect bastards be opponents of our Tiantai sect? This time, the righteous sects joined forces, and our Tiantai sect killed the most demon sect remnants. Senior Brother Wan said proudly. Since 5 years ago, the demon sect master and many elders of the upper realm fell overnight. Countless demon sect disciples fled in fear and scattered all over the world. Over the years, in order to eliminate the root of the problem, the righteous sects led by Tiantai sect joined forces to encircle and annihilate the demon sect remnants several times. However, I heard that the reason why the demon sect disciples were defeated so quickly was all because of a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple. The young disciple who had just entered the sect seemed to have thought of something and asked excitedly. As soon as this came out, Senior Brother Wan frowned slightly and finally said reluctantly, it is indeed the Shaolin Temple's credit. Suddenly, a hoarse and cold voice came. Oh? Your Tiantai sect killed the most demon sect disciples? A man in a black robe slowly walked over. The man in the black robe was thousands of meters away at first, but in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Tiantai sect. Who are you? Senior Brother Wan looked at the man in the black robe without the slightest fear on his face. You know, this is Tiantai sect. Even if the man in the black robe has the courage, he wouldn't dare to make a move here. Who am I? The man in the black robe raised his hand slightly, and wisps of demon chi slowly spread and covered the surroundings. I am the demon sect member you said. Pucci. Several disciples of Tiantai sect, including Senior Brother Wan, instantly turned into blood mist. Who are you? The deputy suzerain of the Tiantai sect turned into an illusion and rushed over. He looked at the black-robed man seriously. It seems that after 50 years of seclusion, some people have already forgotten who I am. The man in the black robe laughed wildly. He flicked his finger and sent the deputy lord of the Tiantai sect, whose strength had reached grade 1, flying. You? The deputy lord of the Tiantai sect spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the black-robed man in shock. He had never imagined that the black-robed man in front of him would have such terrifying strength. At this moment, there was a sigh. It's been 50 years since we last met, Devil Master. You're still as powerful as ever. Tiantai sect's patriarch, Tianlian Jinren, slowly walked over and looked at the black-robed man with a complicated expression. What? Demon Lord? Master? If it was just 50 years, he wouldn't think too much. But with the addition of the word Demon Lord, it was unusual. 50 years ago, a Demon Lord with great talent and vision appeared in Demon Sect. It was because of this Demon Lord's rule that Demon Sect flourished and almost suppressed the good faction. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the leader of the Demon Sect suddenly disappeared mysteriously. Without his leadership, the Demon Sect and the righteous faction were forced to retreat step by step. In the end, they were squeezed into Yongzhou. It was rumored that the Demon Sect master was dead. Otherwise, why didn't he appear for 50 years? Why did he let Demon Sect decline? But now, Tiantai Sect's deputy sect master looked at the man in the black robe not far away and was shocked. Demon Lord, what brings you here this time? Xinrenzun Tianlian said solemnly. 50 years ago, the Demon Lord was peak rank 1. Now, he was also peak rank 1. Although Xinrenzun Tianlian was afraid of the Demon Lord, he was not afraid. Both of them were peak rank 1. Even if he couldn't defeat the Demon Lord, it was impossible for the Demon Lord to kill him. It was because of this that Xinrenzun Tianlian dared to appear in front of the Demon Lord. It's very simple. A smile appeared on the Black Lord's face. You killed my Demon Sect disciples. I'll destroy your Tiantai Sect. As soon as the man in the black robe finished speaking, a terrifying demon chi exploded and shrouded the area. Half a day later, Tiantai Sect's sect master, Xinrenzun Tianlian, died in the battle. 2 rank 1 deputy sect masters died in the battle. Except for a few Tiantai Sect disciples who escaped, the rest died. The Demon Lord appeared. When the escaped Tiantai Sect disciples brought the news, it immediately spread to the pugilistic world in the Tang dynasty at a terrifying speed. Maybe the younger generation didn't know, but the older generation of martial artists who had survived 50 years ago knew how terrifying the Demon Lord was. 50 years ago, the Demon Lord alone suppressed the good faction. If it wasn't for his inexplicable disappearance, the pugilistic world would have been ruled by Demon Sect. How is it possible? Xinrenzun Tianlian is a peak rank 1 great grandmaster. Even if he can't defeat the Demon Lord, he won't die in battle, right? Could it be that the Demon Lord has taken that step? Countless martial artists trembled in their hearts. Although Daoist Zhang on Wudong Mountain also took that step and became a peak grade 1, Daoist Zhang is different from the Demon Lord. Daoist Zhang became a peak grade 1 in the 50 years after the Demon Lord disappeared, and his character is indifferent, detached from the world, and has no ambition. But the Demon Lord. Once the Demon Lord completely dominates the entire pugilistic world, what awaits them is a real purgatory. After the Demon Lord appeared, he gathered the Demon Sect disciples scattered all over the world to rebuild the Demon Sect, and began to attack the righteous sects that had slaughtered the Demon Sect disciples. For a time, the Demon Sect flourished, and the righteous sects were constantly defeated. During this period, the grade 1 great grandmasters of the righteous path didn't think of resisting, but every time they gathered all their strength and prepared to cut off all means of retreat, they were suppressed by the Demon Lord. This scene made some existences in the pugilistic world even more convinced that the Demon Lord must have taken that step and become a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. And just when the Demon Lord's demon might was monstrous, he suddenly said, 10 days later, I will personally climb Xiaoshi Mountain and meet a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple. Suddenly, many martial artists faintly realized that this was the real purpose of the Demon Lord's appearance. A holy monk of the Shaolin Temple? Everyone was wondering, is a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple really an opponent of the Demon Lord? Just when the outside world was in an uproar. Shaolin Temple. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Thump thump thump. The sound of a strong and powerful heartbeat kept ringing. Su Qin sat cross-legged quietly with his eyes slightly closed. Within a few hundred meters of his body, the air began to distort faintly, and a surging and profound power was constantly being nurtured and converging. Huff. At this moment, Su Qin took a deep breath, and suddenly, the world's essence chi in the entire back mountain forbidden area surged and turned into a huge funnel-like phantom that was quickly absorbed and devoured by him. Time passed slowly. Su Qin's body also underwent earth-shaking changes. Under the fusion of body, divine sense, and internal strength, Suqin's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, every piece of flesh, and every blood vessel began to transform rapidly. If a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster has already begun to transcend mortality, then Arhat Dao Immortal is completely above all beings. Every Arhat or legend has already surpassed ordinary humans in essence. Arhat Dao Immortal. It's finally done. Suqin slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were dark and deep, as vast as the starry sky of the universe. Suqin stood up and looked at his hands. At this moment, his body has completely crossed to another level. He can spontaneously absorb world's essence qi and does not need external food to replenish his energy. Those who have truly reached the level of Qi Eater are immortal. In addition, Suqin felt that as long as he willed it, he could control the world's essence Qi within several miles of him. His every movement was like the might of heaven and earth. Whether it is Arhat Dao Immortal or legend, their most powerful means is the world's essence Qi. For a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, even if it is a Grade 1 Great Perfection who is transformed 3 times, they will still be wary of the human wave tactic. If they are trapped in an army of millions, they are likely to be exhausted to death. Of course, no peak Grade 1 is so stupid as to take the initiative to jump into the encirclement of an army of millions. But Arhat Dao Immortal is different. At this level, unless it is a powerhouse of the same level, they will not be afraid even if they are besieged by more people. It's been 10 days? Suqin carefully sensed for a while and knew how long it had been since he had broken through. Originally, Suqin thought that he would only need 1 night to break through, but he didn't expect it to take so long. Time to go out. Suqin quickly retracted his aura, and in a few moments, he was no different from before he broke through. After reaching the realm of Arhat, Suqin's control over his body had reached an unprecedented level. Very soon. Suqin left the forbidden area of the back mountain and appeared on a shady path not far from the chores yard. Suqin found that the atmosphere in the Shaolin Temple was a bit strange. The disciples of the Shaolin Temple who came and went all looked flustered, as if they were facing some kind of crisis. What should we do? What should we do? The demon sect has come knocking on our door. Can the abbot and the rest stop them? Whether they can stop them or not, our Shaolin Temple is the most righteous sect. How can we be afraid of the demon sect? The 2 disciples of the Shaolin Temple hurriedly said a few words and rushed in the direction of the Great Strength Hall. Demon sect? Suqin frowned, and his divine sense spread out in all directions like waves. After stepping into the realm of Arhat, Suqin's divine sense soared dozens of times. It could only cover a few hundred feet, but now it could cover thousands of feet. After a while, Suqin sighed softly and also walked in the direction of the Great Strength Hall. Not long after, Suqin had just arrived at the Great Strength Hall when he was stopped by the patrolling monk, Zhenji. Zhenguan, why haven't I seen you these days? Zhenji just asked casually, and his eyes were fixed on the field. At this moment, outside the Great Strength Hall, the people of the demon sect and the disciples of the Shaolin Temple were confronting each other. Bald donkeys, if you know what's good for you and obediently submit to our demon sect, maybe we can spare your lives. A man with a gloomy face sneered. Demon sect remnants. The warrior monastery's court head was hot-tempered and shouted angrily on the spot. The other court heads looked dignified, and their eyes fell on a man in a black robe. The black-robed man's aura was deep, and just by standing there, it made people feel suffocated. Namo Amaba, Demon Lord, why do you have to force us? Huiwen put his hands together and looked at the black-robed man. Humph. The Black Lord's face flashed with a trace of sarcasm. Huiwen, you old bald donkey, I'll give you 2 choices. One is to submit, and the other is to destroy your sect. The Black Lord's voice was not loud, but it resounded in the ears of every Shaolin Temple disciple. Suddenly, many Shaolin Temple disciples were so angry that their faces turned red. Namo Amaba. Abbot Huiwen took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. The Shaolin Temple is a great sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. How can it surrender to the demon sect? In that case, this poor monk will come and experience your supreme martial Tao, Demon Lord. When Abbot Huiwen said this, the expressions of the other court heads changed. There have long been rumors in Jianghu that the Demon Lord has taken that step and became a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster. Although Abbot Huiwen is also Grade 1, if he fights with a peak Grade 1, the result can be imagined. Abbot, you can't. Yes, we can't fall into the demon sex trap. The court head said eagerly. If I don't go to hell, who will? Abbot Huiwen shook his head slightly. Today, the strongest person in the Shaolin Temple is Abbot Huiwen. If he doesn't stand up, who will? Although the Shaolin Temple has a mysterious ancestor, a holy monk, but until now, that ancestor a holy monk has not appeared. There may be some concerns. At this time, even if Abbot Huiwen knows that he is not the Demon Lord's opponent, he can only bite the bullet. Just an ant. The Demon Lord sneered, raised his right hand, and casually slapped down. In an instant, the terrifying demonic energy boiled and shrouded Abbot Huiwen. Poochie. Abbot Huiwen retreated 3 steps in a row, and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The abbot of the Shaolin Temple, a dignified Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, couldn't even take a single blow from the Demon Lord. Abbot. Abbot, are you okay? Demon sect remnants, I will fight with you. Countless disciples of the Shaolin Temple were worried, and the court heads immediately supported the abbot. It's okay, I'm just a little injured. Abbot Huiwen's face was as pale as paper, and he said in a trembling voice. The Demon Lord should have held back, otherwise, even if he could survive, he would be seriously injured and dying. It would be impossible for him to still be standing. The Shaolin Temple is finished. Seeing this scene, the court heads felt their hearts turn cold. Just now, they still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts, thinking that the Demon Lord might not have taken that step as the rumors said. In this way, the Shaolin Temple may still have hope to repel the demon sect. But now it seems that even Abbot Huiwen, a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster, couldn't take a single blow from the Demon Lord. The strength of the Demon Lord is far from what the Shaolin Temple can deal with. In this case, what can the Shaolin Temple use to block the demon sect? Is it possible that the inheritance of the Shaolin Temple for thousands of years will be broken at this moment? Some court heads trembled in their hearts, and their faces were full of despair. After the Black Lord defeated Abbot Huiwen in one move, he didn't pay attention to him at all. For him, even a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster like Daoist Tianlian of the Tiantai sect can be easily killed, let alone Abbot Huiwen, who has just entered Grade 1, a holy monk. The black-robed Demon Lord slowly took 9 steps forward, looked up at the majestic Great Strength Hall, and suddenly roared, "A holy monk John Doe. I know you are in the Shaolin Temple." The Black Lord's voice rolled and resounded throughout the Shaolin Temple. Many Shaolin Temple disciples only felt their ears buzzing, and their minds were in a trance for a moment. You killed my demon sect's disciples and almost destroyed my demon sect's inheritance. How can I ignore such a great enmity? Now, the life and death of the Shaolin Temple is in my hands. If you don't come out, I will kill every disciple of the Shaolin Temple with my own hands. After the Black Lord finished speaking, he didn't speak anymore, and his eyes were fixed on every corner of the Shaolin Temple. For the Black Lord, from the beginning to the end, his target was a holy monk John Doe of the Shaolin Temple. As for the other disciples, even a Grade 1 like Abbot Huiwen, he didn't care about them. A holy monk John Doe. Abbot Huiwen's heart trembled. He didn't know whether a holy monk John Doe should come out or not. With the Devil Lord's current strength, would a holy monk John Doe be a match for him? If a holy monk John Doe was no match for him, the Shaolin Temple might really be destroyed today. A holy monk John Doe. A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of many Shaolin Temple disciples, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. However, time passed. A holy monk John Doe mentioned by the Black Lord didn't appear. Ha 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 ha. A holy monk John Doe? Under the Devil Lord's power, he would have fled. The disciples of the Devil Gate smiled disdainfully. Are you really scared? The black-robed demon master looked disappointed. He came out of the western desert to find a holy monk John Doe of the Shaolin Temple, fight him, and then break through under the pressure of life and death. But now it seemed that he couldn't get what he wanted. There is no need for the Shaolin Temple to exist anymore. The Devil Lord shook his head slightly, his voice lonely. Just as the Devil Lord was about to give the order to kill the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Suddenly, A calm voice sounded. You want to take revenge on me? The next moment. Under everyone's incredulous gaze. Shaolin Temple. In front of the Great Strength Hall. Su Qin lowered his eyes and slowly walked toward the Black Lord. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on him. Junior brother Zhenguan, what are you doing? Zhenji, the patrolling monk, was stunned. He quickly walked to Su Qin, grabbed his arm, and whispered, now the temple is facing a great crisis. Why are you here to make trouble? Zhenji said while trying to pull Su Qin back. In Zhenji's view, even if the Shaolin Temple fought with the Demon Gate, it was a matter for the disciples of the warrior monastery and the Arhat court. What did it have to do with Su Qin, a sweeping monk of the chores yard? Most of the disciples of the chores yard did not know martial arts. If they went up, not only would they not be able to solve the problem, they might even be more of a hindrance. However, no matter how hard Zhenji tried, Su Qin, who did not know martial arts in his eyes, was as motionless as a mountain. Since he came to me for revenge, I naturally have to go up. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He gently pushed Zhenji away and continued to walk. What? Zhenji's mind went blank, and he did not recover for a long time. At this moment, as Su Qin walked all the way, many disciples of the Shaolin Temple recognized him one after another. Zhenguan? What is he doing? Is he trying to stop the Demon Lord? These disciples of the Shaolin Temple were so confused that they forgot to stop him for a moment. If a genius disciple of the warrior monastery, the Arhat court, or even the Dharma court rushed up and wanted to die together with the Demon Lord, they could understand. But Su Qin? He was just a sweeping monk of the chores yard. How could he be a threat to the Demon Lord? What's wrong with Zhenguan? The new head of the chores yard frowned. In his eyes, Zhenguan had always been a disciple who stood aloof from worldly affairs. He even gave up the opportunity to enter the Bodhi court. Logically speaking, such a person should be very sensible and wouldn't do anything stupid. But now, seeing Zhenguan walk straight towards the black-robed demon master, the new handyman court head was extremely puzzled. In the end, the new handyman court head sighed softly. In the end, he couldn't bear to see Su Qin die in the hands of the furious Devil Lord. He took a step forward and appeared beside Su Qin. Zhenguan, this is none of your business. Why don't you leave? The new chief of the chores court shouted in a low voice, wanting to wake up Su Qin. For the new chief of the chores yard, even if the Shaolin Temple was really destroyed, a disciple like Su Qin should be the last to die. Headmaster. He's looking for me. Su Qin smiled at the new court head of the chores court and said softly. What nonsense are you talking about? The new chief of the chores court frowned more and more. The Devil Lord is clearly looking for a holy monk of our temple. What does it have to do with you? The new chief of the chores court was angry and amused at the same time. He didn't expect that Su Qin would think that the Devil Lord was looking for him. A holy monk has saved the Shaolin Temple many times. His strength is terrifying. He is definitely an ancestor who has lived for more than 100 years. But what about Su Qin? He has only been in the temple for 20 years. How can he compare with a holy monk? Zhenguan. I know you have good intentions, but the survival of the Shaolin Temple is not something you can decide. The chores court head took a deep breath and sighed softly. At this moment, the Black Lord's gaze also fell on Su Qin. Huh? The Black Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint black light emerged. He is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster who has undergone 2 transformations. His demon art has long reached great accomplishment. Therefore, the Black Lord discovered at first glance that Su Qin did not have a trace of internal strength. Let alone a peak grade 1 like him, he is not even as good as an ordinary person. And at this time, the group of demon sect disciples behind the Devil Lord had already exploded. Ha 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 ha. You bald donkeys of the Shaolin Temple, are you trying to find a disciple to die for you? Bald donkeys are bald donkeys. Do you really think we are fools and can be easily fooled by you? Ha 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 ha, even if you want to find someone to die for you, shouldn't you find a martial artist? You found an ordinary person, what do you mean? The demon sect disciples laughed wantonly. Suddenly, many of the Shaolin Temple's disciples were furious. If it were not for the court head stopping them, they would have rushed out on the spot. The Black Lord's expression became colder and colder. Indeed. The words of the demon sect disciples behind him are somewhat reasonable. This little bald donkey is most likely a scapegoat thrown out by the Shaolin temple. A holy monk nameless. You disappoint me too much. The Black Lord looked up at the Shaolin temple and said lightly, since you don't want to show up, I will personally kill your Shaolin temple. The Black Lord's gaze turned and fell on Su Qin. Since the Shaolin temple wants to use him as a scapegoat, the Black Lord does not mind starting with the other party. Wang. The Black Lord had just thought of this when strands of demonic energy began to spread and shroud down. When he massacred the Tian Tai sect that day, he used this demonic art to restrict Taoist Tian Lian and the 2 vice sect masters and finally killed the 3 grade 1 great grandmasters. Abbot, what should we do now? The warrior monastery's head looked at Abbot Huiwen and asked worriedly. Abbot Huiwen did not answer and sighed softly, the Shaolin temple will fight against the demons together. When these words came out, countless Shaolin temple disciples looked at death calmly. Fight against the demons together. Protect Shaolin. Fight against the demons together. Protect Shaolin. Fight against the demons together. Protect Shaolin. Their voices rolled straight into the sky. What's the use of morale? In the face of absolute strength, it is meaningless. The Black Lord disdainfully looked at Su Qin again. At this moment, among the many disciples of the Shaolin temple who were filled with grief and indignation, Su Qin, who was still calm, was extremely conspicuous. Just when the Black Lord was about to make a move, Su Qin raised his head slightly, his eyes deep. 5 years ago, I went to the Southern Witch Mountains demon sect headquarters. When these words came out, the Black Lord's expression changed slightly. He could tell that Su Qin's words did not seem to be a lie. At this time, Kuan Kong, a demon sect disciple who had been standing behind the Black Lord, suddenly reacted. Devil Lord. Yes, it's him. He is the nameless holy monk who massacred my devil sect. Kuan Kong hurried to the Black Lord and said in a trembling voice. When Su Qin came out just now, Kuan Kong recognized him, so he fell into extreme shock and fear. It was not until now that he came to his senses and hurriedly told the Devil Lord. When Kuan Kong said this, the whole place fell into a strange silence. Not only were the demon sect disciples in disbelief, but many disciples of the Shaolin temple also widened their eyes. They never thought that a holy monk, who had saved the Shaolin temple several times, was actually an inconspicuous sweeping monk in the chores yard. In front of the great Buddha's hall, everyone was stunned. The dark sect disciples were still okay. Although they were shocked, they only thought that Su Qin was hiding his strength. They all cursed the Shaolin temple for being insidious and cunning. But many disciples of the Shaolin temple, including the head abbot, were completely stunned. The dark sect disciples didn't know Su Qin's background, but how could they not know? Su Qin had been in the temple for 20 years and had been a sweeping monk for 20 years. Most of the disciples on the scene often greeted Su Qin. Could such a person be the ancestor of a holy monk of the Shaolin temple? Abbot Huiwen was stunned. The new head of the chores court was stunned. The head of the warrior monastery was stunned. The head of the commandment court was stunned. Zhenguan? A holy monk without a name? The new head of the chores court only felt a roar in his head. Before the old head passed away, he had told him to take care of Zhenguan. But now, the new head of the chores court suddenly felt that everything in the Shaolin temple had become strange. He is the ancestor of a holy monk of our temple? Abbot Huiwen suddenly thought of the vague figure who had broken in when he was suffering from qi deviation 6 years ago. At that time, Abbot Huiwen only thought that the vague figure seemed to be very young, not like a person who had lived for more than 100 years. However, although Abbot Huiwen had doubts at that time, he only thought that he was overthinking. Based on the means shown by the ancestor of a holy monk, even if he was not a top first pin, he was not far from it. How could he be so young? Besides, Abbot Huiwen was very sure that the ancestor of a holy monk was not a disciple of the Hui generation. In this case, except for an unknown ancestor, Abbot Huiwen could not think of any other possibility. However, what Abbot Huiwen did not expect was that the ancestor of a holy monk was indeed not a disciple of the Hui generation. Instead, he was a disciple of the true generation. Junior apprentice brother Zhenguan. Zhenji stared blankly at Su Qin, his face full of confusion. 10 years ago, Xianxia sneaked into the demon-subduing pagoda and devoured many demons imprisoned in the pagoda, entering the second stage in one fell swoop. At that time, when many monks patrolling the demon-subduing pagoda were about to die at the hands of Xianxia, a vague figure appeared and killed Xianxia. At this moment, the vague figure in Zhenji's mind, at some unknown time, had merged with Su Qin's figure at this moment. A moment later, just as everyone was still in a state of deep shock, the Black Lord's deep laughter began to ring out. "So you really are a holy monk? So you really are a holy monk?" The Black Lord's eyes emitted a faint black glow. It was so dark and serene that it seemed to come from the abyss. "Since you are a holy monk, then today, I will use your blood to prove my mythical path." The Black Lord stomped his foot, and in an instant, endless demonic energy surged wildly and spread in all directions. The Black Lord didn't know how Su Qin could escape his sight. But in any case, the opponent he longed for was right in front of him, so how could he have the patience to ask questions? "I cultivated hard in the western desert for 50 years, watching natural disasters and comprehending the heavens and earth, and created this technique. I hope a holy monk won't let me down." As soon as the Black Lord's voice fell, the endless demonic energy suddenly changed, constantly colliding and fusing, faintly forming a black sandstorm that had shrunk countless times. Not good. It was very troublesome. Under this black sandstorm, even a grade 1 great grandmaster like Abbot Huiwen trembled all over, and a life-and-death crisis emerged in his heart. "Holy! Your Excellency, the Demon Lord's move is probably a full blow. You can enter my Shaolin Temple's Arhat array and temporarily avoid the attack." Abbot Huiwen didn't know how to address Su Qin for a while, so he could only call him Your Excellency. In Abbot Huiwen's view, even if Su Qin was really a holy monk, his strength may not be comparable to the current Demon Lord. Therefore, in the face of the Demon Lord's full blow, it stands to reason that he should retreat. However, Su Qin shook his head and said casually, "No, it's too troublesome." Su Qin had just entered the Arhat realm, but he wanted to try how strong he was now. The Black Lord condensed a black sandstorm with his own demonic energy, but in Su Qin's view, it was just another way to use internal force. It was nothing at all. "You dare." When the Demon Lord saw that Su Qin did not have the slightest intention of dodging, he was furious. The black sandstorm became even darker. The next moment, the sky became dark. The ink-black sandstorm instantly enveloped Su Qin. "Be careful." Abbot Huiwen was anxious. However, he was injured at the moment and could not intervene in the fight between the Black Lord and Su Qin. Many demon sect disciples seemed to see the scene of Su Qin being torn apart by the black sandstorm. Wang! The air within 10 meters of Su Qin was faintly distorted. All the black sandstorms near this area quickly evaporated as if they had never existed. "This is?" The Black Lord's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Su Qin in disbelief. The Black Lord was not the only one. The others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If Su Qin had been prepared and blocked the Demon Lord's attack with great difficulty, everyone could still accept it. But what was the truth? Su Qin did not even move. He stood there alone and blocked the Demon Lord's full-powered attack. How was this possible? "This is your strength?" Su Qin still stood in the same place, looking slightly disappointed. If the Demon Lord's attack was a few thousand times stronger, he might have felt threatened. "Who are you?" The Black Lord's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Originally, the Black Lord thought that Su Qin's strength was similar to his, a second transformation peak grade 1, or even weaker than him. But now it seems that the other party is most likely a third transformation peak grade 1 great perfection. Should I fight or retreat? The Black Lord looked hesitant. If Su Qin is really a grade 1 great perfection, if he continues to stay, it is very likely that he will die here. However, without waiting for the Black Lord to make a decision, Su Qin, who was standing there, leisurely took a step forward. "Let's end this." Su Qin stretched out his slender right hand and gently patted the Black Lord. Humph. The Black Lord's face flashed coldly. So what if you are a grade 1 great perfection? Defeating me is easy, but if you want to keep me here, you are dreaming. The Black Lord retreated, wanting to get away from Su Qin. However, the next moment, a vast and mighty power swept out from all directions, trapping the black-robed demon lord in place. This is? The Black Lord's expression changed wildly, looking at Su Qin as if he was looking at a monster. Might of heaven and earth? You are a legend? You are not grade 1 great perfection. You are a legend. The Black Lord's hysterical roar of despair spread throughout the Shaolin Temple in an instant. Legend? What is a legend? A disciple of the Shaolin Temple who had just entered asked subconsciously. They had just entered the Shaolin Temple not long ago and did not know much about the 9 grades of martial Dao, let alone the legend. However, when these new disciples of the Shaolin Temple saw the shocked faces of the senior brothers next to them, they suddenly did not dare to speak. Legend? Arhat's fruit? The commandment court head muttered to himself. In today's world, martial Dao is divided into 9 grades. Only those who transcend the 9 grades of martial Dao are qualified to be called Arhat's fruit or legend. In fact, whether it is Arhat's fruit or legend, they all have the same meaning, but the former is the name of the Shaolin Temple and other Buddhist sects, while the latter is the name of Jianhu martial artists. Legend? Zhenguan? The handyman court head's eyes were dull. Originally, Zhenguan jumped from a sweeping monk to become the ancestor of a holy monk who saved the Shaolin Temple from life and death several times. This is already hard to believe. But now, someone told him. Zhenguan is not only the ancestor of a holy monk. He is also the ancestor of the Shaolin Temple who has not appeared for thousands of years, Arhat. Isn't this too incredible? The handyman court head was not jealous, but he was shocked to the extreme and could not react for a while. The Dharma court heads, warrior monastery heads, Arhat court heads, and other Shaolin Temple court heads as well as many disciples were dumbfounded. If this sentence was not said by the Devil Lord, a grade 1 great grandmaster, they would not believe it at all. A martial arts legend? The weight of these 4 words could almost overwhelm the current world, so how could it be casually said? However, with the Devil Lord's status, he should disdain to lie about this matter. Moreover, the Devil Lord's expression and tone at this moment did not seem like he was lying. What? A martial arts legend? Compared to the shock of the Shaolin Temple disciples, the evil cult disciples who came knocking on their door panicked. They were prepared to annihilate the Shaolin Temple aggressively. Originally, they thought that with the Devil Lord holding the fort, victory was in their hands. Even if there was an accident, and the Shaolin Temple's history of Arhat's legacy would be drawn out. But with the Devil Master's means, there was no problem in protecting their safety. But now? The Shaolin Temple had Arhat in charge? How could this be possible? Although these demon sect disciples were very confident in the Demon Lord, they didn't think that the Demon Lord could defeat Arhat. These two were not on the same level at all. It's over. It's all over. Countless demon sect disciples were filled with despair. They did think of running away, but as soon as the thought came to them, they felt a faint force from all directions that imprisoned them. It was as if the entire Shaolin Temple had become the domain of a certain existence. He's a martial arts legend? The demon sect disciple, Kuan Kong, felt that he had heard the biggest joke in the world. He had narrowly escaped death and crossed the western desert to find the Devil Lord and invited him out. He wanted to revive the demon sect and find a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple to take revenge. And now you're telling me that the other party is a martial arts legend? This is not revenge, this is suicide. Kuan Kong suddenly recalled the scene 5 years ago when Su Qin was wearing a grey monk's robe and cleaning up the demon sect's headquarters. At this moment, despair gathered in Kuan Kong's heart and turned into a sentence. You're a martial arts legend, why are you bullying the weak? In front of the Hall of Great Strength. As Su Qin gently waved his hand, his original body turned into a shadow. The Black Lord, who was retreating, was directly imprisoned in place, unable to move. You, who are you? The Black Lord looked pale as he looked at Su Qin and asked in a hoarse voice. The so-called pressure of life and death, the so-called breakthrough, and the so-called fight had long been forgotten by the Black Lord. Now, the only thought in the Black Lord's mind was how to save his life. As long as he could live, there was hope. "I'm just a sweeping monk of the Shaolin Temple." Suqin thought for a moment and said. He didn't say this sentence out loud. In the 20 years since he joined the Shaolin Temple, Suqin had never given up sweeping. This was obvious to all in the Shaolin Temple. A sweeping monk? The Black Lord was stunned, his face full of disbelief. A sweeping monk of the Shaolin Temple? What kind of joke was this? A martial arts legend? How could he be a sweeping monk of the Shaolin Temple? Even a 3-year-old child would scoff at such words. It was like an emperor sitting on the wealth of the world saying that he had no money. All right. You can die now. Suqin suddenly lost interest. Originally, he wanted to borrow the hand of this demon lord to test how strong he was. He didn't expect the other party to be so weak. Ah! The Black Lord suddenly felt the pressure on him skyrocketing, almost crushing him. He immediately knew that Suqin had no intention of letting him go. Break! Break, break, break! Even though the Black Lord knew that his chances of survival were slim, he couldn't help but struggle with all his might. In the blink of an eye, the Black Lord burned his transformed inner strength and physical body in the form of a forbidden art. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from the Black Lord's body. This aura even surpassed the ordinary grade 1 great perfection. His strength suddenly increased, but the Black Lord didn't show the slightest joy on his face. This forbidden art had completely burned his inner strength and physical body. Even if he survives, his strength is bound to plummet, and even fall out of grade 1. But now, the Black Lord didn't care. However, the next moment, the terrifying might of heaven and earth crushed down. Crack! Crack! Almost instantly, the bones of the demon lord shattered. I didn't expect that after killing countless people in my life, I would finally die in the hands of others. The Black Lord muttered to himself. His physical body had completely collapsed, leaving only the remnants of his divinity. However, the Black Lord's divinity was far inferior to the Devil Buddha. He didn't even condense his divine sense. Once he lost the protection of his physical body, Suqin didn't need to do anything, he would quickly dissipate into the air. Sure enough. In less than a moment, the Black Lord shook violently, his physical body completely collapsed and dissipated. The audience was dead silent. Everyone was silent. If it was said that when the black-robed demon lord roared out the words martial arts legend, people still had doubts. But at this moment, when they saw the Black Lord, a peak grade 1, couldn't even resist and directly turned into ashes, they no longer had any doubts in their hearts. Just when the disciples of the Shaolin Temple and the people of the demon sect were immersed in the shocking scene in front of them, Abbot Huiwen's tears flowed down his face. Ignoring his injuries, he trembled and said, "It's been 900 years. 900 years, my Shaolin Temple has finally produced another Arhat." As the Black Lord was completely annihilated, many demon sect disciples' faces were as pale as paper, without a trace of blood. During this period of time, the Devil Lord had walked out of the western desert and re-entered the world. These demon sect disciples had been glorious. They had consecutively destroyed several righteous sects such as the Tiantai sect and awed the martial arts world in the Tang dynasty. But now, these demon sect disciples realized that everything was gone. Not to mention the impact of the Devil Lord's death on the demon sect, whether they could walk out of the Shaolin Temple alive was a problem. Huh? After Suqin killed the Black Lord with a flip of his palm, he seemed to have discovered something. He turned his eyes and looked at the place where the Devil Lord had fallen again. He saw a tattered animal skin roll there. It should be known that Suqin had just controlled the power of heaven and earth within a radius of several miles to kill the Devil Lord. Under this vast and mighty power of heaven and earth, even the Demon Lord's body, which had undergone a metamorphosis, collapsed in an instant and vanished into thin air. It was not only the Devil Lord's body, but also the other objects on his body. However, what Suqin did not expect was that this tattered animal skin did not disappear along with the Demon Lord, but instead, it existed. An animal skin that can withstand the power of heaven and earth? Suqin was interested. He instantly opened the eyes of truth and repeatedly confirmed that the animal skin was not a threat. Then, he waved his right hand and took the animal skin in his hand. After entering the realm of Arhat, Suqing's divine mind had been greatly improved and could completely interfere with reality. Whoosh! As soon as the tattered animal skin fell on Suqing's hand, he felt a cold feeling, as if he was holding a piece of ice. This animal skin is not ordinary. Suqing looked slightly dignified. At this moment, he realized that the reason why the animal skin was tattered was entirely because it had always been like this, not because it had been crushed by heaven and earth just now. I'll look at the animal skin when I get back. Let's deal with these demon sect disciples first. Suqing raised his head slightly and looked at the terrified evil cult disciples. At this moment, as Suqing looked over, the demon sect disciples lowered their heads one after another. No one dared to look directly at him. Since you have the guts to come knocking on my door, then stay here forever. Suqing naturally wouldn't be soft-hearted. Before he became Arhat, it would take him some effort to kill this group of demon sect disciples. Moreover, these demon sect disciples weren't made of wood. They would scatter and run away. Even if Suqing had the eye of truth to lock onto their auras, it would still take time to kill them one by one. But now, Suqing had already entered the realm of Arhat, and he could easily control the heaven and earth power within a radius of several kilometers. As long as this group of evil cult disciples were within his range, their lives would be in his hands. Don't. A holy monk. No, Arhat, please spare our lives. We know we were wrong. Please, Arhat, let us go this time. I'm willing to be locked up in the demon suppression tower. Countless evil cult disciples pleaded bitterly. However, the next moment, the mighty power of the heavens and earth swept across. The light in the eyes of these evil cult disciples quickly dimmed, and they fell to the ground with a plop. After dealing with these evil cult disciples, Suqing glanced at the many disciples of the Shaolin Temple in the distance, who were still in shock. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. The danger of the demon sect, which was able to destroy the Shaolin Temple, ended in such an almost dreamlike way. The Devil Lord of 50 years ago reappeared in the world and wanted to use the blood of a holy monk of the Shaolin Temple as a stepping stone, but in the end, he led all the elites of the demon sect to destruction. The court heads felt as if they were in a dream. They were just ready to live and die with the Shaolin Temple, but they didn't expect such a reversal. Abbot, what exactly is going on? The commandment court head subconsciously looked at Abbot Huiwen and asked tentatively. As soon as he said that, the other court heads and the disciples of the annex were shocked and looked at Abbot Huiwen in unison, waiting for some kind of explanation. At this moment, although the crisis of the Shaolin Temple had been resolved, a bigger doubt appeared in the hearts of all the disciples. What was going on with Arhat, who killed the Black Lord with a raise of his hand? I don't know about this. Huiwen was silent for a while and said truthfully. If he had known that Arhat was in charge of the Shaolin Temple, how could he have risked his life to fight the Devil Lord? As soon as Abbot Huiwen's voice fell, the other court heads and disciples were suddenly speechless. If even Abbot Huiwen didn't know what was going on, they were even more clueless. At this moment, the warrior monastery head suddenly thought of something and looked at the new court head of the handyman court with a happy expression. Junior brother, you are the court head of the handyman court and have been in the handyman court for so long. You must know the identity of that existence, right? The warrior monastery head looked at the new court head of the handyman court expectantly. The other court heads nodded secretly. Yes. That existence had been in the handyman court for 20 years. After such a long time, the new court head of the handyman court could more or less detect something. The new court head of the handyman court. You don't know, how can I know? I don't know either. The new court head of the handyman court braced himself and said. At the same time, in the handyman court, Suqing left the Great Strength Hall and came to the handyman court. My identity was exposed after all. Suqing sat cross-legged and looked slightly emotional. In fact, when Suqing broke through and entered the realm of Arhat, he didn't care whether his identity was exposed or not. Before becoming invincible, of course, he would lie low. But if he was invincible, what was the point of lying low? At least according to what Su Qin knew, there hadn't been a martial artist at the level of Arhat in the past 100 years. In other words, with Su Qin's current strength, he didn't need to care about any existence in the mortal world. To deal with Arhat, only an existence at the same level could do it. However, what is that piece of animal skin on the demon lord's body? Su Qin's mind moved, and a piece of tattered animal skin appeared in front of him. The animal skin was tattered and looked a little old, but it faintly emitted a cold feeling. This animal skin belongs to the Devil Lord. Maybe it involves some kind of secret? Su Qin carefully looked at the animal skin and found that there were inexplicable lines on it, as if it was recording some kind of information. Record? Su Qin's heart moved slightly. According to common sense, animal hides were mostly used to record information. Maybe this animal skin stores some kind of information? Su Qin's thoughts spread as he thought quickly. Being able to resist the power of heaven and earth, this animal skin is probably an item at the level of Arhat? And the information stored on it may not be seen with the naked eye. As soon as Su Qin thought of this, he released his divine sense and shrouded the tattered animal skin. Boom! Just as Su Qin's divine thought touched the animal skin, he heard a roar. Virum! The tattered animal skin gradually emitted a faint glow. As Su Qin continued to pour his divine sense into it, the glow on the surface of the animal skin grew dimmer and dimmer. Finally, with a crack, the entire animal skin crumbled and dissipated into the air. At this moment, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. I see. Su Qin murmured in a low voice. Su Qin's guess was right. There was indeed some information stored in this animal skin, and this information could not be seen by ordinary people. Only a peerless first rank who had condensed divine sense, or even a martial arts legend, could read the information inside. No wonder there are no martial artists at the level of Arhat in the world today. It has something to do with the longevity aura from 800 years ago. Su Qin's mind was in turmoil. According to the information stored in the animal skin, 800 years ago, the world changed greatly. Several martial arts legends of that era all felt a wisp of longevity aura cutting through the sky and disappearing into the depths of the sea. This wisp of longevity aura drove several martial arts legends of that era crazy. After all, even if one entered the martial arts legend realm, one would only have a shouyuan of 500 years. 500 years of shouyuan seemed very long, but in reality, for any martial arts legend, a little seclusion would take years, and decades would pass. But 800 years ago, that wisp of longevity aura that cut through the sky could greatly extend the lifespan of any martial arts legend of shouyuan. Therefore, ever since they felt that wisp of longevity aura, the few remaining martial arts legends of this continent crossed the sea and chased after it. They also left in order that in the future, any newly born martial arts legends did not need to stay on this continent for too long. They could just follow in their footsteps. Of course, this order was only passed down among the forces that had once produced martial arts legends. Although the Shaolin Temple had produced Arhat before, the most recent Arhat was Tuoarahan from 900 years ago. Tuoarahan had passed away early because he suppressed the Devil Buddha. He did not experience the Great Change 800 years ago. Therefore, the Shaolin Temple did not keep this secret. I was careless. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. Originally, he thought that there were no existences at the level of Arhat in the world, so he did not mind revealing his identity. But now, it seemed that there might not be such existences on this continent, but outside the continent, in the endless deep sea, there might still be martial artists at the level of martial arts legend. For martial arts legends, they had long reached the level of immortality as chi-eaters, and there was no need for them to replenish their energy through external consumption. Other than that, martial arts legends could even ride the wind and control the chi. Crossing the ocean was as simple as drinking water and eating. Longevity aura? Su Qin frowned. Although the beast skin recorded the reason for the Great Change 800 years ago, it was a taboo when it came to the longevity aura. Thus, it only mentioned a few words before not continuing. However, even if there are other martial arts legends, what can they do? Su Qin let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, those martial arts legends were far away overseas and posed no threat to Su Qin. You fellows, go pursue the longevity aura. Su Qin shook his head slightly. Other martial arts legends might be very eager to extend their Shoryuan with the longevity aura. But Su Qin was different. Ever since he stepped into the realm of Arhat, Su Qin faintly sensed that his Shoryuan had skyrocketed from 400 years to 800 years. After all, Su Qin was only 30 years old now. Even if he did nothing in the future, his strength would not improve, and he could not sign in any rewards that could extend his Shoryuan. He could still live for 770 years without any disasters. Why is my Shoryuan 300 years longer than ordinary martial arts legends? Su Qin had some doubts in his heart. Normally, whether it was Arhat or a martial arts legend, the Shoryuan had 500 years. But Su Qin had 800 years of Shoryuan. Is it because I forged my body with the power of extreme yin and the power of extreme yang? Su Qin suddenly thought. After these continuous sign-ins, Su Qin also roughly understood that if a grade 1 great grandmaster wants to transform their body, they do not follow the method of yin and yang coexistence. Instead, it depends on their physique. For example, a grade 1 great grandmaster whose physique is inclined to yang relies on the path of boundless sun to transform their body. A grade 1 great grandmaster whose physique is inclined to yin uses the path of boundless extreme yin to transform their body. Like Su Qin, yin and yang coexistence has never appeared before. Is it because of the eyes of truth? Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the eyes of truth that prompted him to find a yin attribute body refining cultivation technique and combine it with the invincible Vajra divine art to temper his body. Just as Su Qin was thinking, his heart suddenly moved, and he looked up in a certain direction. They found their way here. With Su Qin's current perception, even if he does not use divine sense, he knows every movement in the vicinity like the back of his hand. At this moment, Su Qin noticed that Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads were rushing towards the handyman court. Su Qin was not surprised by this scene. When he returned to the handyman court, he did not deliberately hide his figure, and many disciples of the handyman court saw him. At the same time, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were walking towards the handyman court uneasily. Are you sure that he returned to the handyman court? Abbot Huiwen looked at a little novice monk who was leading the way and asked solemnly. Abbot, I have seen martial uncle Zhenguan many times, I will not be mistaken. The little novice monk who led the way patted his chest and promised. Although he did not know why the abbot was looking for Su Qin, but looking at their faces, it should not be to punish Su Qin. All the little novice monks led the way boldly. The face of the warrior monastery head next to him suddenly changed. They didn't know how many times they had addressed Su Qin as senior, but in the end, this young novice monk who had just entered the temple called Su Qin as martial uncle. Did this not mean that they were inferior to the little novice monk? In the future, you are not allowed to call that person martial uncle. The warrior monastery head glared at the little novice monk, almost scaring him to tears. Soon, a group of people entered the handyman court and stood carefully outside Su Qin's room. You can leave first. The warrior monastery head looked at the little novice monk who led the way and waved his hand. Yes. The little novice monk ran out, feeling wronged. After the little novice monk left, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked at each other nervously, not knowing whether to speak or not. The door in front of them was as fragile as a thin piece of paper to any of them. But at this moment, the door seemed to have turned into a natural moat. High above, separating immortals and mortals. Without the permission of the existence inside, even if Abbot Huiwen and the others were given 10 times the courage, they would not dare to push the door open and enter. Just as Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were hesitating whether to speak or not, a calm and leisurely voice rang in everyone's ears, neither too fast nor too slow. Come in, all of you. P.S. End of 5th update, looking for monthly votes, come in, all of you. The voice seemed to come from all directions and was everywhere, ringing in the ears of Abbot Huiwen and the court heads. This is? Abbot Huiwen's eyes flashed a trace of horror. Although he was sure that the voice came from the room in front of him, he could not determine where the voice came from. The other court heads were the same. They looked at each other, and finally, as if on a pilgrimage, they carefully opened the door and walked in. The decoration in the room was very ordinary. As long as a disciple of the Shaolin Temple for more than 10 years, they would have a separate residence like this. As a major martial arts sect in the world, the Shaolin Temple occupied a vast area, and there was no need to worry about the lack of land and accommodation. After Abbot Huiwen and the court heads entered the room, they could not help but raise their eyes slightly and look at Su Qin sitting cross-legged on the bed. At this moment, Su Qin's breath was restrained, as if completely integrated into the void. If Abbot Huiwen had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that there was a person sitting in front of him. "We greet the Venerable One." Abbot Huiwen and the court heads bowed slightly and whispered. The Venerable One was a respectful title given by the monks of the Shaolin Temple to those who had attained the fruit of Arhat. In Buddhism, the Venerable One had many meanings, but it mainly meant saint and great wisdom. "Get up." Su Qin looked down at the respectful Abbot Huiwen and the court heads and said. As early as when he made his move outside the Great Strength Hall, Su Qin had already expected this scene, so he was naturally not surprised at this moment. After Abbot Huiwen and the court heads got up, they stood in place blankly, not knowing what to say next. "If you have any questions, you can ask now." Su Qin glanced at the abbot, who had a cautious expression, sighed softly and said casually. Su Qin had a feeling that if he did not open his mouth, these people would continue to stand there. Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads looked at each other. Finally, the court head of the Arhat court braced himself and stood up. He asked cautiously, "May I ask the Venerable One, 10 years ago, when my evil disciple was bewitched by the demonic thoughts, was it the Venerable One who killed him?" 10 years ago, Xianxia, the genius of the Arhat Academy, had his whole family slaughtered by evil warriors. Because of this, the devil spirit took advantage of the situation and transformed into the successor of the devil Buddha. He wanted to destroy the Shaolin Temple. At that time, the descendant of the devil Buddha was scared away by a falling leaf, and his corpse was eventually found outside the Shaolin Temple. Although Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the various academies speculated that a holy monk was the culprit, this matter had never been confirmed. "It's me," Su Qin said softly. Xianxia was bewitched by the devil Buddha. His mind had long been distorted and could not be reversed. To some extent, Xianxia was no longer himself at that time. He had become an incarnation of the devil Buddha's demonic thoughts. Su Qin had no choice but to kill him. "Many thanks to the Venerable One for punishing my evil disciple." The court head of the Arhat court had a dim light in his eyes as he retreated. After the court head of the Arhat court spoke, the other court heads and Abbot Huiwen also gathered their courage and asked the doubts in their hearts. For example, why did Shui die outside the demon-subduing tower for no reason, and the changes in the seal of the back mountain, and so on. Su Qin did not deny it and answered them one by one. Now that he had entered the realm of Arhat, at least on this continent, he was invincible. As long as it did not involve secrets, he did not bother to lie about other questions. Half an hour later, Su Qin looked at Abbot Huiwen and the court heads and said faintly, "If there's nothing else, you can go back." In this half an hour, this group of old guys were like curious babies asking questions. If it were not for the 20 years of vegetarian meals, Su Qin would have already asked them to leave. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads heard this and did not dare to disobey the Venerable One's order. They immediately bowed and took their leave. Su Qin had indeed solved many of their doubts. In addition to some problems, there were more difficult problems in martial arts cultivation. Whether it was Abbot Huiwen or the court heads, they all learned a lot from this half an hour of communication. Especially the court heads, each of them was deep in thought. They were afraid that after going back for a period of seclusion, they would advance further and enter the realm of rank 2. Dharma Court. After Abbot Huiwen and the court heads left the Chores Court, they came here together. That Venerable One really knows everything. There's nothing he doesn't know. The court head of the Dharma Court was full of emotion. He looked at the Chores Court with deep awe. Just now, the court heads and Abbot Huiwen asked questions one after another. The scope of their questions included internal strength, external strength, body refining, spirit accumulation, supreme arts, and so on. There was nothing that they did not ask. But Su Qin answered them one by one. Not only did he answer, but he also explained the profound in simple terms. It was difficult for ordinary people to understand the truth of the Great Tao in a few words. This was simply unbelievable. One must know that even martial artists have limited energy. Looking at the thousands of years of inheritance of the Shaolin Temple, except for the patriarch Bodhidharma, who learned many supreme arts, even the other venerables who attained the fruit of Arhat were only good at one aspect. He was far from being able to know everything like the back of his hand like Su Qin. The other court heads heard this and nodded secretly. Indeed, they also had the same idea at the moment. Maybe, that venerable one is not a mortal like us. At this moment, Abbot Huiwen's eyes flashed and suddenly said, "Do you remember what happened in the Hall of Great Strength 20 years ago?" As soon as Abbot Huiwen said this, all the court heads were shocked. 20 years ago, there was a golden Buddha phenomenon outside the Hall of Great Strength. They all thought that it was the Buddha showing his divinity. I remember that venerable one also entered the Shaolin Temple 20 years ago. Abbot Huiwen paused as if to control his emotions. Maybe, that venerable one is the reincarnation of a Buddha. So when he came to the Shaolin Temple, he attracted the attention of the Buddha and showed his divinity. Buddha, the reincarnation of a Buddha? The other court heads were shocked. One must know that the reincarnation of a Buddha and the Venerable Arhat were not the same thing. The Venerable Arhat was above all living beings, but after all, he only existed in the human world. But the Buddha was an existence that transcended this world. However, the court heads thought about it and felt that Abbot Huiwen's statement was very likely to be true. Because Su Qin had only been in the Shaolin Temple for 20 years. In 20 years, from an ordinary person who was not even a 9th grade, to the Venerable Arhat who dominated the world, no one would believe that he was not the reincarnation of a Buddha. Well, this is the top secret of the Shaolin Temple. It's enough for us to know. Don't spread it. Abbot Huiwen glanced at the court heads and said, "Yes. Senior brother, don't worry. I know the importance of this matter." The court heads calmed down and said in unison. At the same time, Su Qin was sitting cross-legged, familiarizing himself with his power. Late at night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Su Qin's figure flashed and appeared outside the Sutra Pavilion. "You can sign in now." Su Qin looked at the Sutra Pavilion. Although he had entered the realm of Arhat, he would not give up the daily sign-in opportunity. "System, sign in for me," Su Qin said in his heart. 9 Yang Divine Art? Su Qin was overjoyed. 9 Yang Divine Art was one of the top divine arts of the Shaolin Temple. When cultivated to the extreme, it was said that one's body was like the sun, burning mountains, and boiling seas. Unfortunately, the 9 Yang divine skill had been lost hundreds of years ago, just like the Buddha's palm, which was the most powerful divine skill. However, the loss of 9 Yang divine art was different from that of Buddha's palm. Buddha's palm was completely lost. With the death of the last Buddha of the Shaolin Temple, Arhat, there was no trace of Buddha's palm in the world except in the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. However, 9 Yang divine art was spread from the Shaolin Temple to the martial arts world of the world. It was said that Jinren Zhang of Wudong Mountain's Xinwu lineage had achieved what he had today because he obtained a fragment of 9 Yang divine art when he was young. He used it to transform Yang into Yin and created Tai Chi, which shocked the world. Not bad, not bad. Su Qin roughly felt the subtlety of 9 Yang divine art in his mind and nodded slightly. With Su Qin's current level, he could naturally see that 9 Yang divine art was a peerless divine art that went straight to Arhat's level. Although it was still far inferior to Buddha's palm, it was not much different from the fundamental divine arts of the Devil Buddha. In the following days, Su Qin returned to his usual life. The only difference was that Su Qin no longer had to sweep the floor every day. Ever since Su Qin's strength was exposed, Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads wanted to worship him as if he was their ancestor. How could they continue to let Su Qin sweep the floor? Su Qin had no objection to this. Now that he had just entered the realm of Arhat, he needed a lot of time to familiarize himself with his skyrocketing power and stabilize his realm. As for signing in, every night when there was no one around, Su Qin would naturally sign in. The sign-in system was Su Qin's biggest secret. Su Qin would never let anyone know about it. Time passed slowly. The news of the Devil Lord's death and the destruction of the demon sect spread like a hurricane throughout the empire of Tang and the world. After the Devil Lord was born, he didn't ascend Xiaoshi Mountain immediately. Instead, he first swept through the orthodox sects in the Tang dynasty. During this period, the Demon Lord's peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster strength has long been known to the world. Some martial arts legends even believe that the Demon Lord is not an ordinary peak Grade 1, but a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster who is transformed at least twice. However, no one had expected that the Devil Lord, who wanted to conquer the world, would fall in the Xiaolin Temple. In the Tang dynasty, the Imperial Palace. In a certain cold and strict palace, a doddering old man in a dragon robe was looking at the information in his hand. A martial arts legend? A martial arts legend walked out of the Xiaolin Temple and killed the Devil Lord? The old man in the dragon robe was naturally the Emperor of Tang. At this moment, he was frowning slightly as if he couldn't figure out what was going on. Eunuch Zhao. The Emperor of Tang put down the information in his hand and said softly, "Your Majesty." A eunuch wearing a purple official uniform appeared silently beside the Emperor of Tang and bowed. "Tell me, is this news true or false?" The Emperor of Tang looked at Eunuch Zhao and said in a deep voice. Although the information said that before the Demon Lord died, he roared, "You are a martial arts legend." But as for what the situation was at that time, relying only on this information, the Emperor of Tang could not determine. After all, this was not a cat or a dog, but a martial arts legend who overlooks all living beings in the world. Reporting back to your Majesty, this old servant does not know about this matter. Eunuch Zhao, who was wearing a purple robe, bowed slightly and said with a humble expression, "Sigh. It's a pity." The Emperor of Tang sighed softly, "I don't have much time left. In fact, if it weren't for Eunuch Zhao sacrificing part of his cultivation to forcibly prolong his life, the Emperor of Tang should have died of old age years ago. But even so, the Emperor of Tang could not hold on for more than a few years. How has Xing'er been learning recently? Can he take charge of the overall situation?" The Emperor of Tang rubbed the space between his eyebrows and asked slowly. "His Highness Xing is learning very quickly and has not let your Majesty down," Eunuch Zhao replied. "That's good. I have fulfilled my promise to his mother." The Emperor of Tang's voice became lower and lower. Eunuch Zhao lowered his head and did not speak. "Your Majesty, there is something this old servant doesn't know if I should say it or not." Eunuch Zhao hesitated for a moment and said, "What is it?" The Emperor of Tang frowned. Before His Highness Xing came back, he had already married a woman and claimed that he would never marry her again in this life. Eunuch Zhao said. This matter almost made the Grand Tutors who taught Li Xing jump in anger. It must be known that the Empire of Tang attaches great importance to the continuation of the family line. As a descendant of the imperial family, if he doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines, it would be a joke. Oh? A smile appeared on the Emperor of Tang's face. "This kid is like me when I was young." When the Emperor of Tang said this, he thought for a while and said indifferently, "Since he doesn't want to marry her, let him be. I have been well behaved all my life. How can I make him afraid?" "As you wish." When Eunuch Zhao heard this, he slowly retreated into the dark. Mangyuan Empire. The endless grassland. A tall man gazed at the vast sky with deep eyes. If there was a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster in the Central Plains, he would be horrified to recognize that this tall man was the supreme imperial teacher of the Mangyuan Empire. He supported the entire Mangyuan Empire with his own strength and was eyeing the Central Plains covetously. Even the Emperor of the Mangyuan Empire had to bow when he saw the imperial teacher. In the eyes of the people of the Mangyuan Empire, the status of the imperial teacher is comparable to that of a god. At this moment, a figure came in and bowed to present a letter. Imperial teacher. This is the information sent back by the Empire of Tang. The figure said respectfully. The tall man picked up the paper and glanced at it. After a long time, the letter was reduced to dust without a sound. The tall man sighed softly and murmured, "How God favors the Central Plains." The figure standing respectfully next to him couldn't help but say, "With the imperial teacher, we can definitely conquer the heavens." Xiaolin Temple. Su Qin was sitting cross-legged in the back mountain forbidden area. After entering the realm of Arhat, the progress of my strength has slowed down a lot. Suchin opened his eyes, slightly disappointed. Before becoming Arhat, Suchin could feel the improvement of his strength almost every day. Except for the last few years when he needed to transform his body, divine sense, and internal strength, the rest of the time, he almost crossed a realm every few years. But now, Suchin felt the difficulty of martial Dao cultivation. It should be because my strength is too strong now. Ordinary progress can't be noticed at all. Suchin thought silently in his heart. For example, if you have 10 copper coins and suddenly have an increase of 1 copper coin, you will definitely notice it immediately. But if you have 100 copper coins, 1,000 copper coins, or 10,000 copper coins and suddenly have an increase of 1 copper coin, you will probably not even look at it. Suchin was facing this dilemma at the moment. He was too strong. After attaining the realm of Arhat, Suchin not only controlled his own strength, but also the strength of heaven and earth. Sigh. Looks like I still have to rely on myself to cultivate martial arts. I have to take it one step at a time. I can't take any shortcuts. Suchin's expression was slightly emotional. With a thought, a bottle of white jade-colored medicinal pills appeared in front of him. As soon as the bottle of pills appeared, the essence qi in the surroundings started to vibrate. When Suchin opened the bottle and poured the pills into his hand, the essence qi in the surroundings started to boil. Suchin frowned and spread out his divine will. In an instant, the surging heaven-earth yuan qi was completely suppressed, and the surroundings returned to normal. Glazed golden core. Suchin looked at the colorless, pure and transparent medicinal pill in his hand and muttered. The glazed golden core was a legendary pill in the Shaolin Temple. Only the Venerable Arhat was qualified to make it. Even so, the Venerable Arhat had to spend a lot of time and energy to make a glazed golden core. He even had to use his own origin to make it. Normally, unless there was a special reason, no Venerable Arhat was willing to make a glazed golden core because it wasn't worth it. The Shaolin Temple had been open for thousands of years and no more than 10 glazed golden cores had appeared. However, the glazed golden core was so difficult to make because its effect was too terrifying. Even the Venerable Arhat could save decades of hard work after taking a glazed golden core. During the period when the effect was maintained, it would be easier for the Venerable to sense the world and control the essence qi. Looks like I have to use it sparingly. Suchin looked at the glazed golden core in his hand and thought. He has been signing in at the Shaolin Temple for 20 years, but he has only obtained a few hundred glazed golden cores. Gulp. Suchin swallowed the glazed golden core. The glazed golden core didn't melt in the mouth like the Grand Restore pill. It was unusually sturdy and kept sinking into Suchin's stomach, slowly releasing its effects. This is? Suchin felt that his strength, which had remained stagnant, slowly began to rise again. In addition, Suchin also noticed that after taking the glazed golden elixir, his control of heaven and earth yuan qi became easier. Before he took the glazed gold core, Suchin could only control the natural energies within a radius of a few miles. But now, Suchin felt that this range had at least doubled. What did this mean? One had to know that the battle between Venerable Arhat had already transcended himself. It was equivalent to a confrontation between two worlds. At this time, the importance of controlling the heaven and earth energy was obvious. This glazed golden core not only saved Suchin tens of miles of hard work, but also nearly doubled his strength during the duration of the medicinal effect. The effects of the medicine will last for about 1 to 2 months. Suchin estimated in his heart that he was in a good mood. Although after taking the glazed golden elixir, his cultivation speed was still not as fast as when he was at the 9th level of martial arts, but he was still much faster than other Venerable Arhat and martial arts legends. Time passed slowly. In order to obtain a sufficient supply of glazed golden elixir, Suchin would sign in at the Bodhi court. Of course, this was not absolute. Sometimes Suchin would also sign in at the Demon Subduing Tower or the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. On this day, Suchin passed by the Demon Subduing Tower and suddenly stopped. Counting the time, it's been a long time since I signed in here. Suchin's thoughts moved. Although the things that come out of the Demon Subduing Tower are basically related to demons, nothing is absolute. What if something good comes out? Thinking of this, Suqin said silently in his heart. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully and obtaining the demon subduing seal. Prompt, this place is about to run out of Dao accumulation and will soon become a non-repeatable sign in place. 2 consecutive cold, mechanical sounds resounded in Suqin's ears. Non-repeatable sign in place? Suqin was slightly taken aback. Is the Dao accumulation about to run out? Suqin's mind turned quickly, and finally, he sighed softly. In fact, Suqin had long known that such a day would come. On the first day of activating the system, Suqin knew that the system's sign-in was determined by the amount of Dao accumulation at the sign-in place. The more Dao accumulation, the more sign-in. But no matter how much Dao accumulation there will be a day when it is exhausted. If the demon subduing tower is like this, the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion and the Bodhi Court will probably be the same in the future. What a pity. Suqin turned around and left. Although Suqin basically has no use for the cultivation techniques and treasures obtained from signing in at the demon subduing tower, it is still a little distressing to lose a place to fleece for nothing. Demon subduing seal? Suqin's mind merged into the system space. In a corner of the space, there was a small square seal floating in the air. This small seal was pitch black, and its surface was faintly stained with some blood. In addition, Suqin felt a monster suppression from this small seal. All the demons in the world can be suppressed. Suqin had a feeling that if the demon lord was still alive, his strength would be suppressed by 99% just by looking at this small seal. This small seal stained with blood is simply the nemesis of the demon path in the world. Not bad, not bad. Suqin was extremely satisfied. Although the demon lord is dead, and the demon sect is almost destroyed, Suqin knew through the animal skin that there may be martial arts legends of the demon sect in the endless deep sea outside the continent. Now that he has obtained this small seal, Suqin's confidence suddenly increased. In the following time, except for signing in, Suqin spent almost all his time in the back mountain forbidden area. The effect of the glazed golden core lasts for 1 to 2 months. Suqin basically takes a new glazed golden core every time the effect of the previous one ends. According to the ancient records left by the Shaolin Temple, the realm of Venerable Arhat is divided into 9 levels. When one first enters the realm of Arhat, it is the first level of Arhat. After that, it is the second level of Arhat, the third level of Arhat, until the 9th level. Suqin sat cross-legged, and the cultivation realm of Venerable Arhat quickly flashed through his mind. Venerable Arhat is like this, and martial arts legends are similar. 900 years ago, Pao was the first level of Arhat. He used the Buddha's palm and only suppressed the Devil Buddha. This means that the Devil Buddha is stronger than Pao Arhat? Suqin guessed in his heart. At the same time, in an inn, a storyteller continued to speak eloquently. You're right. It is said that the Devil Lord's strength is unparalleled. He led the elites of the Devil sect and attacked the Shaolin Temple, wanting to destroy this 1,000-year-old temple. At this moment, a Venerable Arhat walked out of the Shaolin Temple, and with a raise of his hand, the demons of the Devil Path were reduced to ashes. Many diners listened with relish. Now that the Devil Lord was destroyed in the Shaolin Temple, rumors were flying everywhere. Some said that Arhat from hundreds of years ago was in the Shaolin Temple, some said that a passing martial arts legend killed the Devil Lord, and so on. And in a corner of the inn, a man in white with a faint flying knife mark between his eyebrows suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the Shaolin Temple. Venerable Arhat? The Shaolin Temple actually has Venerable Arhat? The white-robed man with a faint flying knife mark on his forehead frowned slightly. If someone who is familiar with Jianghu is here, they will definitely recognize that the white-robed man is the successor of Xiao Li's flying dagger. Xiao Li's flying dagger never misses. These 8 words are famous all over the world. Even those grade 1 great grandmasters who roam the martial arts world are extremely afraid of the flying dagger descendant. It shouldn't be Venerable Arhat, it's just a rumor. The white-robed man thought for a while and shook his head. One must know that whether it is Venerable Arhat or a legend, they are both rare. If the Shaolin Temple really has an Arhat, then how could it be that they don't have a grade 1 great grandmaster and almost fell out of the great sects? It's just that the demon lord's death is a fact. With the strength of the demon lord, I'm afraid that it is a grade 1 great perfection that can make him unable to escape. The white-robed man stroked his chin, his eyes filled with thoughts. He is not a fool. Even if he doesn't think that the Shaolin Temple has venerable arhat, he does not think that the Shaolin Temple is a soft persimmon. But isn't this what I want? A grade 1 great perfection. If I observe his divinity, can he give me enough pressure? The white-robed man's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of heat. The white-robed man did not intend to provoke the grade 1 great perfection of the Shaolin Temple. A grade 1 great perfection's body, divine sense, and internal strength have completed the transformation. It is far from what he can resist. The white-robed man just wants to use the strength of the other party's divinity to pressure himself to take the last step. The personalities of the successors of the Flying Dagger are different. Some are approachable, some are gentle, some hate evil, and some pursue the limits of martial Tao. But this white-robed man pursues the limits of martial Tao his whole life. Every successor of the Flying Dagger has mastered the Flying Dagger divine art. The Flying Dagger divine art is different from the vast majority of martial arts in the world. The Flying Dagger unique skill was a spiritual secret skill. To put it simply, if one wanted to block the Flying Dagger thrown out by the successor of the Flying Dagger, it was useless to rely on inner strength and physical strength alone. He could only depend on whether his god was strong enough. If the god could withstand it, he would live. If the god couldn't block it, it would die. As such, normally, if a martial artist below grade 1 encounters the descendant of the Flying Dagger, they will definitely die. As for a grade 1 great grandmaster, only a grade 1 great grandmaster who has begun to nurture their own divinity can block it. However, this was not absolute. It still depended on whether the god of the Flying Dagger was strong enough. Of course, the Flying Dagger lost art was not without its flaws. Every time the descendant of the Flying Dagger swung his blade, he would exhaust all of his energy and would need a period of time to recover. At that time, the descendant of the Flying Dagger might not even be able to defeat an ordinary person. In an individual fight, the descendant of the Flying Dagger can instantly kill any martial artist below grade 1 great grandmaster. However, in the face of the encirclement, the successor of the Flying Dagger could only admit defeat. Because he could only swing his blade once in a short period of time. After that, he would be equivalent to a cripple. Since the birth of the white-clothed man, he had swung his blade 9 times, and each time, a powerful martial artist fell. The strongest one was a grade 1 great grandmaster from Nanming country. Through these 9 blades, the white-clothed man constantly sharpened his god. He was almost one step away from transforming his god and condensing his divine sense. Unfortunately, although the step seems simple, in fact, it is like a natural chasm. If he did not have enough stimulation from the outside world to withstand the pressure of the powerful martial artist spirit, the successor of the Flying Dagger would not have been able to complete this last leap. It's a pity that eunuch Zhao in the Emperor of Tang's palace seems to have condensed his divine sense, but I can't enter the imperial palace at all. The white-clothed man sighed. However, I can't enter the imperial palace, but I can still enter the Shaolin Temple. The white-clothed man's spirit shook. Although the Shaolin Temple is a martial arts sect, it does not prohibit pilgrims from entering to worship Buddha. The white-clothed man can disguise himself as a pilgrim and sneak into the Shaolin Temple. As long as he enters the Shaolin Temple, the white-clothed man can feel all the gods nearby through the Flying Dagger divine art. As long as the grade 1 great perfection is still in the Shaolin Temple, it will not escape the white-clothed man's perception. Shaolin Temple. Su Qin completed today's sign and opportunity. His eyes turned slightly and looked outside the Shaolin Temple. Since the death of the Demon Lord, there have been many spies hiding in the dark outside the Shaolin Temple. Even the pilgrims who enter the temple every day to worship Buddha are disguised by martial artists. Although Su Qin is clear about this scene, he is too lazy to take action. As long as they don't disturb him, the rest will be taken care of by the abbot. By the way, when the 9-yang divine art is cultivated to the extreme, it is said that one can burn mountains and boil seas. I can try it today. Su Qin's thoughts moved. 9-yang divine art is a Buddhist divine art. Su Qin's cultivation of 9-yang divine art is indirectly corroborating with the creator of 9-yang divine art. After entering the Arhat realm, one needs to gather the Tao of 100 schools of thought to verify oneself. Thinking of this, Suqin returned to the back mountain, sat cross-legged, and quickly operated the 9-yang divine art. Outside the great strength hall, the white-clothed man disguised himself as a pilgrim and walked to a corner without leaving a trace. After stopping, the white-clothed man glanced around and took a deep breath. Just for a while. Using the flying dagger divine art to observe the god of others, as long as it is not long, even a grade 1 great perfection will not notice anything. The white-clothed man calmed down and thought silently. As for whether he can withstand the god of a grade 1 great perfection, the white-clothed man is still confident. As the successor of this generation's flying dagger, he is extremely good at God. As long as he does not seek death and observe the god of a legend, it should not be a big problem. Thinking of this, the white-clothed man gently closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and touched the flying dagger imprint between his eyebrows. Wang. The next moment, the white-clothed man only felt his spirit rising infinitely, and he could vaguely perceive the light spots all around him. Is that the god of the many disciples and pilgrims of the Shaolin Temple? The white-clothed man did not pay attention to this, and continued to spread his thoughts in all directions. This is not it. That is not it either. The white-clothed man frowned slightly, and cold sweat faintly appeared. If he continues, he is afraid that he will exceed his limit. Just when the white-clothed man was about to give up, his thoughts finally spread to the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple. The next moment, the white-clothed man saw an unforgettable scene. He saw that within the range of his perception, 9 vast and scorching great suns suddenly appeared. The 9 suns crossed the sky, shining brightly, illuminating the darkness and burning the void. Wherever the 9 suns passed, all things were silent, and life was extinguished. This is. The white-clothed man only felt that his god was beginning to collapse, and he knelt on the ground with a plop, his eyes bleeding, and his expression was extremely frightened. P.S. 4th update is over, and looking for monthly votes. Let's set an update rule. Now the monthly votes are more than 2,000, if it exceeds 3,000 tomorrow, then it will be 5th update. The white-clothed man trembled and knelt on the ground. The flying knife mark between his eyebrows faintly began to collapse. It must be known that the descendants of the flying knife did not cultivate their internal strength, nor did they cultivate their body. They only focused on the cultivation of their divinity. Of course, not cultivating their internal strength does not mean that the descendants of the flying knife do not understand martial arts at all, but compared to their powerful divinity, the internal strength of the descendants of the flying knife is negligible. It is because of this extreme that each generation of the descendants of the flying knife is terrifying. But at this moment, the flying knife mark that manifested the white-clothed man's divinity began to collapse. How incredible is this? Maybe a real grade 1 great perfection can kill the white-clothed man, but it is impossible to destroy the white-clothed man's divinity. The divinity not only represents the spiritual cultivation of the white-clothed man, but also his own beliefs. The body can die, but beliefs are not so easy to destroy. That is? The descendant of the flying knife's eyes bled. He just spread his perception through the flying knife divine art and barely got close to the back mountain forbidden area, and then looked at it from a distance. As a result, 9 vast and scorching great suns appeared in the sky, as if they had returned to the ancient mythological era. The 9 great suns descended and filled the world. How could the white-clothed man's divinity withstand all this? It collapsed on the spot, and even an inexplicable backlash came to his body. How can there be such a vast and incredible divinity in the world? The white-clothed man's voice trembled slightly. Normally, the divinity of an ordinary person is almost equivalent to a dot of light. Maybe the divinity of a martial artist is slightly bigger. But even the divinity of a grade 1 great grandmaster is only comparable to a fireball. However, the god that the white-robed man had sensed from the forbidden grounds at the back of the mountain was comparable to the deep void. It encompassed and contained everything. At the same time, back mountain forbidden area. Suqin, who was operating the 9-yang divine art, quietly opened his eyes. Is someone spying on me? Suqin raised his eyebrows. When he was cultivating just now, he vaguely felt a peeping gaze. It wasn't exactly spying. It was more like an ant accidentally glancing at you from afar. If he hadn't entered the realm of Arhat, Su Qin might not have noticed it. After all, this peeping was too inconspicuous. However, after attaining the realm of Arhat, Su Qin's control over himself and the outside world had reached an extreme. That was why he was able to easily lock onto the spy. Interesting. Su Qin stood up and took a step forward. In an instant, Su Qin left the back mountain and came to a corner of the Shaolin temple. In front of Su Qin was a man in white who was kneeling on the ground and trembling all over. So it's this generation's successor of the flying dagger? Su Qin only took a glance to understand the cause and effect of the matter. Although Su Qin hadn't been out of the Shaolin temple a few times, he had heard about the deeds of the successor of the flying dagger. The Shaolin temple had been open for thousands of years. Many a holy monk had fought with a certain successor of the flying dagger. After returning to the Shaolin temple, they would record it in an ancient book and then put it in the Sutras pavilion. Su Qin had stayed in the Shaolin temple for more than 20 years and often saw this in the Sutras pavilion. According to the records of a holy monk, the unique skill of the flying dagger mastered by the successor of the flying dagger was a pure spiritual mystic skill. It was similar to the demonic will split parasitism technique or the Tao heart demonic seed technique in the Sky Devil strategy. Even if he survives the collapse of his spirit, he will be a cripple. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he judged in his heart. At this moment, he had roughly understood why the man in white ended up like this. It was nothing more than overestimating himself and wanting to peep at his spirit with the unique skill of the flying dagger. But it was a pity. Su Qin's spirit had already condensed into divine will, and with the attainment of Arhat, it had skyrocketed many times. In addition, at that time, Su Qin was practicing the 9-yang divine art in the forbidden area of the back mountain. The power of the 9 suns was everywhere and reflected on his spirit. How could the man in white be able to peep at it? Greetings, Venerable Arhat. The man in white saw Su Qin appear out of thin air and faintly felt that the aura on him was the same as the one in the forbidden area of the back mountain. His voice was bitter. At this moment, how could he not know that there was really a Venerable Arhat in the Shaolin temple? If he had known this, no matter how confident and arrogant the man in white was, he would not have thought of peeping at a Venerable Arhat's spirit. What a pity. Su Qin looked at the man in white and shook his head slightly. He had no intention of saving him. The man in white had only himself to blame for his fate. He could not blame anyone. Besides, his spirit had collapsed. Su Qin could not save him even if he wanted to. Thinking of this, Su Qin turned and left. He returned to the forbidden area of the back mountain to meditate on the 9-yang divine art. Soon after, the man in white was found in the Shaolin temple. Abbot Huiwen recognized that the man in white was the successor of the flying dagger of this generation. Abbot, I have disturbed the venerable of your temple. I deserve to die. Please take me in. I am willing to accompany the green lamp and the ancient Buddha for the rest of my life. The man in white lowered his eyes and said in a deep voice. Before coming to the Shaolin temple, the man in white had always been pursuing the limits of martial arts. But after entering the Shaolin temple and barely peeping at the tip of the iceberg in the forbidden area of the back mountain, he realized how big the world was. So what if he pursued the limits of martial arts? Compared to the one in the back mountain, he was still a drop in the ocean, unreachable. The backlash of his physical body, coupled with the collapse of his spirit, made the man in white disheartened. He had the idea of entering Buddhism and ending his life. Benefactor, you have to think carefully. Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads looked at each other and said slowly. Although the man in white was basically a cripple at this moment, he was still the successor of the flying dagger of this generation. Whether it was eyesight or knowledge, he was much better than ordinary martial artists. If the man in white really entered the Shaolin temple, it would be good for the foundation of the Shaolin temple. Abbot, I have thought it through. The man in white sighed in his heart and said in a firm tone. In that case, this poor monk will personally shave your head. Abbot Huiwen put his hands together and chanted a Buddha's name. Time flowed by, and the years went by. In addition to signing in every day, Su Qin continued to cultivate and meditate. Ever since he learned that there were still martial arts legends outside the mainland and in the depths of the endless ocean, Suqing's desire for strength surged again. Whether it is the Venerable Arhat or the martial arts legends, if they want to continue to become stronger and step into an even more incredible realm, they need not only to cultivate themselves, but also to understand the world. Suqing sat cross-legged, and his eyes became brighter. During this period of time, Suqing's cultivation in the Arhat realm has been quite smooth through his own efforts and the continuous use of glazed golden cores. What a pity! The cultivation in the realm of Arhat is completely different from the 9 grades of martial arts. After so long, I still haven't touched the bottleneck of the second heavenly layer. Suqing sat cross-legged and couldn't help but sigh at the difficulty of cultivation. But I feel that soon, as long as I take dozens of glazed golden cores, I can almost step into the second heavenly layer. Suqing guessed in his heart. Not only can the glazed golden core provide a huge amount of medicinal efficacy for Suqing to absorb at all times, but it can also allow Suqing to be in a state of epiphany at all times, allowing him to better understand and control the world. I need 1 to 2 months to digest 1 glazed golden core. Dozens of glazed golden cores will take about 100 months. Less than 10 years? Suqing silently calculated again and was quite satisfied in his heart. It took 10 years to step into the second heavenly layer of Arhat, which was neither too fast nor too slow. If the past generations of Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple, or the martial arts legends outside knew what Suqing was thinking at this moment, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Be it Venerable Arhat or martial arts legends, if they want to enter the second heavenly layer from the first heavenly layer, without other opportunities, it will take at least 100 years or even hundreds of years of hard work. Many martial arts legends were still in the first heavenly layer until Shouyuan died of old age 500 years ago. But what about Suqing? 10 years to enter the first heavenly layer, and he still thinks it's not fast? Next, Suqing returned to his usual life again. Sign in, cultivate, sign in, cultivate. This cycle continues. Perhaps for some people, this kind of life is extremely boring, and even lonely to the point of driving them crazy. But in Suqing's heart, it's extremely enjoyable. Everything in the world. Power? Beauty? Wealth? It's just a passing cloud. What can be more comfortable than feeling that you are getting stronger every day? And just when Suqing was addicted to sign in and cultivate, the Shaolin Temple also regained its peace. After the news of the Devil Lord's death spread, many people in Jianghu wanted to visit Suqing. However, Abbot Huiwen rejected all of them. Suqing had already told Abbot Huiwen not to disturb him unless it was a matter of life and death for the Shaolin Temple. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Shaolin Temple to recruit disciples. The Shaolin Temple was a great martial arts sect in the world. In order to continue its legacy, it needed to maintain the number of disciples every year. It could not be too much, but it could not be too little. After all, whether it was the Bodhi Yard or the other yards, the annual supply of elixirs or martial arts resources was limited. The more disciples there were, the more resources would be distributed to each disciple. In this way, it was very likely that some geniuses would be buried. But it couldn't be too little. If it's too little, if something happens in the future, it may lead to a shortage of disciples. For any martial arts sect, a shortage of disciples is an extremely terrible consequence. If it's light, it will decline, and if it's heavy, it will directly be cut off. In history, many great martial arts sects like the Shaolin Temple disappeared because of a shortage of disciples. Dharma Court. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads gathered here. In addition to them, there was also a child about 10 years old. This child faintly exuded a special aura, as if some kind of Zen sound was chanting, extremely magical. Of course, this special aura can't be detected by ordinary people. Only the martial artists of the upper realm, whose body has begun to bear the world's essence qi, can vaguely feel it. This child is fated with Buddha. The Dharma court head carefully observed the child, his eyes full of amazement. This child has never been exposed to any Buddhist cultivation technique, but he can show such a Buddhist vision. It's simply rare to see one in hundreds of years. Yes. When I first saw it, I also couldn't believe it. The disciplinary court head nodded, and his gaze fell on the child again, with the aptitude he showed, as long as he doesn't die halfway, his future achievements. will at least not be lower than grade 1 great grandmaster. When these words came out, none of the other court heads refuted. Even Abbot Huiwen was silent, apparently agreeing with this sentence. The evaluation of the disciplinary court head was already very high. The child was only 10 years old, and he already concluded that his future achievements will not be lower than grade 1 great grandmaster? What does this mean? It means that his potential is terrifyingly high. Although Abbot Huiwen is a grade 1 great grandmaster at the moment, and his talent is also good, but even if Abbot Huiwen is confident, he wouldn't dare to say that he will become a grade 1 great grandmaster at the age of 10. In martial Dao cultivation, if you want to enter grade 1, martial Dao aptitude is one aspect, but the acquired opportunities, tempering one's mind, and luck are also important. But now, the court heads and Abbot Huiwen concluded that the child can step into grade 1 just by looking at the aptitude shown by him. It can be imagined how high the child's position in the heart of the abbot is. You go first. Abbot Huiwen saw that the child's face was a little pale, and immediately understood that the other party was frightened, and immediately let the disciple take him to rest. Okay. You say it. What do you think of him? Abbot Huiwen turned his gaze and looked at the other court heads. The court heads looked at each other, and finally, the warrior monastery head coughed softly. Abbot, although there are many disciples in the warrior monastery, there are not many who can become useful. It is better for the warrior monastery to accept him. Nonsense. Before the warrior monastery head could speak, he was interrupted by the Arhat court head. Almost half of the disciples who enter the warrior monastery every year enter your Arhat court. In contrast, the Arhat court is really miserable. When the Arhat court head said this, he paused, looked at Abbot Huiwen, and said tentatively, but, if the Arhat court accepts him. My commandment court is also short of people recently. Abbot Huiwen saw the court heads competing with each other, and suddenly he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop it. Abbot Huiwen waved his hand. None of you are qualified to accept that child. Abbot Huiwen glanced at the crowd, and finally added, neither am I, as soon as the words came out. The court heads were suddenly puzzled. If they were not qualified, then who was qualified? Only the Dharma court head looked thoughtful, and asked carefully, Abbot, you mean to ask the Venerable to accept him? That's right. Abbot Huiwen nodded slightly. When the other court heads heard this, they were slightly surprised, but felt that it was very reasonable. With the aptitude that the child showed, even if they did accept him, they didn't know how to guide him. The next day, Abbot Huiwen took the child, and walked step by step toward the forbidden area in the back of the mountain. Abbot, where are we going? The child blinked, and his face was full of confusion. Where are we going? Abbot Huiwen stopped and was silent for a while, and an inexplicable awe appeared in his eyes. I'll take you to see the real Buddha. A true Buddha. The child nodded as if he understood, not daring to continue speaking. For some reason, the child vaguely sensed the seriousness of the abbot, as well as the supreme existence he was about to meet. When you go in later, don't speak loudly. You must be respectful, and don't show any emotions. Abbot Huiwen reminded the child. In Abbot Huiwen's view, the child was only in his teens after all. If he lost his composure in front of the Venerable One, who could bear the consequences if the Venerable One blamed him? The child was very sensible, and remembered the abbot's words in his heart. Soon, Abbot Huiwen came to the forbidden area of the back mountain. Disciple Huiwen requests an audience with the Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen bowed and said loudly. A moment later, a calm voice sounded in Abbot Huiwen's ears. Come in. Abbot Huiwen was shocked, and immediately led the child behind him into the forbidden area of the back mountain. Inside the forbidden Buddha mountain, Suchin sat cross-legged, opened his eyes, and looked at Abbot Huiwen. You want me to take him as a disciple? Suchin's eyes turned slightly, and looked at the child next to him, who shrunk his head and did not dare to look at him directly. Abbot Huiwen did not need to say anything. Suchin already knew the purpose of Abbot Huiwen's visit. Yes. Abbot Huiwen immediately said, this child's talent is hard to come by in hundreds of years, and he has an affinity with the Buddha. If I and the other court heads take him in, it will definitely ruin his talent. His talent is not bad. he was born with a Buddha's heart. There was an inexplicable whirlpool in the depths of Su Qin's eyes, as if he could see through all the qi in the world. It was the eye of truth. Ever since he stepped into the realm of Arhat, the eye of truth seemed to have undergone some changes, and his grasp of qi had become more subtle. Under the observation of such a magical power, everything about the child was as easy as flipping the palm over for Su Qin. He could see everything clearly. Buddha heart? Abbot Huiwen's pupils shrank. In Buddhism, the Buddha heart was an illusory but real thing. Regardless of whether it was the cultivation of Buddhist techniques or the comprehension of Buddhist scriptures, a Buddhist disciple who possessed a Buddhist heart would be able to advance at a tremendous pace as if he had the help of the heavens. In the thousands of years since the Shaolin Temple's establishment, only 10 disciples with Buddha's heart had appeared. The final achievements of these 10 Buddha heart disciples were at least peak grade 1, and there were even 3 grade 1 great perfection. Abbot Huiwen had thought that the child's aptitude was terrifying, but he did not expect the child to have a Buddhist heart. It should be known that the possessor of the Buddha's heart is at least a peak grade 1 great grandmaster, not the grade 1 great grandmaster that Abbot Huiwen and the court heads had guessed. Although peak grade 1 great grandmasters and grade 1 great grandmasters both belong to grade 1 realm, the gap in combat power is like a natural chasm. Does he have a Buddhist name? Su Qin asked casually. When Abbot Huiwen heard this, he immediately suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly said, "This child has no parents and has a miserable life, so I named him Xianku." Xianku? Su Qin smiled. I understand. You go out, I'll think about it for a while. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and said softly. Yes. Abbot Huiwen bowed again and respectfully led Xianku out of the back mountain. Until Abbot Huiwen completely left. Su Qin sighed. It's a pity. It's an incomplete Buddha heart. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said slowly. As early as the first time, Su Qin noticed that Xianku's Buddha heart was incomplete. If it was a complete Buddha heart, it would be impossible for Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads to see any abnormalities. For a true Buddha heart possessor, other than those peak grade 1 who have condensed divine sense, or even venerable Arhat and legends, no one else would be able to discover it. Only when the Buddha heart possessor really accumulates and soars to the sky, will the world know about it. Of course. Su Qin is not interested in the Buddha heart possessor. Not to mention that Xianku's Buddha heart is incomplete, even if it was a complete Buddha heart, so what? Throughout the thousands of years of the Shaolin Temple, the 10 Buddha heart possessors, the highest achievement was only grade 1 great perfection. Perhaps in the early stage of cultivation, or even in the grade 1 realm, the Buddha heart possessor is like a god, incredibly fast. But if you want to take the last step and achieve Arhat, just relying on the Buddha heart is not enough. Even when a grade 1 great perfection is about to capture the qi between heaven and earth, the Buddha heart will drag you down. This is also the reason why none of the 10 Buddha heart possessors in history can achieve Arhat. Success is due to the Buddha heart. Failure is due to the Buddha heart. Next, Su Qin immersed himself in cultivation again. The 9-yang divine art, obtained last time, when cultivated to the extreme, can produce 9 kinds of yang power. Su Qin raised his right hand, and 9 kinds of yang power, completely refined by the 9-yang divine art, constantly intertwined and collided between his fingers. At this moment, if Su Qin is not careful and releases these 9 kinds of aura, I'm afraid the entire Shaolin Temple will be burned to ashes. If I can sign in and get another true scripture, the 9-ing true scripture, which is as famous as the 9-yang divine art, then I can use the 9 kinds of yang power of the 9-yang divine art, and the 9 kinds of yin power of the 9-ing true scripture. Yin and yang generation, will it greatly improve my body again? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. As early as more than 10 years ago, Su Qin tasted the sweetness of the 2 cultivation techniques, Invincible Vajra divine art, and Lunar body refining technique. At that time, these 2 cultivation techniques directly improved Su Qin's body to another level. In addition, Su Qin's Shouyuan was doubled because of this. It's incredible. At this moment, Su Qin felt the 9 kinds of yang power, which is far beyond the Invincible Vajra divine art, and thought quickly. Su Qin was very clear in his heart that forging the body with the power of yin and yang is extremely risky. Although yin and yang generate each other, they also restrain each other. Without the eyes of truth, Suqing's body explosion is far more likely than body tempering. This is also the reason why Grade 1 Great Grandmasters can only choose the boundless lunar body or the boundless solar body to transform their body. And it's because they don't want yin and yang to generate each other, but they don't dare. 9 In True Scripture. Suqing thought for a while and finally sighed. 9 In True Scripture is not a divine art of the Shaolin Temple, and now that the demon-subduing tower's Dao accumulation is exhausted, he can no longer sign in. Suqing doesn't think that he can sign in and obtain this true scripture in the Shaolin Temple. Right. It's been a while since I entered the Arhat realm, and my realm has been completely stabilized. Now I can comprehend the real Buddha's palm. Suqing's thoughts moved and he felt the Buddha golden body in his eyebrows that was pointing at the heaven and earth. The Buddha's palm was the technique Suqing obtained from his first sign-in. It was known as the strongest technique of the Shaolin Temple and was personally taught by Buddha. At the same time, the Buddha's palm was also the highest level technique Suqing had obtained over the past 20 years. Since Tuo Arahan was able to suppress the devil Buddha with the Buddha's palm, I should be able to use it with my current strength. Suqing's thoughts turned quickly, and a huge amount of divine sense began to pour into the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows. Buzz. Suqing seemed to be in a vast void, dreamy, deep, and boundless. In front of him, there was a golden Buddha pointing at the sky and touching the earth, filling the void with Zen chants. Under the heavens and earth, I am the unique and righteous. With a boom, the golden Buddha in Suqing's mind seemed to appear with countless swastikas, innumerable proverbs, and Zen chants, shaking his mind. Finally, it turned back into a golden Buddha, still high and mighty, looking down on all living beings. At this moment, Suqing only felt a sharp pain in his mind and subconsciously withdrew from the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows. This is? Suqing opened his eyes, and his face was full of shock. In the blink of an eye, Suqing had roughly understood some information about the Buddha's palm. The Buddha's palm was divided into 9 styles, and each style was independent and dependent on each other. There was no distinction between the top and the bottom. At this moment, Suqing had mastered the first style of the Buddha's palm, I am the unique and righteous. This style represented the ultimate destructive power, and only powerhouses at least at the level of Arhat could use this style. Suqing had a feeling that if he really used this style, it would definitely be able to destroy everything. Of course. Suqing knew very well that this was just his illusion. No matter how strong the Buddha's palm was, it was still based on the user's own strength. If Suqing had the true strength of the Buddha and used the first move of I, the unique and righteous, he would probably be the only one in the entire universe. But now, Suqing was just an insignificant first heaven Arhat. Even if he used this move, he could at most defeat those of the same level and those of a higher level. It was impossible for him to soar into the sky and truly stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas. The reason why Suqing had the illusion that he could destroy everything was that when he received the inheritance of the Buddha's palm, he subconsciously put himself in the perspective of the golden Buddha in the primal aperture at mid-brows. With my current strength, I can only comprehend the first move of the Buddha's palm? Suqing rubbed his eyebrows as he thought to himself. Just now, when he was immersed in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows, he had only received the first move before he was forced to withdraw from it due to the excruciating pain in his mind. But it's still okay. Just the first move, I, the unique and righteous, is enough for me to study for a very long time. Suqing was not disappointed at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. After all, the entire inheritance of the Buddha's palm was with the golden Buddha in the primal aperture at mid-brows. It would not run away. Once Suqing's strength reached a certain level, it would be imparted to him. Naturally, Suqing did not have any other emotions. The level of the Buddha's palm is too high. Suqing thought for a while and felt very emotional. Originally, Suqing thought that the Buddha's palm was a martial art at the level of Arhat. But now, it seemed that Arhat was only able to activate the lowest level of the Buddha's palm. 900 years ago, the Buddha's palm that Tuo Arahan used to suppress the devil Buddha should not be the first move, I, the unique and righteous. Suqing glanced at Foshan, his thoughts fluctuating. The 9 moves of the Buddha's palm were independent and dependent on each other. There was no distinction between them. Each of the 9 moves was different. Some were good at destruction, some were good at suppression, and some were good at defense. Suqin guessed that the Buddha's palm that Tuoarahan used to suppress the devil Buddha 900 years ago should be more of a suppression move. Otherwise, if it was like the Buddha's palm that Suqin obtained from the first move, only I am the best, which was biased towards destruction, then the demon Buddha would have been suppressed to the point that not even dregs were left 900 years ago. How could it still be able to survive until 900 years later? Last time when I came to restabilize the seal, the devil Buddha once said the true meaning of the Buddha. It should be referring to the golden Buddha in the primal aperture at mid-brows. Suqin thought silently. Over the years, he had been browsing countless ancient books in the Shaolin Temple. Naturally, he understood what the true meaning of the Buddha's palm was. If the Buddha's palm was still traceable in the thousands of years of Shaolin Temple's history, then the true meaning of the Buddha's palm only existed in legends. To put it simply, the 9 moves of the Buddha's palm were different. No one could master all 9 moves at the same time. But if one had the true meaning of the Buddha's palm, it would be different. The true meaning of the Buddha's palm was equivalent to the outline of the Buddha's palm. It had the effect of controlling the 9 moves. After receiving the inheritance of the first move of the Buddha's palm, Suqin's life returned to normal. Every day, he would sign in, cultivate, and comprehend the first move of the Buddha's palm. His days were especially fulfilling. There shouldn't be much Tao accumulation left in the Sutra Pavilion and the Bodhi Court. On this day, Suqin finished signing in outside the Bodhi Court. After returning to the forbidden area in the back mountain, he was deep in thought. If my Tao accumulation is exhausted, I should leave the Shaolin Temple. Suqin's eyes were calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Looks like it's time to leave some foundation for the Shaolin Temple. Suqin sighed softly in his heart. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, he had stayed in the Shaolin Temple for more than 20 years. In the past 20 years, Suqin couldn't ignore the vegetarian meals provided by the Shaolin Temple. What should I leave behind? Suqin fell into deep thought. Suqin had thought about this question long before he stepped into the realm of Arhat. However, Suqin realized at that time that if the future disciples of the Shaolin Temple couldn't do it, it would be meaningless to leave more. It wasn't as if Arhat hadn't appeared in the Shaolin Temple in the past. Many venerable Arhat had left some foundation for the Shaolin Temple before they passed away. However, these foundations could be preserved in a short period of time. But over a long period of time, decades or hundreds of years, no matter how strong the foundation was, it would lose its effectiveness. Since things don't work, I'll leave someone for the Shaolin Temple. Suqin spread out his divine sense and scanned the entire Shaolin Temple, and finally shrouded the Dharma court. Inside the Dharma court, Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads were chatting with Xianku. Last time, Abbot Huiwen personally brought Xianku to see Suqin, hoping that Suqin would accept Xianku as his disciple. At that time, although Suqin wasn't interested, he didn't immediately refuse and only said that he would consider it. The Buddha's heart is incomplete. Can't you just fix it? Suqin slowly got up and stepped out of the forbidden area. Dharma court. Abbot, what did the Venerable One say? The warrior monastery court head looked at Abbot Huiwen and asked. The Venerable One said that he would consider it for a while. Abbot Huiwen was silent for a while, and then said truthfully. Consider it for a while. As soon as he said that, the other court heads fell silent. Although the Venerable One didn't refuse, he probably wasn't interested in accepting a disciple. Otherwise, there was no need to consider it at all. What a pity about Xianku's talent. The commandment court head shook his head. And Xianku heard the conversation between Abbot Huiwen and the court heads, and his head hung low, as if he had made a big mistake. Just when Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads were certain that Xianku wouldn't become that person's disciple. Buzz. A faint Buddha's light began to spread. The Zen chants continued, and golden lotuses bloomed like glass, untainted by dust. Under the shocked gazes of Abbot Huiwen and the others, a figure slowly walked out. He was covered in layers of Buddha's light as if he was far away on the horizon. Golden lotuses bloomed under his feet, and the Zen chants were thick and dignified, as if a Buddha had descended to the world to save all living beings. The figure walked to Xianku step by step, and with a golden lotus, he raised his right hand, and his 5 slender fingers stroked Xianku's forehead. The Buddha caresses my forehead, and I see the Buddha at the end of the road. Inside the Dharma court. The light of Buddha filled the air. Golden lotuses bloomed. Suqin took a step forward, raised his right hand, and gently stroked Xianku's forehead with his long and powerful fingers. The incomplete heart of Buddha was basically a congenital cause. But no matter how incomplete it was, there was always a part of the heart of Buddha. With this part of the heart of Buddha, it was completely possible to make it whole. Of course, in the whole world, only Suqin could do this. Even if the venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple came back to life, or if it was a martial arts legend from the outside world, it would not be so easy to make the heart of Buddha whole. The eye of truth could see through all the qi in the world, and the heart of Buddha was naturally one of them. Coupled with Suqin's powerful strength, the combination of the two could achieve this. Venerable. Venerable. Xianku opened his eyes wide. When Suqin's 5 fingers stroked his forehead, he only felt warm and uncomfortable. Even Xianku felt his heart beating faster and faster, and the blood in his body was boiling, as if some kind of transformation was happening. Venerable. Greetings, Venerable. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were first surprised, but then seemed to realize something, and bowed to Suqin. In the entire Shaolin Temple, only the Venerable standing in the clouds could walk into the Dharma court so silently and cause such a phenomenon. Although Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were curious about why Suqin came at this time, they guessed that it should be related to Xianku. Time passed slowly. The light of Buddha slowly spread, as if it was eternal. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads waited respectfully, without the slightest impatience. In fact, under the light of Buddha, even if it was not targeted at them, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads still benefited a little. Half an hour later. Suqin slowly withdrew his right hand. Just now, he had used his Arhat's inner energy to help the little monk Xianku complete the incomplete Buddha's heart. He had even helped him to cleanse his marrow and tendons. After all, in Suqin's heart, Xianku was the foundation he left for the Shaolin Temple. Naturally, he would pay more attention to him. If the other martial artists in Jianghu were to know that Xianku, a young novice monk in his teens, had been cleansed by Venerable Arhat, they would definitely go mad with jealousy. It was worth noting that both Venerable Arhat and martial arts legends had long transformed to another level after experiencing the ultimate leap. Venerable Arhat's meridian changing and marrow cleansing was enough to allow Xianku to walk in front of most martial artists in the world before he even stepped on the path of martial arts cultivation. If there are any problems in the future, you can find me at the back of the mountain. Suqin left these words and turned to leave. The Buddha's light dissipated. The golden lotus melted. The Dharma court immediately regained its peace. It was not until a long time after Suqin had left that Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads dared to speak. Abbot. Did the Venerable One accept Xianku as his disciple? The warrior monastery's court head could not help but ask. Although Suqin did not explicitly say that he accepted Xianku as his disciple, since he allowed him to go to the back of the mountain, it was obvious that he had already acknowledged him in his heart. I don't know. How can the Venerable One's thoughts be guessed by us? Abbot Huiwen shook his head slightly, but doubts arose in his heart. But why did the Venerable One come here this time? Speaking of this, Abbot Huiwen turned his gaze and looked at Xianku, who had already fallen asleep. Huh? Abbot Huiwen finally realized that something was wrong. The current Xianku did not have the same vision as before. It was as if everything had returned to normal. Returning to the origin. This is returning to the origin. Abbot Huiwen's face was shocked as he muttered to himself. The other court heads were also in disbelief. At this moment, even if they did not know what Suqin had done to Xianku, they realized that it should be a great thing. Looking at the world, the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. If Xianku still maintained the vision from before, no matter how good his aptitude was, he would still suffer in the future. But now, everything was hidden deep within his body. It was neither hot nor hot, but it went straight to the sky. The back of the mountain. Su Qin sat cross-legged, his inner strength slowly circulating in his body, constantly integrating into every piece of flesh and blood, constantly tempering his body. The inner strength of the Arhat state has undergone a fundamental change from the inner strength of the ninth-grade martial arts. Su Qin opened his eyes and carefully felt everything in his body. If the inner strength of a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is like flowing water, then the inner strength of a peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster is like wood. Then the inner strength of Venerable Arhat is like tempered steel. A wisp of Arhat's inner strength is enough to kill a group of Grade 1 Great Grandmasters. The two are not on the same level at all. In other words, the inner strength of the Arhat state is no longer called inner strength, but true essence or true force? Su Qin thought silently in his heart. It is really true that the inner strength of the Arhat state and the inner strength of the ninth-grade martial arts are not the same thing. It is indeed wrong to call them by the same name. The effect of the glazed golden core is almost over. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and another bottle of glazed golden core appeared in Su Qin's hands. Suddenly, the world's essence chi began to faintly boil and gather, but it was immediately suppressed by Su Qin's divine sense. Gulp. Su Qin swallowed the glazed golden core directly. During this period, Su Qin has consumed nearly 10 glazed golden cores, which really made him feel distressed for a while. However, through signing in, Su Qin once again obtained more than a dozen glazed golden cores, which basically broke even, and there was still a surplus. Whoosh! The colorless and transparent glazed golden core entered his abdomen, and suddenly a huge medicinal power began to spread, constantly condensing into true essence and flowing to his limbs and bones. As Su Qin continues to cultivate, his strength is slowly but firmly moving towards a higher level. Next, Su Qin returned to the past again. Signing in, cultivating, and comprehending, Buddha's palm's first move, only I am supreme, every day. However, in addition to this, Su Qin will occasionally give pointers to Xianxia. It has to be said that Xianxia, who has completed his Buddha's heart, has an incredible perception. Any martial art or Buddhist scripture is basically understood by him. This also saves Su Qin a lot of trouble. He only needs to give pointers from time to time. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, the Shaolin Temple hasn't changed much. The only difference is that Xianxia has stepped into the 7th grade martial artist realm. This made Su Qin quite satisfied. It took him more than 2 months to become a 7th grade martial artist, so Xianxia is already not bad. However, while the time in the Shaolin Temple is slow, the outside world is surging. The youngest disciple of Daoist Zhang of Wudong Mountain went down the mountain with a sword, wanting to challenge the heroes of the world. The imperial teacher of Mengyuan led an army of millions and destroyed a small country. The Emperor of Tang's palace, the Emperor of Tang ordered that Princely Xing be conferred the title of Crown Prince, causing an uproar. The Emperor of Tang's old age was no longer a secret. If it weren't for the purple-cloaked eunuch, the court would have been in chaos. But even so, the princes were still fighting openly and secretly, and all the dukes had different thoughts. Even the vassals from all over the country had bet on one of the princes. Originally, in everyone's eyes, the Emperor of Tang would eventually appoint one of the most promising princes as the crown prince. After all, among the many sons of the Emperor of Tang, except for these princes who had some ability, the others were basically just playing around and waiting for death. However, what no one expected was that the Emperor of Tang would eventually choose Princely Xing as the crown prince. Princely Xing was the son of the Emperor of Tang left outside and was brought into the palace a few years ago. The ministers and the princes also knew about this, but they never thought that Princely Xing would be appointed as the crown prince one day. Because Princely Xing's foundation was too shallow. Shaolin Temple. Su Qin's divine sense swept over and happened to hear some disciples talking about the Emperor of Tang's appointment as the new crown prince. Oh? He was indeed appointed as the crown prince. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. When he first saw Li Xing in the family Su mansion, he saw that he carried nearly 1/10 of the fate of the Empire of Tang. As long as such a person didn't die in the future, it was only a matter of time before he ascended the throne. The Empire of Tang. Chang'an City. Su Qin's heart skipped a beat. The Empire of Tang had been established for 500 years, but the capital of the Empire of Tang, Chang'an City, was the ancient capital of 10 dynasties and had a history of thousands of years. For thousands of years, the periphery of Chang'an City may have been renovated countless times, but the core of the imperial city had never changed. Even the jade palaces and lofty palaces in the imperial city were the same as they were thousands of years ago. To some extent, the imperial city of Chang'an had witnessed the rise and fall of 10 dynasties that had stood on the earth for thousands of years. Ancient capital of the 10 dynasties. The Taoist connotation that Chang'an City has accumulated over the past thousands of years is probably similar to that of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin's eyes lit up and he was excited. Although Su Qin had never been to Chang'an City in person, he guessed that there must be a lot of Taoist connotation in Chang'an City based on its thousands of years of history. It was enough for Su Qin to sign in for a long time. When the Shaolin Temple's Taoist connotation is exhausted, I can make a trip to Chang'an. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Speaking of signing in, I haven't used my sign-in opportunity today. Su Qin suddenly thought of something, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already outside the scripture depository. In the past, I've signed in at the Bodhi Court dozens of times. Now that I have enough glazed golden cores, I'll sign in at the scripture pavilion today. Su Qin muttered in his heart, "System, sign in for me." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the past Amitabha Sutra. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Past Amitabha Sutra? Su Qin's expression changed slightly. The past Amitabha Sutra is one of the supreme scriptures of Buddhism, on par with the Tathagata Sutra and the Sutra of Future Death. It's at the highest level. Even if it's not as powerful as the Buddha's palm, it's probably not far from it. However, the Shaolin Temple has been open for thousands of years. Even the Patriarch Bodhidharma, who is known to have incorporated many supreme techniques, has never comprehended the past Amitabha Sutra, let alone others. To a certain extent, the past Amitabha Sutra is not for mortals to comprehend. Su Qin didn't expect that this time, he would sign in for this supreme scripture. I've really made a fortune this time. Su Qin was overjoyed. A smile appeared on his face as he turned around and returned to the back mountain. For others, even if they obtained the original copy of the past Amitabha Sutra, it was useless. Because they wouldn't be able to comprehend the profoundness contained within. Therefore, in the eyes of most people, the past Amitabha Sutra wasn't even as useful as the Arhat Fist. At least, as long as one studied the Arhat Fist seriously, even an ordinary person would be able to comprehend it in a few months. But what about the past Amitabha Sutra? No matter how talented you are or how high your comprehension ability is, what's the use if you can't understand it? But Su Qin is different from others. The secret manuals obtained through the system will be instilled by the system, automatically becoming proficient in them. And the difficulty of the past Amitabha Sutra is that it can't be grasped at all. In other words, the most difficult part of the past Amitabha Sutra is actually the easiest in Su Qin's eyes. Just as Su Qin was thinking, all kinds of comprehensions about the past Amitabha Sutra continuously surged into Su Qin's heart. In a trance, in the depths of Su Qin's mind, a Buddha of the past faintly condensed, looking at the present and the future from the distant past. Boom! Su Qin's mind shook, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The past Amitabha Sutra is indeed worthy of being the supreme scripture of Buddhism. Su Qin nodded slightly. Even a venerable arhat like him can't help but be immersed in the past Amitabha Sutra. The past Amitabha Sutra is a mental cultivation method to circulate true essence. With a thought, Su Qin's true essence began to circulate along a special path. Before obtaining the past Amitabha Sutra, Su Qin's mental cultivation method was the Great Arhat Divine Art. The Great Arhat Divine Art is a mental cultivation method at the level of Venerable Arhat. It can greatly increase Su Qin's cultivation speed, and also increase his comprehension and control of heaven and earth. It can be said that the Great Arhat Divine Art is a top-notch mental cultivation method at the level of Arhat. But now, with the past Amitabha Sutra, which is of a much higher level than the Great Arhat Divine Art, Su Qin naturally didn't hesitate to change the Great Arhat Divine Art. Whoosh! Whoosh! Su Qin sat cross-legged, and the true essence of Arhat in his body circulated rapidly, constantly circulating according to the past Amitabha Sutra. Whoosh! As the past Amiba Sutra circulated, a storm of heaven and earth essence chi 10 times larger than before was suddenly set off in the forbidden area of the back mountain. Countless heaven and earth essence chi condensed into a huge funnel shape, madly pouring into Su Qin's body. Time passed slowly. The storm of heaven and earth essence chi that gathered in the forbidden area of the back mountain not only did not dissipate, but gradually spread toward the entire Shaolin temple. For a moment, a storm seemed to have formed in the sky above the Shaolin temple, vast and mighty, covering everything. What is that? Many disciples of the Shaolin temple looked up, dumbfounded. They were all just doing their own things, cultivating and working, but they didn't expect the heaven and earth to suddenly change, and endless heaven and earth essence chi gathered together, covering everything. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were the first to gather together. The essence chi is like rain. This is a phenomenon caused by the venerables when they have a major breakthrough in their cultivation. Abbot Huiwen muttered to himself with a solemn face. The court heads looked at each other and swallowed their saliva. In their eyes, the venerables were like immortals, standing at the top of the world. They simply couldn't imagine, if the venerables continued to break through, what would happen. And just as the disciples of the Shaolin temple were discussing spiritedly, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, Su Qin, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. I didn't expect the past Amiba Sutra to be so powerful. Su Qin was amazed. He had only cultivated the past Amiba Sutra for an hour, and he felt that his strength had increased as much as 10 days of hard work. The glazed golden core has also shrunk. Su Qin seemed to have sensed something as he muttered to himself. Normally, a glazed golden core would take Su Qin 1 to 2 months to absorb it. Because the glazed golden core contained too much medicinal power, even someone like Su Qin Arhat would need time to digest and absorb it. But just now, when Su Qin circulated the past Amiba Sutra, he found that the glazed golden core in his lower abdomen was melting at a terrifying speed. Not bad, not bad. At this rate, I will be able to step into the second heaven of Arhat in a year at most. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Without the past Amiba Sutra, even with the help of the glazed golden core, Su Qin would need close to 10 years to break through. But now, the time was shortened by more than 10 times. And this was because the breakthrough of Arhat was not just about the accumulation of energy, but more importantly, it was about the understanding of heaven and earth. Otherwise, Su Qin's breakthrough would be even faster. Rumor has it that if one fully understands the past Amiba Sutra, the Tathagata Sutra, and the future Amiba Sutra, the 3 supreme scriptures of Buddhism, one will truly be free and unfettered. Su Qin's expression was slightly yearning. Unfortunately, although there are many benefits to cultivating the past Amiba Sutra, the consumption of the glazed golden core is still too fast. Su Qin thought to himself. Originally, a complete glazed golden core was enough for Su Qin to absorb for 1 to 2 months, but now, he would probably have to take a second glazed golden core in a week. There's some commotion outside? Su Qin's mind moved, and his terrifying divine sense quickly enveloped the entire Shaolin temple. Although the vitality storm outside had begun to dissipate as Su Qin stopped cultivating, it was obvious that it would not completely disappear in a short time. Outside the back mountain forbidden area, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were hesitating whether or not they should enter. After all, the commotion just now was quite big. Even if Abbot Huiwen speculated based on the ancient books in the temple that Su Qin had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he was still worried. Suddenly, at this moment, a calm voice resounded in the ears of Abbot Huiwen and the court heads. All of you, leave. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads immediately bowed slightly. Yes. Meanwhile, outside the Emperor of Tang's palace, Prince Lixing still had a look of disbelief on his face. Father made me the crown prince? Prince Lixing blinked his eyes in bewilderment. Although he had known his identity years ago, that he was a descendant of the imperial family. However, Lixing had never dreamed that he would one day become the crown prince. What was the crown prince? No matter in which dynasty, the crown prince was second only to the emperor, and after the emperor died, he was the rightful candidate to sit on the throne. It could be said that if Lixing became the crown prince, he would be the future master of the empire of Tang. Yuner, is this true? Lixing looked at Su Yuiyun next to him. As early as a few years ago, he followed Eunuch Lu to the imperial palace, and not long after, he brought Su Yueyun here. Don't be too happy. It's not a good thing for you to become the crown prince. Su Yueyun shook his head and said. It's not a good thing. Prince Lixing also calmed down. Even he himself had never thought of becoming the crown prince, let alone others. The most important thing was, the Emperor of Tang made him the crown prince. What would the other princes think? What would the ministers in the imperial court think? Over the years, Lixing's brothers had been fighting openly and secretly for the position of the crown prince, and they had almost shed all pretenses of cordiality. Would they allow the position of the crown prince to fall on Lixing's head? There were also the ministers in the imperial court. They had long placed their bets on a certain prince, and bet everything that they had on the prince being able to inherit the throne. If the crown prince was gone in the end, what would these ministers who had already taken sides think? Just thinking about it quickly made Prince Lixing's scalp tingle, and he felt as if he had fallen into a hopeless situation. Don't worry. Since His Majesty has made such a decision, there must be a reason for it. Su Yueyun comforted him. I hope so. Lixing nodded stiffly. At this moment, suddenly, a servant hurriedly rushed in. Your Highness, someone from the imperial palace is here. Someone from the imperial palace is here? Prince Lixing was slightly taken aback, and immediately said, I know, I'll go over now. Soon. Lixing took Su Yueyun outside. At this moment, the door had long been surrounded by the Forbidden Army, and a eunuch wearing a purple official uniform was standing there with a smile. Purple? Lixing only felt a roar in his head. Having been in Chang'an for so long, Lixing naturally knew what purple represented in the imperial palace. That was the head eunuch Eunuch Zhao, who was second only to the Emperor of Tang in the entire imperial palace. Under normal circumstances, Eunuch Zhao would serve the Emperor of Tang, and it was absolutely impossible for him to leave the imperial palace. But now, Eunuch Zhao appeared outside the door. Thinking of this, Lixing felt a little scared. Your Highness. Seeing Lixing come out, Eunuch Zhao bowed slightly. Eunuch Zhao. Lixing immediately returned the bow with a solemn expression. I am under His Majesty's order to take your Highness to the Eastern Palace. Eunuch Zhao said slowly. The Eastern Palace? Lixing was slightly taken aback, and said, I'll pack up right away and go to the Eastern Palace with Eunuch Zhao. There's no need. Eunuch Zhao shook his head slightly and said, Your Highness can go with me now. As for the things, the Eastern Palace has prepared everything. But Lixing looked hesitant. He looked at Su Yueyun and asked tentatively, Then Yuner and I will go to the Eastern Palace with Eunuch Zhao. Yuner? Eunuch Zhao looked at Su Yueyun and shook his head. Only the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess can stay in the Eastern Palace. As for others, they can't enter. Although Su Yueyun was Lixing's wife, she had not been officially conferred the title of Crown Princess. After all, even Lixing had only been informed today that he had become the Crown Prince. How could he have had the time to confer the title to Su Yueyun? You go to the Eastern Palace first. I'm not in a hurry. Su Yueyun saw Lixing hesitate and immediately said in a low voice. The one standing in front of them was Eunuch Zhao. If Lixing's hesitation angered Eunuch Zhao, it would probably cause trouble for the Emperor of Tang. Your Highness, let's go. Eunuch Zhao saw that Lixing did not respond and frowned, then glanced at Su Yueyun again. With this glance, Eunuch Zhao glanced at the jade pendant that Su Yueyun had been wearing this entire time. The jade pendant was extremely ordinary, but Su Yueyun carried it close to her body. It was clear that she valued it very much. However, Eunuch Zhao seemed to notice something. His gaze instantly focused on the jade pendant at Su Yueyun's waist. This is? The more Eunuch Zhao looked, the more his heart palpitated. In the end, his expression changed, and his face filled with disbelief. This is a strand of divine sense of a peak first grade? Eunuch Zhao's expression was extremely solemn as he stared at the jade pendant hanging on Su Yueyun's waist. Although the strand of divine sense in the jade pendant was hidden very deeply, Eunuch Zhao was also a peak first grade. If he wanted to, it naturally could not be hidden from him. What exactly is going on? Could it be that the commoner woman His Highness married has a peak first grade backing her? Eunuch Zhao only felt that it was extremely absurd. How rare is a peak first grade? Which one of them does not oversee a region and live a carefree life? The Emperor of Tang had Li Xing among the commoners, Eunuch Zhao also knew. Even Eunuch Lu, who had always been secretly protecting Li Xing, was arranged by Eunuch Zhao. Eunuch Zhao knew everything about Li Xing like the back of his hand. As for the daughter of the family Su who married Li Xing, as well as all the information about the family Su, it was naturally placed in front of Eunuch Zhao long ago. What Eunuch Zhao did not even dream of was that the daughter of the family Su in his eyes was actually a peak first grade backing her. Could it be a coincidence? This jade pendant was coincidentally picked up by Su Yueyun? Eunuch Zhao's thoughts turned quickly, but in the end, he rejected this idea. There were only so many peak first grade in the world, and even fewer peak first grade who could condense divine sense. As for being willing to split a strand of divine sense and place it in the jade pendant, there were almost no peak first grade. How could the jade pendant Su Yueyun picked up by coincidence be related to a peak first grade? Splitting one's divine sense, if one does not have the relevant secret technique, even for a peak first grade, it will consume one's origin. Unless it's someone who really values him, no peak rank one would do that. In a flash, Eunuch Zhao's thoughts fluctuated. Who is it? One possibility after another flashed through Eunuch Zhao's mind. And just as Eunuch Zhao was thinking, Prince Li Xing was obviously persuaded by Su Yueyun, and was prepared to temporarily go to the East Palace with Eunuch Zhao. After some time, he would ask the Emperor of Tang for the Crown Princess to confer Su Yueyun the Crown Princess title, and then he would take Su Yueyun. Eunuch Zhao, let's go. Li Xing reluctantly looked at Su Yueyun and said to Eunuch Zhao. Actually, it's not impossible, it's not negotiable. Eunuch of Su Yueyun of His Highness, Princess Su, it's only a matter of time. Sooner or she, it's Prince's princess. Princess. And it. Eunuch Zhao glanced at the jade pendant on Su Yueyun's waist, bowed slightly, and said, please follow me. Eunuch Zhao said this. Prince Li Xing and Su Yueyun were stunned. What was going on? Why did Eunuch Zhao suddenly change his mind? Although Li Xing had never interacted with Eunuch Zhao before, he had a rough idea of what kind of person Eunuch Zhao was from the rumors spread by others. In the entire palace, except for His Majesty, no one could change Eunuch Zhao's mind. The princes could not. The ministers could not. But now, Prince Li Xing and Su Yueyun looked at each other, and could only bite the bullet and follow Eunuch Zhao. Half a day later. The Emperor of Tang's palace. Your Majesty, the commoner girl that His Highness married has a great identity. Eunuch Zhao bowed slightly. Then Eunuch Zhao informed the Emperor of Tang that he found the divine sense of a peak grade 1 great grandmaster on Su Yueyun. Oh? Interesting. Interesting. The Emperor of Tang's demeanor was obviously much older, and he even coughed violently while speaking. Seeing this scene, Eunuch Zhao's expression changed slightly. He immediately stepped forward, stretched out his right hand, and slowly pressed it on the Emperor of Tang. After a while, the Emperor of Tang's complexion recovered a little, and he waved his hand and said, what do you think the real owner of the jade pendant means? This old servant doesn't know. Eunuch Zhao paused for a while, and then continued, but this old servant thinks that the real owner of the jade pendant should not be interested in the battle for the throne. The real function of that jade pendant is to protect, and there is no other purpose. Eunuch Zhao said slowly. It was precisely because of this that he changed his mind and agreed to let Su Yueyun and Li Xing live together in the East Palace. After all, in the face of a peak grade 1 great grandmaster who has not shown any malice, showing goodwill appropriately can only be beneficial and not harmful. If the peak grade 1 great grandmaster standing behind Su Yueyun is willing to support Prince Li Xing, let alone living in the East Palace, even conferring the title of Empress in the future will be a matter of a few words. As long as he can win over a peak grade 1, any price is worth paying. I know. It seems that the luck of this child is better than that of this emperor. The Emperor of Tang leaned slightly on the dragon throne and rubbed his eyebrows, trying to wake himself up. Eunuch Zhao waited on the side and did not speak. Suddenly, the palace fell into silence. After a long time, the Emperor of Tang said slowly, to be honest, how long can I live? Eunuch Zhao's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he said, 3 years, even if this old servant does his best, I can only guarantee that your majesty can live for 3 years. 3 years. It's almost enough time. The Emperor of Tang's expression did not change, as if he didn't hear how long he could live at all. Shaolin Temple. Since obtaining the past Amiba Sutra, Su Qin seems to have returned to the time when he was in grade 9 martial Dao. He can feel his strength improving every day. The only drawback is that it consumes too many glazed golden cores. It's almost time. It's time to break through. In the back mountain forbidden area, Su Qin sat cross-legged, slowly circulating the true essence in his body and adjusting his state. After consuming dozens of glazed golden cores, Su Qin's cultivation base finally reached peak Arhat first heavenly layer. Let's start. With a thought in Su Qin's mind, 20 glazed golden cores suddenly appeared in front of him. In order to ensure that the breakthrough is foolproof, Su Qin also put in a lot of effort and prepared to use 20 glazed golden cores to force a breakthrough. 1 glazed golden core is enough for a venerable Arhat to digest and absorb for several months. With 20 of them added together, the terrifying medicinal power is probably enough to make venerable Arhat explode. If Su Qin didn't have the past Amiba Sutra to protect his body, he wouldn't dare to do this. Gulp. Su Qin swallowed a glazed golden core and began to circulate the past Amiba Sutra to refine the rolling medicinal power. Almost instantly, Su Qin's body began to slowly transform again. Time slowly passed, and Su Qin's aura became stronger and stronger, as if the vast void was endless. If it wasn't for the back mountain forbidden area and the Buddha's palm seal left by Tuoerahan, Su Qin's aura would have soared into the sky and suppressed the entire Shaolin Temple. Just like this, Su Qin's true essence became more and more boiling. Finally, at a certain moment, it seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles and reached a new realm. Buzz. I've finally entered the second heavenly layer of Arhat. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Back mountain forbidden grounds. After Su Qin broke through, he took a deep breath. In an instant, the surging heaven and earth essence chi was sucked into his mouth like a whale sucking in water. I'm so hungry. Su Qin felt that every bone and muscle in his body was trembling, crazily devouring the heaven and earth essence chi that was pouring into his body. Unfortunately, the heaven and earth essence chi was thin to begin with and could not satisfy the replenishment of his body after the breakthrough. Su Qin had no choice but to take out several glazed golden cores. After the glazed golden cores as pure as glass entered his mouth, they turned into a huge amount of medicinal power that filled every part of his body. Half an hour later, Su Qin opened his eyes again. I didn't expect that after breaking through to the second heaven, I still need a lot of heaven and earth essence chi to replenish my body. Su Qin whispered to himself. If he had not prepared the glazed golden cores, he would have only been able to absorb the heaven and earth essence chi slowly and even cause some damage to his body. But it's all over now. Now I've truly entered the second heaven realm of Arhat. Su Qin's thoughts turned and he looked at his hands, carefully feeling something. In terms of true essence, it's at least 2 to 3 times stronger. My physical body isn't as exaggerated as true essence, but it's still improved. As for my divine sense, it's almost twice as pure, and its range has expanded greatly. Su Qin continued to speculate and finally came to a conclusion. The current me is at least 5 times stronger than before the breakthrough. Su Qin was very satisfied. Originally, a venerable Arhat was already a taboo among taboo, enough to suppress all demons and monsters. But now, Su Qin was equivalent to 5 venerable Arhat. What did that mean? As long as Su Qin wanted to, he could now sweep the world. The empire of Tang and Meng Yuan could all stand aside. First, stabilize the realm. Su Qin slowly collected his thoughts. The so-called stabilization of one's realm was naturally not to worry about one's realm slipping. Now that Su Qin had completely stepped into the second heavenly layer, unless he suffered from chi deviation on the spot and his true essence went berserk, it was absolutely impossible for him to drop his realm. Buddhist cultivation techniques were known for their deep foundations, let alone a supreme scripture like the past Amiba Sutra. The reason why Su Qin wanted to stabilize his realm was because he wanted to familiarize himself with his skyrocketing power. Over the next few months, Suqin began to read some Buddhist scriptures in addition to his cultivation. Although it had been more than 20 years and Suqin had already gone through these Buddhist scriptures, now that Suqin had entered the realm of Arhat, he had a different feeling when he read them again. During this period, Suqin also didn't forget to sign in. The holy elixirs, divine arts, and secret manuals that he obtained from signing in every day were all thrown into the system space by Suqin for future use. The flow of time in the system space has almost stopped, so there will be no problem of elixirs losing effectiveness. While reading the Buddhist scriptures, Suqin would occasionally give advice to Xianxia. After this little novice monk entered the 7th grade martial artist, he was still preparing to rush into the middle realm in a short time. But in the end, he was stopped by Suqin. The possessor of Buddha's heart can indeed have unimaginable convenience in martial arts cultivation. But in the past, every possessor of Buddha's heart was unable to achieve the realm of Arhat. Instead, some people who started out ordinary finally set foot on the great Tao. As for the reason in the middle, Suqin probably guessed it. Therefore, he let Xianxia slowly experience the difference of each realm and then try to break through. On this day, Suqin was thinking about how many glazed golden cores he should take when suddenly his expression changed and he looked outside the back mountain forbidden area. He saw Xianxia standing there cautiously, not knowing whether to come in or not. Come in. A calm voice sounded in Xianxia's ear. Yes. Venerable one. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Soon. Xianxia came in front of Suqin. After a few years, Xianxia has basically gotten rid of the immaturity of a teenager. Coupled with the internal strength of a 7th grade martial artist, he is basically the same as a normal man. Venerable one. Xianxia respectfully bowed to Suqin. Because Suqin never said that he would accept Xianxia as a disciple, Xianxia can only be like Abbot Huiwen and call Suqin Venerable One. Are you going to break through? Suqin glanced at Xianxia and said. In fact, as early as before Xianxia came in, Suqin already knew about Xianxia's situation. Yes. Venerable one, I can't suppress it anymore. Xianxia said in a low voice. Since you can't suppress it, then break through. Suqin said casually, break through here. Suqin asked Xianxia to postpone his breakthrough, not because he can't break through. Now that Xianxia has almost reached the limit of suppression, if he doesn't break through, it will be harmful to himself. Yes. When Xianxia heard this, he immediately sat cross-legged. Compared to the vision caused by Suqin's breakthrough, Xianxia's breakthrough was simply silent. In fact, this was normal. The cultivation of martial artists below the upper realm is mainly focused on the physical body and internal strength, and it doesn't involve the world's essence qi at all. Since it has nothing to do with the world's essence qi, there will naturally be no vision. In less than half an hour, Xianxia stepped from the 7th grade martial artist to the 6th grade martial artist. There is only a difference of one realm between the 6th grade and the 7th grade, but it is the difference between the lower realm and the middle realm. This bottleneck had trapped countless martial artists in the pugilistic world. Thank you, Venerable One. Xianxia got up and said respectfully. Since you have broken through, go down. Suqin looked at Xianxia and said. Venerable One. However, Xianxia looked hesitant. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. What's the matter? Suqin raised his eyebrows and asked directly. With Suqin's understanding of Xianxia in the past few years, if the other party has nothing important, he wouldn't dare to speak like this. Venerable One, I found a stone door under a hill near the Dharma court. There are some Buddha patterns carved on the stone door, it's very mysterious. Xianxia paused for a while and continued, this stone door is very heavy, I can't push it open at all. Stone door. Suqin repeated in a low voice, his huge divine sense quickly spread out, like a hurricane, sweeping back and forth the place that Xianxia mentioned several times. However, what surprised Suqin was that he didn't find the stone door that Xianxia mentioned. Venerable One. I seem to feel that something in the stone door is attracting me. Xianxia's face was full of confusion. Something in the stone door was attracting Xianxia, but Xianxia couldn't push the stone door open. This made him feel very conflicted. Suqin was silent. If Xianku wasn't lying, it meant that the stone door had used some method to deceive his divine sense. Interesting. Suqing's expression did not change, but his interest was piqued. One must know that he was now the venerable arhat of the second heaven. Under the cover of his divine sense, almost everything was visible. Unless it was a powerhouse of the same level, there was no way he could miss anything. Could it be that the stone gate was the work of a certain venerable arhat of the Shaolin temple? Suqing pondered in his heart. He did not suspect that Xianku was lying. First, because Xianku did not have the guts to do so. Second, because the place Xianku said was in the Shaolin temple. If Suqing wanted to verify it, he could do it in an instant. It seems that there are still some secrets in the Shaolin temple that I don't know. Suqing sighed in his heart. The Shaolin temple was a major martial arts sect with thousands of years of heritage. There were many venerable arhat. Suqing would not believe that it did not have some foundation. Venerable, what I said is true. Xianku saw that Suqing did not speak for a long time. He thought that Suqing did not believe him and suddenly became anxious. Hearing this, Suqing smiled and said softly, I know. Now lead the way. I will accompany you to have a look. Suqing was very curious about which venerable arhat of the Shaolin temple left the stone gate. Soon. With Xianku leading the way, Suqing came to the stone gate. It's here? Suqing glanced around. This was the back of a hill. It was overgrown with grass and trees. Usually, almost no disciples would come here. And the stone gate that Xianku mentioned was in an inconspicuous corner. This is. Suqing sensed it carefully. Heaven and earth formation? Suqing narrowed his eyes. Whether it was Venerable Arhat or the martial arts legend, they had both transcended the realm of the 9 ranks of the martial arts path. Their cultivation was no longer limited to their own bodies. Instead, it was more about comprehending the heavens and earth. As for the heaven and earth formation, it was something that Venerable Arhat had comprehended from heaven and earth. There were many types of heaven and earth great arrays. Some were more inclined towards suppression, such as the heaven and earth great array in the demon suppressing tower. Some leaned towards killing enemies, while others leaned towards concealment. The heaven and earth formation on the stone door in front of them belonged to the concealment type. It was because of this heaven and earth great array that Suqing's divine sense could be temporarily concealed. Venerable One, this is the place. Xianku pointed at the stone door and said in a low voice. I understand. Suqing took a step forward and appeared outside the stone door. Where is this? In Suqing's pupils, there was an inexplicable whirlpool spinning. Since he knew that there was a heaven and earth great array here, Suqing naturally would not continue to explore with his divine consciousness. Rumble. Suqing raised his right hand and gently pressed on the stone door. Suddenly, it was as if he had touched a certain mechanism. The whole stone door began to slowly retreat, revealing a dark entrance. Venerable One. Xianku was dumbfounded. He had tried his best, but he still couldn't open the stone door. But in Suqing's hands, the stone door was so obedient, and it was opened directly? Suqing did not speak and walked towards the entrance unhurriedly. Through the eye of truth, Suqing was very sure that there was nothing in the entrance that could threaten him. Suqing walked along the stone steps in the entrance and kept walking inside. Xianku, on the other hand, stood outside obediently. He didn't want to go in and cause trouble for Suqing. Soon, Suqing walked down the stone steps and came to a very empty secret room. There were many bookshelves in the secret room, and many Buddhist scriptures were placed on them. However, most of the Buddhist scriptures had already rotted, and only a few were left. Some Buddhist scriptures made of special bark were barely preserved. This secret room has existed for at least 1,000 years. Suqing guessed in his heart as he walked deeper into the secret room. Soon, he reached the end of the path and saw a monk in a golden cassock sitting there quietly with his legs crossed. The monk in the golden cassock was no longer breathing. Obviously, he had already passed away. He is Tuoerahan? Suqing carefully looked at the monk in the golden cassock and his expression changed slightly. Tuoerahan was the last venerable arhat of the Shaolin temple. Naturally, there were pictures of him in the temple for future disciples to admire. In fact, not only Tuoarahan, but all the other venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple were the same. Tuoarahan from 900 years ago. Suqing's thoughts turned quickly. There were many rumors about Tuoarahan in the Shaolin Temple. As the last venerable Arhat, Tuoarahan passed away in a hurry before he was 400 years old in order to suppress the devil Buddha. Even the Buddha's palm was lost because of this. No wonder I didn't see Tuoarahan's Dharmakaya in the Thousand Buddhas Hall. So it was here. Suqing's thoughts fluctuated. This place should have been set up by Tuoarahan before he passed away. The heaven and earth great formation outside should also be something he left behind. Suqing thought silently in his heart. Although he didn't know why Tuoarahan didn't pass away in the Thousand Buddhas Hall but chose the secret room instead, it didn't matter now. That's right. This place has existed for thousands of years. Will there be Dao accumulation for me to sign in? Suqing's heart moved. It just so happened that he didn't have a chance to sign in today, so he tried to say in his heart, "System, sign in for me." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained Millennium Bodhi Heart. Millennium Bodhi Heart? Suqing looked happy. Bodhi Heart is a sacred object of Buddhism and is extremely precious. The Shaolin Temple has been open for thousands of years, but very few Bodhi Hearts have appeared. The number of Bodhi Hearts is even rarer than Venerable Arhat. Even an ordinary Bodhi Heart can let a Grade 1 Great Grandmaster see their true nature, have frequent epiphanies, and greatly reduce the possibility of cultivation deviation, let alone a Millennium Bodhi Heart. More than 10 years ago, if Abbot Huiwen had a Bodhi Heart when he was breaking through, even if he failed in the end, he wouldn't have cultivation deviation. Unfortunately, the last Bodhi Heart that appeared in the Shaolin Temple was lost hundreds of years ago and hasn't been recovered yet. As for the Millennium Bodhi Heart, in the ancient records of the Shaolin Temple, this kind of Millennium Bodhi Heart only exists in legends, and no one can prove whether the Millennium Bodhi Heart exists in the world or not. Not bad, not bad. Suqing nodded slightly. After signing in, he obtained a Millennium Bodhi Heart. Even if Suqing turned around and left now, he still gained a lot. Glancing at the pale golden Millennium Bodhi Heart that suddenly appeared in the system space, Suqing calmed down and looked at Tuoarahan again. As Venerable Arhat, his body is very strong. Even after thousands of years, he can still maintain his appearance. Suqing glanced at Tuoarahan, and his eyes quickly fell on a stone wall in front of Tuoarahan. Huh? Suqing just glanced at the stone wall, and his expression changed, as if he saw something incredible. I, Tua, am guilty. I, Tua, am the eternal sinner of the Shaolin Temple. At the beginning of the stone wall was this line of bloody words, full of endless regret. This stone wall was right in front of Tuoarahan, and the bloody words on it were obviously written by Tuoarahan. It should be that Tuoarahan had suffered greatly before his death, and finally carved these words. Guilty? Tuoarahan is the Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple. Even if the Buddha's palm was lost in the end, it was also because of the suppression of the devil Buddha. No matter how you look at it, he is not guilty. Suqing's thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly looked at the bottom of the stone wall. Suqing had a feeling that everything he saw next was probably the biggest secret of the Shaolin Temple 900 years ago, during the era of Tuoarahan. A moment later, Suqing basically finished reading the bloody words on the stone wall. According to the description of Tuoarahan, he achieved Arhat when he was 150 years old, and was invincible in the world. Finally, when he was traveling the world, he received a disciple. This disciple's qualifications were terrifying to the extreme, and even far surpassed the young Tuoarahan. This made Tuoarahan overjoyed, and he felt that there was hope for the inheritance of the Shaolin Temple. One must know that even the Venerable Arhat could only protect the Shaolin Temple for 500 years. After 500 years, when the time comes, the Venerable Arhat will also pass away. But the disciple that Tuoarahan accepted made him see hope. He saw the hope of breaking through the Arhat realm. Sure enough, Tuoarahan's disciple completed 3 transformations in a few decades, reaching Grade 1 Great Perfection, and achieved Arhat before the age of 100. Achieving Arhat before the age of 100, what kind of terrifying qualifications is this? However, things changed. After Tuoarahan's disciple achieved Arhat, his temperament suddenly changed, and finally he even fought with Tuoarahan. In the end, this disciple turned into the Devil Buddha, and wanted to destroy the Shaolin Temple. When Su Qin saw this, he was silent. Although Su Qin had long known from the ancient books of the Shaolin Temple that the Devil Buddha, who almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple 900 years ago, was a disciple of the Shaolin Temple. But Su Qin did not expect that the Devil Buddha was not only a disciple of the Shaolin Temple, but also a protodisciple of Tuoarahan. Tuoarahan is the current venerable arhat of the Shaolin Temple. How high is his status? And the Devil Buddha, as a protodisciple of Tuoarahan, in the entire Shaolin Temple, I am afraid that he is second only to Tuoarahan. No wonder Tuoarahan feels guilty. It turns out that the magic that almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple was the disciple that Tuoarahan painstakingly cultivated. Su Qin sighed leisurely. Until now, he finally understood why Tuoarahan chose to pass away in meditation here and not in the Thousand Buddhas Hall. Perhaps it was because he was ashamed to face the ancestors of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin had a rough idea of what happened later. After realizing that not only did he not cultivate the next venerable arhat of the Shaolin Temple, but he also became a great devil who would bring disaster to the world, Tuoarahan chose to suppress the Devil Buddha without hesitation. However, Tuoarahan did not expect that the Devil Buddha, who had only stepped into the realm of arhat for a few decades, would have reached a level similar to his. Devil Chi and Buddhist power changed freely with his every move, and he was actually able to faintly suppress Tuoarahan. This scene made Tuoarahan decide to suppress the Devil Buddha no matter the price. Otherwise, if the Devil Buddha was allowed to grow for a few more decades, who in the world would be able to suppress him? In the end, Tuoarahan used Buddha's palm as the price of 100 years of Shoyuan to suppress the Devil Buddha. After the Devil Buddha was suppressed, Tuoarahan knew that he wouldn't live for much longer, so he hurriedly chose this place to pass away. What a pity. Su Qin shook his head slightly and glanced at the two wooden boxes placed in front of Tuoarahan. Inside the wooden boxes were the Buddhist techniques that Tuoarahan practiced and a Bodhi heart. Su Qin naturally didn't care about these. In the past 20 years of signing in at the Shaolin Temple, he had obtained countless Buddhist techniques, from the most powerful techniques like Buddha's palm to the most ordinary techniques. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had obtained a vast amount of them. As for the Bodhi heart, if Su Qin hadn't received the 1,000-year Bodhi heart just now, he might have taken a few more glances at this Bodhi heart. But at this moment, the 1,000-year Bodhi heart was placed in the system space. Compared to the 1,000-year Bodhi heart, this Bodhi heart in front of him was no different from a stone on the side of the road. It was nothing at all. I finally understand the origin of the Devil Buddha. So he's the only direct disciple of Tuoarahan. Su Qin glanced at Tuoarahan, who had passed away 900 years ago, and felt a little complicated. Perhaps for the Tuoarahan at that time, when he accepted the Devil Buddha as his disciple, he never thought that one day, he would personally nurture a Devil Buddha. It's time to go. With a thought, the two wooden boxes placed in front of Tuoarahan fell into Su Qin's hands. He didn't like these things, but Xianxia outside could use them. While Su Qin's thoughts were fluctuating, he turned around and left the secret room. As for the Dharma body of Tuoarahan that had passed away, Su Qin had no intention of moving. Firstly, it was because passing away here meant pa. Secondly, Tuoarahan cultivated the Devil Buddha that almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple. Even if it was unintentional, a mistake was still a mistake. Outside the stone door, Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared at the stone door. Why hasn't the Venerable One come out yet? Xianxia had a worried look on his face. Although in Xianxia's heart, the Venerable One was omnipotent, he still hadn't come out after such a long time. At this moment, a slight sound of footsteps came from inside the stone door. Then, Su Qin's figure slowly walked out. Venerable One. Xianxia trotted to Su Qin's side, and at the same time, carefully looked inside the stone door. Under Xianxia's gaze, the stone door began to slowly block the entrance, and everything returned to its original state. You don't have to come to this place in the future. Su Qin glanced at Xianxia and directly threw the wooden box containing the Bodhi heart into his hand. This is for you. After signing in and obtaining the Millennium Bodhi heart, ordinary Bodhi hearts had basically lost their attraction to Su Qin. Even 10,000 Bodhi hearts couldn't compare to a millennium Bodhi heart. To others, the Bodhi heart was extremely precious, but in Suqin's eyes, it was like a dispensable stone. If anyone asks, just say that I gave it to you. After saying this, Suqin's figure disappeared from where he stood. Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Suqin sat cross-legged. Look at the 1,000-year Bodhi heart. With a thought from Suqin, a faint golden 1,000-year Bodhi heart with mysterious patterns on its surface appeared in front of Suqin. As soon as this 1,000-year Bodhi heart appeared, Suqin felt an aura of enlightenment envelop him. Under this aura, Suqin found that his thinking speed increased by several times, and he became extremely clear-headed and rational. Even the Arhat's true essence in his body became extremely smooth. As expected of the 1,000-year Bodhi heart, Suqin was amazed. He had tried the Bodhi heart before Tuoarahan's Dharmakaya passed away. But unfortunately, the Bodhi heart that Tuoarahan had could only make Suqin slightly clear-headed. As for the rest, it had no effect at all. Compared to the 1,000-year Bodhi heart in front of Suqin, it was as good as nothing. After Suqin played with the 1,000-year Bodhi heart for a while, he turned his gaze and looked at the entire Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Devil Buddha. Suqin sighed softly. 900 years ago, it could be said that the Shaolin Temple was at its most prosperous period. In the same era, 2 Arhat, Pao and Devil Buddha, were born. 2 Arhat in one sect. This was simply inconceivable. But unfortunately, it didn't take long for the Shaolin Temple's prosperity to decline. For 900 years, even if the Devil Buddha was suppressed, every 100 years, he would split out a strand of devil will to bewitch the Shaolin Temple disciples and form the Devil Buddha's descendants, constantly depleting the Shaolin Temple's foundation. Otherwise, even if Tuoarahan had passed away in a hurry, and the most powerful divine skill, Buddha's palm, had suddenly been lost. 900 years have passed. The Shaolin Temple may not have given birth to a venerable Arhat, but it is not to the point where there is no grade 1 great grandmaster in this generation. They were almost squeezed out of the great sects of the world. According to the information Pao left behind on the stone wall, although the Devil Buddha is stronger than him, there is a limit to his strength. At most, Pao is at the second firmament? Suqin pondered slowly. And after being suppressed for 900 years, the Devil Buddha even gave up his physical body in order to survive, surviving as a devil will. His strength has probably fallen below Arhat's level. Suqin stood up. It's time to get rid of the Devil Buddha once and for all. Suqin made up his mind. 10 years ago, Suqin quietly entered the forbidden area of the Back Mountain in order to sign in. And he also met the Devil Buddha face to face. At that time, the Devil Buddha disguised himself as an enlightened monk and tried to bewitch Suqin, trying to take away Suqin's physical body and get rid of the suppression of the seal. Unfortunately, the Devil Buddha didn't expect that the Golden Buddha in Suqin's ancestral aperture could easily control the sealing power of the Buddha's palm in the forbidden area of the Back Mountain. In this case, not only did the Devil Buddha not get rid of the suppression of the seal, but Suqin also reconsolidated the seal and completely suppressed him. Although the Devil Buddha has been suppressed by me again, he is still a hidden danger. Suqin's thoughts fluctuated. Suqin also obtained the Devil will split parasitism technique. He knew that even if the Devil Buddha gave up his physical body and survived as a devil will, he could at most live for more than 1,000 years. If this continued, the devil will would also decay. In other words, even if Suqin didn't care about anything now, the Devil Buddha would slowly die under the suppression of the seal after more than 100 years. But Suqin was still worried. Since the Devil Buddha could create the devil will split parasitism technique and obtain Shoyuan, who far surpassed Venerable Arhat, would he create another secret technique to continue living? In Suqin's eyes, the most unreliable method was suppression. It was fine for ordinary people, but for a genius with terrifying aptitude like the Devil Buddha, as long as he didn't die, he might be able to break free from the shackles in the future and soar into the sky. Suqin felt that such a genius would only be at ease if he killed him with his own hands. 900 years ago, Tuoarahan couldn't do anything to the Devil Buddha, so he had no choice but to suppress him. But today, 900 years later, Suqin was no longer Tuoarahan. With Suqin's current strength, coupled with the countless methods and trump cards he had, and even the Buddha's palm. Even if the devil Buddha was at his peak, he would have to admit defeat when facing Su Qin, let alone after being suppressed for 900 years. Open. With a thought, Su Qin communicated with the golden Buddha in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows and used it to control the sealing power of the entire forbidden area in the back mountain. Instantly. Rumble. The forbidden area in the back mountain began to rumble. With the forbidden area in the back mountain as the origin, the entire Shaolin temple also shook. The seal of the forbidden area in the back mountain was created by Tuo Arahan using the Buddha's palm and the entire Shaolin temple to suppress the devil Buddha. If he wanted to open the seal, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. What happened? Why is there such a vibration? Abbot Huiwen and the court heads' expressions changed, and they looked in the direction of the back mountain almost at the same time. Is it the forbidden area in the back mountain? What's going on? The commandment court head looked dignified. The devil Buddha was suppressed in the forbidden area in the back mountain. If something went wrong, it would be a disaster for the entire Shaolin temple. The other court heads also realized this, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Why are you panicking? The Venerable is also in the forbidden area in the back mountain. No matter what happens, with the Venerable here, our Shaolin temple will definitely be able to get through safely. Seeing the court heads' expressions change, Abbot Huiwen immediately reprimanded them. As soon as these words came out, the court heads suddenly came to their senses. Yes. What were they worried about? With the Venerable guarding the forbidden area in the back mountain, even if the devil Buddha really escaped, what could he do? In the forbidden area in the back mountain. As the seal continued to open, a hole full of dark demonic light appeared. Billowing demonic aura loomed in the hole, slowly spreading in all directions. Ha 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 ha. I'm finally out. After 900 years, I'm finally out. A terrifying demonic voice came from the depths of the dark hole, full of a strong sense of ecstasy. Then, an illusory demonic shadow came out, raised its right hand, and touched the air as if it was feeling something. The next moment, the illusory demonic shadow raised its head and looked at Su Qin. So it's you, little monk. The illusory demonic shadow smiled, revealing a trace of cruelty. Since you dare to let me out, it seems that you're quite confident? The illusory demonic shadow looked at Su Qin with interest, and said with pity, although I don't know why you have the Tathagata's will. But under the absolute gap in strength, you will know what true despair is. The illusory demonic shadow's words were full of strong confidence. The Tathagata's will was incredible, but the premise was that one had to have enough strength to activate it. You've entered grade 1 at such a young age, you do have potential. The illusory demonic shadow said while looking at Su Qin. However, the next moment, the illusory demonic shadow seemed to have discovered something, and its expression suddenly changed. No. You're not grade 1. You're Venerable Arhat? The illusory demonic shadow's pupils dilated, and its face was full of horror. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. A huge wave of emotion surged in the phantom's heart. How rare was the Venerable Arhat? Even with his talent, it took him 100 years to barely step into this realm. And this was because Tuo Arahan spent a lot of effort to guide him and even used his blood essence to shape his body. His terrifying talent, coupled with the unique conditions, created the phantom to reach the Arhat realm in 100 years. But what about Su Qin? The phantom knew very well that this generation of Shaolin Temple had no Venerable Arhat. Since Tuo Arahan passed away 900 years ago, the Shaolin Temple had never given birth to another Venerable Arhat. In other words, Su Qin became Venerable Arhat all by himself. Thinking of this, the phantom couldn't help but feel cold all over. 10 years ago, when Su Qin was strengthening the seal, the phantom was very sure that Su Qin's bone age was definitely not more than 30 years old. Now he was at most 40 years old. A 40-year-old Venerable Arhat? The phantom only felt his scalp go numb. Now he had been suppressed for 900 years, abandoned his body, and struggled at death's door in the form of a demonic will. His strength had plummeted by a lot. If Su Qin was still first grade, the phantom was confident that he could deal with him. At the very least, he could escape unscathed. But a Venerable Arhat? Master, let's talk nicely. Since you let me out, there must be something you need me for. As long as you say it, I will definitely do it. The phantom didn't dare to continue to call himself this venerable. He wanted to temporarily surrender and save his life first. No need. Suqin was too lazy to talk nonsense and moved his mind. Suddenly, a small square seal appeared in the void. This small seal was pitch black as if it came from the dark demon abyss. There were still traces of blood at the corners. It was the demon suppression seal. It was the last treasure Suqin obtained from the demon-subduing tower of the Shaolin Temple. It was known as the nemesis of all demonic cultivators. Rumble. As soon as the devil-suppressing seal appeared, it continued to expand, covering more than half of the sky and slowly falling towards the illusory devil shadow. This is? Extreme fear appeared in the demonic illusion's eyes. As soon as the small seal appeared, the demonic figure felt its strength being suppressed by half. As the small seal grew larger and larger, the suppression also grew heavier and heavier. It was as if the world was collapsing. Ah! The demonic illusory shadow roared again and again, instantly using dozens of life-saving secret techniques in an attempt to stop the demon-suppressing seal's suppression. However, it was a pity. Against the devil-suppressing seal, all of the methods of the devil shadow were like a gentle breeze, unable to withstand a single blow. A moment later, under the suppression of the devil-suppressing seal, the illusory devil figure completely collapsed. Even the hole he walked out of was also crushed into powder by the devil-suppressing seal. This thing is convenient. Suqin looked at the devil-suppressing seal that had returned to its original state and was quite satisfied. Although Suqin could also deal with the devil Buddha without using the devil-suppressing seal, with this devil-suppressing seal, Suqin didn't even need to lift his hand. Of course, the devil Buddha had been suppressed for 900 years and his strength was less than 1%, but the devil-suppressing seal's ability to restrain the world's devil Tao was also very exaggerated. After retracting the devil-suppressing seal, Suqin returned to his original position and sat cross-legged. Since the devil Buddha had completely fallen, the sealing power of the Buddha's palm left in the forbidden area of the back mountain was naturally absorbed by Suqin. Pure land in the palm? Suqin slowly felt the sealing power, a thoughtful look on his face. 900 years ago, Tuo Arahan suppressed the devil Buddha with the third move of the Buddha's palm, pure land in the palm. At the same time, outside the forbidden area of the back mountain, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads widened their eyes in disbelief. The aura of the devil Buddha has disappeared. It's completely gone. The disciplinary court head whispered, full of disbelief. The other court heads, including Abbot Huiwen, had similar expressions. Just now, they felt a devil chi from the forbidden area of the back mountain from afar. This devil chi was the same as the aura of the true nature of the devil Buddha's successor more than a decade ago. The moment the devil chi appeared, Abbot Huiwen and the court heads' expressions changed greatly, because they realized that it was very likely that the devil Buddha had escaped from the seal. However, before Abbot Huiwen and the others could speak, the aura that symbolized the devil Buddha completely disappeared. This kind of disappearance was not the kind of disappearance that was suppressed back, but a complete annihilation, vanishing into thin air. The devil Buddha's calamity is completely resolved. The warrior monastery head was in disbelief. Since the birth of the devil Buddha 900 years ago, he almost destroyed the Shaolin Temple. Although he was finally suppressed by Tuo Arahan, the successor of the devil Buddha that appears once every 100 years has been consuming the Shaolin Temple like maggots. In this generation of the Shaolin Temple, there is not even a grade 1 great grandmaster, which has a lot to do with the successor of the devil Buddha. But now, if Abbot Huiwen and the court heads are right, the devil Buddha that was suppressed in the back mountain has completely disappeared. Once the devil Buddha disappears, the successor of the devil Buddha, who originated from the devil Buddha, will naturally not appear again. In other words, from today onwards, the Shaolin Temple no longer needs to go through a catastrophe every 100 years. It was the Venerable who did it. Abbot Huiwen looked at the back mountain with awe in his eyes. The other court heads looked solemn and also looked at the back mountain with great respect. They can't remember how many times Suqin has helped the Shaolin Temple. Without Suqin, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed long ago. Suqin has saved the Shaolin Temple many times, and now he has helped the Shaolin Temple solve the problem of the devil Buddha. For the Shaolin Temple, how can Abbot Huiwen and the court heads not be in awe? Back Mountain Forbidden Area. Su Qin sat cross-legged. For Abbot Huiwen and the court heads, and even for the entire Shaolin Temple, he has completely solved the problem of the Devil Buddha. But in Su Qin's eyes, it was just a small matter. It was nothing at all. Even Su Qin felt a little bored. The Devil Buddha, who had been sealed and suppressed for 900 years, didn't give Su Qin any pressure at all. Su Qin didn't even move his hand and solved it with the demon suppression seal. Next, Su Qin returned to his usual peaceful life. Except for signing in every day and occasionally giving advice to Xianxia, Su Qin was basically cultivating. It has to be said that with the 1,000-year Bodhi heart, Su Qin's comprehension of heaven and earth has improved by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the past Amitabha Sutra's refinement of heaven and earth's essence qi and the sufficient supply of lustrous golden core, Su Qin's cultivation has grown so fast that it is almost approaching the speed of the 9th grade martial Tao. Time passed slowly. A year passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Su Qin slowly opened his eyes. Finally, the peak of the second heavenly layer. Su Qin smiled. End of chapter 79. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.